Zhang Wang proudly hugs his son, saying Chen Si is just as wonderful. Lin Zichen is touched by his mother's confidence and falls into thought. I wonder if he'll be able to lift 20 kilos by the time he's 2. Lin Zichen's training paid off by the time he turned 2. It stored power in secret. No one noticed. He's flipping 20 kilos with one hand in the storage room. He cuts his workout short when his mother calls out, hearing that Han, or Shen King Han, has come to see us. Flinching, he puts the weight down and opens the door. Now, 2-year-old Shen King Han has brought a sweet tart to him. Lin Zichen. He's thinking to himself. Since their mental ages differ, their games aren't typical kid stuff. Han is a typical baby, but he tries to get stronger at every opportunity. He's found a rather unique way to spend time with her. Because Han loves to stick around, it's perfect for him. It's like a weighted vest. But there's one problem. When Han pees on himself again, he starts crying as soon as he feels the warmth. And just like that, the nightmare is back. Another year goes by. At age 3, Lin Zichen's power explodes. He can lift 40 kilos with one hand while watching TV. There's a 4-year-old genius on the screen. They're making it news just because he lifts 30-kilo dumbbells. Lin Zichen happily thinks that his own power is greater. Despite his progress, the system still shows him as an ordinary logical. He wonders what's needed for the second level. With these questions, she's heading out for the first time. It's incredible out there, a futuristic scene fusions and cyborgs. His mother and neighbors are heading to the library, accompanied by Shumang and Shen Han. Because his parents had forbidden him from using electronic devices. Books are his greatest source of knowledge. The librarian guides him to children's books, but Lin Zichen heads toward the advanced encyclopedias. Anxious Shen Han follows him. Mothers watch in astonishment. Xiaoming asks why you like books like these. Zhang Wangshen guesses that this isn't even genetic. Lin Zichen was buried in books while Shen Han offered a cookie. He learns that life is divided into 6 biological levels: ordinary, advanced, rare, epic, legendary, and mythic, each further split into 9 stages. He realizes ordinary people like his parents are at the very bottom, just level 1s, whose lives aren't worth as much as an ant next to higher beings. This information fires Lin Zichen up. He must keep his secret. The system is notifying him of a new task. Read 100 million characters in exchange for the root of celestial wisdom. It accepts with joy for both mind and body. For a year, Lin Zichen splits his time between training and voracious reading. Therefore, starting preschool with Shen Han. Hand in hand with their teacher, Ms. Jiang Mei. His efforts pay off, and he quickly reaches ordinary Tier 2 power. Physical performance is massive. He lifts 80 kilos with one hand, leaps 1.2 meters high. Seeing his friends suffering, he steps in immediately. He jumps at the bullies dramatically, making a terrifying threat. If anyone ever bullies Han again, I'll pee in their bed every single day. The childish but eerie threat is working. Bullies break into tears and vow never to return to preschool. Shen gazes at the protector of Han in admiration. This move wins him the title of Kindergarten King and unlocks new missions. He's so glad he can handle multiple tasks at the same time. 6 months later, he completes his reading task, having read 100 million characters. The root of celestial wisdom gains, granting perfect memory and superhuman learning ability. Time flies. As they approach age 7, they're taking their kindergarten graduation photos. He doesn't stay idle even on vacation. He's now strong enough to work with a 200 kilograms barbell. His skills reach new heights during the holidays. It can jump 2 meters high, breaks the 8-second barrier for 100 meters, and runs it in 7.98 seconds. His mind sharpened by his new superpower. He's already finished most of the elementary school curriculum. His new life began at Guns Elementary because he memorized advanced subjects on his own. Academic competitions were so basic, it was like child's play. In the National Primary School Academic Competition, he aced it to unlock the first-place title as fast as possible. When he had spare time, he'd give Shen Han private lessons. She wasn't talented, but she was a hard worker. Thanks to him, her grades soared. After 1 semester, he was second in class, though Lin Zichen naturally took first. To speed up his mission, he also joined the school's sports competitions and shattered every record. Just as he was happy that school life was so ordinary and predictable, a transfer student appeared, and the teacher introduced the newcomer. The girl named Bai Shuai with long, silver-blue hair. Lin Zixuan realized at once, this was not normal. Standing by the door, he caught a strange, non-human aura. The other students watched curiously. Chen Qinghan approached him. He whispered to Lin Zixuan, whom he called Xiaoqin. Bai Shuai's hair is as beautiful as winter snowflakes. But Lin Zixuan wasn't interested in such aesthetic Madoka. When Bai Shuai sat down, he couldn't stop thinking about that strange, inhuman aura. He wondered if it was the gene fuser or one of their descendants. Days passed, and Bai Shuai remained mysterious. He didn't talk to anyone. As soon as class ended, he'd put his head on the desk and wouldn't move. He wouldn't even go to the bathroom. At first everyone was curious. They even took photos of him while he slept. But it didn't work out. When his behavior didn't change, the class went back to its old routine. That peace was shattered a month later, and the scandal began. Bai Shuai started secreting a strange, sticky white liquid. The stuff smells bad. It's dripping on your clothes and legs. The other students had a breakdown and cursed the disgusting smell. Some punk said something disgusting, and then she poured a water bottle over his head. She gave me attitude because I was washing her. Ashamed and soaking wet, Bai Shuai slammed his fist on the table, tears streaming down his face as silent sobs shook his shoulders. The bullies burst out laughing, slipping and collapsing on their butts. Xin Qihan looked at Lin Shichen anxiously, asking if they could at least help Bai Shuai. Lin Shichen was confused. Bai Shu suspected it was dangerous. He didn't understand why she was crying. He agreed to help. Getting closer to the bullies, he changed his mind a bit. He still didn't understand, but realized they weren't a threat for now. She was just a weak, oppressed girl. He had to step in. Lin Shichen grabbed the lead bully by the collar, hailing him as Guan Chun. With a mean look, the man ordered the girl to wipe the spilled water off the table. Guan Chun was speechless with fear, muttering that he would clean it up right away. The other bully realized it too, but it's too late now. Lin Shichen was a school legend, a king in both academics and fighting. Even sixth graders wouldn't struggle with that. They stopped talking and started wiping blindly. After clearing the table, Lin Shichen glanced around and ordered everyone to apologize immediately. The sweating bullies slipped, lined up at once, bowed their heads and promised with regret that they won't mess with Bai Shuai again. After the bullies left, Bai Shuai looked up with eyes still filled with tears. He sincerely thanked Lin Shichen and Xin Khan. Xin Khan touched his shoulder to comfort him. She said classmates help each other. From that day on, Xin Khan set out to befriend the silent white-haired girl, dragging Lin Shichen along with him. The three of them started hanging out in their free time. Xin Khan is very kind, always sharing the tastiest snacks with Bai Shuai. The first time Xin Khan offered him food, Bai Shuai hesitated. He looked at them and asked, "Aren't you disgusted because I smell?" He said he'd been excluded by everyone since he was a child. When someone's nice, it feels unreal, like he's wondering if it's a dream. When Bai Shuai looks up in surprise, Xin Khan tells him in a firm voice, "This is not a dream." Xin Khan smiles slightly and says, "I know what you've been through, so I could never be disgusted by you." If Bai Shuai is willing, he declares they will be friends forever. A bit weary, he includes Lin Shichen in this remark. Overcome with emotion, Bai Shuai hugs Xin Khan tightly. With tears of gratitude streaming down her cheeks, she thanks them for their kindness. After coming to her senses, she says she wants to give them a gift. He holds out a necklace with a pair of monster fangs, explaining it was a birthday gift from his mother. She gives them the necklace, hoping it will be a symbol of their friendship. Xin Khan eagerly agrees, and the three children gather in the schoolyard at sunset, joyfully declaring they'll be friends forever. But before their newly formed friendship could strengthen, something unexpected happens. One day, Xin Khan is shocked to find out Bai Shuai has left school. Lin Zichen confirms this, because he saw him filling out his discharge papers. It takes back to the moment he watches from the principal's door. Bai saw Shuai with a manager and a big, scary guy with cybernetic arms. The manager assured the man that Bai Shuai's documents were complete and his information would be kept confidential. This encounter reinforced Lin Zichen's suspicion that Bai Shuai's identity was not simple. Since that day, Bai Shuai has never seen him again and keeps wondering about him, but what really catches his attention is what happens next. After a while, Lin Zichen is giving his mother, Zhang Wangxian, a shoulder massage at home. Her mother sighs with relief, saying the massage is perfect after a long day of writing. Lin Zichen is amazed as he recalls the professional massage techniques he learned through the wisdom route. He realizes it's useful. Quiet evenings are interrupted by big news. The news tells the unforgettable success of Kyoto Great God. Despite being only 10 years old, he has successfully fused with aberrant monster genes. And now, he can lift a 500-kilogram rock with just one hand. Lin Zichen recognizes the boy and realizes his opponent has already begun gene fusion. His father, Lin Yensing, complains that Kyoto Daisy is always on TV. They ask if people are trying to make them a social media star. Their parents talk. Lin Yensing says the boy is from a 1,000-year-old martial family with advanced gene fusion technology. Zhang Wangxian argues it's wrong to use a child as a lab rat. Her husband says family interests come first in such a family, and gets a sarcastic, "You know everything," response from his wife. While his parents argue, Lin Zichen is lost in thought. He remembers the genius could lift 100 kilograms before integrating. Now it can lift 500 kilograms, a five-fold increase. In contrast, when Lin Zichen was only 8 years old, he could lift 300 kilograms with one hand without gene fusion. As a result, he asserts with a confident fist that his potential is much greater. His self-confidence is through the roof, but this feeling won't last long. The next piece of news will teach him the meaning of fear. The live broadcast shows a city in a neighboring country completely destroyed by a massive explosion. The news says the attack was carried out by giant aberrant rats. On screen, horrific monster rats swarm over ruins as they grab a screaming woman with giant jaws and savage her. The news continues, stating the heretics are responsible for the aberrant rat attack, acting as instigators from the shadows. An official from disaster-stricken Sakura requests international aid at a press conference, revealing the deviants are a mysterious cult manipulating animals. Watching the news, Lin Zichen learns the cult is a traitorous anti-human group working for aberrant monsters. She feels lucky to be born in a strong, stable country, giving her a safe place to grow stronger. While waiting in silence, shocking sounds from outside interrupt her thoughts. He runs to the window, pulls back the curtain, and sees a massive fleet of armed cyborgs flying through the night sky. He wonders why so many were assigned and hopes nothing is wrong. The next morning everything seems to be normal. Lin Zichen waits for Shen Xinghan, who apologized for being late. When he gets close, he notices something is wrong. The monster tooth necklace Bai Shuai gave her is now on Shen Xinghan's neck, glowing a stupid blue. He realizes the tooth belongs to an abnormal creature and that the inhuman aura he just felt came from it. The glow fades instantly, and they don't really care. But between the cyborgs and DNS response, Lin Zichen feels something is coming close. On the way to school, a tall redhead in a black dress leans against a lamppost, watching them. He teases them about how sweet they are, then walks right up to them and asks, "Are you guys brothers?" Shen Xinghan proudly corrects him, saying they're childhood friends. The woman smiles with a sigh. They say they wish they had a childhood friend too, but then their facial expression suddenly darkens. He leans in, eyes glowing, and asks, "Why are you going to school alone? Where are your parents?" As Shen Xinghan begins to reply, Lindsay takes his hand and cuts him off. He pulls her along, saying they'll be late, and she's left behind. Once they're away, Lindsay snaps at Shen Xinghan. It says don't talk to strangers. Shen nods in agreement. After school, Lin Zichen leads them through a deserted alleyway. Shen Xinghan is terrified, saying, "What is this? This is so creepy." Lin Zichen reporting, "This is a demolition zone, everyone's already moved out." That noise happens while moving. They run into that red-haired woman from this morning. He greets me saying, "So school's finally over, huh?" There's a big guy with her name Shin, and she's calling out to him because the kids are here. Lin Zichen is on edge. She took a different path, but the woman followed them. The woman is trying to lure them in with a soft, cute voice, offering treats and stuff. But Assistant Shin is bored. He says stop talking, just knock them out quietly and get this over with. Shin rushes saying that he's in a hurry to go and sell the children for money. Lin Zichen pulls Shin Changhan aside and shields him with her own body. He clenches his fist and throws a giant punch with all his might. It blows up in Shang's face. The giant suddenly stops. With massive force, Shang flies backward and screams in pain. She's in shock, looking at me like, "Is an elementary school kid seriously gonna beat me?" Shang lies there spitting blood, dazed. Lin Zichen confronts the woman. Before the woman can react, he lands a punch to her stomach. Then he lands a powerful uppercut, knocking the woman out. Villains on the floor above them, ice-cold looks on their faces. He picks up the brick on the ground next to him. His intentions aren't good. No cameras in the empty alleyway, he has to finish it. If they survive, their superpowers will emerge and his plan will go to waste. Just as he's about to strike the final blow, the ground shakes violently. Everything's breaking loose like an earthquake. Then, a hand with giant claws comes through the wall. Out of the dust and smoke, a huge, nasty rat emerges. It's like a car on top of them. The monster doesn't care about the children. He leans toward the unconscious woman. But it's not eating, it's scratching its face with its claw. The rat takes the severed head. Shang King Han screams in fear, sensing the danger. Lin Zichen hugs the frightened King Han. "This is a giant, nasty rat," says Head to safety. They're grabbing them and running away. A red and gold light flashes in the sky as they flee. A blonde woman with rabbit ears on her helmet dives into Cyborg Street. Super fast, it streaks past the rat like a momentary blur. Xiang Xinhan looks at Lin Zikuan's shoulder, thinking, "No way, that's fast." Cyborg gracefully lands behind the beast. It's watching the rat and preparing to strike. His glove glows, he charges his weapon, and shouts. Anesthetic smoke exploded, bullets rained on the monster, and huge blasts hit the back alley. Lin Zichen protected Shaanxi from the blood explosion. The strange rat was trapped in the flames, roaring in pain, dazed by the anesthetic smoke. Seizing the moment, our cybernetic friend lunged forward, finishing the weakened creature with a flurry of punches. Later, Lin Zichen watched the news about the incident at home. He analyzed the fight. The cybernetic girl's power level isn't very high, he thought. He realized he couldn't win without weakening the rat first, and it still takes 7 minutes. He thought of the danger of the giant deviant rats, knowing they were level 5 normal power creatures, over 10 meters long. Luckily, they made it out safe. This incident reminded him once again of the world's dangers. He decided to step up his training to protect himself. Then he's seen squatting with a heavy barbell in the training area, the system giving him points. The threat of deviant rats persisted, but life went on. Before long, he and Xingqing celebrated their night around a big cake. After making wishes, the gift exchange began. With Lin Zichen's natural wisdom, he devoted himself to wood carving overnight and made an intricate hairpin for Xingqing Ken. Xingqing Yuan loved it, put it in her hair, and shouted how much she liked it. Time flew by before long. Lin Zichen and Xingqing graduated from elementary school and started middle school. When he exited, the system notified him that he had completed the mandatory 9 years of education and unlocked the titles Kindergarten King and Elementary School Bully. He couldn't wait to unlock the ocean of middle school legends, which will grant him the strongest trait. He continued his intense training on vacation. His training included doing 1,000 push-ups with a huge rock on his back. And that gave him massive stat boosts. Before school started, their hard work paid off. After a 10 kilometers run, it announced that his biological level dropped from level 3 to a normal level. Their physical abilities have greatly increased. Now he could lift 700 kilos with one hand, jump 4 meters vertically, and run 100 meters in 6 seconds. As his power grew, the Kyoto genius wondered what level he was at. By a strange coincidence, a new news report aired on TV that night before school started. The news stated the 14-year-old genius fused with giant ant genes and could lift a 2,000 kilograms alloy block with one hand. Lindsay calculated that since giant ant genes increased strength by 4 to 8 times, the genius's actual lifting power was only around 500 kilos without the genes. This meant that Linz was still fundamentally stronger. He smiled, thinking about how strong he would become with gene fusion in the future. Middle school started the next day. As the city's top student, all the best schools raced to recruit him. He accepted the invitation from Shanghai High School. But on one condition, Xingqing Han had to be in his class. The principal and classroom teacher gave them a warm welcome during registration, telling them how much they trusted him. After a little small talk, he made an excuse and left there with Xin Han. The main reason was that Shanghai High School had super sports facilities. They had planned to face off in badminton before official classes started. Excited on court, Xin Han called out, "So let's get started." He made a majestic serve and sent a ball as nimble as a fairy. For Linz, she caught that tiny ball midair with her racket easily, but their game was interrupted. A group of upperclassmen walked up, and their leader with the backwards cap snatched the ball from the fluffheads, saying they'd reserve the spot. His friends mockingly suggested that Xin Han join them for a game. Xin Han resisted to the end, saying rules must be followed and they were there first. As for Linz, seeing them get too close to Xin Han, he cut in with a stern look. He told them to stay away and reminded them of the first-come, first-served rule. The leader arrogantly challenged them, saying, "I'm closing this down, without budging an inch." Leader, first come, first served. The leader won't be told, arrogantly declaring he has the right to take over the court. Leader holds the ball and throws it up, but moves for Linz before serving. He reports immediately that from now on, only his rules will apply. With a burst of power, he leaps and strikes the shuttlecock with incredible force. The ball clears the court like a rocket. Like white lightning, it's so fast the leader doesn't even have time to react. The impact breaks his racket and sends his hat flying. The upper classes are in shock, sweating and trembling. They suspect Linz is either human or a gene mixer. One adds fearfully that if the head had been slightly different, their boss's head would have been blown off. The completely intimidated upper classes are bowing with a deep apology. They're signaling that they understand the rules for Linz and will withdraw immediately. Then they just dart off. Maybe because word got out, no one dared mess with Linz or Shinking again. The new school was just bigger and better equipped, but academic life was pretty much the same. It was way too early for Linz. He had already finished the middle school curriculum anyway. Just out of boredom in class. He was reading fun books. At night after sports, it really sharpens the mind. He was learning new skills online. He's into fast cooking, photography, driving, swimming, and various sports. Thus, he aimed to unlock the middle school sovereignty title. They're not just ranking first in every subject. He was also representing his school in national competitions. A mountain of trophies was piled up on top. He was careful not to win every competition to avoid drawing attention. Some time passed, but the title still hadn't opened. But his performances brought him many female followers. There was a stack of love letters on his desk. He didn't care. Besides tutoring Xinxing, she focused on the upcoming school sports festival. He believed if it exploded there, the title would definitely be unlocked. It entered the festival in only 3 categories: shot put, high jump, and sprinting. To be the champion. In shot put, he made an incredible 21-meter throw. He held back a bit to avoid looking superhuman, but still easily won every competition. As he and Xinxian admired the gold medal, he felt a new wave of power surge through his body. The system notification announced your achievements far surpassed other students, unlocking the title ruler of middle school. Thus, the entire 9 years of compulsory education, in 2-year segments, has been finalized. It also gained a new biological trait, survival of the fittest. He felt a pleasant sensation and realized the title was finally unlocked. As Li Zichen and Xin Xian left school, they saw this survival of the fittest as a power that lets a predator evolve by swallowing the life essence of others. While wondering what life essence was, Shenkingden called out for him to wait. Back to reality, and an idea popped into his head. He asked Qingqing if he could borrow the monster Fang necklace. He said okay and gave it. When his finger touched the gear, a system notification popped up. The deep abyss swallowed a trace of the giant butterfly's life essence, and the new guidebook progressed by 1%. A massive dark butterfly hologram appeared around it, with eyes on its wings. He was stunned after realizing her teeth were actually butterfly teeth. That night, he searched online for more info on the giant deep abyss butterfly. To their surprise, the search yielded no results. He realized he had to study this strange monster on his own. Remembering the pair of tusks Mr. Shuai gave them, he rummaged through his bag and found the second one. He grabbed the second bite plate and drained its power again. The system confirmed you absorbed a second life essence trace. But the progress in the guidebook only went up to 2%. He looked at the gear in disappointment. It was clear there wasn't much life essence left in it. Darren concluded he had to find another way to unlock the giant butterfly's full power. The next day after school, to speed up his training and ensure a quick escape from any weird monsters, Linziken started biking Schenkingen to and from school every day. A man is calling out to her. Second stands there in his tracksuit. He introduces himself as Gu, the school's fight team coach. Actually, he's kind of a cool but slightly obsessive big brother type. Coach Gu is praising Linziken's highest octane sport. Their eyes are shining from the hype. Go on, he's officially inviting you to the team. It stays between us. He claims his athletic talent is far superior to his grades. He says that while saying yes, you might have to buy dollars. But first, get to know the team, then decide. He speaks so fast and with such passion that before Linziken can even say no, the coach waves and just leaves. He took the reins and just left. Coach says the fight team is in gym room C. He's expecting you tomorrow if you're available. As the sun sets, Linziken, ready to test his new talent in his room, snaps his fingers and crushes a cockroach and a mosquito he found. But he opens up dead bugs to study them. No power surge. He realizes that killing those tiny ordinary creatures doesn't trigger the skill. Only powerful or interesting creatures carry enough life energy. It needs to eat this so it can evolve. To test his theory, Shin decides to go to the supermarket selling monster meat with Shinkan. They're riding bikes toward the city from behind. They quickly arrive at a massive multi-story supermarket. Walking through the aisles, Linziken sees plenty of monster packaged. He knows you can't test meat without touching it. Just as he's about to get angry, he hears an ad for freshly butchered monster meat. At a stall labeled fresh monster meat, unpackaged and safe to eat, a butcher carves up large slabs of meat. Before the confused Shinka tells Zinkana to wait, he runs off, saying he'll check the meat, trying to prove his theory with a storm of emotions. He touches the freshly cut meat with his hand. Upon contact, a powerful surge of purple energy fills you. Just as he thought, meat is full of life energy. Clenching their fists with excitement, they give a huge grin. Sharing why he only gets happy when he touches the meat. He comes to you and asks anxiously, how does the meat feel? Linziken plays it cool, says he's feeling fresh, and jokes if you'd like to reach out and touch. Shinsinken waves his hands frantically in denial. She reacts saying, you've touched me enough, there's nothing left. After confirming his theory, he decides to take some monster meat to try it at home. Shinsinken is in shock, but of course, this reaction isn't unexpected. Because monster meat is pricey, even the cheapest, ghost shadow squid, is nearly 1,000 yen per pound. He picks the calamari. Shinsinken panics at the price and tells him to talk to his mom. Lindsay smiles, pats his head, and tells him not to worry, making up a story that his mom told me to buy plenty so she could spoil us. In a flashback, his mother John Wongson happily enters the kitchen, agreeing to prepare a feast. Even if he says yes to sharing deep down, his real trick is drawing life energy from there. Afraid of direct energy absorption failure, he'll test taking it through digestion instead. They're buying all three packs of ghost shadow squid, for a total of 2,994 yen. He thanks the female cashier. He thinks about the fortune he spends going out, and wonders when he'll be able to afford it again. When shopping ends and it's after 9, the city gets wild, so they head straight home for safety. He struggles to stop thinking about the Linziken experiment all the way, secretly placing his hand on the packaged meat. He immediately feels the familiar purple energy flicker as the system confirms the life energy trace of the ghost shadow squid is absorbed. A new creature manual opens, but progress 0.1%. A ghostly image of a creepy, multi-eyed squid appears over its head. Cycling through quiet streets, he's doing the math, spinning plans in his head. He eats a tiny piece of meat and realizes he can only unlock a fraction of his power. He's doing the math, thinking he needs to eat exactly 87 types. To reach 100% of the guidebook, which costs a fortune of 100,000 yen, he considers the octopus's ability to turn into water and vanish, saying this powerful skill is definitely worth the money. He's made his decision, he won't ask his family for that kind of money, he has to earn a massive amount. Then he remembers the other reason, the second reason for buying the meat, was to test if absorbing life essence would spoil it. Checking the package. It's been a long time, but the meat still looks shiny and fresh. With a fake smile, he's glad picking a scab didn't ruin the meat. As it continues to drain the power, the octopus's progress bar reaches 3%. His concentration is broken by Shinishing's shout. He slams on the brakes, tires screeching, stopping just inches from a couple on the bike path, and apologizes. He's mad at himself for not looking at the path why the road is so crowded. Shinixingen points ahead. It's a tense standoff. A muscular man with bright red hair is holding a woman hostage at knife point. Shinixingen realizes with horror that his captor is his teacher, Chao Mei. The man is shouting threats at the crowd. Police have the area surrounded, trying to calm the situation over the megaphone. The police captain's holding out Bing back from shooting. The captain is explaining. The target is too close to the hostage and is using them as a shield, so a clean shot is impossible. He suggests knockout gas. But the captain refuses. He's afraid the suspect will act before it takes effect. While police hesitate, Lin's Eisen takes action. He quietly picks up a small stone and throws it with incredible speed and precision. The stone hits Ah Bing's gun, causing it to misfire. The stray bullet hits the hostage-taker's hand, making him scream, drop the knife, and release teacher Chao Mei. Not missing the chance, the police captain yells at his team to move out. Officers rush forward and apprehend the unarmed suspect. The policewoman consoles the frightened but steady teacher Chao Mei. With the situation under control, Lin's Eisen quietly gets on his bike. Shin Chingon looks surprised and asks if you threw the stone. He quickly hushes her, says let's go and we'll talk later, and they start pedaling. As they are escaping, a voice commands them to stop. The police captain's calling out, asking if Lin's Eisen is the one throwing stones. Realizing she's caught, Lin's Eisen panics and denies everything with a nervous smile. The captain watches them pull away, wondering why he won't admit he did a good job. He's mocking the idea of a stale award. The promise of a reward catches Lin's Eisen's attention. He hit the brakes, skidded to a stop, and is running toward the captain because he needs money. Sheepishly, he takes back his lie, admits he threw the stone, and explains that the money is very important to him. The captain tells him to give a statement at the station and promises to help him with the reward application. After informing their families, Lin Jiqing and Shin Xingen prepare to head to the police station. They think everything's going well, but things go south when the police take the handcuffed suspect away. The suspect's face is hideously deforming. The police realize with horror, the man is a heretic and turns into a giant, warped rat. Right next to them, the monster snaps the cuffs and wildly swings its giant claws at the cops. The police captain orders all units over the radio to open fire, but the officers fire to protect civilians. The bullets aren't doing anything. Panic-stricken reports state the infidel merged with Rat King genes, urgently calling for reinforcements. Realizing the danger, Lin's Eisen apologizes, grabs them, and begs them to flee quickly. He feels relieved inside. The monster didn't follow them, but he knows they must get away fast. As they escape, someone new descends rapidly from the sky with a purple aura. She's a stylish and futuristic armored female cyborg. He lands a massive punch on the giant rat. The poor guy staggers and gets knocked back. The floating cyborg girl with short purple hair begins to charge a laser cannon in her chest. With the command, "Fire!" he launches a purple energy blast from his chest, obliterating the mutant rat instantly in a magnificent surge of power. The monster screams in pain, completely evaporating and leaving only scorched ash behind. Lin Zichen stands frozen, marveling at the cyborg's power. Once the danger passes, teacher Chao Mei and Shin Chingon sigh with relief. Lin Zichen, meanwhile, is working on his bike. Luckily that blast missed his monster engine, because that scene would have been a financial disaster. Just as the tension eases, it suddenly hits him. He looks in the basket, and the expensive ghost shadow squid meat is spoiled, smelling terrible. The theory he built initially was right. When the essence of life is drained, the flesh rots, but with a delay. Holding a limp tentacle, he realizes he needs an excuse and says the fight was over a dead heretic. He sets up a whole dramatic scene and throws the broken tentacle on the floor. He shouts, accusing the heretic and the cyborg's attack of burning flesh. Teacher Chao Mei calms her down, saying the important thing is that everyone is safe. Despite planning to head home at the captain's request, they're going to the station with the security team. They're surprised to find the remains of the movement in the same minibus. After the laser blast, only a pile of burning flesh was left, and I swear, the smell was a total disaster. Sitting in that cursed minibus, something bothers Lindsay Chen again. The life essence in Mr. Shuai's monster teeth remain even after his death. I wonder if this corpse has any life essence too? Did he actually eat that giant rat queen's genes or what? In the police van, Lindsay Chen wonders how much Rod King DNA she can scavenge from the charred corpse. He decides to try and calmly moves his hand toward the ruins. A red energy wave hits him in the Kima arena. The system reports he drank a trace of the giant mutant rat's life essence and advanced his guidebook by 500. He's surprised by how much he swallowed. It realizes that the freshness of the source is directly proportional to a higher chance of taking the life essence. The guard next to her notices Ah Pink moving and tells her to sit down immediately. Lindsay Chen quickly lies, saying she was just stretching. The public security office knows Ah Pink is easily fooled, but the captain is smarter. The captain tells him he's getting a bravery award but then asks more serious questions. The middle schooler wonders how Hirtin hit the knife hand so clearly from this distance in poor light. Lindsay Chen is being vague, saying it's because she overworks her right hand. That strange response leaves the captain bewildered. Right then, Shinsengan shouts. Auntie has arrived, and Lindsay Chen is surprised because her family is rushing to the station. Panic-stricken, his mother runs and calls out his name. She clings to him with fearful eyes, as if about to die. He's trying to calm her down, saying he's okay, and that he even got a bravery award. Hugging him, she makes him promise that he'll hide first at any sign of danger. With tears in her eyes, she says her only wish is for him to grow up safe and sound. Lindsay Chen, on the surface, is touched by her mother's heartfelt concern. He always reassures his mother he'll keep himself safe whenever they go out. The police captain watches them, reflecting on the young man's strange abilities. As they two female officers talking about the case. One says perverts have become utterly shameless, while another explains he's a literature student at Hirtin Guangyuan University, brainwashed by the rat god cult. One cop curses the cult, while the other says they need to root out the real problem. The name of the self-appointed Mouse King immediately catches Lindsay Cunan's interest on the car ride home. He starts researching the cult of the mouse god on his phone. He's amazed, tons of information appear before him. The cult's main base is in Shanghai, and most of its members are outcasts. He finds info like crazy. The Rat King is trying to evolve into a higher life form, and forces his followers to collect evolution materials. And this brings a terrible question to mind. I wonder if the Rat King is a perverse creature that gained its own consciousness? His thoughts are interrupted by a glance at the window. He sees a giant, cat-sized rat on the sidewalk. For a moment, he wonders if this is connected to the Mouse King. But he immediately dismisses this idea. In the South, cat-sized rats are pretty normal, he says to himself. After shaking that thought off, he notices how quiet Xing Zhengan is. He looks beside him, restless, his knees held tightly together, realizing instantly what's going on. She remembers that since he was little, he couldn't hold his urine when he was nervous or scared. Even if this source of shame haunted him, Lindsay can always sense the hidden power within this strange reaction. When they arrive home, Lindsay Chen's mother, Zhong Wangxin, is shocked that nearly 3,000 yen worth of animal meat is gone. Lindsay quickly makes up an excuse. He says she must have dropped it while running away in a panic. His mother prioritizes his safety, saying the meat doesn't matter, and the most important thing is that he's safe and sound. Lin Zichen breathes a deep sigh of relief, glad he fooled his mother. But his father Lin Yensing is more stubborn, announcing he'll go back to search for the expensive meat. He brags about being a former minimum wage worker, shouting that he's a tough guy. Lin Zichen's trying to stop it, saying it's dangerous and the meat's already spoiled. His father's suspicious, asking how he knows it's broken. Drenched in sweat, Lin Zichen says he guessed it quickly. Meanwhile, in the currently empty public safety office, the police chief lights a cigarette while reflecting on the weird events of the night. The question of how an ordinary middle schooler could throw stones with such power and accuracy keeps racing through his mind. Suddenly she hears a strange sound from the corner. His eyes widen as he sees a massive rat on top of the filing cabinets, much larger than a normal one. Before they can even act, the giant rat jumps down. The police chief draws his gun and fires. The fight ends in a quick, bloody mess. The next day in class, Lin Zichen sighs deeply at his desk, reflecting on the previous night, and realizing he is still too weak against the powerful, perverted female cyborg. He decides to make money fast to get more meat, like Phantom Shadow Squid, to fill the handbook's progress bar. He thinks about becoming an influencer or selling his lecture notes, but he rejects the plan, thinking it's too flashy and he'll stand out too much. Suddenly, a bright idea comes to your mind. In this world, martial arts and gene fusion are more important than academics. He says it's time to take action, then goes to the gym in Building B where the martial arts team practices and finds Coach Goyu. He grabs the thermos and waves while taking a drink. Surprise Coach Go. He's asking if you want to join the team or just get some information. Lin Zichen doesn't answer. She leans in and asks privately. If I join the team, is there a chance to compete in city tournaments? Is the prize money high? The coach answers with a smile. There's a chance to win prizes worth tens of thousands. After addressing the coach's primary concern, Lin Zichen shakes his hand and announces he's joining the team today. Coach Gua is happy to welcome him. Coach gathers the team and announces the new member. Introducing Lin Zichen, reminding everyone he won the championship at the sports event. Other team members Zhang Kai, Huang Tianqin or Asen, Li Shutong, and Han Gua introduce themselves. Lin Zichen is finally introducing himself. Because Lin Zichen has no formal martial arts training. Coach Gua shows the basic punching and kicking techniques. The master says the moves look simple but mastering them is a real pain. The team's fastest learner Li Shutong took a week to perfect these, then encouraged Lin Zichen to try. Lin Zichen takes his stance, thanks to his divine root of martial wisdom. This root of celestial wisdom grants him combat insights inherent to his nature. He has memorized and understood every detail shown just by watching. As he tries punch techniques, the system gives him points for vitality, strength, agility, and mastery. It performs hand and punch movements with flawless speed and precision. With a fluid transition, he moves into kicking techniques, striking with power and flow. Another system notification, points awarded for leg muscles, agility, and mastery. The coach and team are watching silently, frozen in place. The teacher's jaw dropped, he almost spilled his thermos, he literally couldn't believe it. He wonders how she mastered such a complex form with just one look. As he gazes at the flawless performance, a single thought emerges in his mind. This is definitely a once-in-a-million-year martial arts genius. That evening in Shanghai, Lin Zichen's mother, Jiang Wangxin, calls him for dinner. Spoon in hand, he jumps up excitedly and asks what she's doing. And as requested, it arrives with a magnificent grand plate, like a ghost shadow squid. It smells amazing, and he tells his mom the scent is just flying away. His mother insists that he dress warmly. He takes a bite, admitting her cooking skills are like a world champion's. He happily tells her about all the food. Because he reveals he bought her 3 full gins. The system notifies while the meal continues. Ghost Shadow Squid's life essence swallowed, guidebook progress at 3%. He gets angry at himself, wishing he hadn't touched the meat and ruined it. Eating meat has the same effect. If he understood, the first batch wouldn't have been ruined. While eating, a news report catches their attention. She's introduced as a 14-year-old genius and the youngest cyborg in history. Fusing with the energy core, his power exceeds human limits. It lifts a 5,000-kilogram SUV with one hand, hits 100 meters in 3 seconds, and jumps 8 meters high. Hearing this news, Lin Feiqin compares the power of the gene fusion masters back in Kyoto with this cybernetic girl. I wonder which path is stronger? Their thoughts are interrupted by another piece of breaking news. The security captain is reported dead in He Chun-chan's office. Security footage shows a giant mutant rat sneaking into the station and eating him. Medics are taking the body to the ambulance. Lin Feiqin is terrified. He's thinking about the big rat he saw last night, and if there's a connection. He imagines a giant rat invading and destroying the city. The captain's death is a harbinger of a maddening danger. Without blinking, Lin Feiqin instantly decides to ramp up the training. After the police captain's death, Lin Feiqin throws himself into brutal training. After intensive work, it can sprint 100 meters in 4.61 seconds. His physical strength peaked. It jumps 5.3 meters high. It displays horrific strength, like lifting 12 kilos with one hand. In addition to individual training, he continues sparring with the school team. He aims to gain strength quickly for the upcoming tournament. The next morning at school, he goes to the gym. The curious Shinkingen follows him too. On the way, a pink-haired girl warmly offers him fresh milk. He politely thanks them and declines. Shun and Kinganla continue walking. The girl freezes there in shock. Watching this scene from afar is his humorous companion, John Kai. He clenches his fist in anger. He's secretly upset that the guy who beat him in the sports event rejected the girl's gift. When she can't take it anymore, she runs and cuts them off. He's snapping at Linziken for his bad manners and what he did to the girl. Even though Linziken calmly says she has a milk allergy, John Kai doesn't believe her and mocks her for lying. Hidona points at Linziken, challenging him to a duel. Here are the conditions. If he loses, he'll leave Linzikini alone for good. But if Linziken loses, he scolds her for her bad attitude and for hurting the girl's feelings. When Linziken calmly explains her milk allergy, John Kai refuses to believe it and labels her a liar. Losing his mind, John Kai wags his finger at Linziken and challenges him to a fight. Sets the conditions, Kini alone for good. But if Linziken loses, that guy's drinking the whole bottle of milk. The challenge was just issued and a notification popped up. A new achievement mission has been cleared. Beat 1,000 different opponents in official matches, and just apply the genetic rules of survival. A sly grin instantly spread across Linzik's face. This is the exact opportunity he's been waiting for. With a scary purple aura dancing around his head, he accepts the challenge, the fire of anticipation burning in his eyes, saying yes to the showdown. News of the duel spread quickly across the school. 2 students already decided to run over and watch with excitement.
If you're curious about what happens next in the story, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. You can support me by liking the video and leaving a comment. See you in the next episode.
2 students are rushing over, excited to watch the popular freshman Lin Ziken pick a fight with a senior. 2 students are rushing over, excited to watch the popular freshman Lin Ziken pick a fight with a senior. By the time they're ready, the gym is packed, with a huge circle around the sparring area. The crowd seems to be on Lin Zixin's side, especially the fangirls. They're cheering, telling him to teach his opponent a lesson. Even that pink-haired girl is taking out her phone. John Kai scoffs, annoyed that everyone thinks they can beat him. He accepts it deep down. Lin Zixin has improved incredibly this past month. He sees this duel as his last chance to teach the rising genius a lesson. He wants to show his own power. Unlike his opponent's tension, Lin Z looks relaxed. He's perfectly calm, says he has to go to dinner, and asks if they can finish the fight quickly. John Kai takes it as an insult and accepts with a devious smile. Coach Gu steps in, starts the match, and reminds them of the rules, but before it begins, John Kai shouts for them to wait, offering Lin Ziken an advantage with a mocking smile. He says he's been training for 2 years, while Lin Ziken is just a 1-month rookie. To be fair, he announces he will let Lin Ziken have the first 3 moves. Lin Ziken just accepts it. Right then, Lin Ziken suddenly moves. It's closing in fast. Zonkai is stunned. Before his opponent can even raise his guard, Lin Ziken lands a single fatal punch. The hit is so hard that blood gushes from John Kai's nose. Suddenly, he passes out and collapses on the gym floor. The whole room is in shock. Silence has fallen. Coach Gu's jaw drops. He's in disbelief, shouting that the match ended with just 1 punch. The other team and the crowd are in shock, whispering about how they can't believe it ended so fast. The sound of a celebration breaks the silence. Shinzaiken raises his fist, cheering wildly for Lin Zike's victory. The other girls, including the pink-haired one, are shouting about how amazing he is. Standing over his defeated opponent, Lin Ziken receives a system notification. The notification says, by defeating his rival and winking at the opposite sex, he's earned priority mating rights. More importantly, the new mission progress is fully synchronized. He thinks he has a long way to go to unlock the natural selection feature. To speed things up, he gives the remaining terrified fighters a friendly but eerie smile. It suggests they should order as well. The crew watches in horror, faces pale. They immediately start making pathetic excuses. One has crammed school, the other's mom is making dinner. Some are faking being sick. Before escaping, John Kai is forced to his knees. Kaylee's denies having lost. Lin accuses Ziken and vows to crush him in a rematch. Coach Gu steps in. John Kai says to lose like a man. Then he wonders, was that punch just luck? Someone else decides to test the theory on Shawleyes. When he hears his name, the boy with spiky hair freezes in fear. He takes a fighting stance, but he's scared. Lin begs Zykan for mercy, pleading with him not to strike her face. The results will be clear in 10 minutes. Several fight team members are lying unconscious on the gym floor. Lin Zykan stands over them, noting he didn't hit hard, and they only exchanged a few punches. But when he checks the system, he's disappointed. Except for the first victory, the other spars didn't count toward his successes. The number of opponents is still 1,000. Apparently, a friendly spar wasn't enough. He needs to beat his rivals in an official competition. While thinking about this, a hand brushed his shoulder. Coach Gwa smirks, declaring that Lin Zyk is a true genius. In just over a month, it's clear the newcomer has become the star of the team. With newfound confidence, the coach claims that, led by Lin Zykan, they will crush their rivals and finish first in this year's regional martial arts tournament. While Coach Gwa leaps with joy, a light bulb goes off in Lin Zykan's head. He realizes the man is right. This upcoming tournament is the perfect chance to settle scores with multiple official enemies at once. He firmly understood that by beating them in official matches, every victory would count toward his progress. Lost in his thoughts, the defeated Zonkai calls out. He shakes himself off, stands up, points at Lin Zykan, and makes a bizarre, overly detailed confession of surrender. With those strange sentences he spoke, everyone, even Shinjin Wang, Coach Gwa, and Lin Zykan, is left in shock and terror. When the fight ends, the crowd starts running, leaving Zonkai stunned in the back, whining that he couldn't finish his speech. In this world, high schoolers choose either martial arts or academics. Given the world's cruelty, the fighter class is naturally the best choice. Not wanting to fall behind, Shin Chinkin decides to join the martial arts class and starts training like a beast alongside Lin Zykan. Their daily pace is insane. Open with a 3,000-meter run, then an hour-long punch and kick session. After that, they power up their muscles like crazy with sit-ups and push-ups. At the end of the workout, Lin Zykan rewards Shin Chinkan's muscular body with a massage. Of course, Lin Zykan isn't letting up. He pushes his limits every day. The urge to win the tournament and grab that natural selection ability is spinning wildly in his mind. In a month, all those grueling efforts will be tested. The day of the regional martial arts tournament has arrived. Lin Zykan is ready on stage, armed like a sword. A massive crowd in the huge city gym waits with anticipation at the center ring. In the waiting area, tension is practically colliding in the air. Coach Gwa glares at the roster, says their school is Shanghai High. The strongest team is Shanghai Team 1. It matched with his high school. One of the teammates adds to it, their morale is crushed because the opponent has this crazy guy who runs 100 meters in under 9 seconds. Lin Zykan senses the team's low morale, calmly raises his hand, and offers to take the first fight. Coach Gwa is worried, but lets him show his card. As Lin Zykan steps into the arena, Shin Chi-han cheers heartily from the sidelines. Coach Gwa, on the other hand, knows no bounds as he offers support through the megaphone. Lin Zykan is getting ready to fight. The opponent is Shanghai 1. A big, muscular young man from his high school steps forward. While Lin Zykan is praised for making the tournament as a freshman, he quickly changes his vibe and plays up his small stature. He's making a mocking face as if to say the scene is too much for a dwarf, who couldn't even reach 5'7". Flexing his biceps, he claims he'll show Lin Zykan the real power gap. The referee signals for the duel to begin. The giant opponent lunges at you fast. He's swinging punches like a storm. But Lin Zykan surprises. It doesn't slide back at all. He easily slips to the side and lands a quick punch to the chest. The impact is so terrifying that the huge student flies across the arena. Mind meld or fainting, they're definitely blacking out. The announcer freezes up. Then he starts to stutter, announcing Lin Zykan's victory. On the sidelines, Shin Kingen jumps with all 4 hooves in the air. He shouts that Xiaochen was great. The Shanghai High School team celebrates wildly, piling on top of their coach. Lin yells that Zykan is crazy. They're declaring their opponent's muscles dead. On the other side, Shanghai 1. High school coach is absolutely losing it while scolding his defeated student. He shouts that you attack blindly, without watching your step. Ring Lin Zykan receives a notification from the system. Eliminated another opponent and climbed the rankings. The number of opponents eliminated has reached 2,000. Clenching his fist, he's happy knowing these matches are exactly what's needed to move forward. The opposing coach is determined. He's calling out his next fighter to stop this hole. A boy named Shen Fong. He orders her to crush the first grade quickly. Shen Fong calmly accepts it. There's a boy named Shen Fong. They're telling him to crush first grade as fast as possible. Shen Fong calmly accepts it. As if there's no stress in your life at all. The moment she hits the stage, she strikes a perfect pose. He looks much calmer compared to the previous fighter. The announcer signals the start of the second duel. Shen Fong immediately shows off his superior technique. Moving at the speed of light, raining down attacks. Lin Seichen calmly handles the attack. He's blocking a giant boat with one hand. But when blocked, Shen Fong flips in the air and lands hard on the arena. He absolutely loves it. Medical teams rush out with a stretcher. They're leading Shen Fong away, saying they need to scan his head. The audience is stunned. They're whispering, calling it a disgrace. Rumors are going around that the neurotics is just lucky. Some angry folks are shouting that the tournament is rigged. They want a refund, but the Shanghai High School #1 coach knows how this works. With his head in his hands, he realizes in horror that this was not a matter of luck. This first-class Shanghainese is a real monster. The coach's new plan is ready in the waiting area, calling the next fighter, the spiky-haired boy Gove. He strictly instructs him to focus only on defense. He says he can't afford to lose. But Goffy is full of confidence. He calms his coach down and says, "Don't worry, I'm going to win." As he walks to his face, he wipes Lin's victories from his mind. He thinks his opponent isn't strong, whether by cheating or otherwise. With superhuman speed running 100 meters under 9 seconds and vast experience, he thinks losing is impossible. The crowd is being rowdy. The crowd's talking about Goffy, amazed by his speed. Someone says her father is a gene fusion user. That's how the source of your talents is explained. Everyone thinks Lindsay's bright journey is ending, yet they still respect her potential. The announcer declares the start of the duel. Ignoring the coach's instructions, Goffy goes on the attack. Lin Zixin delivers a powerful kick. Then he makes quick strikes. His special technique, Water Stream Rock Smashing Fist, is unleashed, watching the coach with rage and shouting loudly for his disobedience. Goffy underestimates the defense. Even he is in this unnecessary trouble. Lin Zixin dodges the blows as if dancing, finds the technique interesting, and decides to learn it immediately. Goffy is getting more frustrated. He can't land a single hit. Out of breath, he asks how she could dodge Lin's attacks. Lin Zixin is joking about whether there's a spare number. Furious and desperate, he unleashes a flurry of punches. Seeing the same cliché moves, he decides Lin's ice observation period is over. Okay, he thinks, let's finish this. Barely dodging the last punch, he lands a powerful kick to Goffy's stomach and ends the match instantly. The crowd falls back into a frozen, stunned silence. The silence is broken by the thunderous cheers of school supporters. Coach Guo and Shin Chi-nan are cheering like crazy, shouting that Xiaochen is a beast. They celebrate their third victory. The rest of the tournament proceeds with the same ease. The next opponents are even weaker. He takes down each of them effortlessly. Before long, he wipes out all 5 fighters on the opposing team by himself. The situation stays the same for the next 2 days. Maintaining his dominant performance, he takes down 2 more schools all by himself. With that amazing performance, he leads Shanghai High School to victory. He and his team pose proudly with their medals and the trophy. But when you look at the system, it shows only 16,001 competitors. He realizes with disappointment that at this rate, it will take years to unlock the natural selection feature. Even though it's moving slowly, there's a small bright side. Coach didn't expect Guo to be this generous, but he's taking the grand prize, a full 20,000 yuan. With what he won from academic competitions, he now has about 30,000 yuan. This money won't last long. He goes to the butcher right away and buys a massive pack of ghost shadow squid meat. For weeks, he's been devouring that expensive meat at every meal. After eating 30 jin, the Phantom Shadow Squid's Codex unlock rate rises to 33%. No, his intense training and monster meat feasts are finally paying off. When he reached his 2nd year of middle school, he leveled up. It just moved from 3rd to 4th level. Their physical strength has reached a whole new level. Now he can lift 1890 kilos with one hand. It has a 5.65 meter vertical jump and runs 100 meters in just 4.49 seconds. Time flies by, and soon, she and Shang Tsinghan graduate from Shanghai Middle School. But it looks like their paths will suddenly diverge once the high school entrance exam results are out. Heartbroken Shang Xinghan sits in her room, sobbing uncontrollably. Lin asks Hannah why they couldn't go to the same high school despite trying so hard. That explains it. He came first in both literature and martial arts. Shin's academic grades are great too, but his combat score. It wasn't enough for the elite class at Shanghai High School. While complaining, Shang Xinghan asks what will happen now. Lin Tan says the principal of Shanghai High School will visit their home, probably to pick him up. And he asks if he wants to come? Desperately and in tears, she answers me saying that for sure, the manager will only pick her. Lin takes Han's hand, pulls him up, and drags him out of the room. He comforts her, saying, "Forget your worries, I have a plan." He says there's only one condition for staying at Shanghai High. Shang Xinghan must be his classmate. Just as he promised, the manager is coming to their house. He and Shang Xinghan spent hours talking with his mother about Lin Zhan's future. The principal says repeatedly how much he wants her to stay at school. When the meeting ends, the manager stands up to leave and, as a final offer, says he'll give her anything she wants if she agrees to stay. Not missing the chance, Mr. Lin states his only condition. Shang Xinghan will be in the same class as her. Principal Shang looks at Xinghan and approves his name without hesitation, accepting with a smile. He tells them both to enroll together at Shanghai High School for the new school year. Overjoyed, Lin Tan and Shang Xinghan say thank you. With high school already secured, Lin Tan enters his final middle school tournament. As expected, his overwhelming power carries the team and wins them the championship. He finally decides to spend the prize money to unlock the Ghost Shadow Ink Squid Codex. It only had a 20% gap, and the new prize money was enough to fill the progress bar. Not knowing what will happen, he heads to a secluded forest outside Shanghai for safety. Without wasting time, he begins to eat the essence of the last squid meat. A strong blue energy appears around you, and the system notification confirms you've received plenty of essence. His eyes widen, he feels a final surge of power, and the Codex progress bar hits exactly 1. New notification. The Ghost Shadow Squid Codex has been unlocked, and a new biological trait, Fluid Adaptation Grace, has been gained. This ability increases harmony with water, allowing free movement and even invisibility in aquatic environments. But when the power settles, holding the faint squid arms in that quiet forest, she thinks her new ability isn't very bright. Still frustrated, Linza tests her new talent at a nearby pond. Turns out the grace of liquid compatibility has some useful advantages. Their skin doesn't wrinkle after long periods in water, and swimming is much easier with reduced water resistance, but there's no other noticeable effect. Sitting in the water and thinking logically, it's normal that the skill isn't great since the Ghost Shadow Squid is a low-level creature. He decides he must either collect high-quality monster meat or become strong enough to hunt powerful wild mutants alone to get better traits. The chilling memory of giant mutant rats gives him power. He clenches his fist, swearing to become even stronger. Right before school starts, Lin Zichen's mother and Shin Xing'an's family decide to go on vacation to better examine his new fluid harmony blessing. Lin Zichen suggests going to the beach. Standing in the ocean, Shin Chenghen shivers, complaining about the cold seawater. Lin Zichen feels right at home. He tells her to warm up slowly, then dives into the water and starts swimming at an incredible speed. As he moves, the system awards him stat points for swimming and diving. Shin Sinan yells from the shore, "Hey, teach me how to swim!" Lin Zichen pops his head out of the water, suddenly remembering his childhood friend still doesn't know how to swim. Patiently starts explaining the basics. He has average athletic ability, but Shin Sinan catches him off guard. "Swimming with excitement is so easy, I already got it!" he shouts, diving in effortlessly. He swims gracefully and freezes in surprise when he hits the surface, even though he thinks they didn't teach him to dive. Lin Zichen watches in amazement in the meantime. A strange blue aqueous aura seems to be radiating from him. Shin Kingen excitedly describes his feelings as he surfaces. While people say opening your eyes underwater usually hurts, she says it doesn't bother her at all. On the contrary, it's very cool and pleasant. Lin Zichen is confused. Watching him swim away, it feels pretty strange. He has natural talent, but picking up all these skills this fast isn't normal. It doesn't make sense. Suddenly, he notices something. He remembers having bedwetting problems whenever he's been tense for a long time. He wonders if this weakness might actually be a sign of a strong, pre-existing connection to water. This idea excites him. He now believes Shinchi-nan may possess a special cultivation body. It's like characters from the family Seongsia novels. They keep diving to try this. Shinkinga's performance surprises him even more. They hold their breath for over 10 minutes while exploring the underwater world. Incredible for a start. While swimming, Shinkingan's expression suddenly changes. A strange whirling sound begins to spread through the water. Both of them are looking up, trying to find the source. They suddenly surface and call out in fear to the glowing blue water surrounding Shinkingan. Walking on the beach that night, Lin Zichen asks what happened. Shiver the terrifying, strange sounds he kept hearing underwater. It comforts her and asks what those sounds are. He says he doesn't understand, but it's a constantly echoing female voice. Lin Zichen takes Kork and Shinkingan back to the hotel to calm him down. Then he searches online for the strange woman's voice, but finds no results. Restless, can't sleep, pours his energy into training. He feels a sudden burst of power while doing weighted sit-ups. A notification pops up in the system. It says their hard work paid off. Now it's become a common level 5. Surprised, but pleased. He's thinking about his new power. At level 5, he's strong enough to fight a fully evolved giant mutant rat. With a determined glint in his eyes, he clenches his fist, thinking it's not impossible to tear those creatures apart with his bare hands. He goes to the deserted beach at night to test his new limits. The stat increases are insane. The 100-meter time dropped to 3.64 seconds, and the vertical jump reached an astonishing 6.98 meters. He heads to a nearby car to test his strength and discovers he can lift a 1.6-ton vehicle with one hand. With this development, his life moves forward. Vacation's over, and Shang-Qin and Han are starting high school together at Shanghai High School. They show up early on the first day of class to be on duty. 2 new female classmates recognize him instantly, excitedly whispering about how handsome he is and how lucky it is to be on duty with him. He's surprised his classmates recognize him, but then something even stranger happens. Just being on guard triggers a new mission in the system. The mission requires completing 1,000 collaboration tasks for a new biological trait. Social animal. While cleaning the classroom with King Hanla, Sun wonders what this new feature does. With the school year just beginning, he decides to stop by Mammoth Supermarket after class. Now that Ghost Shadow has accessed the Squid Codex, it's time to set a new target for the ability. While browsing the expensive monster meat aisle, his eyes fixate on a new product in the fridge. The Wild Giant Eagle's packaged head is priced at 1,998 yuan per kilo. With a confident smirk, he takes the package and makes his decision. This will be his new target. The Wild Giant Eagle is a much higher level anomaly than the Ghost Shadow squid. Their vision is so powerful, it's 30 times better than a human's, making them a lethal predator that hits even the fastest prey with total precision. Lin Zai is examining the eagle meat in his room. He thinks opening the guidebook is a worthy goal, because this sharp vision provides an unbreakable combat advantage. The price of the meat is 1,998. It's a reasonable and suitable option for every jinn. When the hand touches the flesh, a blue energy surrounds it. The system confirms he swallowed a piece of the Wild Giant Eagle's life essence. This uncovers 1% of the guidebook. After a few calculations, he notices that 1 caddy of meat only grants 1% progress. So he'll need to spend over 200,000 yuan to fully unlock the guidebook. He realizes that tournament prizes in high school are much bigger than in middle school. He must work harder in competitions to unlock the Wild Giant Eagle's Codex before steadily entering his second year. As soon as summer break ends, Lin Zio's adventure at Shanghai High School begins. On the first day, the teachers introduce themselves. Martial arts and classroom teacher, mechanical modification instructor, gene fusion teacher, and wilderness survival coach. After the introductions, the students take turns introducing themselves. The first to speak is long purple-haired Chu Yutong, who says she specializes in art. Next, the energetic, pink-haired Zhong Yijia talks about her love for anime, cosplay, and sports. Next is Pang Huangguang, who says he loves playing video games at home. Then it's Shinsinga's turn. Being the center of attention makes him extremely nervous. Blushing, she only says her name, mentions she likes drawing, and asks everyone for support. Finally, it's Lin Zichen's turn. He gives the shortest and most concise intro. Stands up, says the name, and expects everyone's support. Introductions end, time flies by. A new girl with brown hair enters the class and approaches Shin Sin-han. The girl is surprised. The new girl asks Shin Xing about her test score. Shin Changhan nervously announces his score of 709, and then the new girl Chu Rui asks about her own score. Chu Rui is surprised. Shin Chung realizes Han's score is over 10 points higher than his own 698. Then he'll ask about the P grade. He admits he only got a 95 out of 100. This question makes Shin Changhan extremely uncomfortable. The Chekals say their score is not good. Panic rises within. With a score of 79, he thinks he barely missed the elite class and is too ashamed to say it out loud. Failing to get a hint, the persistent Chu Rui continues to guess whether he got a 94 or a 93. Shin Changhan looks away in shame and whispers that it's even lower. Chu Rui continues to predict the lower limit scores of the 90s. Shin Changhan becomes completely stunned. Suddenly, a hand slams the table, breaking the silence and startling Chu Rui. Or Lin Zichen's. He leans uncomfortably and asks the excited girl if he can add her WeChat. Surprised and delighted by the handsome man's interest, the girl happily accepts. Shin Changhan takes a deep breath. She's grateful to Lin Zichen for saving her from that awkward conversation. Lin Zichen then asks the other male classmate for his contact info. Shinsen adds them and creates a group chat for 4 people. The system instantly confirms it's successful. Complete another collaboration task to reach 2,000 social animal achievement points. He thinks this task is surprisingly easy. After the group chat is set up, for new friends start getting to know each other. So, he says you're from Nanyuan, come from a prestigious martial arts family, and run a dojo. He even proudly mentions placing 8th in the Nanyuan Youth Martial Arts Competition. Chu Rui mentions that her family owns a chain of clothing stores, and that they are wealthy. Once Lin Zichen and Shin Sing-dun share their backstories, the 4 friends suddenly become a very tight-knit team. Just as they're getting friendly, Yu asks the others to guess who's the strongest student in their class. Chu Rui instantly points his finger at Lin Zichen, because he passed the regional entrance exam with the highest score. This Yu is quite surprising. Turns out he didn't know his new friend was so cool. But Lin Zichen, in his modest way, says something like this: coming in first in the exam might not mean you're the strongest. And then, they drop a surprising detail. Word is the principal spent a fortune recruiting 2 powerhouse students from Nanyang for his class. Yu immediately points to those 2 kids. The first kid, blonde Wang Shiji, ranks 3rd in Nanyang and nails the 100 meters in 7.98 seconds. The second one is the big, muscular guy, Lu Gang. With natural strength, he easily lifts a 300-kilogram barbell with one hand. Shin Sing-ganla's consciousness gets affected, and they're getting a bit scared, while Lin Zichen stays as calm as a Zen master. Deep down, he's mocking their success, because he's been on top of those records since elementary school. Then the bell rings again. Next is the distribution of textbooks. There are 4 main courses this term: martial arts, gene fusion, mechanical modification, and wilderness survival. Lin Zichen already learned it all on his own. In his spare time, he decides to find a hidden spot and get to work. He thinks about major threats even while training. It reminds him that the dangerous Ragdot cult is still running wild. The police only caught the low-level cultists, but their leader, the powerful Mouse King, is still at large and running wild. This dark situation fuels his ambition. He clenches his fist, deciding to boost his power as fast as possible and reach at least level 6. Because he thinks not even the Mouse King here can stand against him. The first practical lesson is survival in nature. Master Shirchonbai gathers the students in a wooded area and asks if they can start a fire by rubbing wood together. He dismisses this as a useless talent. But to everyone's surprise, they see Wang Shuji and Lu Gang step forward to make fire using primitive methods. The teacher is surprised and asks how he learned it. Lu Gang said it at summer camp. Wang Shuji is self-taught by watching videos on the internet. When they are done, Lin Zichen quickly teaches his own group and they pick up the skill immediately. Then in martial arts class, teacher Yao Yuanfang announces he'll teach a special breathing and cultivation technique. Once again, Wang Shuji and Lu Gang are shouting what they've learned, showing off in class. Their performances are a bit clumsy, but they get the job done. Since Lin Zichen already knows, he chooses to stay quiet and indifferent. That way, he keeps a low profile. A month passes without a hitch. One day in mechanical modification class, teacher Kai Yuanfei announces a test, offering cash prizes to the top 3. 888 yuan for first place, 666 for second, and 333 yuan for third. Lin Zichen's eyes light up at the reward, as the top prize equals nearly half the cost of that expensive wild giant eagle meat. Everyone gets motivated, and the exam begins. Hypocritically, Gene Fusion teacher Lu Duran drops the same prize-winning pop quiz. After 2 tough exams, the students are exhausted. Heiyu slaps the table, groaning over and over. Other students are also complaining about how hard the questions are. A girl says she dreams of getting a 90, but can only pass with a 60. While others complain, Wang Shuji and Lu Gang start showing off with a relaxed attitude. Lu Gang asks Secretary Wang how he did it. Secretary Wang is confident. He's worried about the last part of the final question, but thinks he'll get a 95. Lu Gang is joining in much more relaxed, saying he expects the same score. Listening to their arrogant chatter, Heiyu narrows his eyes and clenches his fists, imagining himself shutting them up for good. The teacher is announcing the mechanical modification test results. First, it says Gui Willing got 52 points, while Shen Sinan passed with 61. Shen Sinan joyfully tells Lin Zichen she passed, and he congratulates her on her perseverance. He was thinking about how much he wanted to punch them and smash their faces in. The teacher's reading the mechanical power test results, calling out Gui Yueling's scores. Says you got 52 points, while Shen Singa passed with 61. Shen Sinan excitedly tells Lin Zichen he passed, congratulating him on his hard work. The teacher chimed in again. I was gonna shout 90 for you, but you really shined with an 88. His friends cheered, and he kept it humble. I just got lucky, man, that's all, he said. He promised to take them out for a meal with a 333 yuan third-place prize. Then the teacher said Lu Gang and Wang Shuoji got exactly 95, just like you said. Just one question. He praised them for working a miracle. Wang Shuoji is confident if they'd given him 10 more minutes, he would have nailed this final question. Lu Gang also agreed, just like a bro. Hearing these empty words, he was a bit upset but comforted himself. I didn't get first, but third place is mine. Hope it stays that way. But the teacher dropped a total bombshell on us. Even though the exam was hard, Lin Zichen got a perfect 100. Wang Shuoji and Lu Gang were shocked, yelling, "What kind of result is this? It's nonsense!" The rest of the class erupted in joy. Even he played it smart and joined the applause. Everyone said Lin Zichen was on another level. Shen, Qing Han, and Shuri celebrated him as the hero of Shanghai. But Lin Zichen didn't care about their praise. He always kept his eyes on the prize. He raised his hand and asked, "Teacher Kai, when will the 888 yuan prize for first place be handed out?" The teacher said she'd send it later. Wow, he thought. The guy's obsession with money is really weird. An hour later, the Gene Fusion exam results were released. Teacher Kai Yuanfei read the grades one by one. This time, the Nan Yuan team didn't do a good job. Lu Gang got 81, Wang Shuoji got 83. Still not bad, but they looked disappointed. As for Shen, Qing Han is doing fine. He got a 78 and made the top 5. He celebrated with Shuri by his side. But the weird thing is, Lin Zichen aced it again and snagged another massive reward. This second blow crushed the Wang Shuoji and Lu Gang. They were all laid out on the floor. Wang Shuoji and Lu Gang, unable to digest their defeat. How did you get a perfect score on such a hard test? The guy definitely knew beforehand. And started stirring up trouble. Teacher Kai Yuanfei shut down that absurd accusation instantly. No way, I prepared all the questions myself. The answers aren't on the internet. There's no way they could cheat like that, he said. Wang Shuoji and Lu Gang fell silent. But being in a class is different. Heiyu and Shuri giggled. They teased Wang Shuoji and Lu Gang for acting salty after losing. He declared them the disgrace of Nanyuan City. When it comes to flaws, the rough and crude types cause the most trouble. They added. The wilderness survival test started in the afternoon. Master Chung Bai said the awards are the same and include prize money. The exam has 3 parts: climbing, swimming, and making fire by friction. Because they failed their academic exams, Wang Shuoji basically told Lu Gang, I-5. Lu Gang confirmed. The two of them gave Lin Zichen a dirty look. We eat it and erase our shame. The exam started with climbing. Speed determines the winner. As expected, Lin Zichen climbed with incredible agility and speed. He left the others in the dust and took first. The tree climbing ended the same way. Lin Zichen is first again, and Wang Shuoji said he can't even see his shadow ahead. Lin Zichen was awesome, but his real target was Shan Kingen. In Lin Zichen's case, he knew he would finish it at the end. But he didn't give up. Because Shan Kinga's talent was in the water, he was sure he would recover during the swimming part. Next up was starting a fire. Lin Zichen would pick up the pace the moment he caught a whiff of money. It started with focus. He lit the fire and blew it up in 58 seconds. Wang Shuoji and Lu Gang were frozen in shock. Is this man always this quick with everything? How many hands do I have, I wonder? They went crazy. The last part of the exam was swimming. This time, Shan Kingen takes the stage. With his connection to water, he swam at super speed. As we crushed the Nanyuan duo, their confidence hit rock bottom once again. Wang Shuoji has completely lost his mind. Bu Shang wondered how Kingen could break the water so suddenly. He said she must be hallucinating. They defeated Wang Shuoji and Lu Gang after the exam. For a long time, they didn't really get intimate. But this silence lasted all through lunch. The martial arts final exam began in the afternoon. Teacher. Yao Yuanfang said it's time to test your skills in battle. The top 3 will win prizes. And that really got the class hyped. Shuoji Wang rekindled this flame for Lu Gang. They built up motivation and beat their heads against stones to reclaim their honor. They said this is a martial arts school. What really matters here are conditioning and fighting techniques. If Lin's could not fight, the other notes were worthless. Before sparring, the teacher had everyone do a physical test as a warm-up. The 100-meter dash, one-handed snatch, and vertical jump were measured. Lin stayed back a bit to avoid showing off, but he still put on an incredible performance. He ran 100 meters in 7.708 seconds. He lifted a 330-kilo barbell with one hand. His vertical jump was 2.18 meters. He came in first in all of them, and even passing the Nanyuan duo just slightly. Minds just went blank right then. They were literally shocked. How could Wang Shuzi not realize that Lin Zichen was faster? Lu Gang was stunned that someone who didn't even look like he was trying could be so powerful. To boost morale, Wang Shuzi told Lu Gang that failing a physical test doesn't mean losing the sparring match. Skill is also essential in a real fight. They fooled themselves into thinking their superior technique gave them a chance. After the test, everyone moved to the sparring area. Lin Zichen is eager to complete the survival achievement. He stepped into the ring for the first time. But seeing his overwhelming power, no one dared to challenge him. Even Wang Shuzi and Lu Gang observed first. Noticing the lull, the teacher stepped in. They called a student named Lu Wei. Lin told her to spar with Ison. The two met, but the match ended before it even started. To save time, Lin Zichen finished the match instantly, blowing Lu Wei away with a single devastating punch. Then he quickly attacked his other rivals. He took down the whole class with the same ruthlessness. Watching this, Wang Shuzi and Lu Gang were pulled into a vortex of despair. Wang Shuzi realized with horror that Lin Zichen was far more powerful than they had imagined. Maybe he didn't go full throttle on the physical test. He wondered how anyone could compete against such a monster. With their spirits down, he suddenly leaped into the ring and shouted Lu Gang's name. He pointed at Lu Gang, declaring he was warmed up and at his peak, challenging him to a fight. Lu Gang, eager to vent his rage, agreed immediately. He said to himself that even if Lin Zichen lacked confidence, he would still win and crush him in 30 seconds. With a battle cry, he attacked, clashing with quick punches. But the power gap was clear. Lu Gang easily caught He Yunan's kick, used his superior strength to spin her, and tossed her out of the ring. He slammed to the ground, vomiting from the defeat. In a victory pose, Lu Gang looked smugly at his defeated friend. He grudgingly admitted that Yunan's physical technique was the best in the class. But he proudly stated he was still better after the victory. When Lu Gang turned around, he saw Princess Lin's approaching. Lin's calmly initiated an internal sparring challenge. He saw this as an opportunity to progress in the achievement quest. Filled with the thrill of victory and self-confidence, Lu Gang smirked and agreed. He declared he wasn't afraid. Lu Gang immediately attacked with a powerful punch, but the skill gap was obvious. Lin's itching moved in the blink of attack easily and left after images behind before Lu Gang even knew what happened. Lin's responded with a quick kick. The heavy blow landed right on Lu Gang's back, sent him flying out of the ring. He was defeated with a single punch. The Nanyuan duo were completely defeated. The other students started picking on the last one left. They shouted at Wang Shuoji. They asked if he would avenge his fallen friend. And they said the pride of Nanyuan is now on his shoulders. With a single blow, he made a giant throw in the towel. Nanyuan's farm members start shouting at the student lying on the ground. They're calling out to Wang Shuoji, whether you'll avenge your fallen brother. They say the pride of Nanyuan is all he has left now. They put everything on her back. They say don't mock us and be a coward. Wang Shuo gets angry and shouts at the crowd to shut up. He storms the ring, claiming he's planning to fight more. Standing across from him is Lin's Ichin. It's so powerful that Wang Shuoji pulls himself together, ready for anything, determined to find a way to defeat it. Wang Shuoji shouts, I'm going full throttle, and Lin's attacks Ichin furiously. But it's a wasted effort. He stops Lin's punch with one hand, counterattacks, and sends Wang Shuoji flying with such a blow that he flips backward. He slams hard onto the airport lounge floor from the heat. Foaming at the mouth and unconscious, he was easily defeated just like the others. Once the Nanyuan duo is handled, Lin Zichen can take down the other men one by one with ease. After defeating all the men, he checks his system. According to the rules of survival of the fittest, beating the same person over and over only counts once. So that means only the girls are left as rivals. I wonder if the girls are all eager. Her friends gather shyly, making hearts, all looking for a chance to fight. The first volunteer is Chu Yutong, who excitedly raises her hand and takes the challenge. It leaps onto the ring and attacks with surprising speed and agility. But Lin's Ichin is on a whole different level. He dodges the move easily, and Chu Yutong is amazed by his speed. She lands gracefully, but is very sad that she couldn't catch it. Unexpectedly, after his defeat, the other girls come out one by one to challenge him. Of course, Lin's is very soft towards the girls. His goal is not to hurt them, but to win official matches and complete his success quickly. In no time, he finishes the fights with all the girls in the class. Even if he defeats every student, he's still far from complete success. He's a little sad. But his spirits soar when student Yao Yuan Feng suddenly brings good news. The teacher praises the class, saying that as elite students, they must learn to challenge those above them. They're facing the strongest regular class in the second year within a month. He's waiting for them to be ready. While components, Lind was overjoyed to have this match opportunity fall right into his lap. After the master dismisses class, a very humble Lu Gang approaches him. He admits he looks down on the school and says from now on, for the next 3 years, his rival is Lin Zichen. When Lin heard the teacher's plan for constant challenges with other classes, she realized achieving success within a year wasn't impossible. Wang Shiji vows to wipe out defeat before graduation. But Lin prefers to focus on more useful things. He calculates that he earned over 3,000 flour just from exam rewards. This excites him because he finally has the money to buy monster meat. Fists clenched, he ignores the Nanyuan duo, who are fuming at his arrogance. That night, he thinks about his financial situation in his room. The reward money is good, but not enough to buy all the monster meat. To earn more, he follows in his family's footsteps, signs up as a web novelist, and begins his writing journey. His writing is wonderful thanks to the root of celestial wisdom. The next morning, he finds a contract invitation from the Webin platform in his messages. After signing the contract, he sees terrible news on that same day. 2 hours ago, a giant frozen meat storage facility outside the city. The news details that brutal attack. The mutant rat was over 5 meters long and was so strong it ripped the responding cyborg in half. The cyborg, caught in its death throes, activated its hidden backup power core. He decided to blow himself up, taking the enemy with him. The resulting explosion blew the giant mutant rat to pieces right then and there. Lin Zichen, who read the news, was terrified. Looking at the photo of the giant rat, he started wondering how many more giant mutant rats were hiding in Shanghai. And he wonders where these giant creatures could be hiding. On game day against the strongest sophomore class, students gathered in the Shanghai High School gym. Before the match, Master Yao Yuanfeng held a strategy meeting with his best fighters. He told them the rival class is generally stronger and will likely try to wear them down with defensive tactics. He ordered them to finish the matches as quickly as possible. Right after the meeting, Lin Zichen rushed toward the public. He wants to defeat as many new rivals as possible to complete the survival achievement. He was the first to volunteer to go. Her opponent, a girl with long blonde hair from the second-year class, stepped into the ring. When he saw his rival, he immediately complained to his teacher. He said they sent the elite class's strongest fighter first. He claimed to be the weakest student in his class and questioned how he should fight. Furious, teacher Yao Yuanfeng marched toward the opposing class teacher, the older man he called brother. He accused him of breaking the secret rules in the class fight. The weak students are supposed to fight first. He asked me why I sent the strongest student in the first match. To stop the fight, teacher Yao took Lin Zichen off stage and ordered the weaker students to go first. Lin Zichen reluctantly agreed and stepped down. The teacher then pointed to Zhong Jiaj and told him to go first, but he was caught off guard and protested. Seeing the opportunity, Shen Chenghan stepped forward. He told the teacher he was weak and should be the first to go. Shen Chenghan joined the circle with excitement. He's clearly scared of the long-haired blonde girl. Next, classmates Chu Rui and Heiyu started cheering for their friend Han Han. But this pressure only made Shen Chenghan more tense. The match started, and the blonde girl. He attacked with a fast. Shen Chenghan managed to block it. Despite the struggles, Shen Chenghan stayed determined. He knew he couldn't win. But he's determined to focus only on defense to drain his opponent's energy. The plan worked. 3 minutes later, the blonde girl is panting heavily, shocked by Shen Chenghan's endurance. He realized he'd run out of energy if the match dragged on, and decided to end it quickly. He attacked with one last powerful punch. The punch landed, and Shen Chenghan collapsed, defeated. When he got up, his face was red. He was clearly embarrassed. Teacher Yao Yuanfeng praised him. He gave a thumbs up, saying he did a great job and that his defense strategy was clever. Lin patted Shen on the head and comforted him. He said she did very well against an upperclassman by holding out for over 3 minutes. Shen Xinan looked at her with comfort and smiled happily. After Shen Xing's defeat, another brown-haired girl from the elite class took the ring. Seeing the opponent look tired in the previous match, he took the chance and went on the attack. He threw a powerful kick, but the master-level opponent dodged easily and countered with a quick punch. The brown-haired girl was quickly crushed and pinned down, screaming in pain as they forced her to surrender. Standing over his fallen opponent, he must humiliate him. It asked if you think you can just barge in and look down on the normal class. He was jealous of her and kept throwing shade. He said, "You might not have the talent, but I've trained for another year." He let it go, said, "Study for another year, then come and face me." Right then, Chu Rui showed up, determined and at full speed. Shen Xing said he'd avenge Han and tear that guy apart. Chu Rui has shown he's a solid fighter. He flattened his opponent with a single slap. On the side, Shen Xinghan was shouting enthusiastically. Because Chu Rui was a legend. Lin Zichen turns to Shen Xinghan. Chu Rui said it was an easy win because you'd already worn the guy out. Shen Xinghan was laughing happily. 2 hours later, the fight continued. Elite class has tied the score. Teacher Yao Yuanfeng went over to Teacher Feng and snickered, saying they only have 4 fighters left and he's sure they'll win the bet. But then he turned to his students and told them not to get complacent. The class's true power lies in 4 ace fighters. Lin Zichen, Wang Shuzi, Lu Gong, and Heiyu. The real war starts now. After the teacher spoke, Heiyu was called to the front. He cracks his knuckles and enters the ring seriously, posing with a slap to the floor. He took a fighting stance as if to slap his brother and asked exaggeratedly, "Are you ready for your opponent? My fists have drunk water for battle." The brown-haired rival laughed mockingly and told him not to act so childish. He got angry and suddenly threw a quick kick, knocked the opponent down. Standing over you, he mocked your low skill and asked where the confidence came from, calling you trash. While celebrating his victory, a scarier guy with purple hair stormed the ring. Her eyes glared at Yu, scolding him for his arrogance. The big brother threw a heavy punch and said he'd pack a punch. While Abi was in shock, Yu moved with incredible speed and easily parried the attack. He immediately countered with a hard kick, sending the guy flying and knocking him out. Chu Rui and Shinik Sinon shouted excitedly, and Yu supported them. Picking up speed, Yu quickly knocked down a ton of opponents in a row. After defeating 5 fighters in a row, Yu, out of breath and exhausted, shouted that he could handle one more while trying to look strong. But his stamina ran out, of course. He went down on his 6th opponent. When Yu was eliminated, things looked bad for the elite class. Only 3 fighters left, and Class 2 still has 13 men. After Yu, Wang Shuji stepped up, unleashing his full power in a storm of punches and kicks, crushing 10 opponents single-handedly before the long streak finally exhausted him. In the 11th match, his deck ran out and he lost. Then Lu Gang showed up and quickly took out the opponent's 2 best fighters in less than 10 minutes. With only 1 opponent left, teacher Yao Yuan Feng smirked and said it would be better if Brother Feng just surrendered. But Brother Feng didn't seem to care. He confidently called out his last student, Wang Jinhei, and said it was his turn. A massive, bulky, fat student came on stage. He was like a giant hovering over Lu Gang. Ignoring his opponent's intimidating height, Lu Gang scoffed, calling him just a big fat monster. He said he'd strike in a flash. He landed a powerful punch on Wang Jinhei's big belly, but to his surprise, the impact was 0. It's like it hit a solid intersection. He unleashed a rapid flurry of punches, but every blow was absorbed by the thick layer of fat. Lu Gang was finally out of breath, completely exhausted. When he realizes his attacks are futile, his motionless opponent looks at him with a calm expression. Now, as if it's his turn, he's asking if Lu Gang is finished. Before Lu Gang can even react, Wang Jinhei grabs him by the neck, hurling him out of the ring in one move to seize victory, leaving only 1 fighter in the elite class. Frozen before such a powerful fighter, teacher Yao Yuanfei cries out that he has no memory of such a person. Shocked by such a strong fighter, teacher Yao Yuanfei shouts that he doesn't remember such a student in the 2nd grade. The opposing coach, Brother Feng, grins and explains that Wang Jinhei is a new transfer this term. Then he mockingly reminds teacher Yao about the bet, saying she'll lose and have to buy dinner for the whole opposing class. Realizing he was tricked by his opponent's secret weapon, teacher Yao clenches his fist in fury. Fearing even Lin Zichen can't defeat this beast, he still tries to look brave for his last disciple. Putting a hand on Lin Zichen's shoulder, he promises it's his turn now. He says, "Do your best. Don't worry about winning. Experience is what matters." Lin Zichen just smiles and reassures his teacher that he will win. It leaves you speechless. Watching Lin Zichen step into the ring, Wang Jinhei looks him up and down, acting unimpressed. He finds his opponent too weak and is amazed that his class's last trump card is someone like that. On the sidelines, Shen Qingqian, Chu Rui, and the elite class girls hurl insults at Wang Jinhei. They call her a spoiled brat and cheer for Lin Zichen. Wang Jinhei says he's tired of these nicknames and will give Lin Zichen an advantage by letting him have 10 free hits. Because he wants to stop Lin Zichen and his little fangirls from saying he's bullying his younger opponent later. Lin Zichen happily accepts this proposal. Wang Jinhei says to come with full power. Lin's first strike lands right in the giant opponent's stomach. It's so powerful that Wang Jinhei starts spinning in midair and slams into the ground, knocked unconscious. Both classes are in shock. Silence has fallen. But the massive, tearful cheers of the elite class soon drown out the noise. They're celebrating Lin Zichen's magnificent victory. A little later, Wang Jinhei slowly regains consciousness. Completely stunned, trying to figure out where he is and what's going on. Then he mutters that this result is illogical and unscientific. After Lin Zichen's victory, the second-grade teacher approaches Yao Yuanfeng. The elite class teacher is amazed by Lin Zichen's power, comparing his one-punch knockout of Wang Jinhei to the former prodigy Wu Tiancheng. Yao Yuanfeng says Lin Zichen is strong, but not at Wu Tiancheng's level. It says Wu Tiancheng was a monster who terrified the principal in first grade. Hearing this name, Lin Zichen approaches them and asks who Wu Tiancheng is. Yao Yuanfeng excitedly recounts how, years ago, the legendary Wu Tiancheng shocked school leaders by defeating the entire third-year elite class alone as a freshman. The teacher continues by sharing Wu Tiancheng's incredible statistics. Running 100 meters in 6.12 seconds, a 3.96-meter vertical jump, and a 650-kilogram one-handed deadlift. When asked if he's impressed, Lin Zichen smiles and says a little, but secretly thinks Wu Tiancheng's peak is only equal to his own power back in 6th grade. That night, the class celebrates their victory at a restaurant. Teacher Yao Yuanfeng raises a cola and clinks glasses. With joy, she announces that thanks to Lin Zichen's victory, the teacher of Class 2 must honor the bet and pay for everyone's meal. The whole class raises their glasses and applauds Lin Zichen's performance. At dinner, Lin Zichen is surrounded by classmates, including Hiyu and Shuru. They're now school celebrities. In a panic, Shin Qinan quickly tells Lin Zichen he needs to use the restroom and rushes off. Lin gazes at Zichen, seeing that despite the changes, his urge to pee when nervous or excited remains the same. Two girls, classmates, are gossiping in the restroom. Someone's complaining about how Shin Qinan treats Lin Zichen like a slave, acting like a butler who's constantly refilling drinks and peeling shrimp. The other agrees and can't help but wonder, how did a weakling like Shin Qinan make the elite class, right? Of course, there had to be a sycophant. And they're calling the relationship a disaster quite ruthlessly. Because the talent gap will supposedly blow them away. Right then, Shin Qinan overhears this, his face showing zero morale and visible pain. But he's not hiding. He's facing them at full throttle. Like a slap to the face for scared girls, he's shouting, "I'm not his sycophant. I'm his childhood friend." On the way home that evening, Lin Zichen notices that Shin Qinan seems quite down. He's asking if there's a problem. And he leans over, telling the story. His mother always said that he wouldn't wet the bed when he grew up. But he says it so angrily that he still has to wear diapers every night. Looking at him makes me feel handicapped. He says he doesn't even have bladder control. Lin Zichen is upset and tells Shin Qinan seriously that he is not disabled at all. Shaking him gently by the shoulders, she explains that bladder control isn't actually complete, but it's a superpower. Shin Qinan looks puzzled but hopeful. Is it really a superpower? They ask. Lin Zichen confirms it, saying your water is part of this power. Curious, Shin Qinan asks if he has any superpowers as well. Lin Zichen confidently replies, "Of course I do, just like you." Shin Qinan excitedly asks, "What about my power then?" Lin Zichen is hyping things up. It's definitely going to be a very powerful force. Right then, a team in hazmat suits blocks their path as police warn the public via megaphone. Back off, we're fighting rats. The sounds of chaos can be heard inside the building. A man in an apron is attacking a swarm of mice with a broom, trying to save them from the team. The team keeps saying stop, shouting not to kill my brothers. His face contorted with pain and rage, he keeps shouting. Giving in to his rage, he's charging right at the team. He's screaming that he'll fight you to the death. Watching everything unfold, Shin Ixingen asks Lin Zichen if the man has gone mad. Lin Zichen agrees, he's probably not in his right mind. Even if he's sad about the situation, some people are just like that. He says let's go home. That night, at Lin Zichen's house, he and his family are watching a worrying news report. The news reports a young female teacher went missing last week and still hasn't been found. His mother Zhang Wanson is in a panic. It says the fourth young woman went missing this month. His father Lin Yin-sung immediately corrects him, adding, "No, the fifth." The news continues. The missing women are all young and attractive. Women are being warned not to go out alone at night. Worried, Zhang Wanson warns his son, "Don't leave Shin Qinan alone." Lin Zichen smiles and says, "Okay, I'll keep an eye on him." Meanwhile, at a public security office in Shanghai, the man taken from the marketplace is in custody. A doctor in a lab coat is talking to the police. The police are asking the doctor if the man is in his right mind. The doctor can't say for sure, but says she tried to talk to the suspect and he didn't say a word. The police were surprised because the man was just screaming non-stop in the market. Suddenly, someone now hunched over, surrounded by a dark, terrifying aura. Before her terrified eyes, the man begins to transform. It's evolving into a massive, crazed, monster-like rat. Terrified by the horror, he screams and grabs his police radio, calling for backup. He needs a cyborg team, immediately. He's shouting that the man in the interrogation room turned into a giant, crazed creature. A giant crazed rat is making a mess. The police fire shot after shot, but the bullets barely slow him down. As the police pull back, a female officer calls it in. HQ confirmed all cyborgs are on other assignments. The director adds gloomily, "Backup won't arrive in 10 minutes, and their ammo won't last that long." Realizing they can't fight directly, the director orders his team into the vehicle. New plan. Lure the monster to the bathrooms and buy some time. The policewoman jumps into the van and starts the engine. The other cop is preparing himself inside. They're tearing through the city at high speed. The giant rat leaps from building to building, tracking them down. The female officer orders them to move faster to buy the cyborgs some time. The minibus climbs the mountain road and enters the tunnel, but the creature won't stop. It's approaching fast with a terrifying roar. It opens a huge gap full of teeth. It rams the back of the monster truck, causing it to lose control. The vehicle flips in the air and crashes violently. Inside the overturned minibus, a female officer hangs upside down, looking injured and hopeless. He's thinking at that moment, "In the end, we failed again." A giant crazed rat screeches in victory atop the wrecked van as a massive explosion engulfs everything. Help is here. A female cyborg with short purple hair and sleek armor hovers midair, locking onto her target and raining down powerful purple missiles. The bullets hit the monster, creating a series of fiery explosions. He gives the kill order, and when the smoke clears, the cyborg lands on the blast-damaged road. He finds a large tunnel and realizes the mouse dug its way out. He notices the monsters are getting smarter, but he sees mangled flesh and blood on the ground. He deduces the creature is badly wounded and couldn't have gone far. He thinks he's lucky to be tracking you. The scene shifts to the city skyline at 3 a.m. Lin Zichen isn't training in her room. She's writing, thinking about her progress as a web novelist. He's written every day for over half a month, and his novel has almost reached 200,000 words. More importantly, the profit has already exceeded 10,000. He thinks about the future of the novel, noting that he's still in a new book phase. He's excited about how much money he'll make when it's officially released. He can't sleep because of the royalties from his novel, so he decides to work out. He finds an abandoned, unsupervised alley to test his latest efforts. He's happy with the progress while working. He dropped his 100-meter dash to an incredible 3.43 seconds, and his vertical jump reached 7.22 meters. He feels if he keeps developing at this rate, he'll finally gain a divine body. That ruins the training. He turns and sees a shadowed figure hunched in a dark corner. That figure is a disgusting rat-like thing, a rat man. It's gnawing on a human arm. When the creature sees Lin Zichen, it begs for its life, asks for forgiveness, and explains that it was just very hungry. Strangely, when satiated, he promises to come and pay his respects every year. Lin Zichen looks on in horror, realizing her creature is a rat man. It links this image right to that mutant giant rat story. A fierce anxiety grips him inside. Could this creature be that giant monster? Now in a more human form, but just as terrifying. Realizing the great danger, Lin Zichen decides to inform the police. But just as he's about to leave, the rat man panics, thinking he's the next meal. He stammers as he explains to her there's no food, and go off to devour other heavens. Before Lin Zichen can even wonder what's going on, the creature stands up. He leaps off the street walls in the blink of an eye, bouncing off the sides at crazy speeds. The rat man pounces, screaming that he wants to eat human flesh. Fear of hunger is crushed so fast that Lindsay notices. No time to run. When no other choice remains, he faces the monster head-on. As the creature charges, Lindsay lands a kick right on its jaw. The impact sends Mouseman flying, then he slams hard into the ground. The monster struggles to rise, clutching its bleeding chest. Lindsay looks on in disbelief, wondering how such a weak guy could have this much power. Dazed and wounded, the Rat Man looks at Lindsay Chin, stunned by her unexpected power. Before he can recover, a stone suddenly hits his head. He jumps at the chance. Lindsay Chin isn't giving the monster a chance to respond. It's raining rocks like crazy, with incredible speed and precision. The Rat Man is overwhelmed by the stone attacks and can't defend himself. A few minutes later, the shelling stops. Lindsay Chin is out of breath at the end of the street, watching where the creature collapsed, noticing it's no longer moving. He approaches with caution and sees the attack is far more devastating than he thought. The Mouse Man has turned to ash, literally turned into a pile of bones. Lindsay Xian touches the bones, wondering if it's truly dead. Blue energy flows in. System confirms the dead mutant rat's life force has been absorbed. Codex progress increases by 7%. This time, he regrets only absorbing 2%, whereas he got 5% from the burnt corpse. Park attributes the changes to the levels of the King gene. It depends on how much each pervert consumes. He realizes it's almost morning and finds there's nowhere to stay. He might head home. Seconds after Lindsay left, the purple-haired woman stepped into the empty street, standing on evaporating bones, wondering who killed the Mice Man. The scene shifts to a dark building where a sinister ritual is taking place. A hooded cultist carries an unconscious woman to a large red glowing summoning circle. He puts it in the middle, kneels down, and offers it to his lord, the rat god. Frightening, multi-lensed, red eyes stare back from the darkness. A deep, angry voice asks why she's the only woman, accusing him of starving the cultist. He complains that this isn't even a mouthful and threatens to sacrifice the cult member. The cultist falls to the ground in fear, desperately trying to explain. Frightened on the ground, he explains that young women have been cautious lately, rarely going out at night, and always in crowds, so they're hard to catch. The giant shadowy mouse god looms over them, his deep voice commanding that if the women are too difficult, they should catch the young men. The cultist quickly agrees, and suddenly a large piece of raw, bloody meat drops to the floor. The cultist greedily devours the meat, while the master thanks the rat god for his blessing. The grossness peaks when you eat. Large red tentacles rise from the summoning circle, wrapping around the unconscious woman and lifting her into the air like a monster. The multi-eyed rat god opens its mouth and swallows him in a single gulp. Sounds of chewing and crunching echo through the building. After his meal, Lord Rat God gives his final cold order. He says next time don't catch the common ones. He's complaining that their meat is too bitter. They want the meat of nobles. Those swimming in luxury think their flesh will be softer. Lin Zichen is doing private training with Shinchin at home to improve his fighting skills. He acts like her personal coach in a workout, fixing her form. He adjusts his arm position and shoulders, explaining how to generate more power and maintain balance. After fixing the position, he tells him to attack at full power. He lunges at it with a steady fist. He easily catches Lin's fist and praises the increasing power from his angle. Then he catches the follow-up kick, points out the flaw in form, and demonstrates the correct technique. He physically puts his leg into the correct position, and at the end of the intense session, an exhausted and sweaty Shin Xinghan collapses to the floor. He's catching his breath, saying he's really boosting his combat power. Still kneeling, and eager Shin Xinghan asks Lin Zichen if 3 times a week is enough or if they can train every day. Lin Zichen explained that his body wouldn't endure high-intensity training every day, calling it unnecessary. Shin Yixinghan agreed and will stick to the current schedule. Just then, Lin Zichen's phone vibrates. As it's being taken out, Shin Xinghan leans in curiously, asking if it's an exclusive scoop. He looks at the screen. 2 major headlines appear. First, Kishin's company announces they'll offer free treatment to girls with disabilities caused by mechanical modifications. Second, the more shocking news. A genius from Peking University successfully mixed the Bintel spider monster gene, breaking the record for the youngest dual gene fusion. Lin Zikin's eyes widen in shock. Reading the second news, he instantly realizes it's his rival of many years, the capital's big shot. Most people can't perform gene fusion until they're adults. Because a young body can't handle the backlash of monster genes, there's a heavy risk of mutation. But even this genius successfully underwent his second gene fusion at age 18. Lin Zixin is amazed by his genius-level physical talent and wondering if gene fusion is truly the best path to power. Back at home, Lin Zixin is busy with her new career as a web novelist. With her incredible writing speed, her novel becomes an instant hit, with a comment section full of fans. One calls him a typing monster for writing 50,000 words on the first day. Lin Zixin thinks that with his advanced intelligence and sacred wisdom roots, he can write 10,000 words per hour after a month of practice. With this efficiency, writing takes only an hour a day, leaving plenty of time for training. His father, Lin Yinxingjarker, praises his success. Lin Zixin estimates that if he keeps a steady plot flow and a pace of 10,000 words a day, he can earn 50,000 yen in his first month. He adds that as the novel's word count grows, earning 100,000 yuan a month won't be a problem. Lin Zixin is very happy with an income between 50 and 100,000 yuan. Financial worries about unlocking the exotic monster book are ending. Designating precise target. He'll spend his first 2 months pay on opening the giant wild eagle book. The scene shifts to the martial arts class with teacher Yao Yuan Fong. It's announcing a competition session to measure progress. Lin Zixin displays crushing power, tearing the field apart. He easily defeats all his opponents with powerful kicks and punches. No one can land even a single blow on him. After the session, her teacher presents her with the prize money. Lin Zixin thinks about the successful day. He didn't just earn 888 yuan credits, he also gained vital experience. This points to his survival of the fittest success. While Lin Zixin dominates, Qin Jingan's results are as lackluster as ever. He's at the end of the line. Her friend Su Ruwei tries to comfort the upset girl. But practicing with Lin Zixin has clearly paid off. Now he has the power to fight back. He proudly shows off his survival skills. While Lin Zixin shines at the front, Qin Jinghan's results aren't as impressive as usual. It landed in the last spot. Her friend Su Ruwei tries to comfort her, but working with Lin Zixin has truly paid off. Now he has the power to fight back. A flashback flashes back to his previous match with Wen Yuntong, the second worst student in class. He literally flipped and lost in under 3 seconds. But this time, Qin Qinghan managed to hold on for a full 3 minutes. He even overdid it and fought back with a few punches and kicks. Smooth as silk. Martial arts instructor Yao Yuan Feng burst out laughing. He really saw the progress and tipped his hat. He said, "Keep going," and supported me, saying I need persistence. Once the sparring ended, the teacher gathered the class and dropped a bombshell announcement. He said their class will face off against the grade 2 elites within a month. The goal is to take down everyone except their top 3 fighters. Alright, good luck with your work, the class roared. Confidence hit the roof. Seeing this warrior spirit, the coach swelled up with pride. A month just flew by, crazy fast. Lin Zixin's web novel blew up. When checking the bank book, the balance showed 89,000. He ran to the market with his new money immediately. The monster's finally going to get the meat. Called out to the cashier. Some wild giant eagle meat, please. The cashier told her about the promotion. Since we have the money anyway, he said, if you get 100 kilos of meat from us, there's a 5% discount. He thought for a second, then decided. It's not taking it right away this time. Because it would be smarter to stay on the sidelines and save money until I gain exactly 100 kilos. It would probably be next month. The next day at school, Qin Qinan told the story excitedly. They've set up a great stir-fry station in the cafeteria. People say the chef's food is the bomb. Lin said okay, and followed right after. They arrived there. A few chefs are working feverishly. Both of them fainted from the amazing smell. They grabbed their food, sat down at the table. Lin tripped. Good thing we got here early. The queue has already started to get long. He called me a psycho. An argument over line cutting broke out mid-meal. One student accuses the other of cutting in line. The other claims his companion was trying to take his spot. The debate is heating up. The first student says that saving a spot is cutting the line. The other one keeps resisting. Shin Zihan recognizes the voice. Look at line, he's saying, hey you, to our friend who's fighting. They're asking if we should go and see. Lin glances over, calmly thinking it might not be necessary. Hey, Yunan has that aggressive stance. He guesses he probably scared the man off already. But he's wrong, of course. Hey, the student Yun is arguing with his standing his ground. He looks down on him and tries to bully him. Hey, Yu is turning all of a sudden. Because he called his student friends. Gang leader Hey Yuya is asking, "What are you doing here?" The others are feeling confident. He says we don't even have a job. We're stealing turns, he says, so treacherously. Hey, Yu's going crazy and sending them to the back of the line. But he knows the numbers are big. But he doesn't give up. He's spreading his arms, trying to block them. With that loud cafeteria in his head, why is nobody stepping in? The question comes back. Shinix-Anon says we are worried about the table. The line is pointing. Our friend says they're bullying Heiyu. Just as the thugs are about to pass Hyun, someone slaps the leader on the shoulder. Lin Ziken, that shadow, that dark face is threatening. He says please line up properly in an orderly fashion. The bully turns and smiles defiantly at Lin. He's asking what you'll do if you refuse. Lin doesn't get into physical fights. He puts on a sly smile and takes out his phone. They're making a bold threat to report you to the bully. The leader looks down on us. Is that a complaint? It answers from the throat as shame. While Heiyu gives a mocking look, Lin calmly says, I think skipping the line is more embarrassing. She's moaning that she's not ready to complain. The bully gang gives up and walks away in a huff. The scene suddenly shifts to a luxury villa in a wealthy neighborhood of Shanghai. At the secret gathering of the rat god cult, the leader sits on a throne-like chair in a black hooded robe, addressing his followers. An announcement's being made that sect member Xiao Cheng has died. He lost his mind at the marketplace. He lost his life for provoking the security team. Another cult member turned up their nose and said this was good. The leader introduces a new young man afterwards. He's going to replace Xiao Cheng. The rat god conveys his terrible new command. Now they will only capture and sacrifice the noble elites. When God's fine commoners have tasted too much pain, this new order causes concern. Two members object. Capturing the nobles was too risky. Because an ordinary person's disappearance goes unnoticed, but a noble's disappearance causes great trouble. The leader suggests targeting the wealthy but ineffective merchant sons. Then he turns his attention to the newcomer. He says he shouldn't attack nobles since he's still new. Instead, he's going to catch a handsome youth to sacrifice to one of the rat god's helpers. The young man, face hidden under a hood in the shadows, confidently accepts. It promises to present not just any handsome man, but the handsomest in the city. Back in class, Heiyu is still furious about the canteen. Lin says she's investigating the students behind the incisions. Second year, third grade, so it's the same honor class. The high-end class they'll be competing with. Heiyu says she can't believe the upperclassmen are so rude. As for Lin's, leaning against the cabinets, she's fiddling with her phone. He says good grades have nothing to do with being a well-bred person. His face changes. A news notification catches his eye, reading that another wealthy heir has disappeared. This is supposedly the fifth loss. The kidnappers haven't asked for ransom. Recalling the rat god cult's order to capture nobles, he foresees a dark end for Lin's. The cult's involved. The day of competition has arrived. Students have gathered in the giant gym with 2 fighting rings. The atmosphere between the classes is tense. The bullies are giving Heiyu those dirty looks. He's making defiant gestures at Hayuda. Both classes warm up as the match begins. Just like last time, Shinsingen won the first fight. The opponent from the honor class attacks immediately with high-level, sudden, and hard kicks. Shinsingen blocks the kick, but the senior's power is devastating. His defense crumbles, he hits the ground, and he's defeated. The upper-class girls don't care about the other freshmen. For instance, they're eating those mini rolls one after another, without even kicking them. The freshman's losing streak ends when a muscular girl with short hair storms in and kicks her senior opponent to the ground. But this joy doesn't last long. The next upper-class girl with long red hair immediately takes control of the game. An amazing opponent defeats 9 freshmen in a row within 10 minutes, including 3 men. Now there are only 4 fighters left from the first class. Lin Zichen, Wang Shou, Ji Lu Gang, and Heiyu. The situation is grim because the second-year honors class only lost 5 girls. Plus, their trickster guy hasn't even fought yet. Their teacher, Yao Yuan Feng, clenches his fist, looking desperately at the power gap. Fewer options. Yao Yuan phone says it's He Yuya's turn. He's asking if you can take down the other 6 rival girls. He Yu confidently accepts. Talking about easy? Especially since our handsome big sister is extra motivated to fight the seniors. He Yu is keeping his word. He closes out matches easily. He takes the remaining 6 girls out of the ring one by one. With the girls eliminated, the first male student from the sophomore class steps into the ring with a threatening stride. He strikes a scary pose and asks He Yu, "Ready to die?" He says his opponent He Yu is rude. She knows him as the student who's a bully in the canteen. He says it's an easy win and sees an opportunity for revenge. Yeah, your self-confidence is a total disaster because the bully attacks your face like lightning before you can even react. Man, that's like a massive punch to the gut. Look at you, kneeling as if you're in shock. The bully mocks his weakness and tells him to give up. You're so furious that you try to throw a punch, but your opponent dodges it so easily. Then he doesn't let go of that spot with a quick kick. He knocks you out of the ring, and you're lying on the ground defeated. With pain, you realize your opponent's strength wasn't among the lowest in the class. You curse yourself. After being defeated, our bully turns toward Linzikin. Standing by the side of the ring, he sarcastically asks if I still want to step in, then he challenges me to a fight. Linzikin leaps gracefully into the ring. While thinking to yourself, I've been waiting for this chance, your classmates shout with excitement. They're supporting the Chin brothers. He will crush his opponent and avenge He Yun's humiliation. The match starts, and the bully Chi Wei attacks Linzikin with a massive kick. But Linzikin isn't shaking. The kick hits his hand, then he catches Chi Wei's leg and slams his head to the ground. With such violence that Chi Wei faints. Linzikin hovers over him for a moment, then wobbles and kicks the unconscious body right out of the ring. The sophomores are left in total shock. Someone reminds them that Xu Yuyan is one of the top 5 fighters in the class. But the man was knocked down instantly. They can't wrap their heads around how a low tier could be as powerful as a monster. Watching from the sidelines, teacher Yao Yuan Feng thinks Lin Zik is actually hiding his full power. Lu Gong and Wang Shuoji look equally terrified. They're thinking long and hard about whether he's even human. Lindsay's returning to the other second-rate boys. And he calmly asks, is there anyone next? Their faces shrivel. A result is reached 30 minutes later. 29 failed students from the second grade are lying defeated on the ground. Linzikin is staying on the last opponent. He thinks about his journey to success, where only the best survive. The system's reporting it to him. It shows the total number of opponents as 119. It pales in comparison to the target of 1,000 people. He looks at the score in disbelief. Progress is too slow. He thinks she's the last one to fight in every class match. And he decides that this slowness cannot continue. He realizes his power has already far surpassed high school level. And now, there's no point in following the rules. He intends to make his own rules. The following Monday, a shocking scream erupts from the principal's office. The principal of Shanghai High School can't believe Linzikin. He's asking if you really want a personal reward challenge. Linzikin approves your request. He says he boldly wants to challenge the entire school. The principal of Xian High School puts his hand to his forehead in his office. Linzikina asks in shock if he really wants to challenge the entire student body as a freshman. He confirms his intention and invites her to the gym. He says he'll prove he has the power needed. Then they arrive at the empty gym. The manager crosses his arms and asks why he brought him here at this hour. As he takes off his jacket, he says his intent is to show off his physique and reveal his true strength with confidence. The manager is momentarily stunned, but he misreads her intentions and tries to take precautions. Then Linzikin goes and grabs a heavy barbell. He stands there in shock. He lifts the massive 700-kilogram barbell with one hand and holds it effortlessly. The manager freezes in shock. He finally understands what she really means. Even in his first year, Linz noticed that the guy's power had already far surpassed the school legend, Wu Tiancheng. The principal is fully convinced and gives him a giant thumbs up. He accepts Linzikin's request and promises to organize an event to challenge the entire school. With a shy grin, he says we need to set a reward. Otherwise, no one would want to take this challenge. No money, no motivation anyway. Then he shows off his wit and explains this clever plan of his. There will be 2 types of awards. One is so that everyone feels encouraged to join. The other is a significantly increased prize pool. Whoever loses takes the whole pool. If no one wins by the time runs out, the money will all be his. The principal smiles curiously and accepts. Linziken makes one last request. He said, "We should hide your true power for now, or you'd scare the students." The manager slaps him on the shoulder and says, "Fine." Later, he shows the final version of the plan to Linziken in his room. And he agrees, saying it's super. "Thank you for your hard work." During this conversation, Professors Yao Yuan Feng and Lu Diran pass by and can't believe what they see. The manager's rare cheerful mood toward Linziken confuses them. Asking what's going on, Yao Yuan Feng wonders to himself how the manager, usually so sour-faced, is now all smiles and spilling secrets. At exactly 2 p.m., all the school students gather in the large gymnasium. In the middle stand 2 giant fighting rings along with Linziken and the director, of course. The principal reaches for the mic and begins the announcement. Introduces Linziken. It describes their recent victories. He details the rules and rewards of his own personal challenge. This announcement would be a disaster. The crowd is in disbelief and mocks him. Many shout that the manager has lost his mind. The overconfidence of a freshman is considered an insult. The youngsters keep talking back to her. One of them angrily says that beating the weakest sophomore doesn't mean you become a junior. The other will burst with envy because she's so stuck up. Linziken calmly delivers his demonstration in front of the hostile crowd. He announces he'll be at the gym for 2 hours every afternoon starting tomorrow, open to anyone who challenges him. Deep down, he's happy with this annoying anger, because having so many challenges increases the chance of finishing the survival mission early. The scene shifts to a crowded city street at night. A young blonde man walks alone, sipping his drink. As he walks, 2 attractive girls suddenly step in front of him and invite him to a bar. The blonde man looks with a cold expression and says clearly, "Get out of here." The girls say as they leave, "The guy has no charisma at all." The young man glares angrily at the girls' backs. He wonders to himself if Shanghai was always this mechanical. This young blonde is the Rat God cult's latest recruit, and he's struggling with his first mission. She looks at people and complains that she's been searching for days, but hasn't found a single man worthy of presenting. He gets anxious, envisions the cult leader, and thinks about how he'll look if he fails. Afraid of being left out, she thought about kidnapping a male celebrity, but realized she couldn't pull it off because his security team surrounded him. Walking, the pressure mounts, time is running out, and he climbs in desperation. As he walks lost in thought, Linziken dashes past him in a tank top and shorts. The blonde man turns his head, and his eyes widen in shock. She's instantly struck by Linziken's looks, thinking she finally found the exceptionally handsome man she sought. Her goal is set. The blonde cultist watches Linziken run, eyes locked on the target. Lost in thought, Linziken dashes past in a tank top and shorts. The blonde man turns, his eyes widening. She falls for Linziken's looks instantly, thinking she's finally found someone incredibly handsome. He hit his target, that's it. The blonde cultist watches Linziken running in admiration. After searching so long and finally catching the perfect victim without any effort, he's feeling like he's sitting in total victory. A huge, sneaky, dirty smile appears on his face, and he approves the decision. Linziken will be the victim. He's starting to go after him. Seeing Linziken turn into a desolate industrial alley, a sinister grin spreads across the thug's face in this secluded place. "All right, now's the time," he says, releasing his power and undergoing a hideous transformation with the energy he's gathered. It turns its body into a nightmare monster filled with giant teeth. But just as he's about to attack, a brick suddenly drops from the sky, slamming hard onto his head with a bloody, sickening thud. The transformed creature stumbles, clutching its head, trembling in pain and confusion. Linziken, who threw the brick, calmly emerges from the shadows. "I went for a run and stumbled upon a mouse cemetery." Just her luck, she's celebrating because she got an unlocked point for her guidebook. The monster is shaking with fear. He doesn't understand a single damn thing this guy is saying. She thinks the misfortune of her life is that this man is the most terrifying creature she's ever met. Before it can recover further, the creature collapses and turns to ash. Lin Zichen looks on in shock, unable to believe he just killed this creature with a single brick. The mouse god thinks, can a psych ward psychic really be this pathetic? Wasting no time, he crouches by the dead creature, hurrying before anyone arrives to ensure he claims its life essence. The system notification pops up just like that. It says the giant mutant rat swallowed crumbs of life essence, increasing the guidebook progress 8%. They see the result and lose interest. It's like it only went up by 1%. He wonders if it's because of this frail life essence that this mouse thinks his computer is so weak. Thinking of his own life, he's putting off night conditions for a while. Because he knows not everyone is this helpless. Some of Halton's lackeys gain such powerful bodies after the transformation that they can even withstand bullets. The next morning, Lin Zai is shocked when she turns on the TV at home, because at 3 a.m., the Municipal Public Security Bureau and a chemistry lecturer from Shanghai University teamed up to destroy the rat god cult. The news says that professor is a high-level gene fuser and tells how he defeated the massive rat king alone. The broadcast shows the giant multi-eyed monster's sharp spikes terrorizing the red-haired winged gene fuser. Fuser hangs on but wins in the end. In that battle ending in just 30 seconds, the rat king collapses and victory is firmly seized. Watching the screen, Lin Zai looks grim, lost in deep thought. They wonder in awe if this power is the style of true high-level beings. In a fully modern, brightly lit room, two men in tactical gear are talking. The blue-haired man took a sip from his glass, looking at the spiky orange-haired Tian Chung. Were you able to contact the teacher? They asked. Tian Chung says still no news. Adding to this, the powerful team sent to clear the chaos is still missing. The blue-haired man asks about the current state of the area. Tian Chung says calmly the situation's stable, or we wouldn't be here cleaning up the runaways. The blue-haired guy is a bit tough, questioning his every word. The blue-haired man weighs the Rat King's immense power in his head and vibes to it. A monster that leaves everyone feeling hopeless. He destroyed the Public Security Bureau. But then she realizes that next to this brilliant genius Tian Chung, that terrifying Rat King is actually just a tiny cricket. Changing the subject, the blue-haired lad playfully puts his arm around Tian Cheng's shoulder. They say since you're already here, why not stop by our old school and give a lecture? Tian Chung is resisting, saying, I'm not an idle man, I've got things to do, look. The blue-haired man stubbornly insists on feeding our hairy children a dose of ideological supplement, as if it's an appetite. Deep in a dark cave under the moonlight, it turns out that Mouse King Wu Tian has survived his battle with Chung Lu. The monster explains his recent activities. First he ate the beggars, then he snatched the youths for his belly. Now he kneels and surrenders. Because he finally got a taste for spoiled elites. The Mouse King is not alone. A new, much more terrifying creature appears as if bowing before you. A huge green-skinned beast with glowing red eyes and massive strength. The new monster angrily scolds the Mouse King, saying he worked so hard to bring him here so his clan could dig tunnels, but the Mouse King disgraced them by eating humans instead, thus drawing unwanted attention. The giant creature asks the Mouse King if he has faced death. He looks at him mockingly, as if questioning whether his failure was deserved. Trembling with fear, the Mouse King begs his master for one more chance. The giant creature considers this plea and accepts it. But it also clarifies he'll tighten the rope. Without a word, he strikes the Mouse King with his claw, splashing blood everywhere. Deep in the cave, the green giant keeps punishing the Rat King, having already taken one of his eyes. Holding the bloody red eyeball, he says that even though sewer rat eyes smell bad, they taste amazing. Then he admires the cleverness of capturing the cowardly Mouse King, hiding him, and setting up a decoy to take his place and ensure his defeat. This means the creature Wu Tianqing fought was nothing more than a charade. But finally, he gives a chilling warning. If the mole rat doesn't do its job and dig tunnels, it means death. Meanwhile, at Shanghai High School, the day of Lin Zika's personal challenge has finally arrived. Whispers in his ears as he walks to the gym, students point him out as the arrogant freshman who dared to challenge the whole school. Lin Zikan's head is buried in his phone, checking a notice for 9 fugitives from the Mouse God cult, noting a 500,000 yuan reward for their capture. He sees them as walking fortunes, but the reality is clear. If he runs into someone, His own safety comes first. The reward comes later, he tells himself. When he gets to the gym, he finds the ring surrounded by students, just as he hoped. Looking at the crowd, he understands this turnout is not just about the challenge, but also the prize ticket, the final piece of his plan. Shin Sin-on is shouting through a megaphone, saying there are raffle tickets for everyone, and to try your luck for the grand prizes. This statement drops a bombshell. The male students burst into cheers of excitement. They talk about great prizes like the latest game consoles and smartphones, but one kid is more interested in the chance to hold Shinsinga's hand during the draw. That kid rushes forward eagerly, about to speak up and be the first volunteer, when a schoolgirl skips right past him, steps on his head, and shouts, "I'm going first!" Right after that, all hell breaks loose. The girls block his path, while the boys get shoved aside as everyone fights for a chance to spar with Lin Zichen. Soon, the arena is swarming with a huge army of girls surrounding Lin Zichen, all excitedly shouting that they want to challenge him. But the challenge soon turns into his girlfriends clinging to him. One girl grabs his arm and shouts, "Oh my God, you're so strong," while another strokes his face and swoons, "You're so handsome." Completely surrounded, Lin Zichen thinks this situation has gotten very strange. Although he doesn't want to fight the girls, he pulls himself together, realizing there's no other way to complete his achievement. Combining her strength with gentle yet firm pushes, she flings the girls out of the arena one by one. Finally, he blasts an energy wave, blowing them all away and clearing the space with an apology. When the chaos subsides, Lin Zichen checks his system. A notification pops up. Survival success has progressed toward the goal of 309 out of 1,000. Despite getting beaten, the girls won't give up. A girl with pink hair immediately raises her hand and shouts, "So we can fight again." But Lin Zichen, cold and firm, says anyone defeated by the rules cannot challenge again. The girls are upset, one's muttering that the rule is unfair. A huge, muscular student and his gang members step forward. Their leader cracks his knuckles in anger. Now he's throwing threats that it's our turn to teach this arrogant little man a lesson. But that's a pointless move. Lin Zichen easily deflects the opponent's rapid punches. The system is increasing the survival quota to 1,000 targets in 419. Coming soon. The unconscious student stands atop the mountain in a victory pose and asks calmly, "Who's next?" Right then, a much tougher opponent emerges. "I'm still here," yelling that I'm ready to fight. Hopping into the arena. The other students immediately recognize Yin Chao Xian as the overlord of the second-year heartthrobs. They're whispering, wondering who's going to win. The consensus is Yin Chao Shua's mastery, because he once brought the entire class to their knees all by himself. But finally, one of the third-grade teachers put him in his place. Yin Chao Xuan enters the arena. "Lin Zichen, they say you used to be as arrogant as he is. But it shows she's learned a lesson. He learned there's always someone stronger." Then he talks down to him at length, offering to give Lin Zichen a life lesson. Lin Zichen swaying the speech. He turns to the teacher and asks if we can start. The surprised teacher starts the match immediately, before Yin Chao Xuan even had a chance to give advice. Lin Zichen sends him flying across the arena with a single devastating kick. As Yin Chao Xuan hits the far wall, Lin Zichen relaxes and sticks her finger in her ear. Now he's commenting that there's silence. The students just freeze. They cry out in shock, asking how the school's famous overlord could be defeated like this, and just how strong Lin Zichen really is. The stunned silence is broken by long, slow applause. A new rival, a muscular student with spiky red hair, moving through the crowd. Students immediately recognize Chen Wuxing as the school's #1. They're bursting with excitement, thinking the real show is about to start. Lin Zichen is watching the newcomer. The young one thinks that when he's defeated, the elder will come. Chen Wuxing steps into the arena with a confident smirk. Yin Chao says he didn't expect Xuan to be defeated by a lower-grade student. But just as she's about to start her speech, Lin Zichen cuts her off again. He turns to the teacher and says, "Let's start." Even though Chen Wuxing objects, the teacher starts the match. Annoyed at being ignored, Chen Wuxing charges in a blue aura, declaring that to shut him up, he'll have to beat him first. Lin Zichen strikes back, his fist glowing with a yellow aura. Their powerful blows collide with a massive shockwave. While Chen Wuxing apologizes, Linziken just says he's being impetuous and throws a massive punch. This blow is too much for Chen Wuxing. It sends the man flying backward. With his shirt torn and a look of total shock on his face, he asks how this could be. All the students freeze, jaws dropped, watching the school's strongest fighter get defeated in an instant. With the strongest defeated, Linziken turns back to the shocked crowd. He points at a random student and tells them to get in the ring. The student, unable to believe it, shows it. Linziken agrees because they haven't fought yet. The student fearfully asks for him to be gentle, but Linziken smilingly reminds her that joining in will earn her a raffle ticket. The motivated student jumps straight into the ring. Linziken promises she'll like it, but that promise doesn't last long. With one punch, he knocks the student hard to the ground. The system notification says your survival progress 4. Survival of the fittest increased by 1. Seeing this, the other students realize that losing to such overwhelming power is no shame, and they still have a chance to win the raffle prizes. Hoping for a new phone, the crowd surges forward in excitement. After that, effortless and systematic victories begin for Linziken. He easily overcomes every challenger. The system counters increase with each one eaten. When the last student falls, a massive system notification appears. It announces mission complete after eliminating 1,000 different opponents. Right after, it's reported that the new biological trait grants survival to the strongest. Linziken clenches his fist with a look of pure victory, happily enjoying the reward of his hard work. Once the mission ends, the system details Lin Zichen's new reward. The strongest has gained a survival trait. It increases the damage dealt to others. Scratching his chin, he says it's a simple and practical damage-boosting skill. But he's slightly bothered that the system doesn't show the increment amount. Having achieved his goal, Linziken jumps off the ring and declares the challenge over. The girls are disappointed, complaining that it ended too quickly and they wanted to watch more. Without wasting a moment, Lin Zichen takes Shinsingen's hand, weaves through the crowd, and they quickly exit the emptying gym. Then a hearty laugh is heard from the principal's office. Inside, the principal of Shanghai High School sits at his desk, congratulating Lin Zichen on being the school's #1 fighter. She leans in and asks playfully, "Since you beat Chen Wuxing instantly, you must be hiding your true strength." Sitting on the sofa with Shin Kingen, Linziken sips his drink and says humbly that he's keeping some for later. The principal looks at him with disbelief and mentions Chen Wuxing's recent Kyoto University entrance exam, saying he lifted a 69 kilograms barbell with one hand. Compared to this, she thinks Lin Zichen's single-hand lift must be 800 kilos, knowing deep down that he shouldn't learn of her much higher true power. He agrees with what she says immediately. He says your guess was almost spot on. And according to official data, he made a lift of exactly 795 kilograms. The manager laughs, celebrating his victory. Like, I told you so. Linziken is trying to get attention right away. Once declared the school's strongest gang leader, he immediately returns to his true priority. Her eyes light up, she raises her hand and asks when will you award the 8810 United Nations prize money? His hunger for money amuses the manager. The manager mockingly calls him a little rascal, approves it, and sends the money instantly. Just as he starts talking about the new duties, Linziken interrupts and asks if there's anything else he can do. Then he drops a special request. Since both he and Shin Qing Han enjoy swimming, he's asking for permission to use the gym pool. He makes it clear that he and Shin Qing Han will use the pool alone, while everyone else stays at the door. The manager smiles and approves immediately. He's wondering what happened to him, how he gave in so quickly. Linziken adds one more condition. He says he hates being watched in swim trunks, and they'll turn off the security cameras. This remark makes Shin Qinghuan flare up, like his beard's on fire. The manager's mind immediately drifts into hidden fantasies, like, is this boy gonna be alone with a girl? The story begins in an old Chinese house on a pitch-black and stormy night. A group of men in black robes waited silently in line. One of them asked if anyone was there. Puddles had formed, and outside, a scruffy boy, soaked from the rain, was staring at the men in black robes. That graveyard silence of theirs was incredibly eerie. The red-eyed man studied the boy, wondering how he could be living in this abandoned martial arts academy. He called the boy a young warrior and politely asked if they could stay the night to shelter from the rain. The boy watched them closely, wondering who they were. He was quite surprised by their polite conversation. Especially since he was just a kid, he figured they probably took him for some young guard of this secluded academy. Not wanting to be rude, he returned their greetings and decided they probably weren't bad types. He said he lived in this empty academy. He'd been here for years and told them they could stay anywhere they liked, but asked them not to use the mansion where he lived. The men thanked the young warrior for this kindness. Their leader warned everyone to stay away from the boy's mansion and told them to take shelter elsewhere. He asked if it was understood. They all said yes in unison. They scattered to find their spots. The child read the word on the robes. It said Tang. He wondered if they were from the same clan. He was dying to know what kind of people they were, but he had other things to do, so he entered his own mansion. She was busy because it was dinner time for the kids. When the child cheered up, that serious mood instantly vanished. She cheerfully called everyone to dinner. There was a large pot in the middle. She happily lifted the lid and showed the little brown cricket-like insect inside. The kid said I was almost late. "These bugs must be starving to death," he added. Then he opened another pot. Inside was a huge, majestic spider. A tarantula known as the Chinese earth tiger, native to China's Hainan region. It was a massive species that grew up to 20 centimeters. It had unique stripes resembling a black tiger. He picked up a bug with a chopstick and started feeding Blackie. As he fed him, he offered thanks for Black's presence. He said he couldn't even imagine surviving without these creatures. Black greedily devoured the beetle. The boy loved Black's reaction. This spider state had really impressed him. The tiny brat has already molted twice and grown like a beast. Ours is absolutely thrilled, of course. Once Kara's stomach was full, our guy opened a drawer. Inside lay an orange lizard with white stripes, just your typical Balayan cave gecko. It's one of those native species known for its striped body and tail. The kid told me about the hoops he jumped through to find one of these in his old life. Because he was dead broke. But now, she could find them outside at every turn. Watching animals had literally become the meaning of his life. Just as Tam was feeding the gecko, it bit him. Our guy shouting in pain and shaking his finger, but it stuck like a tick and won't let go. This event reminded him deeply of his past. Before ending up in this body, he was a streamer. And the kind with exactly 1 million subscribers. He was a professional biologist known as Aceli Fabry, specializing in venomous insects and animals. And the chaos unfolded during a live stream celebrating 1 million subscribers, showcasing the world's 10 most dangerous obstacles. The most dangerous of them, the black mamba, was known as the most aggressive, and the African trip to find it became his end. He told his viewers he didn't have the animal yet, and that finding it was quite a challenge. They decided to take a short break and planned to call back. They hyped up the viewers, saying they'd wait, but the kid was exhausted and just couldn't find it. As for the viewers, they were terrified that the black mamba could be in his house and might bite him. The snake he was searching like crazy for was actually curled up on top of the fridge. It suddenly bit him during the live stream, and that was it. He was GG. Now, back to the present, he frowned, thinking about how all his hard work went to waste. Just then, an old man in a black robe was standing in front of his villa's gate. He knocked on the door and called out to the young warrior. The boy opened the door and asked if anything was wrong. The man expressed his gratitude, invited the boy for dinner for sheltering them from the rain, and said they caught a deer. Our guy was over the moon when he heard this. He used to love meat. After all, the only meat he's ever eaten was snake and lizard. He gladly accepted the invitation and joined the others. They had lit a feast fire, and everyone gathered around to watch the deer roasting. The old man noticed the boy practically drooling at the view and noted it would take a while for the deer to be ready. Meanwhile, my uncle asked if he could fire off a few questions. Ours was a bit embarrassed for peeking, but agreed to answer. The old man asked if the kid was flying solo and how many bones he had. The kid wasn't sure if he was 14 or 15. He decided to make up a story about hitting his head as a kid and not remembering much. When asked if he hung out there alone, he said yes and explained he had no special status. He was just catching snakes and selling skins to scrape by. The old man was stunned he'd take such a risk, but the boy said he was used to it. Someone brought cooked meat so they could eat something first. An old man said the young warrior's stomach must be growling. The child thanked the old man. He said he hasn't been able to eat meat for a long time. There was genuine pleasure on his face as he bit into the meat. She thought to herself, "This must be what happiness is." The old wolves watched him with a smile. They asked the kid to eavesdrop while eating his meal. The old man said they're looking for something and asked if you've seen anything unusual around. The boss hesitated to give more details. The one with gray hair whispered to the tribal chief that it might be okay to tell him, since they owed the young warrior. The kid probably wouldn't notice anyway, and since he lives alone, he wouldn't spread the word. The tribal chief agreed with his father and began explaining that they were looking for a centipede with a blue spot on its body. The kid was floored by that. They call it the blue-spotted centipede. Since the creature was massive, they thought the boy might have run into it. Ours also asked how big it was. The chief said that if it's an adult, it could swallow someone the size of a child in one bite. The kid turned pale at the mere thought of this giant centipede. He began to seriously question the assumption that it only went back a few centuries. Maybe it was in a completely different dimension. The white-haired man comforted her, saying not to worry because they were very close to catching him. The boy wondered if they planned to catch and tame it. The elders couldn't grasp this idea of domestication, and the white-haired one burst out in amused laughter. The idea of raising a blue-spotted centipede seemed hilariously funny to them. The chief said how hilarious the young warrior was. The white-haired one clearly explained that feeding it was impossible. Turns out they were going to use that pest as medicine. Our kid's brain just fried. He thought they were local shopkeepers, but now he got paranoid, thinking there was something fishy going on. He asked for Kaya what kind of cure it could offer. The gray-haired old man is starting to show off. He said his granddaughter is dying, and only some gadget inside that centipede can save the girl. That's why they swore to find that creature. As the boy pieced it together in his head, the clan leader confirmed his suspicions. The white-haired old man's grandchild was actually the other one's daughter. According to ours, they were desperate enough to do any kind of madness to help that girl, because his condition was pretty critical. Even if he didn't believe for a second that centipedes could be medicine, he understood how far parents would go, feeling for both the girl and the poor centipede, and out of gratitude for the meal they gave, he decided to help. When I brought up the centipede, the clan leader jumped in, asking if I'd seen it. Ours said no, but added that she didn't quite know what a blue-spotted centipede was. I might have an idea where it could be. Despite dropping dead from a snake bite, Spicy Fabre was practically a professor of venomous creatures. Out of an estimated 8.7 million species, he had swallowed every single one of the roughly 20,000 known to be venomous. Centipedes were no exception, of course. With this expertise in venomous animals, Spicy Fabre was literally a walking encyclopedia. And our kid remembered the vast knowledge of his about centipedes. As if flipping through a book in his mind, he scanned all his knowledge and soon found what he was looking for. Back in reality, he blurted out that he knew where they could find that creature. The guys were stunned and couldn't wait to find out where you were. The boy asked where they had searched before. They've checked north and east of the academy, mostly in the daytime, focusing more on the northern riverbank. Our guy wasn't surprised at all that they couldn't find it. Well, of course you can't find it, she explained. The old man wondered what she meant by, of course. They literally pressured him to tell. Centipedes, you know, from the arthropod phylum and Colopida class, roam a wide range and, being cold-blooded, need shelter to balance their temperature and moisture. Another interesting fact is that, unlike most insects, these millipedes have leaky armor, man. There are holes in their shells and stuff. So they actually don't like slimy places. They need moisture but hate being soaking wet, yet they'll still drop dead without water. That's why it's impossible to find the blue-spotted centipede in forests or by riverbanks. The tribal elders' brains literally fried. People think these creatures just hang out in the cracks of rotten wood. The kids started to tell the story. The small ones might be scurrying around there, but we're looking for the big boss. Those giant centipedes can't survive in the forest or on the river rocks because they'll find nowhere to hide. The old men glanced at each other. They silently nodded their heads and said, "Yeah, you're right." Then they asked where this damn thing was. They say if they find him, they'll treat him like a king. The kid smirked. He pointed west and said, "Look at the Rocky Mountains in that direction. You know these centipedes. They love basking under hot rocks by day and hunting at night." A few hours later, they arrived at the Rocky Mountains. They were searching high and low. Sivri, the tribal leader, was perched atop a high rock, scanning the horizon. A man approached him and whispered that this young warrior might be terribly wrong. He decided it was finally time to call it a day. He ordered the signal arrow to be fired to gather the search team. As it took off, the exhausted men gathered around the campfire. Deep down, they still hoped that kid would be proved right. They wondered why the snake had vanished, but they also trusted the kid's intelligence. The tribal chief was silent. Finally, with a painful expression, he spoke of his daughter Huayan. Tang was seen as the most exceptional talent in the family's history. He lamented whether the heavens had forsaken him. Suddenly someone blurted out that the great chief had returned. The leader greeted him, and they all gathered around the campfire. Ulu Reese asked if even he couldn't find the scorpion. Reese confirmed that he also ended in a fiasco. Yes, he hadn't found it. He asked if Ulu Reese would share the same fate. Ulu Reese nodded in approval. Huang Yin only had 3 months left to live. He doubted they could find that snake in 10 days. A deathly silence fell over the group. The captain suggested exploring the south the next day, because they hadn't found any traces there. Ulu Reese also agreed with this idea. With not a single trace around, it finally clicked for the tribal chief. He let out a beastly laugh, while muttering that he can't believe how he missed something so obvious. He boastfully declared they were in the right place. Reese asked if he had hit Big Reese with something. The big boss said no, man, but when our guy brought it up, he said he didn't feel a presence or any trace either. The boss's head is spinning. The big boss explained the situation. The lack of tracks proves that's the very thing that was here. He interrogated the boss. Hadn't he seen anything abnormal at all? For the last 3 days. Ours also had to admit that he saw neither animal droppings nor a territorial mark. At that moment, a light bulb went off in the tribal chief's head. The big boss confirmed it, saying exactly that's the deal, bro. He said it was really strange not to find a single animal track on this huge mountain. Boss thought it might be a territorial creature. The big boss figured the other animals had either bolted or ended up as centipede snacks. He patted the chief on the shoulder and whispered that the blue-spotted centipede was definitely around here somewhere. They're really fired up about being able to save Huang Yun. The boss had this look on his face, like a father who's sad but still hopeful. Suddenly, the ground started shaking violently. The whole team woke up instantly. When cracks appeared on the ground, everything went chaotic. The area around the fire they lit began to fall apart. When I least expected it, that thing burst out of the ground. They all got blue screens while trying to figure out what the hell was going on. A leg popped out from the ground, and another one right after. They pointed at the creature in speechless terror as it emerged onto the surface. Even the big boss felt a bit weird. He was officially spooked. A few more legs popped out. It was definitely a blue-spotted centipede, and it was freaking huge. Meanwhile, the brat at the academy was grumbling, annoyed by all this noise. With all this fuss, he wondered just how massive the centipede was. Turns out he just egged me on to call you. But these seemed to move them more. The idea of a centipede big enough to swallow him in one bite blew his mind. Since he's a total poison-type Pokemon freak, he really wanted to see that thing. Meanwhile, all hell was breaking loose on the Rocky Mountain. Things finally settled down, man. They had the blue-spotted centipede all wrapped up, but of course, it wouldn't be right without a few scratches. They managed to grab the loot too, a tiny blue gem kept in a wooden box. Our folks literally started crying tears of joy. They felt relieved that they could finally rescue Huang Yunu. Reese ordered his father to fly to Sichuan first and check on the wounded warriors. The great chief was terribly confused. Our chief explained the situation as well. He said, "Hal, king is written on the throne, but kindness is carved." That's their code, basically. They still had debts to fulfill. The big boss finally got it. Focusing only on Huang Yu, he realized how badly he had messed up. He also agreed it would be right to host the young warrior and give him whatever he desired. The leader ordered the wounded to be treated in the village and paid a visit to the young warrior himself. He probably thought the young warrior would wonder about the last airbenders. Meanwhile, things were messy at the academy. The kid was lovingly surrounded by 3 yellow Pokemon ripoff creatures. Now, a new trouble awaited the young warrior. Unexpectedly, she became the caretaker of 3 baby blue-spotted centipedes. They looked like tiny caterpillars. They were so sweet and cute. Especially the way they rub against your face and all. Looking at the pot, something clicked from the time he got back home. She cleaned the eggs and put them on the nightstand. When she woke up, they were all cracked, and a centipede was happily hanging out on its head. He felt their presence, but didn't expect them to crack so soon. He looked at the centipedes clinging to him and tried to gently pull them off his shoulders, but there was a problem. They couldn't let go because they saw them as their parents. Let's do a quick recap of what happened last night. Our boy was super curious about this new species of centipede. It was so big he could swallow it in one gulp. He told himself that enduring this challenge still proved what a badass he was. Even in the den of the blue-spotted centipede he discovered. Giving in to curiosity, she called him and accidentally kicked a bug. Losing his balance in anger, his torch fell, but he sighed with relief when he saw the 3 eggs he found were safe. Luckily the rain had stopped, otherwise he might not have been able to save even one. He realized he had to move fast. He stood up to go back and clean the eggs. He tucked them firmly into his waist and promised he'd give them a proper bath. Returning to the present shortly after, he couldn't see the blue-spotted centipede, but felt relieved to have saved the remaining eggs. She asked the tiny centipedes to give her some space. He knew they wouldn't eat after the first 2 molts, so feeding them wasn't a problem yet. Even so, them clinging to her was a bit of a nuisance. Then he had an idea. Maybe if he went into the water, they'd leave him alone. With a wicked grin on his face, he decided to take a shower. The tiny centipedes probably didn't know what this meant, but one of them shivered with anticipation. A few hours later, the old stallion arrived at the academy. He approached the mansion, knocked on the door, and asked if the young warrior was inside. There was no answer. He waited, then reached for the doorknob and decided to go inside. Inside, he saw herbs, jars, and even some medicines. And that got him curious, wondering if the young warrior was a healer. He realized how rude it was to barge in like that. Later, he decided to turn back, but a rustling caught his attention. The sound was coming from one of the pots. Caving to his curiosity, he returned and opened the jar. To her surprise, she saw a spider inside. His curiosity piqued, he turned to the drawers and pulled one open. A lizard came out of it. He looked around and checked another pot. They found bugs inside. There were also some eggs and dried snakes. It was incredible. He couldn't believe the young warrior had raised him. Venomous animals and their offspring. Even tank clans known for handling toxic creatures could only extract poison, but couldn't find a way to increase eggs like this. He realized saving his daughter's life was a stroke of luck, but the real jackpot was meeting the young warrior. Just then, the young warrior appeared and greeted him. She noticed the old man's bandaged arm and expressed her concern. The old man said it was nothing serious. He started to tell the young warrior something important, but suddenly stopped. Suddenly, he felt an uncanny energy. An explosion occurred at the entrance behind the boy. Slowly, a silhouette emerged and stepped forward, revealing itself. The guy across from him looked like a one-eyed giant, with the left side of his face scorched like a grill. The old wolf instinctively pushed the kid aside and whispered, "Run." Our guy didn't know what hit him. He was just staring blankly. The monster literally roared and gave me the, "Come get some, look." The guy dove in at jet speed and swung his hand. The old man blocked the blow with his good arm, but his face contorted in pain. Yam totally clocked him. The guy literally went flying. Dust filled the air. The old man had a coughing fit and spat out blood. At that moment, he realized this punk's power was a match for his father's. The old man shouted at the brat to run again. But when the smoke cleared, the sight was shocking. The monster had grabbed our apprentice by the throat and lifted him into the air. The monster burst out laughing while the child was choking with a cough. Monster heard that the Tank clan dropped by the farm and talked trash. No one would have expected it, of course, from the son of 1,000 poisons. That the divine ruler would be caught alone and wounded like this. The old man snapped, "Who do you think you are, brother?" And he asked, "What do you want from this kid? What's your problem with us?" The monster was like, "What? You don't even recognize me anymore?" He acted all tough about this face and this fist. "I am the bloody dancer. That Taken, you know, that loser father of yours did this to my face." The old man's penny dropped. He finally remembered the name. So Taken Yong, who was hit by the poison palm and fell off the cliff, didn't die after all. The old man begged, "Please, just take my life." But a Yong said, "No, it's not that easy." He swore to wipe out the entire lineage of anyone from the Feng clan. The old man was cursing him as a demon under his breath. This term was used for powerful fighters who caused a stir. The fire had no intention of letting the boy go at all. The kid's face turned pale as chalk from the lack of air. A burst out laughing and shouted, "You're dying!" Ours groaned with a weak, "Please, brother." The battery was about to run out. Suddenly, 3 pairs of wild eyes appeared. The mini centipedes darted toward the fire lever. Now, it was their turn on stage. But it's so tiny. Fierce centipedes started biting and stinging Yang everywhere. A Yang was stunned by the insect infestation and dropped the brat from his hands. Fuming with rage, he roared, "Is the 3-cent centipede going to hurt me?" But what is that? His neck suddenly turned bruised, and he started vomiting blood. He collapsed to the ground, writhing. Our apprentice just stood there, stunned and confused, watching Yang get busted so suddenly. Adam slipped away and asked the old wolf if a Yang was really a troublemaker. Of course, the old fox had seen it all. His jaw dropped. But then he smirked and realized this brat wasn't just some ordinary guest. The old wolf thought this kid definitely had to join the Tank clan. A few days after Sorion let himself go, someone let out a sigh. Our young kid was waiting by the old wolf, putting a wet rag on his forehead. While he rested, the old geezer said thanks. Instead of saying thanks, he just said, "Tell me where your buddies are so I can check on them." But then he realized he couldn't leave this old man all alone. Plus, they couldn't even call a doctor or anything. The old wolf hyped me up, saying I'd be fine in a few days and not to push myself. The boy marveled at how the old wolf stayed so relaxed after such a heavy wound. He told the old man to stop being so carefree. While the guy's on his deathbed, the old wolf replied, "I'm a martial artist, kid, I'll be fine." Our kid had no clue. He asked if martial artists were just those types who go flying and jumping through the air. And as for launching fireballs and stuff, the old wolf chuckled and brushed it off, saying not everyone can do it, but that's more or less it. Soryong's brain is fried. This was further proof that he had officially fallen into another dimension. Otherwise, what sense would a house-sized centipede even make? The old wolf said he owed his life to this kid who saved him. Despite his condition, he introduced himself formally. His name is Tank Ace, from the Sichuan Tank clan. Our kid finally introduced himself. His name is V. Soryong. The old wolf quipped that even though he's small and cold, Ryong means dragon. Not a bad name, he thought. Then he said he had a lot to ask you. Soryong also encouraged me to spill it out. The old wolf asked if the centipedes on Soryong were poisonous. Soryong nodded, tickling the belly of one of the centipedes. Because these are blue-spotted millipedes. When he heard this, the old wolf jumped up from where he lay, completely shocked. Soryong asked if they had tamed these or not. And he added how he achieved it, seeing other venomous creatures while waiting for the old wolf. and Soryong's brain fried thinking about whether he fed these two or not. Soryong said it's a deep subject and asked Kelson if his brain could handle the story. Kelson looked like he was saying, "No problem, let it rip." Soryong started spilling everything, beginning with the blue-spotted centipede egg. After Kelson finished speaking, he wanted to confirm that Soryong had raised that creature from an egg. Soryong nodded. Kelso couldn't fathom how he could more or less predict when it would crack. How did this brat pull off this inconceivable feat? Soryong said, "Wait a second." He reached into one of the drawers, pulled out 2 lizards, and shoved them right in Kelso's face. The first lizard had a brown body, yellow stripes, and white bands on its tail. It was just an ordinary striped lizard, you know. But then there was another one. By breeding ones with wider white tail stripes, he ended up with one that had a brown body and a solid white tail with no stripes. Kelson asked Soryong, "So you mean you produced this color yourself?" Soryong nodded, flushing with joy, and said he thought it turned out really cute. Kelson finally came to and asked Soryong if they could breed the ones with stronger venom to create an even deadlier species. He reacted by saying, "Soryong." He thought to himself that theoretically possible. He explained that if they know which venom is worse, it's likely this can be done. Before he could finish, Kelson burst out, "Really? Is that even possible?" Soryong was stunned by the old man's over-the-top reaction. Kelson immediately began to beg her to join his family. Soryong was dazed, and Kelson egged him on even more. He said if she joined, they promised to teach her all martial arts thoroughly and give her free access to all kinds of elixirs, medicinal herbs, and any poison her heart's desire instantly. According to Kelson, a talent like Soryong could even capture and raise the poisonous creatures of the legendary 10 Great Central Plains martial worlds. To make matters worse, Kelson added, not to brag, offering a chance to meet one of the 3 flowers of the Mid-Plains, his own daughter. Soryong shouted, "Wait a sec," and asked Kelson to repeat what he had just babbled. Kelson noted with amusement that Soryong's blood was boiling after all, despite his youth. He kept talking about the flowers of the Central Plains, but Soryong cut him off. He was telling her to let it go. Soryong was dying to know about the 10 legendary poisonous creatures of the Central Plains, and asked if they were as fierce as the blue-spotted centipede. And Kelson, of course, hyped it up, saying baby. He said the blue-spotted centipede wasn't bad, but it was a total amateur compared to the others. Compared to the 10 great poisonous creatures, from giant crepes to golden frogs, it was nothing. No matter what Soryong imagined, the reality was mind-blowing enough to fry even his brain. Kelson grinned, seeing Soryong so fired up. Soryong's eyes were practically glowing with excitement. He was dying of curiosity. 2 days later, a guy from the Tank clan was stunned to hear about the arrival of Bloody El Rakasa and Tak Yong. Kelson explained that he retreated into his shell to grind skills and nearly reached his father's level. Tank clan members realized that if the chief sent such a man to his death, he might have reached the 10,000 poisons level. They immediately showered the man with congratulations. But the chief corrected him, saying it's not that much anymore. He dropped the bombshell. This was a young warrior. The Tank clan members, who cornered ING, were left speechless, with their jaws dropped. Someone instantly grabbed Soryong's hand. He wouldn't stop thanking him for saving the chief of the Sichuan Tank clan. They asked if you're some old geezer who drank a rejuvenation potion. Soryong is completely confused. Seeing this confusion, the old wolf told Soryong to put on a show. The Tank clan realized what was coming, and Soryong beat his chest to call his little buddies. As the Tank clan members watched Soryong's clothes rustling, 3 extremely cute centipedes poked their heads out. This situation had everyone going, "Whoa!" Tiny creatures poured out, and people realized they were centipedes. Reese explained that these are blue-spotted centipedes, and these tiny monsters defeated Aang. Clan members wondered about the power of the poison. It was incredible that Soryong tamed one of them. That's exactly why the chief said they wanted to recruit this young talent into the clan. As part of their clan, but Soryong played hard to get, saying he needed some time to think. Someone from the clan told Soryong this was an opportunity not to be missed. restated that they should hit the road and couldn't afford to delay any longer. Soryong, what else are we looking for, bro? He grumbled. Kelson paused for a moment and then let the cat out of the bag. That bloody-handed guy, Takayang, is training in a sinister martial art called the Toxic Claw. A total art of murky business, then. Getting to a certain level allegedly requires human blood, bone marrow, and stuff. Soryong was deeply sickened by this situation. Kelson said if Aang left behind any secret scrolls or disciples, they need to settle this once and for all. To avoid future headaches, and ensure such cruel martial arts never resurface. They also had to rescue anyone who might have been taken prisoner. If there is one, of course, the clan leader asked Soryongden if he'd help them, since he's familiar with Hainan Island's geography. Soryong wore a thoughtful expression. He weighed it in his mind. After all, joining the Tank clan was a lifelong chore. It's like when you're an intern trying to figure out the company culture and what the boss is really like. Soryong, the clan leader, agreed to help once he recovers. They patted him on the back for making the right call. Soryong said helping means saving lives, so of course he would help. But in his mind, to leak more information about Situ and the Tank clan. After all, qualified employees always size up their potential employers. Kelso needed 3 days to recover. In the town of Kanora, they visited a village near the abandoned martial arts academy to find the fire spirit's lair. They asked if anyone was missing. An old man chimed in. He noted that about 1 or 2 people go missing in the forest each year, but there's no noticeable trend. Kelson was lost in deep thought. They thanked the village headman for his help. And he humbly replied, "It is an honor for me to help." Realizing they found no solid leads, they took their leave from the Situ and Tang clan masters. As they walked through the forest, Soryong said the village didn't seem like much. It's about the village itself. When Kelson's scout found them and showed up, he explained they were nearby, but finding the top was harder than pulling teeth. Seal Young found it super weird that there was no trace at all. When he remembered what Aang said, it suddenly clicked. He asked Kelsona if she remembered what Kelson said. Kelso confessed that when he showed up, his brain glitched from the fire strike, and he barely remembers a thing. Meanwhile, Soryong reminded that his father babbled about hearing the Tang clan had arrived in Hainan. So someone snitched on him. So the case was simple. They just needed to keep an eye on where they passed by. So, the places where the Tang clan has been running wild in Hainan. Soryong suggested using Aang's looks to leak the information. The others and Soryong looked on, with their mouths wide open. They were literally amazed by this kid's intelligence. If someone had snitched after seeing Tang clan's mistress, things would have been handled as smooth as silk. They bolted instantly and ducked into an eerie-looking village. A guy from the Tang clan reported that based on rumors at Hunan Port, this village is the place they're looking for. The tribal elder noted this was where the dance people lived, silently hoping they wouldn't bother us. The villagers looked as if they had given up the ghost. The Tang clan caught a villager's attention when they called out, "Hey, is anyone there?" When the villagers saw the Tang clan, they lashed out, wondering what the hell these guys were doing here. An old man, likely the village head, walked toward them. The chief was holding a little girl's hand, 2 guards by his side, but they all looked completely wrecked. Kelson introduced himself. Soryong was watching the whole thing intently. He noticed how exhausted the boy was and how lifeless the village felt. A lightning bolt struck in his mind. He noticed the other villagers drifting along as if they were high. The village chief assured them that no one was missing and nothing unusual was happening in their village. He literally tried to brush them off. The tribal elder started talking about the gap between the houses and the population, but the village head cut him off, insisting it had nothing to do with them. Once again, they said move on out. Kelson and Soryong are out of control. Kelson whispered to Soryong, mocking how he thought these valley people were so easygoing. As Kyongdan, there's been no sound. His eyes were fixed on the little girl again. The girl suddenly collapsed to the ground. Everyone was stunned. The village head took the girl in his arms. She started begging the major not to leave her. Her eyes welled up with tears. Since they were the only relative left, he couldn't bear to see them sick. Kelson approached the village chief. He offered to help with his limited medical knowledge. He was just trying to get permission. The village head asked if Central Plains medicine was actually this. Kelson agreed, saying he understood a bit of medicine though he wasn't a doctor, and asked if he could examine the child. The village head let me go and take a look. Then the headman told me a plague had hit the village, children were dying, and the survivors were suffering. Kelson made a flashy promise to do his best. As they carried the girl inside, the village head was filled with gratitude. He gave the guard standing idly there a piece of his mind, and ordered them to lead the doctor and his team. Everyone rushed into the house. Sor-Young asked one of the Tank clan members if the old man knew anything about medicine. The man confirmed it too. He said the Tank clan's martial arts involved dealing with poison, so they weren't too bad at medicine either. Since martial arts start with knowing the body, some medical knowledge was mandatory. At first, Sor-Young thought they were a gang of assassins who used poison. She thought that if she joined the Pill clan, learning medicine would make more sense than those terrifying poison arts. The guy also added that sometimes they catch the bad guys, inject them with toxins, and watch their reactions. Sir Yongen's facial expression was worth seeing, because he officially interpreted this as a human experiment. The more he imagined it, the more his village streets were empty. Someone sighed from inside one of the houses. Kelson explained that he transferred part of his energy to stabilize the girl's breathing. The village head thanked him many times. He was literally begging for his only grandson's life. Kelson said there's something strange with the boy's pulse, and asked if he was born with a weak heart. The village head said the girl's been sick for 6 months. Besides her grandson, others in the village had also fallen ill. They called it a mysterious disease. That's why he told them to get the hell out in the first place. Kelson said he could give a great medicine for the heart and asked the villagers to gather and try it. The village headman has basically let his emotions take over. He was calling the guy a king and all that. Sora was cutting Kelson over there. What is he up to? That night, one of the Tank clan members was pacing around with their leader, talking about how tired he was from looking after the patients. Even the chief said okay to the guy. Pai asked how the symptoms were going. Kelson also mentioned that the symptoms are acting really strange. Laziness, puffy eyes, a slight fever, palpitations, and stuff like that. All those in serious condition had heart problems. Kelson, Sora checked to see where the road was. Pai said Sora is exhausted from helping out all day. The kids passed out. He said he left it in his room. Kelson agreed too. He said Sora was following them without knowing any martial arts. Well, of course they get tired, he said. Kelson decided to take a look at it. Pai even offered to go and get the gel, brother. They entered the room, and Sora was sleeping soundly in bed. 3 centipedes are just hanging out in the basket. Kelson took a quick look at the door, noticed something, and rushed right in. He raised his hand straight towards Soryu. His hand landed with such force that Soryu bolted awake with a nasty sting on his cheek. Kelson was staring at him. Stunned by this sudden movement, Sully instinctively stepped back and grabbed her aching cheek. He gritted his teeth, losing his temper, and lashed out at Kelson. What the hell do you think you're doing? Saying he was in pain. The old man apologized and mumbled something about there being a bug on Sora Yon's face and trying to catch it. Sora didn't really believe it, but Kelson said, "Listen, brother." Then he explained. He stopped by to check on Soilmu before bed and noticed a bug on her face. With so many toxic pests around, Kelson thought it would be too dangerous to leave it there. That's why he couldn't sit still. He showed me a solifuge, said look at how big it is and all. Sora Yon was shocked to see the bug, then it clicked. Kelsona confirmed that although patients show various symptoms, they all have heart rhythm disorders. Kelson said the exact same thing. At that moment, Sora solved the mystery of the town's illness. He showed the bug and dropped the bombshell. This kissing bug is a freak from the Radugati family. The kissing bug gets its name from biting near the eyes or lips to suck blood silently. The bastard's even sneakier than a mosquito. That's why they call them vampire or assassin bugs. The bugs themselves are poisonous, but their stomachs are literally crawling with harmful parasites. And when they bite, people easily catch the infection from their droppings. This leads to trypanosomiasis, also known as Chagas disease. This disease is ranked number 7 on the list of things that kill people most. Sora asked the headman if the village dogs were showing similar symptoms, like not getting clogged up easily like humans do. The village head confirmed it and asked if that bug was behind it all. Sora snapped back, "Exactly." The mayor then jumped in, asking if that meant they could save his grandson. Sora said it could be possible with the right medicine. Kelson smirked mischievously. He turned to Pai and asked for his opinion. Pai indicated he realized what this young warrior was made of. Soru and Yank noticed them passing the ball back and forth and thought, "Hope everything's all right." The men reminded her they were from the Sichuan Tang family. Soru Yankee's face was like, "What's that got to do with anything?" Kelson repeated these words in his head once wondering, more. "So what?" That angry but WTF look on your face was freaking hilarious. Kelson started explaining the goo thing. Apparently it's some toxic parasite created by villains in China, or some sorcery crap. These types of insects make people suffer. Or she was using them to control them like slaves. The question is officially in no way mode. Kelson agreed but added that many martial artists were killed by this goo or forced to do terrible things, like harming their own families. Or she said she was a slave to those bad guys. That's why most people have been struggling to find an antidote for this goo curse. Kelson explained that they're talking about treatments that either flush the gout out of the body or dissolve it inside. The penny was finally dropping for Sora Yankin. Kelson then asked who could make such a medicine and proudly declared that it was, of course, the great Sichuan Tang family. He told them that if they had a cure, a medicine capable of dissolving a fist-sized worm inside the body could easily handle a tiny insect as well. Then he showed the damn melting shovel. He said even a tiny amount of the medicine would be enough. Soru expressed his admiration for Yang, but deep down, he was thinking about how Grinch-like and cool this name was for an anti-parasite drug. The Tank family reassured that they could save your grandchild. Finally, the villagers, starting with the chief's grandson, slowly began to regain consciousness. A massive weight had clearly been lifted off the chef's shoulders. The warmth of the villagers was the icing on the cake. Her lively, high-spirited attitude proved that the positive rumors about her were true. Kelson admitted they would have failed miserably if Yank hadn't solved the origin of the incident. He said the real thanks should go to Sora Yang. The villagers looked at the young warrior as their hero and thanked him. Even though the cure that healed the villagers was from the Tank family, Kelson let Soryang take all the credit. Seeing Soryang receive so much gratitude warmed Kelso's heart as if he were getting it himself. Soryang was badly affected by this. The villagers went into celebration mode and tossed Soryang into the air over and over. Later, the village chief whispered something to Kelson. It reminded me of those old chats at the village entrance. Kelson asked what you were talking about. The chief was referring to the villagers with missing people. The penny dropped for Kelso, and he asked for details. In return for their kindness, the old man shared a strange story he'd heard among the village women. One was from another village and told him about a tragedy a few years ago where people just evaporated. They thought they found a clue. Kelson asked where the village was. The chief said there's a small village in the west. When they arrived, they were met by the stench of a rotting corpse. That's when they knew they were on the right track. Kelson inspected the scene. The place was full of corpses, trash, and insects. And there was a toxic mist in the air. Pai warned Soryanga not to look at this disgusting sight. But Soryang had already seen everything with disgust. A guy pointed out something unusual. A golden chicken foot. It kept pecking at a snake carcass. Just kidding, it was a mysterious bird. The bird had a golden tail. Its body was a chaotic mix of purple, pink, and black. It felt almost magical. One of ours couldn't stand the bird disrespecting the dead anymore. And he grabbed a stone from the ground to throw at the animal. Kelson tried to stop him, but it was too late. Adam went crazy with rage, but Kelson put a hand on his shoulder. He warned her, saying there was something fishy about it. The bird opened its wings and released a cloud of poisonous gas into the air. Soryang watched with his mouth agape as the toxic smoke literally melted the skeletons. Someone immediately covered Soryang's mouth to protect her. Kelson covered Soryang's mouth and nose, instantly ordering everyone to bolt. And he explained that this creature is a jinya, a bird with poisonous feathers. After escaping to safety, the group gathered around Kelso. He started to describe the bird. It had a 5-foot wingspan, a sharp bronze beak, and mortuaries covering its body. When she opens her wings in anger, everything around her darkens and dies. Turns out he was literally toxic. He had a golden crown on his head. It gives her a complete royal vibe. Kelson diagnosed this as a gene oil. Soryang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked if it was one of the 10 great poisonous creatures. Kelson confirmed this too. Jin explained that it stands at the peak of great venomous creatures, known as the king of all poisons. Soryang is literally mesmerized. He thought to himself that every venomous insect and snake in the world seemed like pets compared to this creature. In this world, he was amazed that biochemical weapons were running so rampant. Kelson noted that it appeared he was lured here by those venomous snakes. Word is, Jinya only ate the heads of venomous snakes. Soryang asked if this was common. Kelson said it's not common at all, but very rare. So rare that it's only seen once every 100 years. Soryang was stunned. This made Kelso ask why he was so interested. Soryang asked if catching the game was possible. This question left the Tang members in shock. Kelson asked, amused, if Soryang really wanted to try and catch him. Soryang said yes, but she was worried about the poison. Kelson smiled. He understood Soryang's peculiar fascination with the 10 great poisonous creatures. If that's the case, Kelson explained there's a way. Soryang was stunned when he heard this. Kelson said that by mastering the Tang clan's poison techniques, you'll gain immunity to all poisons, including Jin Ya's. He also cleverly added that their clan's martial arts could block any poison in the world. They would never teach the clan's secrets to an outsider. Turns out even the chief couldn't break this rule. Soryang immediately got hyped and asked whether he could learn these techniques if he joins the family. And to top it off, if he gains poison immunity, Jinan was testing if he could actually stand up to his poison. Kelson hit the gas. Of course, son. He promised to teach Soryang everything if she accepts now. And said he'd polish your talents. But he warned that if Soryang takes too long to decide, he might take her out too. Under pressure, Soryang announced the decision to join the clan. She mentioned how much she yearned for Kelso's guidance. And instead of calling him old, she started calling him chief. Our sly friend Kelson just had that smug grin on his face, acting like he hadn't egged the kid on at all. Kelson said Soryanga is now a part of the family. Meanwhile, at the old location, the bloody hand and traces of Rakshasa Takan's fire appeared in a cave. There were footprints, too. They called the boss right away. And they sent him a notebook they found in the cave. Kelson flipped through the notebook and confirmed it was the secret technique of the bloody hand. Poison claw. Soryang got really freaked out because it was written in blood. Kelson decided to bolt. Soryang, Sishu asked if they went to the mother. Kelson said this was the most logical choice since they have the Blue Spots Corps and nearly 40 manuals. Soryang asked if they could stop by the academy to save his friends. Kelson accepted. Anyway, Soryang needed to pack up her things too. They set off, but when Soryang looked back, she noticed something. He pointed and said there was something over there. When they checked, they saw a bright purple feather left by Jin Yao. They all stood there, looking at him thoughtfully. Kelson took the feather and told Soryang he'd keep it as a welcome gift to the family. Soryang seemed really interested and thanked me. Kelson also said everything's fine, except for the way he's addressed. He suggested changing the title after the ceremony. Soryang wondered if this was some kind of initiation ceremony. Meanwhile, the previously departed Grand Chief of the Tank clan, Tank Musong, finally showed up. He was dead tired but didn't even rest. Instead, he immediately asked about Huayin. The tank crew quickly pulled him inside. They said the girl is still resisting. The door opened. The man called out to Huayin instantly. The people inside were stunned when they saw him. The bride said what medicine she found, and at that moment, he cut open the blue-spotted centipede and took out that precious thing. Seeing this success, the bride started crying her eyes out, purely out of happiness. They immediately prepared to give the girl the medicine. Seeing the girl in pain, Musong's heart ached for her. They barely made it, honestly. He was grateful that the money finally came back. The bride was nagging him too, like, "Come on, man, what are you waiting for?" Musong helped his grandson gulp down the medicine. The girl was suddenly covered in blue light, like an avatar. Whoa! Musong immediately pressed his finger to check the pulse. It's like he's playing doctor. Everyone was staring intently, saying, "Open your eyes, open your eyes." They were just waiting. Meanwhile, our question machine ran out of batteries and was huffing and puffing. He'd heard the Central Plains were vast, but who knew it would be this exaggerated? They left from Hainan and took a boat to Hangzhou. Guziiras.com. Then, they said their greetings from Nanjing and passed through. After more than a month and a half of this torturous journey, they finally set foot in Sichuan. When they arrived at Situ and the Tank clan's mansion, Pai chirped joyfully to Sor Yang. "Ata, we're here! We're at Situ and the Tank clans!" Sor Yang stood by the door, his jaw dropping in shock. His brain literally aired out. I said, "Bro, the title deed to this entire mountain belongs to Situ and the Tank clan. That's why they call this place Tank Clan Hill Flex." Sor Yang looked around in shock, swallowing hard. The Tank clan members had literally poured out to greet the chief. Sor Yang was surprised by how crowded it was. He probably thought there was a rally or something. He thought to himself, "Are all these people really from Situ and the Tank clan?" She thought to herself. A bombshell in a red dress started running towards them. She was screeching, "Daddy!" The spirit is gone. She was crying tears of joy because she saw her father again. Crocodile tears, perhaps? Meanwhile, Sor Yangen's mouth was literally watering. Kelson sighed with relief when he saw his daughter was alive. It's totally stuck. The girl held him tight and kept apologizing. Classic father-daughter drama. And Sor Yang was struck by the girl's beauty. Does something like this even exist on Earth? It was in the mode. He'd hung out with a celebrity before, but he'd never seen anyone this bright and radiant. Kelson turned to Sor Yang and said, "I need to introduce you to someone," he said. Kelson introduced his daughter Hua Yin to Sor Yang. "Tell Yang the circuits are fried." A loading screen appeared in his brain. Sor Yang stammered, "Is this that thing you were talking about?" They asked. Thinking of the flower Kelson mentioned in his weeds remark, he felt like he was having a sudden internal hemorrhage. Hua Ya's cheeks turned bright red. "Kelson, Sor Yanga. That's the flower you didn't like, the one you turned your nose up at. This lady next to me." And he scored. Tell Sor Yangen's tongue is tied. When she remembered the flower talk, she was mortified. Her embarrassment hit a new level, and she cringed so hard. He realized he made the mistake of his life. He never thought he'd blow a chance with such a knockout. He felt like a total sucker. The only daughter of the Situ and Tang clans, the poison flower, Tang Huayin. But storms were raging inside this girl. She carried a hidden emotional burden. Let the drama begin. Even as a young girl, she overheard the old fogies gossiping about her skills. Not that they cared for her talent, but her beauty was legendary, enough to be one of the 3 flowers of Murim. They'd been talking about finding a suitable groom for her. One of the elders chimed in and suggested that the clan chief take a second wife. "But boss, no way," he said, and the guy was stunned. When Huayan heard this, he realized how right his parents were. He got fired up about martial arts and wanted to prove himself to those dinosaurs in the clan. He wanted to show he could contribute to the family even if he isn't the man of the house. But as they say, haste makes waste, and he messed everything up. When people get impatient, they can lose their way. That impatience let a demon in, causing his chi to go wild. Then Huyin woke up. At that moment, the big boss, his mother, and 2 others were right there by his head. There was a look of relief on his mother's face, knowing he was safe. Huya's eyes brimmed with tears as she cried and apologized to her mother. "I wanted to help the clan, but she complained that I wiped out the entire liquor supply." His grandpa called him a little rascal and asked if he was acting up because he worried him and his father. He said how he reached that 100 poison level he wanted so badly. "Stop whining and pull yourself together," he said. He was stunned when he heard the words, "Base poison." Looking at its shimmering aura, he asked his grandfather what it was. The big boss also told him that he had a story to tell. There was a mysterious young warrior who didn't just save his life. At the same time, she gave him an undergarment of 1,000 poisons, not just 100. Back to the present, boss. He's asking about the weed situation. Still no word from Yongdan. He's really upset because Kelso called his daughter a weed. Because he's totally obsessed with the story of the 10 great venomous creatures. I need to think about this, he muttered to himself. He tried to brush the subject off. He said the boss took the joke way too far. Then he turned to the girl and said he was glad to meet her. It was also pure comedy to see the clan members grinning as they watched these two youngsters meet. Asked Yan to introduce himself. And he muttered that he knew you were sick, but was glad to see you healthy now. Ben Huyang introduced himself as the poisonous flower and thanked her for saving his life. He was swearing that he'd be a coward if he ever forgot this favor. Sor Yang's brain literally lagged because of the girl's beauty. Kelson from Sor Yang asked, "What do you say to this?" Sor Yang was stunned when he heard a voice inside his head. He thought it was some kind of mental voice transmission or something. How could the poor soul have known? Kelson asked Sor Yanga if his daughter was a real beauty, and if he'd like to meet and get to know her. Soon after, Sor Yang found herself enjoying a relaxing soak in a massive bathhouse. The centipedes were sleeping soundly in a basket. Tel Yang in the battery was dead. She felt like she could faint at any moment. He looked totally messed up. Then he noticed something. He gave the centipedes a little smile. One of them woke up and literally smiled back at her. Under normal conditions, it was impossible for those centipedes to fall from there. But when he told them hot water hurts their skin and stayed in the bucket, they all piled back in as if they understood. This seemed incredibly mysterious to him. It was as if these insects understood him. Kelson also hinted that they had overreacted to their intent to kill. 2 centipedes had woken up and were now watching him. The guy teased them, saying he was embarrassed they were ogling his naked body like that. With that, those 2 centipedes hid inside the bucket. This last fire thing was so much fun. He suddenly remembered Pine saying centipedes were spiritual creatures. He made a mental note to research this spiritual creature's matter in depth. He later racked his brains over this. After what Kelso said, she just couldn't calm down. He knew he had to get out of here soon. In another mansion, the whole clan gathered around the table. The patriarch, the oldest founder of the family, was there with his wife and daughter. Kelson just blurted out that he's giving the room in the east wing to that young warrior. This room was the kind reserved for couples in traditional Chinese houses. The family elder asked if the young warrior was truly as talented as they say. The chief confirmed it. That at first they thought they had met by chance. But the main thing isn't the meeting. He said he was the boy himself. The kid had potential. He said the warrior's knowledge of venomous creatures is incredible, and that he even defeated an Iang. What's more, he had even encountered legendary spiritual creatures like the poison-feathered bird. And she had crushed the blue-spotted centipede's eggs herself. He said the leader, the oldest member of the family, had found a virtual treasure. All eyes turned to Huayan. Kelson told his daughter he wanted the young warrior as his son-in-law and asked for her thoughts. Huayan thought about what this meant for a moment. When the penny finally dropped, he went completely silent. Since he possessed 1,000 poisons, he wanted to show everyone how useful of a menace he could be for the clan. He said he's from the Tank clan and understands his father's nonsense. But he told the man that he had to decide for himself whether the young warrior was worthy of him. Then he just vanished, leaving the vibe really tense. According to Kelson, that kid needed to watch his back. No matter how stunning his daughter was, she was just as prickly. Huayan hurried away, looking extremely annoyed. He now possessed the body of 1,000 poisons. If he gave up here, those dinosaurs would never take him seriously. He decided to scrutinize that rookie warrior, from his skills all the way to his character. Meanwhile, Sorion was wondering what the hell to do. He knew the girl held a grudge against him. So he consulted the centipedes, who had children. He asked for advice, that's all. When Huayan suddenly appeared, he lost his mind. The girl was literally on fire. The girl asked him for a second. He was in a hurry, so he asked for her hand. Ours reached out like a dog extending a paw to its owner. Then his face turned red. He mumbled that he didn't know why she was in such a rush, and that they needed to get to know each other more before doing things like this. She shyly hinted that everything has its turn. Huayan asked what nonsense you're talking about. Then the penny dropped and his face turned red as a tomato. He quickly corrected himself and said that wasn't his intention. When Soryong realized his dreams were shattered, he froze and felt devastated. A deathly silence filled the room. Huayan sighed. He explained again, it wasn't what he thought. He just wanted to check her pulse. He guessed she misunderstood when he suddenly asked for such a thing. Soryong was buried in shame. He sat by her, apologizing for appearing out of nowhere and being so rude. He told her she was young but looked mature for her age. So he decided to explain what was going on. He started to tell, and Soryong listened carefully. What they heard sounded straight out of a soap opera. As the sole heir, Huayan was constantly dealing with the intrigues of side branches. To ensure the lineage, the elders planned to find a talented groom to marry into the family. They even thought about how the Soviet Union's status could change. Huan cut in. If I'm going to join you, let me tell you something first. I have something to confirm. No hard feelings. He said he has no intention of crossing him, even if things go south. He said he saw him as his benefactor and wanted to hang out like a guest or a blood brother. Soryong reached out his hand. He said he got the gist, and to feel free to dig into whatever he needs to. He sized her up, grabbed her hand, and pressed his fingers against her pulse. Right then, a blue aura began to surround him. Grocery store. These arts weren't the kind of things you could just buy at a grocery store. Some guys would pump their bodies with venom and master the art, while others would drop dead after just 2 whiffs. That's why these toxic methods progress by adapting as your inner energy leveled up. Only when you take it all in do you unlock mastery. Poisons also had their own ranks. First 5 poisons, then 10, then 100 poisons. It went from 1,000 poison to finally 10,000 poison. Luckily, Soryong's body was capable of handling this poison situation. But you see, it was only at poison level 10. So his system could only tolerate 10 types of toxins. Any more would cause an error. Having a body with 10 poison, especially if you weren't from a tank clan, was a pretty cool thing. Soryong's brain is officially fried. Wang continued explaining. He noted this talent puts him at the level of a first-class martial artist, the highest rank attainable for someone not born with special privileges. The woman went into, "I'm out of here," mode, and our guy saw her off. Soryong mentally reviewed the incident of the 10 poison bodies. He turned pale, realizing this meant he couldn't catch the genie and just glitched out. Look, for Soryong, this was a matter of life and death. A few hours later, someone came out of the bathroom. Gillen's back, and the place just went wild. The girl noticed a strange smell coming from her body ever since she devoured the inner core of the blue-spotted centipede, despite scrubbing herself many times a day. While getting dressed, she wondered if this was some divine punishment for being ungrateful to the man who saved her life. So he just started tripping out. Meanwhile, Soryong was on the 7th layer of the dream realm. He was talking to someone in his dream. This person was thanking her for her kindness or something. He saw that this habit was sworn. "Am I dreaming, man?" he asked. "This habit might seem like a dream," he said, this thing in the form of Boo, who explained that he borrowed the appearance of the girl who swallowed his inner core. "It's not." To avoid scaring him, she introduced herself as the mother of those creatures, the blue-spotted centipede. Soryong in circuits fried, of course. 3 little girls approached him. Ours finally realized these are its babies. He asked how you teleported to Weimar. The woman told how she was brutally murdered, leaving her children behind, and that her resentment reached the heavens. That's why he said her soul was stuck to that inner core. While cursing from inside the body of the girl who swallowed her seed, an opportunity arose to appease her grudge, letting her slip into her dreams. It turns out the whole reason was that Soryong brought all his babies along with him. Soryong realized he unknowingly had a hand in the blue-spotted centipede's downfall. It wasn't intentional, but he still felt like an accomplice in all this. She fixed her eyes on him. The woman asked him if he could fulfill one last wish. Our guy accepted right away and swore he'd do whatever she wanted. The centipede asked her to look after the children until they were fully grown. Soryongan's brain was fried because centipedes would fend for themselves after molting twice from their mother's body. Mom explained the centipede situation. He said their young depend on the liver in their inner core until they molt twice. After that, they're said to need the raw essence of other beings to grow. Soryong asked if the baby should be attached to the Hwai in this situation. Since she's the one who swallowed the inner core, Mother Centipede spilled it all. It turns out he had cursed the girl so badly that her body would exude a foul stench, ensuring no man would ever come near her, and she could never have children. The Mother Centipede offered to let her children suck the energy from Hwayu's inner core in exchange for lifting the curse. He even whispered that this way, Soryong could win Hwayu's heart. Soryong thought for a moment, then grinned and said this business made him sick. I didn't want to take advantage of Hwayun's difficult situation. Mother Centipede admired his bold attitude and asked how he planned to overcome this challenge. He also mentioned that Hwayun is looking for a strong man. And the girl said she couldn't provide the inner cores of the 10 great venomous creatures. This gave Soryong a bright idea. Prakaya told him to trust him. He assured her that he'd handle it and everything would be fine. The next day, Soryong and Hwayun were sitting side by side. Hwayun finally understood the reason for the scent coming from his body. The issue was the inner core of the blue-spotted centipede. Soryong confirmed this, explaining that if he attached the centipedes to his body and let them absorb chi every few days, the scent would naturally vanish. Hwayun hesitated, but asked if it would be okay to help her without expecting anything in return. He knew he could easily ask for a price. Soryong smiled and said his conscience wouldn't let him take advantage of a woman in trouble. He refused to be that brazen. Hwayun was shocked by this answer. He felt guilty and spoke up. It's not like he wouldn't repay her kindness. For the first time, his father's words were starting to make sense. When he saw Soryong, he realized that talent and martial arts were all just myths. Soryong said he's not just sitting idle, he's onto something. He remembered the moment she told him she had the 10 poison body and could only absorb 10 types of poison. A flash of lightning struck Soryong's brain. Since he could only take 10 poisons, he had to fill those slots with the 10 most powerful poisonous creatures. With the most venomous creatures of the Middle Plains. Hwayun was stunned by how high this kid's ambitions are. When Hwayun Soryongan said this artistic move meant I'd be king of the world, his cheeks turned as red as a tomato field. It was a first for Tang Hwayun, known as the poisonous flower, and one of the 3 flowers of Mirim. For the first time, a guy was hitting on her that hard. His face turned bright red, and he asked Soryonga if she realized what she was implying. Soryong replied, asking what that had to do with anything. Hwayun began to explain just how toxic and difficult this path he'd chosen really was. This work could take 10 years, 20 years, or even a lifetime. Soryong's face immediately soured. Will ours really take that long? While thinking this, Hwayu's cheeks were still red as beets. Hwayun said that Soryongan is 15, and in 3 years when he's of age to marry, if he manages to handle even one of those 10 great venomous creatures, he'll take his hat off to him. He bashfully hinted that if he succeeds, there might be a wedding. Then he hyped her up and ran off in shame. Soryong stood there stunned and called out after him. The girl looked back as if to say, "What more do you want?" He suggested the child get treated and stay there for another hour or 2. The girl who was dying of embarrassment is back. To comfort the girl, he said, "Don't be afraid, these tiny centipedes don't bite." Then he gathered his centipedes and told them, "Go to your mother, not your father." Hearing this, Hwayun's circuits fried from embarrassment. The girl snapped, saying, "What do Mom and Dad have to do with this?" But Soryong quickly backed off and made excuses, saying you misunderstood. Meanwhile, Kaole's son, his wife, and Museong gathered at the table, gossiping their hearts out. Turns out even our kid's incredible talent couldn't win Hwayu's heart. Museong asked if anyone saw them this morning, noting he felt something was going on between them. Hwayun's mother also intervened and said that Hwayun actually treated Soryong quite well. These guys thought this through deeply. Museong said forcing them to marry isn't wise, and it's best to let a natural spark fly between them instead. Hwayun's mother suggested that Hwayun take over the young warrior's martial arts training. That way, they'd stay close and bond more. Kai Hasten loved this idea. Mu Xiang added that if the young warrior's talent turned out to be mediocre, they should check if the healer sage could provide the hair-purifying essence. The potion would have fixed him. Kai Hasten was shocked by this suggestion. He reminded her it wasn't possible, even for Huayun. So he said they shouldn't get their hopes up for nothing. Mu Xiang nodded, too. Just then, Huayun was at the door. He called out to his father. Kai Hasten asked what you were looking for at this hour. She invited him in. The girl turned bright red. He didn't expect to see all three of them there. He came to say something. Her cheeks turned rosy again. In one breath, she blurted out that she would do what her father suggested. Kai Hasten was stunned and asked what he meant. Huayun's mother sat him down and politely asked if the young warrior was interested. Ashamed, Huayun didn't know what to say. While Kai Hasten thought the girl was uninterested, he grew intensely curious about this sudden U-turn. She started talking about that young warrior. He said Soryang swore to become the world's best just for her. The boy had made her such a promise. It really caught Chosona's interest. She encouraged him to keep going. Listening to her, Soryang's innate talent. Even at poison level 10, he found out she vowed to overcome it by defeating the 10 great venomous creatures just for him. Mu Xiang found this situation hilarious. While Kai Hasten froze in shock, Mu Xiang burst out laughing and mocked Soryang's courage. Hu Yuan's mother was very impressed. He said a suitor like this wouldn't be easy to find. Even though he agreed, he told Soryang he'd only approve the marriage if he caught one of the 10 great beasts. He had to catch poisonous creatures before entering puberty. He wondered if the boy understood what he said. His father jokingly said he should have set the bar at catching at least 3 creatures. His mother also noted that men aren't always the brightest when it comes to such hints. Hu Yuan asked if he should go and clarify the situation with Soryang. But his mother was against it. He said if Soryang doesn't realize they've already given approval, he'll push even harder. Yu Xiang suggested acting undecided while treating him like a future son-in-law. With all these efforts, they naturally expected her to become part of the family. Meanwhile, the centipede leader praised Soryang for impressively winning Hyo Yun's heart. And he said it was all a matter of courage and perseverance. The woman smiled warmly, called him her savior, and told him this would likely be his last act. The resentment inside had faded, and his soul would soon pass to the afterlife. He offered to do everything he could for her before leaving. Soryang thought for a moment and asked if he could see his true form. The woman was embarrassed but realized it was a reasonable request. She probably figured he was just desperate. She bared her shoulder and started to undress. Soryang jumped in and asked if he really had to take it off. This made the woman blush even more. He asked if he should give up. Soryang explained that's not what he meant. The kids closed their eyes, having fun. He said he wanted to see a blue-spotted centipede's appearance. When she realized she'd misunderstood, the woman was mortified. Smoke filled the air, and then his true form was revealed. Soryang's jaw dropped when he saw the view. He was excited and happy to see her in her natural state. He was amazed by its size. He asked if he could touch her. Even as he asked, he admiringly touched its waterproof body and imagined its movements. He asked about her legs. He asked while eagerly examining its venom, strength, eyes, and antennae. Soryang was so passionate about examining the centipede that the kids still covering their eyes looked incredibly cute. He was so enthusiastic that he even wanted to touch its venomous fangs. The woman warned him it was dangerous, but he insisted. This situation spooked the blue-spotted millipede a bit. She started to wonder if her daughter would be safe with this man, for he felt that her touch was anything but ordinary. It was both hilarious and weird how Soryang was literally drooling while caressing the girl. Then Chief Olsen sat with Soryang for a cup of tea. She bluntly told Soryang she heard everything from Huyen, and that he'd now be treated as their son-in-law. Soryang mumbled that she thought she had to wait for 3 years. Wilson cut him off, saying the wedding would resolve itself once Soryang came of age. Soryang tried to clarify things, But Huya's mom got so excited that she welcomed her into the family and introduced herself as her mother-in-law. Musong loved this job too. He said Huya found a perfect match and their clans will be even more thrilled. Soryang stared at Huyen in a daze, stunned by this sudden acceptance when there should have been many conditions for marriage. She probably figured they accepted her without much effort and decided to go with the flow. She said everyone is looking forward to your guidance. When Musong suggested things to Soryang, Soryang's brain fried. He said they had to get to work right away or something. Soryanga said that before he learns the Soryanga Tank clan's poison arts, they have something to show him. What's the third one? They asked. The elders smirked wickedly as Soryang dropped the bombshell. He said this place is the Hall of 10,000 Poisons and that Soryang would absolutely love it. They've been waiting for this moment, for Soryang to take her first step into the 10,000 Poison Hall as a family member. It's an incredibly precious tradition for the whole family. Soryang, by saying Musiona, showed how eager she was. Soryang got hyped, thinking it was a place where 10,000 types of poison gathered. But looking at Huya from the side, he was literally speechless at her beauty. Soryang remembered the saying that beauties are best watched from the side. And at that moment, it was like a live photo shoot. When he blushed, his future relatives had a field day with it. They smirked knowingly. Jeev teased that at this rate Soryang would make his daughter's face grow old, saying Huya was already his woman. But he was still just staring blankly at the girl. She mentioned that her mother-in-law is totally smitten with Soryang. Both Huyen and Soryang blushed like tomatoes. Watch where you're going! Huyen snapped, and Soryang stammered a quick, okay. A moment later, they stood before a massive door. On both sides, two mountain-like guys with bulging muscles were posing proudly. This view somehow reminded Soryanga of Yupin and Ipin. And in the middle stood a guy in a graduation robe. And he was welcoming the great ancestor. Muzi Yang ordered them to open the door, saying he wanted to show his future son-in-law something. 10,000 poison halls. The men obeyed the order immediately. And Soryang was thinking to himself, holy cow! It was ridiculous how tight security was for a place straight out of the Middle Ages. The man in black robes announced the doors were opening, and those two muscular guys started pushing the heavy door with all their might. The guy in black said the door opened faster that day. Soryang was naturally surprised by this finding. When the door fully opened, those two muscular guys looked absolutely spent. The man in black invited them inside. Shaholson gave Soryang a side-eye as they headed inside. Soryang felt the need to offer some comfort while looking at that exhausted, muscular guy. Shaholson explained that the iron gate was forged from Kunyu steel. He said this steel came from the wild lands in the south. He added that even opening the door was considered an honor. They finally reached the hall. This was the treasure room where the Sichuandaki Tank clan stored all their poisons, known as the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. And it had exactly that much poison inside. Muzi Yang warned Soryanga not to cause trouble or touch anything. Soryang comforted him, saying she understood. And he had them confirm if there really were 10,000 poisons in the hall. Shaholson explained that the poisons were meticulously categorized, including the paralyzing ones, sleep toxins, and much more. It was clear the elders really enjoyed messing with the young couple. This became clear when Seorangan asked Shaholson to explain the poisons, knowing that Huangdan would enjoy listening. Huang and Soryang turned bright red with embarrassment. Their cheeks were literally glowing. Nonetheless, Huang took on this task. Soryangan took him by the hand and led him to the most potent poison of the Tang clan. The elders watched them with affection. Huang began by showing the poison to Kaiokidan. Martial artists fear this poison because once you inhale it, you can't use your energy. He warned Soryang to be extremely careful. She even showed him fantasies like gut-ripping poison, soul-shattering poison, bloody puree poison, and 7-step soul-stealing poison. All these poisons hit hard, but he said the Tang clan's ultimate poison is on a whole other level. Then she pressed a tiny seed into his hand. Soryangan's brain is fried, of course. He thought to himself that it looked like a tiger beam. Hioi explained that this is the strongest poison in existence, apart from the venoms of the 10 great poisonous creatures. They added that it's a castor oil seed, which symbolizes the Tang clan. Soryang was seriously obsessed with this castor bean thing. He thought of ricin. That toxalbumin is deadly. Just 2 milligrams is enough to send an adult to the other side. This poison is famous for it. It was used during the Cold War in the assassination where Bulgarian dissidents were hunted with umbrellas. Ricin is a toxin that hits 100,000 times harder than cyanide. Soryang stated that this poison is closest to the Tang clan's ideal. Colorless, odorless, tasteless, and shapeless. That's why they call it the rarest and most precious of all toxins, golden venom. When used to dispose of someone, it was known as golden death. Wang told her never to forget which poison is the strongest. It's not the one that hurts most or brings the foulest death. The true king of poisons kills silently, quickly, and leaves no trace behind. Wang mentioned that the Sichuan Tang clan's poison arts strive for this exact ideal of secrecy and precision. In Soryang's mind, they were pictured exactly like an assassin clan. Mu Xiang said enough with the chatter, and eager to see Soryang, invited him to see the venomous creatures. Mu Xiang even offered that if Soryang is interested, she could personally care for the animals, and the clan would provide full support for everything needed. The thought of people sponsoring his hobby echoed in Soryang's mind, making his eyes light up. Just as they were about to get out of there, the tribal chief received an urgent call. Pai rushed in, panting from all the running. They asked her what was so urgent. Pai said the tribal chief must go to the Black Turtle Pavilion immediately. The tribal chief asked the reason. Pai was just mumbling something about the ancient spell when Mu Xiang angrily cut him off, yelling that he wanted to know what those scumbags were up to again. Soryang wondered if they were talking about the branch family members, who Yinan mentioned. Pai dropped the news that there were 2 problems. First, the medicine sent to the city lord of Sichuan didn't work. As expected, he sent a letter full of insults. Pai glanced at Soryang before she could set off a second bomb, and Soryang let out a deep sigh. Pai then explained that the matter was related to the Omi Poison Hall, and Mu Yong realized the rumors had already spread. They decided to bolt for now, but Mu Yong insisted that Soryang go with them. Back at the Black Turtle Pavilion, once the old-timers noticed the chief, they started nagging him about that critical decision he made alone. They're deeply resentful over matching Havionu with some random orphan. This remark tilted Sheol Xianggu, and they were really pissed off. So they call Soryang an orphan of unknown origin. Sheol Xiong began emitting a green aura from his body, and asked if they were insulting his son-in-law, insisted that their concerns were perfectly justified. Mu Yong, clearly fuming, announced that the decision was his, and asked them if they had a problem with it. The elders were stunned and turned to the Grand Chief, hoping he'd talk to the leader and change his mind. They argued that entrusting the management of 10,000 poisons to an unproven outsider was the height of absurdity. Yu Xiong repeated once more that he gave his approval. During this shootout, Havayan cut Soryang and whispered an apology to him. At first, Soryang thought, "Oh, how nice!" Then he sighed, realizing the girl was worried about him when it should have been the other way around. Everyone was shocked to hear Soryang speaking up. "Excuse me, I hate to interrupt," but he said. Since the whole issue stems from a doubt in his talents, she suggested that he should showcase them to prove himself to the clan's elders. The elderly were caught off guard. Soryang continued with his suggestion. He said, "You could prove your worth by resolving the matter with the Sichuan warlord." Havayan quietly asked what the hell you were up to. Soryang wasn't normally the type to jump in and cause trouble, but he wouldn't let anyone disturb the peaceful life he led as a pet owner. It had effectively buried the elderly in silence. They finally came to their senses, got angry, and started lecturing him. Since the Morgs interrupted, "Do you even know what's in the Sichuan city lord's letter before barging in like this?" They snapped back. They complained to the clan leader, calling her an arrogant rag, and for daring to poke her nose into everything. The elders used this opportunity to whine about finding a son-in-law from a respected, long-standing martial clan instead. Soryang's wife was starting to lose her cool. Soryang thought to himself how these geezers just talk more and more nonsense. Back when it was Spicy Fiber, it had over 1 million total subscribers and an average of 3,000 viewers per stream. He hinted that the elders are still unwilling to accept him as the son-in-law of the Sichuan Tank clan. So, in short, Soryong was still being treated like a guest. Thanks to Spicy Fiber's massive following, he was used to dealing with toxic trolls who stirred up trouble for no reason. Soryong emphasized that he saved Lady Huyuan, the precious daughter of the Sichuan Tank clan. What's more, the one wearing the bloody Elrikshasa had defeated the fire and saved the clan chief's life. He asked if it was the Sichuan Tank clan's way to challenge elders and insult guests and patrons. Deep down, Soryong knew that the cruelty of these geezers was nothing compared to the trolling he dealt with as a streamer. In comparison, it almost looked cute. The elders felt terrible and admitted they spoke out of haste and desperation. Soryong was thinking to himself how pathetic they were. The great clan leader was deeply impressed by Soryongden. An old man mumbled that claiming to have put out the fire yourself was a bit of an exaggeration. But the clan leader confirmed Soryong by showing them a document. The elders gasped at the document, their jaws dropping when they realized it was the secret manual of the Bloody Hand poison art, and it was written in blood. It was real, and it belonged to the blood cult. The clan leader hyped Soryong up to show those spotted centipedes to the geezers. Soryong calmly tapped his chest and invited the elders to look as the 3 baby spotted centipedes emerged cheerfully. The elders felt uneasy seeing this scene. The clan leader explained these are blue-spotted centipede larvae and proudly shared that his son-in-law raised them. Then he started to tell it. They were trying to figure out how these brats killed Takenyang by biting him to death. The elders were in shock, seeking confirmation from the chief. Hearing that our rookie warrior really managed to control a blue-spotted centipede, Chief Soryong and Jayup had wicked grins on their faces, mocking the old men. She slipped in that calling Soryong, young warrior, proves they haven't accepted him as a son-in-law yet. Even Soryong managed to set them straight, half-jokingly saying if they bit, they'd end up pitch black and dead like Takenyang. The elders turned pale, immediately backpedaling because rejecting Soryong wasn't an option. They scrambled for excuses, mumbling that there's a process, and it's perfectly normal for them to hesitate. The big boss sighed, dropped the son-in-law talk for now, and asked this. Why couldn't Soryong charge into the 10,000 poison hall? The elders argued that Soryong is not yet fully a part of the family. Besides, they had no intention of entrusting a place like the 10,000 poison hall to a kid from yesterday who wasn't even of age yet. The great chief proposed a simple solution, asking Soryongden to show their skill. Soryong smirked and said he'd prove himself to the Sichuan Tank clan by doing it their way, with poison. The elders lost their minds. They misunderstood the boy and thought he was going to poison the Lord of Sichuan province. They basically treated the kid like an idiot for thinking of poisoning the Lord when he could have just sent medicine. Soryong was confused since the Sichuan Tank clan's specialty was poison. The next day, the great chief sent word to Soryong, saying he would begin learning the Tank clan's martial art, the 5 poison return technique. Soryong asked if this requires physical strength. The big boss explained that as he practices martial arts, his body will naturally adapt to it. So he said it would be shaped by the techniques he learned. Muzheng detailed that the Tank clan prioritizes practicality. That's why Soryong would learn skills that would be useful in real life immediately. With that, Soryong laid out a bunch of weapons, including arrows, daggers, and ninja stars. They started with hidden throwing weapons, like needles and coins, darts, powders, daggers, and throwing knives. Though there were plenty of other unusual secret weapons around as well. Most were divided into 5 types. Muzheng asked Soryongda if he knew which one was the easiest. Soryong guessed it was a dagger or a throwing knife, and he was right. Muzheng asked which one she thought was the hardest this time. Soryong predicted that dust would be the most challenging, as it needs to scatter effectively. But Muzheng told her the needle was the real problem. Soryong assumed it was due to its small, thin structure, making it difficult to hit accurately. Muzheng explained it's not just that. The real challenge is having to remember exactly where Soryong threw the needles. To demonstrate, Muzheng decided to do a test run. He took out a brush, detached the head from the handle, and suddenly made a throwing motion. The brush bristles floated in the air and turned into needles. And it rained down like rain. Soryeong watched open-mouthed as the hairs pierced in like needles, and they kept falling. Mujin revealed the tank form's secret weapon technique, rain of flowers darkening the sky. This secret art involved hundreds, even thousands, of needles falling like a rain of flowers, covering the entire area. Soryeong thought fighting in a field of needles would require extreme caution. Politely, he noted that if the area is filled with needles, there won't be much room to move. Mujin, laughing out loud, confirmed that this was exactly it. Soryeong had to remember the locations of the needles to avoid falling victim to your own technique. This seemed incredible to Soryeong, and Soryeong started to sweat. Muzyeong confirms whether he should track pins deflected by opponents or those that landed incorrectly. Mujin responded positively. Mujin reported that with the 5 poison body, Soryeong will need to memorize at least 100 positions to start. After the show, Soryeong looked pale as a ghost. He collapsed face down on the ground. Then Lady Huyen appeared. He asked if it looks ready. He wore a beekeeper's suit because he heard he was going to catch a wasp. He wondered if it was unnecessary. Soryeong comforted the girl, saying it wasn't a waste of time. He planned to wait for the hornet, but they could hunt it themselves with their gear. Hua-yun checked again to see if they'd really wait for the wasps to arrive. Soryeong said you'll understand when he's gone. When they got there, he asked if she knew where the hornet's nest was. Hua-yun confirmed he found one nearby, so they could step on it and get there right away. Soryeong also put on a pilot suit. While they were getting ready, Hua-yun brought up the letter. He asked if she had seen the letter sent to the city governor of Sichuan province. Soryeong confirmed what he saw. He said he was worried that because Hua-yun Soryeongan is young, he might not fully grasp the letter's content. Soryeong, blushing. She mentioned how important his energy is for men. Hua-yun blushed and said it was enough. He noticed she figured it out. The main problem causing a headache for the Sichuan city brain was that the device stopped working. So his jump wasn't standing at attention anymore. Hua-yun began to feel suspicious of Soryeong's wisdom given his age. Soryeong brushed it off, saying he'd been flying solo for a while. Turning beet red with shame, Hua-yun quickened her pace. A few hours later, they arrived at the forest. Soryeong got completely carried away by the creatures there. Hua-yun tried hard to keep him on track until they reached their destination. The place they saw looked like a tiny cave. It was quite the hangout spot for wasps. Hua-yun asked about the importance of finding a bee. In a caseless way, Soryeong explained the situation to him while putting on his muscles. Even though they came looking for wasps. Actually, he said they wouldn't catch any of them. Hua-yun's brain is fried. Soryeong continued to explain as they approached the madman. He said the toxic beetle thereafter could be found in smaller, more serrated hives. Hua-yun didn't have the slightest clue about this. But luckily, the hive had what they were looking for. A bug appeared and Soryeong snapped it up with his chopsticks. They didn't come to catch wasps. This tiny bug was their target. This little creature belongs to the prefect of Sichuan. It was going to be the cure for your trouble. Hua-yun asked about the beetle, wondering if it had hard wings. He guessed correctly and Soryeong learned that the insect they caught in the giant hornet's nest is called a Coloptera in that world. He's in that world. In the Central Plains, it was known as the sheath-winged beetle, but in the modern era, it was called the scorcher beetle. Hua-yun blurted out asking what these ground beetles were doing in a wasp's nest, and if it was even normal. Soryeong also explained that their life cycle is a complete anomaly. It turns out the way these beetles reproduce is mind-blowing. Like most insects, they don't bother guarding where they lay eggs or creating a safe environment for their young. Our beetle friend here lays eggs wherever it wants. He even said in a sketch to the boss, "Hold on, boss, I gotta drop a few eggs here before we hit the road." Anywhere is fine. Forget about any special treatment. He's just leaving. The only decent thing he did was dump them all in the same place. Then, when that miraculous moment arrives and the beetle larvae hatch, they all start climbing toward the nearest high ground. And when they reach the top, they do something crazy. They cluster together, literally mimicking flowers. And the bees, thinking this fake flower is real, would fly right up to it. Once one bee stings, the entire swarm jumps onto the carpenter bee, and it's game over. Total game over. So that's how the carpenter bee's nest gets GG'd. Soryang wasn't sure why they were so obsessed with giant hornet nests. But apparently, it was the ideal environment for the ground beetle larvae to grow. Huayan feels terribly sorry for the giant hornet. But Soryang, there's nothing we can do. He dismissed it, saying it's the law of nature. Huayan knew this bug causes skin burns. He even heard that eating more could be fatal. Soryang confirmed this as well. That orange fluid secreted by the blister beetle contains a toxic substance called cantharidin. This substance apparently causes blisters, like burns the moment it touches the skin. Huayan turned bright red. Does it really have that effect? They asked. Soryang confirmed that the substance can make a man's tool rock hard instantly. This made Huna sink into the ground with shame, and prevented him from explaining further. He encouraged him to return to the 10,000 poison hall. Soryang wanted to catch a few more, but they'd already secured the ground beetle, also known as a coleopteran. Afterwards, they returned to the hall and showered the warriors with instructions on how to prepare the medicine. Soryang told them to keep their ears wide open. He ordered the crickets to be dried and ground into powder. It also noted that 1/10 of the dust is toxic. They explained that swallowing 3 drops of this poison is a one-way ticket. If a person ingests 3/10 of a mu of venom per guana body weight, about half of them will die. So Soryang asked them to make a medicine using 1/10 of a mugsun's poison. This roughly equals 10 drops of liquid, since 1 mu is 3.75 milligrams and 1 guan is 3.75 kilograms. He asked if it was understood. Deep down, Soryang felt like his head was about to explode from all these calculations. A warrior took off his mask and said Soryangan's explanations were incredibly detailed, adding they never expected him to be so good at math. Warrior Soryanga gave his word that they would definitely succeed. Soryang stated that she trusted them. Later that night, Myung Sang was telling Huayun how surreal the situation felt. That beetles can have such effects. Myung Siyang said this situation prompted the Tank clan to reevaluate the poisons in their arsenal. Huayun joined him. Myung Siyang, and then Soryangan mentioned his mastery of mathematics. Huayun explained how Soryangan calculated the solution's concentration and how incredible it was that he estimated it to match the weight of 10 drops. Myung Siyang considers himself knowledgeable about poisons, but he said Soryangan is on a whole different level. The more she learned about Soryang, the more she realized what a precious gem this young man was. Teasing her, he asked if she liked Soryang even more now. Huayun turned beet red and expressed regret for acting so hastily at first. Myung Siyang comforted her, saying that what matters most is making up for it from now on. Myung Siyang then asked how they planned to test the medicine once it was finished. Huayun blushed even more, turning red as a tomato. Yen mentioned the elders said Soryangan was too arrogant, so Soryang jokingly suggested testing the medicine on those elders instead. Myung Siyang was stunned, but found it funny and burst out laughing. The next day, everyone gathered in a hall. The clan elders were skeptical. A warrior handed Soryanga a wooden box, explaining he had mixed licorice powder and honey inside. Soryang was touched by this thoughtful gesture to make it sweeter and easier to drink. Soryang asked the warrior if he followed the recipe exactly. The warrior nodded. She followed the recipe to the letter. Other clan members, P. How legendary can it be? And they turned up their noses. The clan leader silenced everyone and asked Soryang how she would prove what this medicine does. Soryang acted like she was totally shocked by this question. The clan elders argued that confirming the medicine's effect was their natural right. An old man shouted that we'd never send something of uncertain content to the city lord of Sichuan. Another elder added that if something went wrong, it could lead to a major disaster. Soryang accepted that there was no other way. The warrior understood what was happening. The clan elders were stunned when the warrior medicine was handed to them. They got annoyed when Soryang looked at them as if she was waiting for them to try. An old man with a booming voice held them to account.
Do you know what this is, brat?
He asked. Another old man added,
This boy has been outside for so long.
It's totally pitch black inside. Soryang grinned and called out to his grandfather. Mujiang Soryangan asked what you wanted. Soryang reminded Mujiang that his seniors once said masters of martial arts are never afraid of poison. Mujiang joined the game and confirmed this. Soryang implied that the elder's hesitation was a sign of fear. Mujiang agreed with her again. Soryang used reverse psychology to fire up the clan's grip. He mocked these men who claimed to have conquered 100 toxins by asking if they were afraid of something as simple as dung beetle venom. This remark infuriated the elders, and one of them split the medicine in two. They said this. We're not going to be afraid of such a simple poison. They took the medicine and accused Soryangu of underestimating them. They warned him that if his medicine didn't work, he would face the consequences. An old man thundered like this. We uphold the clan's laws and principles. He chewed the pill. After a moment of silence, they smirked nastily. They declared that nothing happened. But soon enough, the old man's manhood surged. The snakes sleeping for years had awakened. They were in shame, and that day the clan's laws and principles were literally rewritten. And in such a glorious way. The drug was sent to the city brain of the mouse. Apparently, it wasn't a bad job. A moment later, that council of elders was pacing back and forth in the hall, keeping their pants away from them to hide the evidence. To be honest, back in the day, I also used to walk with a bit of a limp. Soryang said that according to Muzianga, once you pump the old-timers up with that poison stuff, they swallow the bait instantly. Muziang understood that they had nothing left but their egos, so this outcome was inevitable. But Mu Ziyang didn't ignore that these actions stemmed from their extreme love for the clan. Soryanga told them not to hold much of a grudge against them. Mu Ziyang said that in the end, you're all in the same mess. Soryang replied, Understood, Captain. Right then, Huayun rushed over in a panic, saying something terrible had happened. They asked Huayuna what was wrong, and she said her children were acting strange. Soryang's cheeks flushed, and as she stood dazed, Mu Ziyang snapped and grabbed her by the collar. Mu Ziyang roared, What kid? And why do we have a kid? Soryang broke out in a cold sweat. Mu Ziyang grabbed Soryang by the neck. We haven't even sat at the wedding table yet. He was demanding to know what child this was. Huayun cleared it up. He said he wasn't talking about a human child, but the spotted centipedes raised by Soryang. Soryang's brain just fried. He literally got a 404 error. Lately, he was so focused on building muscle that he passed the centipede duty to Huayun. When she realized she'd completely forgotten him, she was terrified something had happened to her babies. He reached out to Huayun and said, Show me those. It's like she carries them in her pocket. Huayun, they're not with me, she shrieked, asking if I'd gone mad. Mu Ziyang was speechless. A moment later, they found 3 blue-spotted centipedes turned brown and exhausted. A slap mark remained on Soryang's face as a funny reminder of her recent nonsense. Soryang stared at the centipedes without blinking. Mu Ziyang wondered to himself if they had just fallen right out of the Huayun clouds. Huayun said they used to be like Turks, but now he's terrified they might be sick. The colors had faded, and the shells looked weird. Soryang calmed him down, saying, Easy there, champ, no need to panic, and explained that this was shedding. Like hard-shell creatures, centipedes. I guess they shed it when they grow, that's what it looked like. Mu Ziyang got lost in thought, whether the brats are already shedding or something. Sorry said it's about to blow up. Right then, one of the babies twitched strangely, and its head just popped off. They were all locked on the view, their jaws dropping. It was actually pretty addictive to watch. Things got even wilder when the other 2 creeps started undressing. They successfully shed their old skins and were now completely naked. Huyin noticed that these have nearly doubled. He asked if these guys don't have names. Soryang noticed that it wasn't like the penny had just dropped. That thoughtful face of his is just classic, but the names he came up with were even more hilarious. First place, second place, and third place. Huyin found it so cringe that he just cut it off, refusing to accept it. The girl was being logical. He said that since these spotted creatures turn into dragons after living 1,000 years, then we need some cool dragon names by tomorrow. And he objected to that just to be annoying. That spotted caterpillar said he couldn't become a dragon even in 1,000 years. Muzang also joined the chat, joking that 1,000-year-old spotted centipede is called a dragon. Sora Yang figured it out, thinking Huyen must have tipped off this smart aleck. Then he got serious about the name. He decided to name them Nova, Myra, and Grace. Nova means a new beginning. Myra means fragrance, and Grace means elegance or refinement, blah blah blah. Huyo loved it so much, he didn't make a sound, didn't make a sound, didn't make a sound. After all, naming the babies is the father's duty, tradition, or whatever. Those spotted creatures now had a name. After a whole day, the centipedes came crawling back to Soryanga again. His body still didn't seem fully dry. His body still didn't seem fully dry. His body still didn't seem fully dry. His body was still fully black. But he had recovered enough to get around. He still felt something was off. Those creatures were heavier now. They grew from the size of a sausage to the size of a man's arm. It seemed Soryang's embrace was too tight for them, so they coiled around her arms and waist like snakes. He overheard a conversation while he was fooling around with those creatures. Two guys were passing by. One of them was holding a pouch filled to the brim when this guy shouted, "How many playboys are there in the Yuan-Tang clan?" The two guys headed to the joint, giggling about how easy it was to make some free money. The mansion gossip had firmly caught Suryangan's attention. Chi Alsun dropped a bombshell. C said the medicine they said to the city lord worked, and the lord sent a thank you note along with a generous reward. Soryang and Huayan were super happy about the news. Chi Alsun was beaming with pride for making such a huge profit from this. Right after accepting Suryan as his son-in-law, he pulled off a heist like this. Soryang truly made history. Soryang was happy to be useful for once. So Chi Alsun offered to give Soryanga one of his potions. Of course, knowing Suryangan, he knew he might act humble and reject it if called a reward. Suryangan remembered his grandfather's words. That potion really fires up your inner energy. Huayun jumped right in. Like, what kind of elixir is that? Chi Alsun just brushed it off, saying it was no big deal. Only the honey from the golden fur king bee. Soryang thought to herself, this is pure honey. But knowing how critical internal energy is to becoming a martial arts master, he decided to accept the offer. He was about to thank his father-in-law when Huayun cut in. Since Chi Alsun was rewarding Soryang, why did he just brush it off with honey? Chi Alsun was actually a bit spooked seeing Huayun this fired up. Suryangan argued his success was no fluke dream, claiming even if the gold-feathered king bee is a mid-level venomous creature, its honey is the weakest among all elixirs. She stressed that Alsonen shouldn't be so stingy when rewarding Soryang. Such a massive success was literally putting Soryang to shame. Scolding his father, he said, instead of a potion for just 2 months of inner energy, give the man something that'll boost him for a whole year. Chi Alsun felt discouraged, but defended himself, saying it was just a potion and it cost a lot to find. Huayun totally lost it, yelling that compared to Soryang's contributions, this reward was mere pocket change. Chi Alsun was totally cornered. Soryang interrupted and asked about the golden feather king bee. Chi Alsun also explained that it was a mid-level poisonous creature. He said it hangs out in forests and is about the size of a small dog. It was said that whoever drank its honey would gain inner energy. It's equivalent to exactly 2 full months of meditation. Picturing the bee's size, Soryang felt both pumped and found it hilarious. But Huayun silenced the voices in his head for a moment. He made it clear that Soryang's name really pisses him off. Chi Alsun quickly smoothed things over. Turns out his goal wasn't to downplay Suryangan's achievements. He just thought ours might want to see it. That golden mane queen bee, in person. These words got Soryanga fired up, and he asked Chi Alsun if that's what he meant. That he could see the bee himself. That was exactly what Chi Alsun had in mind. Soryang thought to himself that this was an invitation to gather this honey with his own hands. Back when he was a YouTuber, he used to get into things like this too. They got carried away and showed up at the door. Soryang claimed to be almost an expert when it comes to bees. Chi Alsun knew Suryangan would jump at this idea immediately. Soryang asked what the golden-maned king bee looked like. Chi Alsun replied in a super troll way, "It just looks like a bee." Huayan could only sigh at this, and so their honey-collecting adventure began. Chi Alsun leaked VIP information to them, so they weren't expecting any competition. But guess what they saw? The two clans were at each other's throats when they arrived. It looks like both sides paid for the same information. One of the clans asked if the guy they got the info from had messy hair and a huge mole on his face. The other clan confirmed he's the same jackal, but added they won't back down easily. Hearing the formulas, it clicked for Suryangan. He remembered those two guys he'd overheard and realized these phonies were selling info to whoever they could. A man with a serious grudge against scammers roared,
"Who the hell do you think you are? Messing with the Sichuan Tank clan?"
The man's loud voice and mention of the Shirtua Tank clan made the atmosphere incredibly tense. A peaceful honey-gathering trip had suddenly turned into total chaos. Before Soryang set off on his first adventure, Chi Alsun warned him to watch his step as a member of both their family and the Tank clan. He should never have forgotten who he was. Suryan politely said okay. Chi Alsun then cast a glance to his side. This move caused Seoryang to turn her head as well. A row of men stood lined up before them. Chi Alsun told Soryanga she would lead these men, as it's time she learns to lead others. Suryan was stunned by this responsibility. He thought Huayan should be the leader. Chi Alsun asked if he was stupid, explaining that since Huayan is his partner, Soryang holds the highest authority in the group. Especially hearing that word, partner, Suryangan's cheeks turned bright red. Huayan was fully confident he could pull this off and promised to back him up all the way. Soryang also swore that she would do her very best. But now, in the middle of this chaos, he was brooding over what the hell to do. He asked Wolfgang, the leader of the Venom Blood Alliance beside him, what they should do in this situation, wondering if sharing the information would be a wiser move. Wolfgang huffed in anger, who dared to leak the information about his tanks. Huayan joined in, saying whoever did this has some real guts. It totally got out of hand. When he questioned the resale of information purchased by the Sichuan tanks, his intimidating aura was clearly felt. Others from the clans knew her as the Poison Flower, one of the 3 flowers of Murim. The guy was totally shocked to be standing right in front of the Poison Flower herself, a descendant of the Tang clan. He had to give the woman a nod. He said he represents the Central Wind sect and has no intention of meddling in tank business. They'll get out of here right away. The Great Origin sect also decided to withdraw, even though their hearts were bleeding. Yesem the Ghost Hunter followed them too. One of them swore he'd catch that sewer rat responsible and skin him alive. They all retreated in a rush. Soryang realized then how much of a nuisance the Sichuan tanks were and asked Wolfgang if the situation had been resolved. Wolfgang answered no, doubting that those sub-industry groups would give up so easily. Knowing those men were likely hiding and waiting for the right moment, Wolfgang suggested setting up camp nearby and taking turns keeping watch. Jupa gave instructions to find where they set up camp. Soryang's face tensed with worry, but Huyen told him everything would be all right. Soryang, on the other hand, was worried they hid behind a rock and watched the bees. Bees actually looked incredibly cute. It was as if they were wearing fake fur on their bodies. As some flew into the tree trunk, Soryang couldn't sit still with excitement at the sight of the golden-haired king bees. Huyen admitted he was seeing them for the first time and noted their size. Soryang found them super cute. Huyen admired how fluffy his fur was, and Wolfgang was glad to see them. He noticed the Soryang column looked small. It felt like there were only a few hundred, but given their size, that made sense. Huyen asked about the colony. Soryang explained that the colony was a group of bees. Usually, a small hive has about 5,000 to 7,000 bees. Wan Yuan was shocked that Soryang figured it out without sticking his head in the bucket. Didn't Soryang say it? I just made a guess based on the drones buzzing around the entrance. Right then, someone appeared right behind them. Gellenpeide. He blurted out that they tracked down those weird-acting groups. Wolfgang asked where they were. Pi hummed and hawed at first, but just as Wolfgang expected, those guys set up camp right on the other side. They didn't seem to be doing much, but it was clear they'd jump right in if a fight broke out. Wolfgang decided to wait for dark to swipe the honey using the methods of the Tank clan. Soryong jumped in right away. "So what's the deal with this Tank clan?" he asked. Wolfgang explained that when he burns wormwood leaves, the smoke drugs the bees, so he can easily take their honey. Soryong loved this idea, but Payne's face fell because the wind was blowing right at them, which messed up the whole plan. The penny dropped for Soryong instantly. Pate asked right away, "What's going on in your head now?" Soryong explained that the wind masked their scent. Thinking this was his chance, he decided to sprint toward the hive. Just as he lunged, Huan Yuan grabbed his shirt to stop him, warning that their golden-haired king was a mid-level venomous creature, and it was dangerous. But Soryong couldn't sit still. While trying to escape Huan Yuan's grip, "I'll just touch it once and come back, I swear." They kept insisting. Then a pebble fell and rolled right toward the hive. That was the moment they realized they were screwed. In the blink of an eye, the entire colony swarmed out of the hive. Huan Yuan grabbed Soryong, and they took off without looking back. And then, they got a good scolding for their stupidity. As evening fell, Soryong was still thinking of a new trick. If they lit the fire against the wind, they risked getting trapped between those strange groups and the beehive. This golden-haired king bee was a very different species from the bees he knew. These bees could even sense vibrations in the ground, from more than 30 kilometers away. Even ground bees couldn't have pulled this off. While he was thinking about this, Huan Yuan found him. She said the kids are full and starting to wander off, so she brought them back to you. Soryong gave the girl a shout-out. He whispered to the little ones to behave, but when Huan Yuan sat right by him, his circuits fried. Huan Yuan asked, "Have you made any progress?" When Soryong muttered he needed to cut a bit more, the girl let it show that she felt like he was pestering her. He even apologized for it and encouraged me, saying there's no rush, don't stress yourself out. This gas made Soryong even more tense, of course. After Huan Yuan sighed in relief, he noticed a troop of monkeys atop the old tree across from him. The monkeys were in an uproar, and one of them seemed to be losing its mind. Right at that moment, Soryong called out to Huayana. "Hey, do you smell something sweet?" he asked. When Huayang caught the scent, the penny dropped for Soryong. He figured out it could be pheromones. Soryong said they had to bail immediately, because he knew the bees were about to cause absolute chaos. Huayang grabbed the kid and started running as fast as he could. He jumped into the air to get away from the hive. He also grabbed Soryong under the arms like a kitten. The two watched as the bees poured out of the hive like a flood. It turns out their targets were down monkeys, and the bees were literally feasting on the carcasses. Our guys barely made it out of there. Huayan, Soryong's golden mane. The king was dying to know how he realized the bees would attack. He warned us before even a buzz could be heard. Soryong explained the incident was all about the smell. The faint scent of magnolia finally reached Huaya's nose. Soryong was shocked that the girl could distinguish the scent of pheromones. He asked what that smell earlier was like. He agreed that the girl was like a magnolia flower. With the thrill of finding the answer, Soryong burst into a maniacal laugh. With his hands on her shoulders, Huaya's face turned bright red. With a devilish grin, Soryong said he found a way to deal with those shady types chasing the honeybees. At that moment, guys from different clans were gathered around a campfire, just relaxing. They were sipping their drinks and devouring the meat. One of them asked when you think the Tank clan will come to collect the honey. Another one answered that it's hard to tell. 3 days ago, the Tank clan was all over the place, but now, a deep silence prevailed. Someone theorized that the clan might make a move soon. The other one just brushed it off, like it was maybe possible. Another guy questioned if the beehives were actually worth that much money. Another person, slightly annoyed by this absurd question, chimed in. The guy literally looked like he just crawled out of a cave. Apparently, he said those candles made from the Golden King bees' wax were treasures strictly for the imperial family. He foolishly thought the Tank clan would just take the honey and leave the remaining hives to them. Those guys had evil plans for after their Tank clan was wiped out. Someone threw this walking poisoner out there. 3 flowers of Mura. So I decided to look after her so she wouldn't die. I'll hit that girl with an oak piece. Since you're a beautiful lady, I like this idea. It was obvious how thirsty they were by how excited they got at that thought. They even cracked a joke that one of them might marry into a Tank clan. Then someone noticed a smell, and they suddenly went silent. It was a pleasant scent, and one of them thought it was the smell of the poison flower. They assumed the girl's natural scent was that bad. Suddenly, a terrifying noise interrupted them. When they looked up, they saw something forming in the sky. They were terrified and stunned. They realized it was a swarm of golden-haired bees. They panicked and bolted instantly. The bees chased them, and they screamed in pain as they attacked. The mixture that created the scent had spilled on the ground. It was laid out like a path. Sor-Yong, Huan Yuan, and Wolfgang were watching from behind the bushes. Huan Yuan and Wolfgang watched in amazement as the bees flew in a single direction. Huan Yuan, not expecting bees to get so angry over a flower scent, asked Sor-Yong what the hell he was up to. Sor-Yong explained that he ordered a total attack on the bees with a simple game. Huan Yuan's mind was in total chaos. Because Sor-Yong had only crushed a few flowers and fruits and sprinkled their juices around, that was all. Sor-Yong explained the scent was a trigger for the attack command. He explained that pheromones are chemical signals used by animals of the same species to communicate. Social insects like ants and wasps, especially, rely heavily on these signals. The pheromone Seo-Yon gun used was the exact scent bees released to signal an attack. Otherwise known as isoamyl acetate, Huan Yuan asked if magnolias emit the exact same scent that bees use as an attack signal. He found this situation extremely interesting. But what really caught Seo-Young's interest was the girl's ability to recognize this scent. He subtly mentioned that the Huayan sect experts are masters of poison, making his sense of smell as sharp as a hound's. The timing was curious. As the yellow-maned hornets attacked, Sor-Yong got hyped, thinking it was time to dive into the hive. And they used stealth to sneak off with the honey. Sor-Yong had brought some makeshift incense wrapped in leaves. Wolfgang said this is swimming in dangerous waters, and took the sacrifice of going first. They all stared at the bucket's massive size, Mouse Agape. It was mind-blowing. The cones are huge from the ceiling. It hung like a golden chandelier, creating a stunning sight. Luckily, the bees had already left us alone. This allowed Sor-Yong, Huayun, and Wolfgang to infiltrate. Sor-Yong sensed something strange. There wasn't a drop of honey. Wolfgang was stunned. Upon examining the tablet, he realized Sor-Yong's prophecy had come true. It was empty, which was a weird situation. Sor-Yong noticed there weren't even any eggs in the hive. Wolfgang asked. He asked if this had anything to do with the hive being cleared of honey. Sor-Yong explained that the bees are preparing to migrate. So that's why they ate and carried all the honey they'd stored from the beginning in their bellies. The theory is they caught too much human scent, and that told them it's time to hit the road. Huayan joined the statement of Sor-Yong Gun. When bees prepare to migrate, they stop laying eggs because they can't care for the larvae. Just then, something interesting caught Sor-Yong's eye. Suddenly he saw a bee's big butt. He asked Wolfgang how long he could maintain the movement arts. Wolfgang said if he sets his pace and runs steadily without resting, he can last about half a day. Wolfgang, Sor-Yong wondered why you asked that. Suddenly Pai appeared and announced that the yellow-maned bees had returned. Sor warned Yonggu to get out of there immediately. They started running away quickly. Wolfgang advised Sor-Yong to give up on this. Huayun ran to him,
grabbed his shirt, and begged him to hurry. Pai panicked and told them to get out of there fast. Something had burst from Sor-Yong's chest. Time passed, and they truly had a narrow escape. Huayun was grateful. They had managed to escape before the bees returned. Before he could finish his sentence, he got distracted and asked what was on Sor-Yong's chest. Sor-Yong's first reaction was to point at the tiny bee's head popping out of its clothes. Sor-Yong began to explain. The main character of this story had only one desire in life, to reach the peak of martial arts. But as time passed, he realized that even if he spent his entire life training, it would never be enough to achieve this dream. It wasn't his destiny to reach the pinnacle of martial arts mastery. Still, in his deep despair, he refused to give up. He decided to pursue an ancient legend, an age-old tale about a divine dragon guarding a golden fruit. After a fierce and deadly battle against the divine guardian dragon, said to grant immortality to whoever eats it, he finally reached the holy site where the legendary fruit is said to believe his eyes. The golden fruit of legend was real. Dazzling golden light lit up the surroundings, radiating a mysterious and divine aura. Exhausted from the long fight, he sat atop the carcass of the divine dragon he had slain, his eyes fixed on the glowing fruit. After a breather, he slowly stood up and approached the tree. He was full of self-confidence. With this fruit, he believed he could finally reach the peak of martial arts he dreamed of his whole life. Without hesitation, he plucked the golden fruit and started eating it. The moment he swallowed the fruit, a strange and powerful energy surged through his entire body. His veins throbbed, his blood boiled, and his whole being trembled, as if being reshaped by some divine power. That was when it was revealed that this man's name was Giltaz, Dragon, the one known as the strongest person in the world. But decades later, Giltaz, Dragon had grown old. He lay weak in his bed, surrounded by his children and grandchildren. They whispered that his time was almost up. And they were talking about how they had to accept that he would soon pass away. The eldest son Gilliam held his father's hand tightly. The head of the Dragon family, Giltaz, told his son he didn't want to see sadness on their faces. He just said, "Your time has come." With a forced smile and a trembling voice, Gilliam said the manor was already gloomy. She said gloom settled over the manor when their mother died, and it would become even more desolate once their father was gone too. But Giltaz gently reminded her not to give in to weakness or be overwhelmed by grief. Then, as silence filled the room, Giltaz thought of the golden fruit. After all, he admitted to himself that maybe no one could truly believe in ancient legends, yet he still felt lucky. Because he had lived long enough to start a family of his own. Loved ones that he lived a long, full life and had no regrets. But deep down, he knew it was a lie. Even now, he couldn't give up on his dream. If only he had a bit more time, he would have kept chasing the peak of martial arts. That dream that eluded him his entire life. And so, in his final moments, he clung to this desire until his last breath. But unexpectedly, Giltaz opened his eyes once more. Confused, he wondered if he had just fallen asleep. Everything was strange. The room his body was light as a feather, and his surroundings weren't familiar at all. When he finally looked at his hands, his eyes widened in total shock. "These aren't my hands, or am I a baby?" Before long, he realized he was in a strange situation. But as a 10-star martial artist, he wondered how someone could do this without him noticing. Then it suddenly hit him. The divine dragon and the golden fruit. He finally understood that the fruit's effect wasn't immortality. On the contrary, it was a rebirth. Unexpected as it was, this realization filled him with joy. He was given one more chance. A second life to reach the summit he couldn't reach before. Soon after, he realized he wasn't alone in the room. Looking around, he realized he was in the annex of Long Dragon Manor. Somehow, he was reborn into the same family. Then she noticed the room was full of other babies. Just as I was wondering why there were so many babies here, a group of maids walked in with bottles in their hands. But strangely, instead of milk, they were carrying a red liquid. Giltaz watched the servants pour. She thought they were going to feed that bright red substance to the babies in bottles. But suddenly, one of the servants brought in a goblin. They forced the bottle into the goblin's mouth. Seconds later, the goblin began to shake violently. A red light burst from his body. And then he exploded into a bloody spray, soaking the whole room. Giltaz froze in shock. His mind was filled with fear and confusion. What the hell is going on here? One of the servants calmly said that the mixture would be safe if they adjusted it with the right amount of water. As they began feeding the red liquid to the other babies, another servant took Giltaz himself into her arms. He looked at the bottle and knew right away it wasn't milk. The energy radiating from it was terrifyingly powerful. He could feel the liquid was dragon's blood, and it was far too dangerous for a newborn's delicate body. But before she could react, the maid pressed the bottle to her mouth. Like every baby, he instinctively began to drink. Instantly, a surge of immense power coursed through his veins. His small body trembled with pain, but Gilfus recognized the feeling. The blood of ancient dragons flowed in his veins. He thought it was dangerous, but maybe it's also an opportunity. At first he thought about stopping, but then he realized that if he could absorb this power, he could even surpass his old self. Finally, he could reach the true peak of martial arts. With unwavering resolve, he continued to drink the dragon's blood. His veins bulged, his body contorted in agony, but his will remained unbroken. Don't underestimate me, he thought. I'm Ben, the Glussal Dragon. He repeated these words in his mind like a mantra, endured the pain, and miraculously overcame it. The servant watched in disbelief as he kept drinking and survived what should have been a death warrant. Inside that tiny body, two massive dragon energies vied fiercely for dominance. When one finally overcame the other, Gilfus couldn't believe how easily he absorbed the power as the two dragon forces finally merged within him. He realized it was a perfect opportunity. After drinking the very last drop, he couldn't believe he'd survived that crushing pain. His body didn't explode, on the contrary, it adapted. He noticed a few more babies had survived, which made him smirk inside. So, he thought, one should never underestimate a newborn baby's survival instincts. But as expected of a baby's body, exhaustion soon overcame him. His eyelids grew heavy, and despite his victory, the reborn strongest human, Gilfus Dragon, slowly fell into a slumber, 7 years later. Now he was doing intense physical training, doing one-handed push-ups with a massive rock on his feet. When he finally reached his 1000th rep, he tossed the rock up, and as it thudded back onto his shoulders, Gilfus couldn't believe the power his body now possessed. Gilfus, the former head of the Eldragon clan, was now living as Zeke Eldragon. Zeke wondered how he'd attained such physical strength at such a young age. He realized this was entirely thanks to the ancient dragon blood flowing through his veins. Word is that every being in this world possessed something called a power source. But the ancient dragon blood given to them as babies contained a massive amount of this power. Those who drank it and survived would develop bodies many times stronger than ordinary people. Thanks to the divine dragon power source within him, Zeke knew he had already surpassed the limits he reached at the same age in his past life. Moreover, as he was the only infant who managed to drink an entire bottle of ancient dragon blood, his body underwent a profound transformation beyond even his own expectations. Yet despite all this progress, what annoyed him most was that he was still only a 1-star. He had trained non-stop, hoping to reach at least 4 stars by now. A star was the measure of someone's power source in this world. They say the human body is like a universe, and the more stars floating in that inner universe, the stronger one becomes. But as the number of stars grew, the difficulty of reaching the next level would also increase. In his past life as Gilfus Draden, Zeke had reached an unimaginable 10 stars. He was the only one in the world who could reach this level. Time flies so fast, Zeke muttered. Now he was 7 years old. It turns out he's the illegitimate child of the current head of the Eldredon family. His mother had died when he was an infant, and he hadn't seen his father's face even once to this day. Who saw this as a great irresponsibility. What shocked him most was that 1,000 years had already passed since his reincarnation. Reincarnation itself was already incredible, but after 1,000 years, the world had changed so much. It had become a true era of survival of the fittest. The greatest proof of this was feeding babies ancient dragon blood, followed by a ritual called the Dragon Trial. Only those who drank dragon blood and survived the Dragon Trial were deemed worthy of training. As Eldragon warriors, naturally Zeke should have been one of them too. But whenever he asked the servant why no tutor was sent to train him, the servant would simply say they didn't have the authority to answer such questions. Even at 7 years old, Zeke hadn't taken a single lesson. Isn't that strange? Zeke thought out loud. Every child who survived the Dragon Trial had to begin their combat training. Everyone's except his own. As the days went by, he lived all alone with only a servant by his side. When she confronted the servant with this, the servant simply asked what was wrong with it. Zeke sighed and said let it be for now. Building his body was already more important than fight training. After all, he could teach himself if he wanted. In his past life, he was once a 10-star warrior. Ziki then asked for information about the other surviving babies or anything about the main family that could help her, but the maid refused once again. A look of frustration washed over Ziki's face as he said he wasn't allowed to disclose such information. He asked harshly if she would always refuse to answer him. The maid firmly repeated that she could not speak of such matters. "Isn't that cruel?" Ziki asked bitterly. "Treating me like this?" But the maid explained she was just following orders. He said your job is to take care of Ziki's daily needs, nothing more. The maid Zikai, a 3-star fighter, could easily teach basic combat techniques, but Ziki had no interest in such trivial lessons. After 7 years with this maid, he'd grown used to the same lifeless reactions. Finally, Ziki decided to leave and head into the forest. The maid didn't say anything. She just watched Ziki walk away. So, did he really think he'd let me go? Ziki thought, a touch of irritation in his voice. Deep in the forest, Ziki uprooted the wild poisonous herbs and ate them without hesitation. It tasted disgusting, just like before. But this was part of his training method. Then she suddenly noticed something. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. Repeating, be patient, to himself, he could feel someone or something watching him from afar, observing his every move. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get rid of this entity. A few minutes later, Zikai sighed. They followed me all the way here, huh? When he couldn't take it anymore, he called out. If you have something to say, you'd better show yourself. Then he went into the tall grass, hiding himself. A few seconds later, while crouching in the grass, Ziki felt a dark, oppressive aura nearby. Looking toward the source, Wrath saw a creature known as a wild boar. He wondered what this aura was all about. The chaos surrounding the monster was something he had never seen before. Even 1,000 years ago. While anger was eating hogweed, Ziki suddenly stood up, showed himself, and startled the beast. The creature attacked him immediately, hiding himself. A few seconds later, while crouching in the grass, Ziki felt a dark, oppressive aura nearby, gathering a golden energy into his fist. With a powerful strike, Fury created an explosion that tore the wild boar's body apart. He couldn't help but smirk at the sight. His attack was much stronger than she expected. Despite being at the 1-star level, his power surpassed most fighters at the same stage. Tossing the creature he killed over his shoulder, Ziki muttered, "It'll be even better when I raise my star level." He was fed up, he was exhausted. By the Ledger family, from 7 years of being ignored and left alone. He wondered if it was time to leave and travel on his own. Maybe he should have embarked on an adventure toward the ocean. Meanwhile, in the distance, a cloaked man watched from the shadows. "What is going on with this kid?" she muttered. He reached 1-star level even without formal training and killed that frenzied boar in a single hit. What confused the man even more was how Ziki managed to sense his presence. "This kid is no ordinary child," he said quietly. He remembered that Ziki's mother died young. And his father, the current head of the family, paid him no attention at all. Without proper guidance, the kid shouldn't have become this strong. Still, as the son of the Eldredon chief, illegitimate or not, Ziki had to remain under the clan's watch. That's why someone like him was assigned to watch over the child from the shadows. An illegitimate son, but the head of the family's blood runs through his veins, the man whispered. Could this be why it's so powerful? She chuckled softly, feeling unsure. It'll be interesting to watch this kid in the future. Then he vanished into the darkness. Back at Ziki's house, the boy was packing his bags, ready to set off on his journey. But suddenly, he felt several powerful presences outside. 3 4-star and 1 5-star practitioners. What are these doing here, he wondered. When she quietly approached the door and eavesdropped, she heard them talking about how fresh and clean the air was, and how peaceful such a remote place was without any rifts nearby. Hearing this, Ziki concluded that they were not assassins. They didn't seem like bad people at all. So he decided to confront them directly, opened the door, and asked, "What are you doing here?" The group froze in shock. Then Ziki noticed the emblem embroidered on his clothes, the seal of the L, Dragon Clan. He heard them talk about how peaceful such a remote place was, since there were no rifts nearby. Their leaders said we were sent to take you to your testing site. An exam? Ziki frowned in confusion. a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. They expect me to take the exam, he muttered, even though they haven't taught me a single thing yet. And a few days later, Zeke frowned in confusion, a fleeting look of frustration crossing his face. They expect me to take the exam, he muttered. To face a dragon, he whispered to himself. Wondering what they wanted from him, the men bowed quickly and said, "It is an honor to finally meet you, young Master Zeke." On the contrary, it was brought for another purpose. Before going inside, they told him to change his dirty clothes first. After 1,000 years, the dragon family founded a school to serve all branches of their lineage. Anyone with any connection to the dragon family dreamed of entering the so-called dragon's nest to get a proper education once they turned 7, and today was the day of that academy's entrance ceremony. Zeke was here to take the entrance exam, even though he hadn't learned anything about the modern generation of his family. Taking the exam was mandatory. Zeke was instantly disappointed. When he realized this was the real reason they brought him here, he wondered why now, just as he'd decided to go and travel the world. As he sat by the school gate, a boy from Ortesco village approached him. Rangusta came by, asked if you were okay and what was bothering you. When Zeke asked who he was, the boy formally introduced himself as Rangust and said he came because Zeke looked troubled. Is that so? Zeke replied indifferently. After observing the energy flow in Rangustan's body, Zeke quietly thought the boy seemed shy but had an unusually strong sense of perception. Zeke then apologized for his state and introduced himself, admitting his mind was spinning because he had no idea what they were supposed to do on the exam. Rangust, getting a bit tense hearing the word exam, asked, "Is that all?" He started explaining anyway. He said the Dragon's Nest annual entrance exam hadn't changed much, but Rangust was shocked to learn that Zeke knew absolutely nothing about the exam. Taking the exam with zero knowledge, wasn't that way too reckless and dangerous? Just as Tam Rangust was about to explain the details of the exam, a loud and arrogant voice suddenly interrupted him. An arrogant brat shouted, calling Rangust a loser. Rangust turned around in shock and recognized instantly who it was. That was Redden, teasing him, also from Mordor Polkoi. Redden took a jab, asking what she was doing here and saying she must be lost. Rangust was shocked. Taking the exam with zero knowledge, wasn't that way too reckless and dangerous? As Redden approached, though his voice trembled, Rangust replied, "I'm here to take the entrance exam." Asking if he was seriously taking the exam, Red started laughing uncontrollably and said it was impossible for him to pass. "And isn't your father supposedly a dragon?" He even insulted Rangust's father, asking what the so-called son of a dragon could possibly achieve. Rangust's fists trembled as he tried to contain his rage, but Zeke had already noticed everything. We were told that the dragon family has an absolute hierarchy. The ranks were as follows: fledgling hatchlings, common soldier juvenile dragons, captain rank adult dragons, ruling elder dragons known as patriarchs, and at the very bottom, pseudo-dragons who couldn't enter the nest or graduate. They were seen as immature and incomplete dragons. Still, for a long time, Rangust dreamed of proving they were true dragons, even if they were only called so-called dragons. Zik wondered how Redden was so sure Rangust would fail even before the exam started. "Who do you think you are?" he snapped. Redden asked if Zikin had a problem. Zik calmly mentioned that he wondered why Red was so sure Rangust wouldn't pass the exam. With that, Redden pointed to Rangust and screamed that the reason was obvious, that he was just a loser. Zik tilted his head and asked if Rangusta was really that weak. Because as far as he could tell, Rangust was even stronger than them. Hearing this, Rangusta's eyes widened in total shock. For the first time in her life, someone had stood up for her. Getting angry, the arrogant kids asked if Zeke was seriously claiming this. That they're weaker than a so-called dragon, a being they look down on. But before things could escalate further, a man stepped forward and caught everyone's attention. This person was the adult dragon supervisor, announcing that the Dragon's Nest entrance exam was about to begin. And he said all participants must register to get their numbers. As Redden left, Zik glared and warned him that he wouldn't forget that face. Zik sighed and said there was no need to get angry. He noted how irritable the children of this generation are. Rangust immediately said that wasn't so strange. After all, he said they were almost the same age. Rangust added that anyone would get angry if they were told they were weaker, wouldn't you say? Zik muttered. Since the entrance exam was mandatory, they had no choice but to take it. Actually, Zik was quite surprised when Rangust said skipping the exam was possible. Ziki's eyes widened in shock, and Rangust realized he truly knew nothing about the matter. Rangust told her it might be better to withdraw now. If you were told he's weaker than him, is that what you'd say? Zik muttered. Since the entrance exam was mandatory, he said he'd never back down from a challenge. Rangust just shook his head and could only say that Ziki was overconfident. Despite knowing squat about the exam, Zikai just laughed and said they had to hurry because the test was about to start, no matter what. Rangustan had no choice but to accept. When they reached the testing area, the proctor announced the exam was simple. To pass, all they had to do was make a scratch on the stones behind it. However, using weapons other than those provided by the academy was not permitted. Still, they could have used their bare hands if they wanted. But every participant only had 3 attempts. Is that all? Daddy, said Ziki, looking quite unimpressed. While still in swaddling clothes, after surviving the dragon's trial, he expected something much more terrible and harsh. But that was disappointingly simple. The examiner called the first participant and instructed them to begin. Nervous but determined, the boy struck the giant paperclip with all his might. The sound of metal hitting rock echoed loudly, ringing in his ears, but as everyone watched in shock, the boy's sword snapped in two and the recoil shattered his arm. As the child writhed in pain, Zeke stood there frozen by what he saw. The proctor calmly told him he still had 2 attempts left, and asked if he wanted to continue. But since the boy could no longer stand, the proctor declared him failed and ordered the others to clear the area as the injured participant was dragged away. The next number has been announced. While Rangus trembled in terror at what he witnessed, Zekian's nerves were beginning to fray. If this is what they call an exam, he muttered. Then he asked what kind of stones they used. It's been stated that the stones have the ability to regenerate. Every scratch made would disappear instantly. What's more, when hit with power, they reflected physical force back at 100-fold. Materials are overkill for an entrance exam, but Rangus explained it's still possible to scratch them. If he can properly circulate his origin power throughout his body before attacking. Understood, said Zekian, realizing that source power circulation was far more important than martial arts skills. After glancing at the other participants in this exam, he thought only a few people could pass, including those arrogant brats. As the exam went on, more were failing than passing. Many were badly hurt because the stone reflects ordinary physical attacks. Then, a few seconds later, the proctor called Zekian's number. It's my turn, said Zekian with a calm smile. Rangus, his hands and feet still trembling, asked if he really intended to withdraw. Ahmed just walked forward, telling Zeke not to worry. When he approached the exam proctor, the man's eyes widened in total shock. Zekian's aura began to glow slightly, revealing the power remaining from his past life as Gilphus. The proctor stepped forward and told him to pick a weapon, but Zekian said it wasn't necessary. He said his fists alone would be enough. The crowd began to whisper in disbelief. No matter how skilled they thought one was at circulating source power, there was no way he could have scratched the stone with his bare hands. On the contrary, their fists would have definitely been shattered. Some even said not just Zeke's fists, but his whole arms would be ruined. And this made Langus extremely worried for him. Fearing for his safety, he blamed himself, thinking he should have forcibly stopped Zekian to prevent his injury. The proctor gave the signal to start. As Zeke approached the massive stone, he placed his hand on it and noted that he had never seen such a material in his life. He thought to himself that this must have formed over 1,000 years ago, and even now, there were still many things about the current generation that he didn't fully understand. But this didn't matter anymore. While he gathered his source power in his fist, Rangus was trembling with anxiety, fearing what Zekian might become. Our boy, meanwhile, was actually full of excitement. Because for the first time, he could use his full power. He decided to use this mysterious stone to measure his current power. When Zeki unleashed the first form of the Dragon Slayer war technique, Rangus's eyes widened once more as he used the explosive strike against the stone. A massive wave of energy erupted from the collision, sending shards of shattered rock flying everywhere as the blast's violent winds scattered dust and debris through the air. Both terrified and guarded, Rangus quickly took cover to protect himself, while the overseer's eyes widened in disbelief at what he had just witnessed. As the dust slowly settled, Zeke stood there with a smile, noting that the technique he used was still too much for his current power. Despite the serious injuries on his hands, he chuckled to himself, realizing he still needed much more intense training. The other participants were left speechless by what they saw. Redden seemed both surprised and angry that Zeke had destroyed the magic stone. One watching woman commented that Zeke's eye was truly interesting, while others were still in shock over what happened. Zeke waited gleefully for the proctor to announce the results, but the proctor was still in shock. The stone Zeke destroyed was known to regenerate, and it was assumed only those who had reached 4-star level or higher could break it. But now only a kid stood before him, having achieved the seemingly impossible. The overseer muttered to himself that he was just a bastard, then wondered if Zeke's talent came from the family head's bloodline. So, it's about the blood still flowing through you. He also noticed that the technique Zeke used felt strangely familiar. When the dazed proctor didn't answer immediately, Zeke called out impatiently, asking for the result. The proctor, finally coming to his senses, announced that Zeke passed the test. Then one of the supervisors handed Zeke a small bottle containing a green liquid. Curious, Zeke asked what it was, but the man just asked if he could leave, as he was blocking the road. An irritated Zeke frowned and muttered if everyone in this generation was this rude. Before he could complain further, Rangus rushed over excitedly and praised Zeke's performance. Zeke grinned proudly and said it was chump change. Then he asked what the liquid was. And Rangus explained that this is a healing potion, a standard potion of the ancient dragon family. Healing potion? Zeke repeated. Rangus confirmed it, but Zeke suspected it could be poison since he's the bastard of the family. But with Rangus vouching for it, he wondered if it was actually a spiritual medicine. The elixir known as skyscraper clarity wood was made from extremely rare materials, like herbs found only in secret realms. Not to mention the pure origin power of divine beasts, and the essence of elusive phantom beasts. When used, it wouldn't just heal fresh wounds. It would also heal old scars and injuries. Moreover, its ingredients were so rare they could even increase one's profound strength. And since the brewing process was complex, such potions were rarely seen. After drinking the potion, Zeke marveled at its instant effect on his body. Is this truly a spiritual medicine? Asked Rangusa. Rangus replied. She said she doesn't know what spiritual medicine means, but she's sure the ancient dragon family's elixirs are far better than any on the market. Rangus then asked if the potion's effect surprised Zeke that much. Of course, said Zeke. Explaining that it healed both his serious wounds and training strain, he noted it didn't seem to boost source power like spiritual medicine. On the other hand, Rangus said Zeke was even more surprised by him. Zeke chuckled and told him not to joke around. Zeke thought to himself that the existence of this potion showed how much knowledge had advanced in the last 1,000 years. Rangus praised Zekinen's power once again. And Zeke declared his dream was to be the strongest of them all. Soon after, the exam proctor announced that Retin and his companions have also passed the exam. Zeke was already expecting this, but then, when his number was called, Rangus trembled nervously. Despite his fear, he gathered his courage and stepped forward. Watching the cascade, Zeke wondered why Rangus was so nervous. Then he shouted to encourage her. He told him to be confident. Embarrassed, Rangus asked him to lower his voice. When Rangus chose a sword as his weapon, he watched closely, wondering what Zeke had messed up. As soon as the examiner gave the signal, Rangus attacked the stone. But as expected, he messed up on his first try. He stood up again to try one more time with determination, but his blow bounced off the stone. This caused him to lose his balance and fall. His hands were shaking because of the stone's reflectivity. Retin and his group burst into laughter. They were saying that exactly as expected, a fake dragon is nothing more than just a fake dragon. They mocked him, telling him to give up. Retin asked if this was the guy Zeke claimed he could pass with a smirk, and asked whether Rangusen was actually stronger than them. Zeke stayed silent for a moment, then told them to stop talking nonsense. The proctor Rangusa stated that only one attempt remains and asked if you still wish to continue. Overwhelmed by shame and the ridicule of others, Rangus couldn't answer. He bowed his head. But then Zeke walked up to him and asked what the hell he was doing. He questioned why she used a sword instead of a spear. He asked why he chose a weapon that didn't suit him, and why he took an exam without any plan. Breton watched sarcastically as Zeke spoke to Rangusa. He said as he is, no matter how many times he tries, he won't even manage to scratch the stone. Breton and his crew laughed again, calling Zeke stupid and reminding everyone that Rangus didn't know the first thing about using a spear. They said her weak father only taught her swordsmanship, and switching weapons now won't change the outcome. But Zeke ignored their mockery and called out to the supervisor, asking if changing weapons was against the rules. The inspector said this isn't against the rules. With that, Zeke smirked and said, "Then Rangus is lucky." He turned to Rangu and asked if he trusted him. Memories of all the humiliations he endured with his father flashed through Rangus's mind. Standing tall with gritted teeth, he said he would trust Zeke and fight with a spear exactly as he suggested. Rangus said his father never managed to enter the dragon's nest. That's why people called him a fake dragon and made fun of him. This humiliation, his father endured everything just to raise Rangu properly. That's why Rangus swore to prove to everyone that he, the son his father raised with care, is also a true dragon. He stood up once more, gripped the spear tightly, and declared he would prove today that neither he nor his father were fake dragons. He also realized that if he tried with the sword again, the result would be no different. So this time, she decided to trust Zeke completely. The only problem was, he didn't know how to use a spear. Zeke called to him and said there was nothing else Rangusa needed to do, as he pointed to the magical stone. Just drive the spear straight into the stone, think of nothing else, just pierce through, Zeke said with determination. Rangus gripped the spear tighter. Under normal circumstances, he knew that hitting the stone directly wouldn't cause even the slightest bit of damage. Especially since the stone has such powerful regenerative properties. But Zeke was the first person to stand up for her, even though they had just met that day. It was a new and unfamiliar feeling for her, but that's exactly why Zeke chose to trust completely and believe in her own power. This time, he gathered his source power in the spear and immediately noticed something strange. Despite years of swordsmanship, he had never managed to wrap his blade with this much source energy. Now, he was doing this effortlessly with a spear. With a steady roar, Rangus unleashed all his strength and struck the stone with all his might. Rhett was dying of laughter. He was saying that just as he predicted, changing weapons wouldn't help pass the test. But Rangus didn't stop. He felt something different. It's something powerful. He felt the spear in his hand like an extension of his own body. Then, pushing the weapon with all his might, the spear pierced right through the magic stone. The shock on Redden's face and the looks on his cronies' faces were priceless. Even the proctors couldn't hide their pleasant surprise at what they just witnessed. The Rangus stone hadn't just scratched it, it had pierced right through. Zeke praised him immediately. While Rangus couldn't believe what he had done, even after the inspector officially declared him passed, Rangus still asked in disbelief if he had actually succeeded. Zeke smiled, put his arm around his shoulder, and confirmed it, over the moon with joy. Hugging Zeke tightly, Rangus was on the verge of tears and shouted repeatedly that he did it, that he passed the exam. But Red's group refused to believe it. They said it was luck, but Red himself stayed silent, trembling with rage. Just like Zeke said, he couldn't accept that Rangus was actually stronger than them. And the result was much better. Then the examiner announced that the exam had officially ended. He then announced that the entrance ceremony would begin shortly. Zeke immediately asked if the exam was really over. Rangus said it looks that way, but added there'll likely be more exams. When they entered the dragon's lair. Before long, a group of men emerged from a dark hallway. When they emerged into the light, the proctor announced that the head of the dragon family would give a speech to congratulate those who passed. The moment she saw the bright man, she asked who that cold and dark-faced person was. Rangus, who was clearly nervous, said he was the head of the family. Zeke, did he say she's the head of the family? Why does it look like that? She doesn't even smile, she's colder than ice. Rangus quickly covered Zeke's mouth. Whispering that it would be best to stay quiet, she begged him to stop talking. Zeke nodded as he looked back at the group. He stated that these people represent the current strength of the dragon family. Some were 7-star level, others were 6-star. Zeke thought their powers were impressive. Especially the current head of the family, Fazal Dragon, was an 8-star level powerhouse. 1,000 years ago, only a handful of people could reach this level. Still, Zeke wasn't sure how many of them there were in this current era. I didn't like this head of the family, Zeke muttered. But before she could say more, Rangus tried to silence her again. Zeke sighed and thought to himself that you never expected this man to be your father in this life. A dark and fiery aura radiated from Batsia's body. It cast a heavy atmosphere over the whole area. The proctor quickly ordered everyone to be quiet as Master Batsi was about to speak. When Baz emerged, he said only a few words. All of them. El Dejdara must strive to be the flesh and blood of his family. When he speaks, the terrifying pressure of his aura. It spread to the living room. Zeke was unimpressed, but most of the test takers are trembling with fear. Some were struggling to breathe. As their bodies froze under that immense pressure, Zeke noticed even Rangus was affected. She couldn't believe how easily everyone around her was crushed by the patriarch's presence. What's more, Zeke could feel an intense hatred hidden within Balza's aura. She didn't know the reason behind it, but she still couldn't like this man at all. His so-called father. When Balza turned around, another man stepped forward and caught everyone's attention. She had blonde hair and thanked Nis and Balzea for their words. Then he said Master Balzan had high expectations. He said he would keep his speech short, just like his master. Zeke wondered who this man was. The speaker told everyone to just train hard and get stronger. Is this it? The man smiled and said people who worry too much go bald early, so he wouldn't bore me with long speeches. Zeke couldn't figure out what their problem was. But at least the atmosphere in the room had softened. The proctor then announced that the new students would now be settled into their dorms. Everyone whose number was called had to go there immediately. Zeke asked if they'd all stay in the same dorm, and Rangus explained there are 4 dorms. East, West, South, and North lands. Every student accepted to the academy was allowed to live in one of these 4 dorms. When Zeke's number was called, he stood up and waved to Rangusa. He was stationed in the East dormitory. Walking down the hall, he told himself that much had changed in this place over the past millennium. After finding her room, she said it took a while to get there because she might have gotten lost, and her roommate probably arrived before her. When she opened the door, she cheerfully greeted her new roommate and apologized for being late. Then he said they'd share a room from today on, but surprisingly, his new roommate turned out to be Rangus himself. Zeke couldn't help but laugh and said it seemed like destiny kept bringing them together. He asked if anything else was planned for that day and confirmed that Rangus training starts tomorrow. Zeke says it casually, "Is that so?" he said. This led Rangus to ask if you hadn't listened to the overseer's previous explanation. Zeke, on the other hand, admitted he was ignoring her on purpose. Rangus sighed and said they should rest early since training starts tomorrow. As Zeke looked out the window, he thought about his plan to escape the dragon family and travel the world, but after what he learned about the regenerative magic stone and the healing potion, he realized he had discovered many interesting things during the exam. If he truly wanted to understand all the changes that had occurred, he thought, staying with the fire dragon family for a while might not be such a bad idea after all to grasp what had happened in the past millennium. After all, a month has passed at the academy, and the training continues to get tougher. The instructor explained to the students holding heavy dumbbells that the dragon's breath technique he taught them is one of the most important, noting it was created by the 15th generation dragon family head. After reminding them they must master this technique under all conditions, the instructor's attention was caught by a few students. He noticed some had already mastered the dragon's breath technique, especially the young woman he called Astalika. His overflowing energy showed he was close to reaching 2-star level. But besides that, another student caught his eye, and he couldn't believe what he saw. While training, Zeke didn't just hold dumbbells, he also balanced large stones on his head and arms. The instructor looked on in disbelief, muttering to himself that the patriarch's blood truly flowed through Zeke's veins. However, rumor has it that no one taught Zikai anything since childhood, so everything she was witnessing now felt foreign to her. Meanwhile, Ziki couldn't believe that the technique the Dragon King once called the breath technique had been further improved. That it passed to the next heads of the family and is now being taught to other branches. According to Ziki, breathing techniques were methods for gathering ambient source power into the body. Once circulated, this source power would strengthen one's own internal energy. The effectiveness of such techniques depended on one's talent and intelligence, which is why the great families of this world kept their techniques secret, never allowing outsiders or those outside their bloodline to learn them. Ziki also realized that Dragon's Breath was a simple and safe technique, easy enough to master. But if it can only be used while resting, it'd be useless to him. His own version of the breathing technique allowed him to manipulate the surrounding source power even while on the move. That's why he was much more complex and powerful in a real fight. But it was much harder to learn. Only a few could master it, and of this generation. He thought they must have simplified their original version so even members of the branch family could learn it. And he saw that this decision clearly helped strengthen the Eldredon family. Zeke couldn't help but feel a strange sense of satisfaction. He never imagined the techniques he discovered long ago would still have an impact 1,000 years later. This made him wonder if the other martial arts techniques he created had also evolved over time. Interesting, he muttered to himself, liking the thought. Meanwhile, Lika watched Ziki quietly from a distance. Later in the cafeteria, the other students were astonished to see how much Ziki was eating. While continuing to eat his food greedily, he noticed Rangu sitting silently across from him. What's the problem? Zeke asked if you won't get stronger if you don't eat. Rangus only asked if Ziki himself found his own endurance strange. This is it, Zeke replied. If you want to get stronger, you need to eat more, train harder, and push yourself. He even offered Rangus some of his food, but Rangus politely declined, saying he had eaten enough. Right then, he was wondering how Zeke would be. Just as I was thinking some students were already well trained before entering the academy, a girl suddenly approached them. With a calm but confident tone, she said, "You're quite impressive." Zeke blinked and asked nonchalantly, "And just who are you?" Rangussen's bite immediately caught in his throat, and he whispered nervously. "Don't you know who he is?" "She's the daughter of the head of the Ostalika family. Lord Balzas," Zeke said. Yeah, with a careless shrug. "So what should I do now?" "I don't know him." Cold sweat poured down Rangussen's forehead. "You can't talk like that. One of the candidates for mastery. One of the candidates to be the next head of the family. He's not someone you can talk to that casually." "Is that what you think?" Zeke replied. "So what? I'm the child of a family man too, though I'm the bastard one." Rangus froze deep inside. Lika was looking at him with curiosity. He asked if this was true. "Are you really the clan leader's illegitimate son?" The narrator's voice continued. Lika, an heir to the Eldredon family and a member of the Eldredon squad, now stood personally before Zeke. Zeke shrugged and said, "Why would I lie about that?" Lika frowned slightly. "Then tell me, how can an illegitimate child like you smash the magic stone to pieces with your bare hands? How can someone not from a prominent family have such power?" "Because I'm Zeke," he replied with confidence. And he returned to Ragusa. "Stop staring and finish your food." Both Lika and Rangus fell silent for a moment. Then Lika suddenly smiled. "You're a really interesting person," she said and sat down next to him. "How about serving me?" "I'm going to make you one of my men." Zeke raised an eyebrow. "What exactly do you mean by that?" "He said he wanted me to join him. Be my ally and I'll have your back. Every illegitimate child needs allies and influence, right? Use your power to help me. I'll help you fulfill your own dreams for when I become the next head of the family." Zeke didn't hesitate for a second. "No." He just cut it short like that. Lika frowned again. "Why? Don't tell me you want to be the head of the family." With her aura glowing with a slight crackling energy, Zeke could tell she was close to reaching 2-star level. It was truly impressive for someone his age to radiate such an aura. Even so, Zeke remained calm. He said, "I could think whatever I want, but I don't care about being the head of the family or any other title." "Why?" Lika asked coldly. Zeke stabbed his knife into the table. Because I don't need to serve anyone, he said in a steady but sharp voice. I am the most powerful person alive. Silence fell over the cafeteria. Lika couldn't even believe what she was feeling. Zik's presence had completely overwhelmed him for a moment. Rangus quickly stepped in to ease the tension. He called on them both to calm down. But Lika wasn't one to step back. He was both ashamed and enraged by what happened. Zik decided to issue a challenge for a duel. But Zik didn't seem to care and just kept eating. Moments later, a commotion spread across campus. Where are they going? A student asked. To the training area, another replied. It's gonna be a duel between the younger generation. It's Master Lika himself fighting. What?
Hi.
Master Lika, from the Typhoon family? Someone shouted. Who's brave enough to challenge him? When they arrived at the training ground, everyone was whispering among themselves, wondering who would face off against him. Meanwhile, Zik couldn't believe Lika was serious about the duel. Is this okay with you? Rangus asked nervously. Everyone was whispering among themselves, wondering who would face off against him. Meanwhile, Zik, you will fight Master Lika. Even if you call him Master, I don't know who he is. Zik answered bluntly. Still, Rangus tried to explain. What matters now is that you understand who you're fighting. Master Lika is no ordinary opponent. Lord Balza the Ledger's daughter, and she carries the blood of the Tefuna family. One of the 4 great families supporting the ancient dragons. A genius who mastered it at a young age. Tefu has mastered every form of his family's hereditary lightning greatsword technique. Just like his father's other children. He has a terrifying talent, too. Zik tilted his head. Other than her being the boss's daughter, I didn't understand a single word she said. Rangus looked at her. How do you not know any of this? Because I don't know, Zik said. It's clear, so don't ask me. Rangus blinked as Zik suddenly laughed. But since I know nothing about him, he said with a smirk, that'll make this fight even more fun. Sounds exciting. Rangus could only sigh and worry. No matter how strong Zik was, Master Lika was on a completely different level. Why did you even accept his challenge? They asked. Zik replied, I never run from any fight. And besides, it looks like my challenger is ready. Right then, Lika stood tall with her sword driven into the ground. His aura glowed and sparks of lightning flickered around him. Are you two done talking? She asked in a cold voice. Lika finally shouted, asking if they were done talking. And Zeke said he was ready. Trembling in fear and shock, Rang's presence vanished from them instantly. He warned Zeke to be careful in her fights. Zeke then turned to Lika and asked why she was so determined to fight him. Lika Edra announced her wish to head the family, and to do so, she had to defeat Zeke and make him one of her followers. What do you mean by that? Asked Zeke, wondering what he had to do with his dream of becoming the head of the family. Lika asked back in response. They asked if he really had no clue about the family's current state, and whether he caused it by being an illegitimate child. That he's so uninformed. Zeke simply said he didn't know and admitted his knowledge of their families was limited. So Lika began to explain. He said there were 5 candidates, including both of them. To become the next head of the family, all the siblings except Zeke were connected with the 4 main subfamilies of the Dragon clan. The position of clan patriarch was so important it became a source of conflict. This is strictly between families. Therefore, all of Zeke's siblings entered the dragon's nest to represent their families and receive training. With the succession struggle turning into fierce competition, Lika needed strong allies to survive. Against his brothers. Zeke immediately realized this was a power struggle between the 4 main branches of the Dragon family. His families. She found it all so complex and wasn't even sure she wanted to understand. Lika continued later. As a candidate for family head, he said he must strengthen not just his knowledge and power, but also his influence by gathering strong followers. Without another word, he declared Zeke's defeat and charged straight at him. And said he'd make him one of his aides. But Zeke easily dodged his powerful blow. And the rain of attacks that followed. But Lika still wouldn't let him escape. Viewers couldn't believe their eyes. The speed of his movements was incredible. Despite Lika's heavy sword, the attacks were so fluid and fast they seemed almost effortless. As they watched the war between brothers, the crowd began to whisper about Lika's precise control. They noticed how the source power and his strikes became faster and stronger over time. They could only admire the power of the head of the family's true daughter from one of the main branches. Some even said the outcome of the fight was already decided. But what they didn't know was that Lika herself was becoming increasingly frustrated. He couldn't understand how Zik dodged every attack, or why it felt like he was just playing with him. Watching from a distance, Ringies couldn't help but be amazed, and his previous worries vanished. Watching Zik's steady movements, Zik later noted that Lika's martial arts were unlike anything he had ever seen before. He admitted that his movements were much faster than any ordinary star-level fighter. But an angry Lika shouted for him to shut up and focus on the fight. Ziki clenched his fist and said he was already focused, adding that was why he could land such a powerful blow so easily. The punch landed perfectly, and Lika died instantly from the impact. He fell to his knees in pain, clutching his sword and his stomach. The audience gasped in shock and began to whisper among themselves. They wondered how Ziki could dodge all of Lika's attacks, and who this mysterious boy really was. Struggling to stand up, Lika asked why none of her blows landed. He knew he was much faster than the other starfighters. So logically, Ziki shouldn't have been able to keep up with her. Ziki admitted he was indeed faster than any one-star fighter he had ever seen. But in his eyes, she was still just a one-star attraction. "You're a star too," Lika snapped. She said AI shouldn't have to keep up with its own speed and movement. "There's a simple reason for this," Ziki replied. "Your breathing, the movement of your eyes, even the twitching of your muscles. I can read it all. By observing these small details, I can predict their next move. It's all about experience." "Don't make me laugh!" Lika yelled, and launched another quick attack at him. But Ziki avoided it easily again, stating that he could see and read his every move, just as he said. Immediately after, he launched a powerful counterattack that slammed Lika hard against the wall. The audience screamed in shock. They were asking if Lika had really been defeated. "Master Ziki, that was amazing." "You beat Lika, Master!" Rangus shouted excitedly. But Ziki calmly said it's not over yet, that their fight isn't finished. When the dust settled, Lika was standing once again. Battered but still defiant. Ziki noticed he could withstand the attack by focusing his resources at the center. And thus, he avoided taking serious damage. He smiled slightly and admitted that Lika was indeed an extraordinary girl. "Enough, Master Lika," Rangus pleaded. But Ziki warned him to back off, saying he could get caught in the middle during their next clash. Right then, Ziki sensed a surge of intense aura radiating from Lika. He wondered if it had risen to 2 stars. The audience noticed it, too. They couldn't have been wrong. The glowing marks on his body were proof of it. It truly was proof that he had reached 2 stars. It was a stage where the source power of 2-star levels could be channeled into martial arts with a white aura. He could even manifest this power as an aura outside his body. Lika thanked Zikai, saying that because of her, she reached the 2-star level. And sooner than expected. But that's exactly why he declared you no longer have a chance to win. With her aura in flames, she lunged toward Ziki. His massive sword was wrapped in a glowing power. Ziki just laughed. He looked really excited. "You've really improved," he said excitedly, while evading yet another fast attack. "Your speed is incredible now." But his expression suddenly changed. "When you feel a sting on your cheek, like a superficial cut." Ziki thought he was sure he had escaped that attack. But Lika smirked. And he asked if she could finally see the power difference between them. "Now this is my true talent," he said proudly. "Now that I'm a full-fledged 2-star and have earned my aura, I'll show you the true power of the real lightning giant sword technique." "Wow. Then I guess I'm about to witness a martial art I've never seen before," Ziki said with an excited smile. This is for him. It was the most exciting and enjoyable moment of their fights. Lika suddenly unleashed the great sword technique, Lightning Flash. His sword was crackling with a dazzling golden energy. As Lika lunged forward, Ziki was instantly engulfed in a lightning storm and shouted, forced to take a step back. "Wait a second. What kind of technique was that? How can you control lightning like that? Isn't this a bit much for a practice match?" Lika smirked and plunged her sword into the ground as a golden light rose around her. "You look surprised," he said. He calmly called forth another move, the lightning net. Sparks flew from the ground, creating a glowing electrical grid. The master lunged at Zikai, but she escaped by a hair. He muttered to himself as he landed. His power has increased incredibly. His current power doesn't even come close to what it was. At this rate, this fight won't be easy at all. The audience whispered in awe. They couldn't hide their surprise. Ever since Lika rose to 2-star level, the tide of the battle had completely turned. Watching with concern, Rengus's anxiety began to grow. Ziki noticed that Lika's movements were simple. No new tricks compared to its 1-star form, but every swing of the sword now carried much greater power. The lightning greatsword technique overflowed with power, its aura intensifying every strike. What surprised Ziki even more was how fast it was. Lika was moving much faster than you'd imagine, and his lightning was strangely mysterious. Still, he felt confident. Even if he could shroud himself in thunder, he was sure he could resist it. Still, curiosity filled him. What kind of power was that? Dodging his constant attacks, he wondered how anyone could command a bolt of lightning. Meanwhile, he watched her every move, analyzing her aura and rhythm. Lika, however, had noticed Ziki's calm smile. Seeing that calm smile as she dodged his attacks like a dance, he frowned. "Are you still smirking?" He scoffed that you're too relaxed for a duel. "Let's see how long this lasts." Using the swift thunder technique, his sword flashed with light as he lunged forward once more. He covered himself in golden lightning. But Ziki escaped at the last second again. He's as fast as lightning itself, Ziki thought, but just then, Lika swung his sword mid-attack. The impact hit home this time, sending Ziki flying backward. A powerful shockwave scattered dust and debris across the area. Rangusu was out of breath. And in a great panic, she lunged toward Ziki, but one of the spectators grabbed her arm to stop her. Just then, Ziki had stood up. His clothes were scorched, but his will was ironclad. Lika attacked again with another bolt of lightning, striking him head-on. Despite this, Ziki was still standing tall after the blow. Lika muttered in disbelief, wondering how it could still stay standing. Rangus ran toward them and shouted, "Master Lika, stop! That's enough! We've seen your power!" But Lika said in a cold voice, "Don't you understand, Rangus?" He snapped back that cutting the fight short would be an insult to Ziki. In desperation, Rangus turned to Ziki, pleading, "Please, Master Ziki, surrender already, enough." Lika giggled. "He's right. Looking at your situation, it's smartest to just give up. If you kneel before me and swear your allegiance, I'll stay." But Ziki just smiled silently. Lika's gaze hardened. "Even though you're a bastard, you're truly a proud ancient dragon," he said in a mocking tone. With his aura surging, he raised his great sword high. "If that's what you want, then I'll use all my power to end this." Thunder roared from the heavens as Lika summoned her first secret art. Celestial thunder crashed as a massive wave of golden energy descended, shattering the stones beneath Ziki's feet. Lightning struck his body with a storm of divine fury. Rangus screamed in horror as he watched his friend's body. Smoke rose from his charred body, swallowed by golden lightning. Lika plunged her sword into the ground. He took a deep breath and whispered, "I'm sorry, Ziki, but this is the end." But then a sound echoed through the crackling air. "You think so?" Suddenly, a brilliant golden lightning aura exploded toward the sky. When Lika turned around, her eyes widened in shock. "Impossible! How can this be? How do you have a lightning aura?" he stammered. Ziki smiled calmly as golden arcs danced across his skin. "So, this is the lightning aura you're talking about, huh?" he said it in passing. "If you're asking how I got this, I honestly don't know." His voice was calm, but his words sent shockwaves through the crowd. "Impossible," Lika whispered. He couldn't believe his eyes. Ziki grinned and said, "The truth is, I let you hit me on purpose. I wanted to study how your lightning flows and behaves, and somehow, I learned to use it myself." "This is nonsense," Lika muttered to herself. Ziki explained the situation to himself. He deliberately drew Lika's attacks because he'd caught his interest in lightning and was withstanding the blows. He had constantly activated the Dragon King's breath technique, and the strange resonance between his breath and Laika's caused golden energy to gather in his body. Before he even realized it, he had started manipulating the lightning himself. Maybe Lika has a unique constitution, he thought, and given his family's massive sword technique, his entire lineage likely has this lightning affinity. Ziki walked toward her with confidence. I never expected the lightning element's power to be so incredible. This duel was excellent practice. Adding with a grin, thanks to you, Lika, I've reached the 2-star level as well. Golden lightning flashed around him as he declared that our war was not over yet. Lika roared and attacked again, her massive sword glowing with power. He launched another blinding attack, but Zikai effortlessly stepped aside and prepared a counterattack. But the moment he moved, he vanished in a sudden flash and reappeared at the opposite end of the arena. He just muttered about what happened. Then he realized that when a person gains massive resource power, their muscles and nerves become stronger. This new lightning aura must have changed my physiology. I can't fully control my speed yet. Rangus was speechless in the stands. He could no longer follow her movements. Both fighters were nothing but a blur of golden light and thunder. Is it just me, or has Lika failed to land a single hit lately? He wondered. Frustrated Lika, are you making fun of me, Ziki? Stop messing with me, she yelled. Ziki calmly replied, no, I'm not, but I must admit it was a real threat. Then he lunged forward with a powerful kick, but Lika blocked it with her sword. The force of the blow pushed him back. Ziki straightened up with a smirk. I think it's time to finish this. Time to finish? Lika repeated, narrowing her eyes. Yes, Ziki replied. I've been thinking about creating a new technique for a while, and now seems like the perfect time. Did you say create a new technique? He asked in disbelief. Ziki nodded his head. Exactly. He paused for a moment, and then whispered, should I call this the first form, or a special form? Lika blinked her eyes in confusion. Did this guy even have any proper fight training? Which family could he have learned this from? He wondered, as his thoughts were all in a whirl. Before he could react, Ziki suddenly appeared by her side. Lightning was flashing in his hand. Dragon Destruction Martial Arts. He shouted, special form, Lightning Summit. The attack hit him directly, engulfing him in a violent storm of golden lightning. His body shook violently. As the sword slipped from his hand, he collapsed onto his knees before her. Electricity was still crackling around him. The arena has fallen silent. Rangus and the others stared in disbelief. Zeke had won. Lika, lying on the ground, let out a shaky breath. A few seconds later, he forced himself to sit up. He shouted, special form, Lightning Summit. The attack hit him directly, engulfing him in a violent storm of golden lightning. He thought to himself bitterly. Zeke approached her and reached out his hand. You were amazing, Lika. You're truly powerful, he said sincerely. Learning something new is always exciting. It was worth the fight. She added with a warm smile. It would be boring if this were our last fight. Let's do another practice match sometime. Lika froze. Her cheeks turned red. Looking at the hand he held out. Despite his defeat, a faint trace of happiness lingered on his face. Maybe out of pride. Maybe for the first time, out of admiration. One more time. Zeke said they should have a scrimmage again soon. With a confident smile, he added that he couldn't wait for their next showdown. Lika reached out to him, even though she was a bit shy. By accepting that it's not a balance. And he said he gladly accepted his defeat. Meanwhile, a few hours later, deep inside a dimensional rift, Balza Eldredon, father of Lika and Zeke and current head of the Eldredon family, was surrounded by countless. He was surrounded by strange and wild monsters. As the creatures lunged at him, Balza's eyes began to glow with an intense light. It released an overwhelming aura and dragon pressure, instantly freezing every creature in its tracks. Drawing his sword, Balza summoned the first form. The creation of the Dragon Destruction Martial Arts. With one fluid swing, all the monsters around were cleanly cut down. As he sheathed his sword, the Eldredon family soldiers rushed forward to finish off any remaining monsters that might have survived their master's blow. Balza turned toward tomorrow's exit. But before leaving, one of the soldiers called out to him, saying there was an important report. Balza stopped walking and asked what it was about. The soldier reported to him that Lady Lika had reached the 2-star level. Hearing this, Balza froze mid-step. Her glowing eyes flickered, and her response came out cold and distant. So what? The soldier, visibly nervous, explained that reaching 2-star level at only 7 years old was an extraordinary achievement. He added that with Lika's talent, she'd likely reach 4-star or even 5-star level by the time she graduates from the dragon's nest. Balza's reply was chilling. Talent means nothing. Next time you report to me, I want to hear how you can be useful, instead of these worthless updates. Get out of my sight. As Balza moved toward the exit of the crevice, the soldier fell silent, but just as he was about to step out, he quickly added that Lika had recently lost a practice match. Balza stopped suddenly and turned his head slightly. The expression on their face was unreadable. He asked if he was defeated by one of his brothers. The soldier shook his head. No, sir. Lord Zeke was defeated by someone his own age. Zeke, Balza repeated in a low voice. That's her son. Memories of that humble maid, Zeke's mother, flashed across his mind. That woman was truly skilled in battle, he muttered, but she died after giving birth to the child. He turned his face completely to the soldier. His tone of voice was harsh. Tell me, who could have trained Zeke well enough to defeat a 2-star fighter? The soldier hesitated before answering. No one, sir. Lord Zeke never received any formal training. Lady defeated Lika entirely through her own power and skill. He has even reached the 2-star level himself. I understand, said Balza expressionlessly. Then he turned around again and commanded. Start the first test. It was obvious that the soldier was startled. Lord Balza, forgive my insolence, but isn't it too early for the first exam? The students only started combat training a month ago. Most haven't even reached the 1-star level yet. Balza interrupted him. I don't care. Death knows no time, level, or favorites. Only the strong deserve to survive. If they can't handle the first test, their star levels mean nothing. Those who fail are not worthy of the eldritch name. Yes, sir, the soldier answered quickly. But then Balza added, also call Freya. Tell him to come back immediately. The soldier's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Is it Freya, sir? Or do you mean Freya? Balza nodded. Exactly. If Zeke could defeat Lika using only his own power, then he's much more interesting than I expected. I want Freya to design and supervise the first trial herself. I also expect him to observe each participant in person. The soldier bowed deeply. As you wish, Master Balza. For the first time in a while, a faint smile appeared on Balza's lips. He spoke softly, as a rare, almost warm expression crossed his face. That's the most interesting one of them. The next day, students continued their combat training at the dragon's nest, under Rengus's supervision. But Zeke was off to the side, leaning against the wall in a crouching position, practicing his breathing technique. He was balancing a massive rock over his head while holding dumbbells in both hands. This unwavering focus caught Rengus's attention. And he caught the attention of others, who couldn't help but watch him in silence. With his eyes closed, Zeke visualized the technique they'd been working on, the striking dragon martial arts. As he recalls, this technique was originally created by the 15th family head. Though called a martial art, it was actually a method of body strengthening. It was simple but well-structured, allowing even the youngest fighters to grasp it. Rangus called out to Zeke. Aren't you going to work out? Zeke opened one eye. What do you mean? I mean combat training, Rangus explained. We are practicing striking dragon martial arts. I already found that out, Zeke answered easily. Rangus was stunned. What? But we were just taught this morning. How did you master this already? Zeke smirked and said, Because I'm me. But what's more important right now is that the source power is flowing incorrectly. Rangusu was confused and asked what he was. Zeke set down the heavy rock, told Rangusa to turn around, and placed a hand on his back. Zeke fixed the energy flow and directed his aura into Rangus' body. This is it, said Orin. It should circulate like this. Rangus turned to him gratefully. You've truly mastered the striking dragon martial arts, huh? This is incredible. Zeke frowned playfully. Are you doubting me? What kind of a friend are you? No, it's not, Rangus said quickly. No one besides my father had ever taught me something like this before. That's why I want to learn everything I can. Lord Zeke, you already have your own martial arts. Lady Lick is strong enough to defeat them. I just thought basic dragon martial arts might be too simple and boring for someone like you. It's not boring, Zeke replied. Actually, I admire your consistency. It reminds me of my own dragon destruction martial arts. Though my kids never liked that technique. They used to say it was too difficult and complex. Dragon destruction martial arts was truly a complex and challenging technique, but it possessed immense power. It consisted of 4 main forms, and Zeke created a 5th one during his battle with Licca. Beyond that, he even had a hidden final form. A terrifying and destructive talent. The same technique he once used to slay the divine dragon. In his past life, he silently wondered how his descendants used other dragon techniques over time. Maybe they had changed them. This thought made him even more excited. Anyway, now that I've mastered the grandpa-beating dragon martial arts, I'll continue my physical training. He smiled slightly. Everyone has a different way of learning techniques. But before he could continue, Rangus suddenly yelled his name. Zeke, please teach me. I know it's a shameless request, but I want to get stronger, even if just a little. Zeke looked at her for a moment, then nodded. Well, I'll still teach you. Rangus blinked in astonishment. Wait, are you serious? Are you really going to teach me? Of course, Zeke answered. Why are you so surprised? You're the one who wanted this. I just didn't think you'd accept so easily, Rangus said shyly. I'm not lying, Zeke said, and I know he's someone worth teaching. Just then, Licca approached them. Zeke spoke, though he hesitated. I want you to teach me too. Rangus flinched and turned toward her. You too, Lady Licca? Is there a problem? He asked calmly. To be honest, I used to think that no one could ever beat me. As the candidate for the next head of the Dragon family, I was confident in my strength, but yesterday's match shattered my pride. I still don't know how you can use a lightning wanderer, or how he uses it better than me. It was Zeke's drink. Well, is this my fault now? He muttered half-jokingly. Licca continued with determination. I want to be stronger. Strong enough to defeat our brothers. And you too, Zeke. Please teach me. Zeke went quiet for a moment, lost in deep thought. When Zeke didn't answer right away, Licca asked if it was really a problem for her, even though she is also a candidate for the next president of Eldon. Rangus Zekapik of the dragon family agreed, realizing that even as a child, Belzahel Dragon is still Zeke's father, which technically makes Zeke one of the heirs whether he likes it or not. Zeke calmly said he didn't care, but noted the real issue was whether Licca's body was fit for training. He added that from what he'd seen in their fights, healing those wounds would normally take at least a month. Licca shook her head and said she'd already used a healing potion, so there was no need to worry. He added that from what he'd seen in their fights, healing those wounds would normally take at least a month. But Rangus said if Zeke's talking about the basic potion from the entrance exam, it's not strong enough to heal Licca's wounds that fast. Because she was the head of the family's daughter. He must have used a much stronger potion. Zeke sighed in amazement, muttering that this era truly is something else. Licca nodded, admitting that without the potion, he'd have been bedridden for at least a month. But now he said the most important thing was his own request, whether Zeke would agree to train him too. Zeke knew he had to train too, but he wanted to get stronger under his guidance. Zeke accepted without hesitation, saying he never turns down ambitious young people. Licca de Rangusta was surprised by this answer. Licca noted that he is young like them, while Rangusta added that they are almost the same age. Zeke chuckled in agreement, then asked mockingly if he was really sure he wanted him as his instructor. After all, he was the one who defeated him. But Licca firmly stated that she didn't care one bit. He said if he wants to be the next head of the Dragon family, he doesn't have the luxury of being picky. He had to get stronger, no matter the cost. Zeke remembered Licca mentioning her dream of becoming the family head when they first met. Zeke asked why you're so obsessed with his target. Licca said without hesitation that if he failed to become the head of the family, he would only be used for a political marriage. Speaking bitterly, she noted that in the best case she'd likely be forced to marry a cousin, but the worst case would be marrying a total stranger. Zucchini's face fell, and with a flash of anger in his eyes, he asked what he meant by that. Lika said this was natural given how valuable El Dragon blood is, especially among the 4 branches of the family. Source powers were unique and could be used in countless ways. That's why they were obsessed with keeping their bloodline pure. Rangus trembled as he felt the terrifying aura suddenly spreading from Z10. His voice turned cold and sharp as he said the El Dragon family really started pulling this kind of disgusting shit. He clenched his fists, saying he would tear down such filthy and senseless traditions. But before things got any heavier, a few instructors arrived and instantly caught everyone's attention. As Lika blinked in surprise, wondering why they had come, Zeke muttered that the timing couldn't be any shittier. He was worried they might have heard what you just said. Just then, a woman with fiery red hair appeared behind them. One of the instructors stepped forward and announced that, regardless of how busy this person was, they would have a new instructor starting today. He took the time to teach them personally. So they should have been grateful as the red-haired woman approached. He reached his hand toward Lika and asked if she was Lady Lika. But Lika felt a wave of danger. Lika instinctively jumped back. Rangus grabbed Zeke's arm in fear as Zeke stepped forward to protect him. The red-haired woman smiled faintly. He praised Lika's sharp reaction, saying the quality of her aura wasn't bad at all. Zeke frowned slightly. Until now, he hadn't even sensed her presence. Rangus nervously asked who it was. With that, the instructor introduced her as Lady Freya Phoenix of the Black Dragon units. Freya greeted everyone with a polite smile. He said he was pleased to meet them all. Then she looked straight at Zeke and asked if he was Lord Zeke. When Zeke confirmed, the woman asked if he was surprised by her sudden appearance. Zeke calmly said that nothing he did was surprising. As Zeke's eyes began to glow faintly, Freya froze for a moment. Zeke said her hiding technique is quite interesting. Freya realized immediately why even clan leader Balsa and Drago were interested in this kid. Meanwhile, Zeke was analyzing the woman's movements. He noticed the origin power was concentrating in his lower body. It followed a flow pattern he had never seen before. This must be why the footsteps didn't make a sound. A spark of excitement appeared in her eyes. He was wondering what kind of martial arts the woman used. Then Freya took command of the class and confirmed she would be their new instructor. The students started to whisper among themselves in disbelief. Galewind, Lady Freya? He was known as one of the strongest warriors in the family. The other instructor confirmed that Freya is a 6-star practitioner. He belonged to the Black Dragons, an elite unit serving the Patriarch directly. The students were amazed, unable to understand why someone of his rank had come to their academy to teach. Freya smiled slightly and told them she would indeed train them, but on one condition: they had to pass a simple test. The students were breathless at these words. The woman told them not to worry, the test was simple. They just had to bring back one crystal, like the one you're holding, and survive for a whole month on Poison Dragon Mountain. While Rangus turned pale at the sound of this name, Zeke was filled with a sense of nostalgia. Venomous Dragon Mountain was home to countless poisonous creatures. In fact, touching even a single leaf would kill an ordinary person instantly. This was a total danger zone. Zeke remembered that in his previous life, he often used this place as his personal training ground. Still, he thought this test might be too cruel for young students. Freya explained the rules. Every student would get a crystal sphere, and if it broke or got lost, they'd be disqualified instantly. When someone nervously asked what would happen to those disqualified, Freya blurted out that they'd be kicked out of the dragon's nest. He added they didn't need to worry about poison. As long as they used the dragon breath technique correctly, they'd be safe. As long as they protected their orbs and controlled their breath, they could survive. When Lika mentioned that there were monsters there along with poisonous plants, Freya's eyes sharpened and she said they had to defeat those monsters on their own. Because it was the only way they could find food. They wouldn't last even a few days if they didn't hunt. Freya explained the rules. Each student would get a crystal sphere, and if their spheres broke or got lost, well, he doubted whether the striking dragon could harm the creatures there. Freya told them not to panic with a nasty smirk. They had 5 days to prepare. During this time, each of them could choose a fundamental martial art to learn from the Ledger family archives. If they mastered this, their chances of survival would increase. But if they failed to learn it within 5 days, he wouldn't take responsibility for anything that happened on the mountain. A student timidly asked if Freya would help them, in case things get too dangerous. Freya smiled slyly and said, "You are in the dragon's lair. You are in the lands of the elder dragon family. The weak can't survive here, only the strong remain. If you can't defeat a few slimy monsters on your own, then you're better off sleeping soundly in a bed of poison right beside them." The students were trembling in terror. Cold sweat was pouring down their faces. Rangus was about to whine, while Lika remained silent, lost in deep thought. Zeke frowned to himself, wondering if this was the same Ledger family he once knew. It was much different from when he was the head of the family. Freya then said that was all for now. He started handing out martial arts books for each weapon type and told them to step up and choose the technique they wanted to learn. As the students swarmed around him, Rangus hesitated, not knowing what to choose. Zeke advised him to get a spear technique. It reminded me that he used a spear in the entrance exam. Rangus accepted immediately and thanked him. Lika said she'll choose a great sword technique, since she already knows the basic forms for it. But Zeke stopped him and suggested he try the axe arts instead. When Lika asked why, Zeke explained. He said this would help cover its current weaknesses. Since Zeke made the suggestion, the girl didn't object and just nodded silently. He trusted her words. Freya then asked if everyone had chosen their books. Once they agreed, he told them to make the most of their remaining 5 days. Their survival depended entirely on mastering these techniques. If they failed, they would have died miserably on Poison Dragon Mountain. Just as she was about to leave, Freya suddenly remembered something and turned back. He warned them about their upper classes during the test. They were going to try to steal the crystal balls. Rangus took the donut and asked what he meant. Freya, their 10-year-old. He explained that the upperclassmen would take the same exam, but their task was to hunt the juniors and steal their orbs. He added that junior students outnumber seniors, and the Poison Dragon Mountain is vast. They could have been lucky and avoided the crossfire. Even so, the upper classes would do everything in their power to find and attack them. After Freya said that, she turned and left. Rangusen had turned pale, and sweat was pouring down his face. And now he asked what the hell they're going to do. They had to deal with not just poisonous monsters, but also the high ranks who hunted them. Lika frowned and said that every upperclassman is at least a 1-star level or higher. If they all swarmed him at once, he wouldn't last long. And he said most of his classmates probably wouldn't survive either. Siki nodded, saying the girl was right that Lika couldn't fight alone. Then he should have formed a group of 2 or 3. After all, cooperation wasn't forbidden. They could help each other hunt monsters. And they could defend themselves against the upper classes. When Rangus asked about Ziki's plan, Ziki briefly said he planned to go solo. And said they'd enjoy the exam. Lika sighed and admitted that it was exactly the kind of thing he would say. Before starting practice, Ziki suggested eating first. As they moved away, Lika glanced at Rangusa out of the corner of her eye. And she asked if you thought Ziki was acting a bit strange sometimes. Rangus shrugged and answered, "Yes, sometimes." 5 days later, the students gathered before Toxic Dragon Mountain with mixed feelings of fear and determination. Freya stood before them with a confident smile on her face. And he declared that the weather was perfect for the exam to begin. If you enjoyed this episode and want to see what happens next, don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell. This way, you won't miss the next chapter of this epic story. This story begins on a rainy, gloomy night right in the middle of a battlefield. Kid Fong stood atop a mountain of corpses. Even so, despite the 100x accelerated aging curse, he still managed to clear the ruins of the ancient god. A lady holding a dagger showered praises on Kid Fong. He said how legendary it was and decided to snatch the divine thing he called the Eye of Judgment. Wounded and on the verge of death, Kin Fong asked his sister why King Zhao betrayed her. With a cold attitude, King Jia threw it in King Feng's face that he was just an adopted brat. She clearly stated she doesn't see the person her family took in as a brother because they're not blood related. Some blonde named Song showed up and blabbered about how King Fong was actually quite useful. He grinned while placing his hand on his shoulder, holding the divine thingamajig, and thanked King Fong. Because without him, they would have never obtained Kinu and that divine artifact. He had worked very hard to get the soul-stealing blade now stuck in Qin Feng's body, just to completely drain his life force at once. Qin Feng asked if he liked his parting gift. After Qin Feng's parents passed away, Qinzhou Yu raised him, supported him at school. He even risked his life for her countless times after the game collapsed into the world. But seeing that you betrayed him now, he realized how wrong he was about you. Qin Zhaoyu stated clearly that since his parents died, Qin Feng has been sticking his nose into his life, barking orders and controlling him. Back when Song Fei and he needed her protection, it was still somewhat useful. But now that they had the divine thingy, the only value it had for them had evaporated. Song Fei threw herself at Qin Feng to end her life. Promise me you'll take good care of her, Qin Zoya. With death knocking at his door, Qin Feng vowed they wouldn't get away with it. Just before he could finish his sentence, Song Yi took his life. In 2025, the godforsaken game descended upon the world. The only valid currency was lifespan. Dying caused a loss of lifespan. And killing monsters would grant you extra lifespan. Players could spend their lifespans to bring their in-game abilities into the real world. The strong could crush tanks with their bare hands, slice through planes with a sword, and even withstand nuclear blasts with their own bodies. From that moment on, the world changed radically and chaos spread everywhere. He fought to survive with his sister. He braved countless trials, barely surviving endless dangers and narrow escapes, before finally breaking into the top 100 global powerhouses. He finally conquered the ancient god's ruins and seized that divine relic called the Eye of Judgment. He finally had the caliber to reach the top, but who could have guessed the price of his success would be being sold out by his own family? All his efforts in life were officially mere drudgery, and all his struggles had only paved the way for someone else's success. He swore that if he could live again, he would fight only for his own benefit. But then something happened, and Qin Feng opened his eyes. Surprisingly, he was in his own room. He bolted upright, his mind reeling as he realized this was the real world and remembered that he had died. But as soon as she opened her phone, she saw it was 2025. When he looked out the window, he saw that beautiful city and realized he'd been transported back 9 years. The day that damn game arrived on Earth. The next day, her sister Kinza kicked the door open and burst in. Seeing Chi Feng sipping coffee at home, he lost his temper, asked why he hadn't answered the calls, and kicked the trash can. Qin Feng remembered that on the day that damn game started, Chinayu and Song Fei had a huge fight. There were posters of Song Fei on the wall. Before the game started, Song Fei was a somewhat well-known underground idol, and Jin Jiayu was his obsessed fan. No matter how flashy Song Fei looked on the outside, he was actually a lowlife who scammed most of his fans. He took their money and used their bodies. Qi Feng always banned Xinjia from hanging out with those types to keep her from getting scammed, but in the end, he was accused of controlling her life. Pointing his finger at Qinfi, Zhao asked if he was deaf and said it was his fault Songfen lost first place this month. He threatened to cause a scene if Qin Feng didn't pay to help Songfen rise in the rankings. Right then, with a cold expression, King Feng smacked him across the face, knocking him to the ground. His cheeks were swollen, his nose had started to bleed, and his eyes were filling with tears. Qin Feng kept her in disbelief after he hit her. With a piercing stare, Qin Feng made it clear he had neither the desire nor the time to argue. He warned that if it keeps barking, he'll break its jaw. He even tossed his credit card over his head. He said it was his parents' inheritance, and no matter how much things went south, he wouldn't touch a single dime. He didn't mess with that girl for her parents' sake, but he really put his foot down. He said that from today on, he doesn't have a sister like her. When Ze started whining, he totally lost his cool. Last time, he passed up so many opportunities, risky dungeons, and hidden treasures just to protect that snoboo. He took out a few sleeping pills and washed them down with water. He was curious. Without this dead weight, it would have gone off big time. He decided to crush everyone using the game knowledge from the old logs. Now Kinu would face the consequences. And as for Song Fei, our boy intended to take his head personally. Qin Feng fell asleep and appeared in the selection hall. Wow, looks like they missed this place. When he first came here, he was so terrified it took him hours just to pick a class and bolt, but this time, he had to be hit the ground running. In his past life, he chose the warrior to protect Shinjie. The warrior class wasn't trash, but it just wasn't the way anymore. Now, without the Kinkayu shackles, he could level up much faster on his own. Mobility and reflexes were the most important factor. So without a second thought, he locked Qin Feng into the assassin class. But then things suddenly went south and a system notification popped up. The Divine Artifact Judgment Eye has been successfully linked. Eye of Judgment activated. It had a passive authority. The moment he stepped into the cursed game, Kim Feng would automatically grab the most uber class and skill. Our boy's brain fried after he figured out how the Eye of Judgment connected to him and worked following the reset. Even if someone stole it, it would be worthless as long as it recognized the owner. Just as he thought this might be why it reset, shadows began to invade his body. Then his body underwent a change. His hair turned snow white, and he became like a shadow. Qin Feng looked totally messed up. Shadow Assassin was the ultimate secret class. It had absolutely nothing to do with the warrior class. Just taking over this class last time gave him an incredible amount of power. Qin Feng's eyes widened in shock. Remembering every class has a tiny chance to unlock its secret, high-level version, and judgment power just made that possibility a reality. The system suddenly revealed itself, declaring this judicial power to be the universe's most pure and ancient primal force. Its might instantly disregarded any rules or order. Since Kim Feng lacked divinity, he couldn't activate this power at will, but its passive effect was always on. This revelation totally stunned our boy. It took a full 7 years after the start of the game God forgot for a powerful player to finally slip away from the Forsaken Realm and reach the Land of Order. Only then did humanity become aware of the existence of a regulatory power. But the truth is, even years later, no one had been able to seize that power of order. Starting out, Qin Feng wouldn't have believed even in his dreams he'd achieve this. He had already grasped that primitive power that crushed order and rules. All they had to do was escape this godforsaken realm and reach the realm of order to seize divinity. So he could run this power at full blast. Now he had a new goal in this life. Now that the class selection is done, the system asked him to enter his in-game nickname. Qin hesitated for a moment, but then chose the name Shadow. Since his class is shadow-based, he was teleported to a godforsaken realm called King Feng Hoop. This is the place where countless monsters roam. He should have watched his step. Because monsters were waiting to tear him apart and consume his life. You could leave town, hunt monsters, and earn tradable lifespans, but if you died in the game, half your life would be wasted. Qin Feng, both tradable and customizable, was in the safe zone of Shell Town. There were no monsters here, players couldn't attack each other, and the life depletion rate was 1x. A lot of people were practically forced into this game. Some were napping after eating, while others crashed after a long day's work. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves in this cursed place. All eyes were locked on Qin Feng. No one understood what his class was or why it looked so much weirder than theirs. Some who saw the dagger realized he was an assassin. Before long, big hitters from various countries would emerge one by one to shake the foundations of this world. If Qin Feng wanted to leave them in the dust, he had no time to waste. Because the farm waits for no one. Right then, 3 men and an archer teleported back to town. So players who died on the monster hunt were teleported straight back to town. The crew was both furious and terrified. Because the wild beasts were extremely powerful. The creature had devoured all their health with a single bite. They were fighting a level 1 reptile, but even together, they'd only managed to take down a third of its health. Now that they've died, their lifespan has been cut in half. They turned to Lizzie the archer and asked what the hell they do now. Qin Feng began sizing her up and, remembering that archers started with short bows, realized that she was a hidden class as well. Lizzie noticed that Qin Feng had a hidden class. With a sweet smile, she asked if he wanted to form a party with them. The creatures outside were ripped, and taking them down alone was impossible. Their team had already been wiped once, so they were considered experienced. Kin Fong refused and moved on. Lizzie's friends talked behind her back after seeing her act like a pro. The 5 of them together couldn't even take down the monster. That's why it was impossible to do it alone. To them, Kin Fong was practically asking for death. Using the Liz system, she saw that Kin Feng's nickname was Shadow. Meanwhile, our boy was dashing toward the edge of town. Lizzie decided to follow him to find out what kind of talents he had. Because he couldn't help but smirk. Maybe they'd leak new info about the monsters and watch how King Fong croaked. This godforsaken land was an incredibly eerie and dangerous place. Liz and her cronies started spying on Kim Fong. He didn't know how he ended up here, but with years of online gaming experience, he formed a party right away. But when the first monster met them outside of town, it wiped them off the map. He knew this monster was no easy prey for a level 1 player. Lizzie's friends were absolutely fuming. Because Kim Feng's starting weapon was different from the group's assassins. While Anda Hancher was there, Kim Fong carried a short sword. The assassin was bursts with jealousy. Because Kim Fong was even faster than him. Yet as an assassin, he should have had the highest agility. Besides, Jin Feng's clothes were different from his. Kin Fong seemed like an extraordinary player. So Lizzie decided to follow him, thinking she could find some important information. When Kin Fong started staring at them, Lizzie felt it and immediately cowered. He crouched again, not knowing if they'd been spotted. Our boy used the shadow infiltration technique and vanished as if the ground had swallowed him up. Once they turned into shadows, Lizzie and her besties were totally baffled when the guy just went poof and vanished. The assassin figured out this was a stealth ability, a starting skill that gives invisibility. Jin Fong had officially become a ghost. Lizzie decided to head back to town and find ways to push themselves. It was too sketchy outside. They had already been skinned once, and their lifespan was already cut in half. They decided to go NPC hunting, hoping to snag hidden rewards like treasure chests. Shadow Sneak was an ability that let the user hide for a set time. If you attacked, you'd be revealed, and the first hit after coming out of hiding got a massive damage boost. Stealth Mastery doubled the hiding time and increased the stealth level by 1. As expected, the Shadow class was totally OP. At this level, a normal assassin's stealth would be noticed instantly. But the Shadow class had its own mastery of stealth, making it impossible for even these monsters to notice him early in the game. Ours couldn't help but think how rookie Lizzie and her friends are. Because there was nothing in the starting town to truly increase your power. In this cursed game, it was just a nursery for the players. Noob players were nothing more than walking bait for monsters. A few seconds later, Jin Feng's invisibility ended. Luckily it wasn't too long. The cooldown had already started the moment he activated stealth. So in a few seconds, it wouldn't remain and would turn back into dust. Kin Feng's status window appeared on the screen. The code name was Shadow. The class was in Shade 2. He had a non-tradable lifespan of 75 years and 0 tradable lifespan. Strength 10, Stamina 13, Agility 18, and Spirit 15. All players started with 10 base stats, and different classes gave extra bonuses. The warrior class he chose in his past life gave him only 3 points of strength and endurance. But this time, the Shadow class boosted all his stats, and his agility increased by a full 8 points. He still had 5 free attribute points to distribute. Most players put points into strength or spirit to boost their physical or magic attack power. But this was a massive mistake. Without wasting a single second, Jin Fong dumped those 5 points into agility, and now he's reached a full 23. This statistic was the key to it all. Because early in the game, no matter how you built your stats, monsters would always one-shot players, and the only way to take them down without a scratch was to max out agility and dump everything into speed, which was exactly when something caught Kin Feng's attention. A freak was lurking behind the tree. It was a level 1, normal quality reptile, but the little rascal was evolving. Hinfa noticed because she saw the guy constantly sucking up lifespans. He instantly realized that this creature was the one who wiped out that loser team of 4. The reptile sensed King Feng's presence. He was also slightly damaged because he'd lost some of his HP. The monster lashed out, but King Fang skillfully evaded with a leap. Monsters can take players' lifespans when they kill them. They'd even evolve if they exploited enough. King Fang activated Shadow Seep, drew his dagger in air just as the reptile approached. While the reptile was trying to figure out where he flew, King Fang appeared above it, leapt down with a sneak attack, and ruthlessly buried his short blade into its skull. Dealing 174 damage, he one-shot the beast and pocketed 10 experience points. He didn't expect to one-shot the crawler, but then he remembered that attacking its neck triggered a critical hit. Right then, a system window popped up. It stated that the backstab ability doubles damage if the attack comes from outside the enemy's field of vision. It explained why this reptile got one shot. The backstab ability combined lethally with multiple skills, creating a terrifying damage multiplier. Kim Fang gazed silently at the carcass. He remembered the times he spent as a warrior. Even a critical hit barely dealt 40 damage, and he fought for ages, almost dying just to kill one reptile. When the monster died, it dropped a glowing orb with a lifespan. Qin Fang clenched his fist and absorbed the lifespan. He gained 3 days of tradable lifespan and 54 years and 155 days of non-tradable lifespan. 5 people had died. Each of them had lost at least 20 to 30 years of their life expectancy. It totaled over 100 years, but since the reptile absorbed it first, Qin Fang only got 54 years. For now, the untradable lifespan was useless, but at that moment, the Eye of Judgment's authority kicked in and granted Qin Fang the ability Infinite Evolution. Slaying monsters alone gave him the chance to earn evolution points to upgrade his skills. She would get 5 evolution points every 24 hours, and soloing a boss meant pocketing those points for herself. He had exactly 5 points now. With the power of infinite evolution, he could boost his skills. In his previous life, he didn't even know about a bug like this. No matter what loot dropped from monsters, the level was fixed and upgrading was out of the question. This was a power that completely ignored the rules of the game. And did my kid stop? No, he went right back to pestering Golbs the moment he escaped. 4 evolution points spent, and skills have successfully leveled up. The starting skill Shadow Escape jumped from normal to bronze, and its duration increased from 12 to 16 seconds. The out of stealth hit bonus jumped from 60 to 90, and the cooldown was shortened by 2 seconds. Back crush improved from weak to normal, and damage increased by 5%. Shadow Dash now took 16 seconds. With Stealth Mastery, this duration extended to 32 seconds. After staying in ghost mode for so long, he could remain permanently invisible, and if this buff had come earlier, he could have taken down that reptile in one hit. Even a full health reptile in a single hit. Right then, some guy walking with his girlfriend was talking about how lame the game was. If even a scrawny guy like Kim Fong could kill monsters all by himself. And the woman flattered him. They said a muscular guy like you could take down 10 people at once. The spineless jerk started smirking and swore to protect the girl. But Kim Fong had already realized there was a monster perched in the tree. He was full of himself. And with a grin, he asked if he wanted to join the team with them. Sensing danger, Qin Fong instantly vanished with a shadow evasion. Seeing this, Zertap thought he was afraid of my muscles. Then a spider dropped from the tree, and the two of them panicked. This was a level 1 bronze monster feeder. He attacked and took them both out instantly. Xin Feng remembered that the feeder was a novice boss with 1600 HP. It was impossible for a normal rookie to take this on. Besides, he had a bunch of tiny baby spiders at his command. As the nourishing feast began, Qin Feng saw it as a perfect chance to test just how OP his new powers were. With a stealth strike, Qin Feng stabbed his short blade directly into the spider's eye. The monster counterattacked, but Qin Feng was like a cheetah. Fended off the attack and vanished again with a shadow dodge. Ours dealt exactly 338 damage with that attack. Meanwhile, he also took 9 damage. He barely escaped thanks to his agility. Qin Feng's HP was only 130. If that spider's disgusting attack had landed, it'd be instant GG. He was so proud of himself when he saw he dealt over 300 damage to the boss. The feeders went crazy and split the trees in the area right in half out of rage. Qi Feng knew that these monsters were intelligent. The spider wasn't about to just stand there like an idiot and take a beating. Apparently, the spider was attacking everyone in sight to figure out where Kin Fong was. Now even those little brats were on guard. That's why he couldn't just dive in as he pleased. With the spider distracted, Kin Fong seized the moment and threw a stone. The stone hit his stomach, dealing 299 damage. Kin Fong grabbed another stone, and his prediction proved correct. He realized his main damage comes from his hidden ambush skill and class enhancement bonus. I mean, he could deal painful damage even by throwing rocks. Now all he had to do was wait for Shadow Sneak's cooldown to end and throw one more stone. This would trigger the stone ambush attack bonuses. Backstabbing and weak point attacks. As soon as Shadow Sneak was ready, King Fong threw another stone. He dealt 279 damage to the spider, and immediately popped Shadow Sneak again. The plan was incredibly simple. Hide like a coward until Shadow Lurk's cooldown is over, then strike again. Meanwhile in town, the leaderboard updated, showing the player Shadow took the top spot as the first to reach level 2 by defeating a bronze level feeder boss. The other players were in shock. They couldn't wrap their heads around how someone took down a boss when most were just mob food. Lizzie and the others were speechless when they saw King Fong slay a boss and soar to level 2. They couldn't even handle normal mobs, so they thought this was definitely a system bug. The man and woman attacked by that giant spider respawned in town, and were shocked to see someone had taken it down. They realized Shadow was the brat they saw in the forest before. Back in the forest, the system announced Kin Fong killed the feeder boss, gaining 300 EXP and 2 evolution points. Additionally, the Shell Town level leaderboard was opened. And that earned our kids some reputation points. The moment that giant spider died, Kin Fong began absorbing its lifespan. The little ones had scattered. It was a total waste. He couldn't help but complain. To grind more XP, he had to deal with those little spiders first. 46 tradable lifespans and a new skill book called Bronze to Greedy Hand. Along with it, he seized an abrasive dagger. It had 35 damage and 4 agility points. After learning the Greed skill, Kin Fong could use it on defeated monsters for a 20% chance to gain extra loot. Kin Fong was a bit stunned because the bronze bird didn't expect this god-tier assassin skill to drop. This ability really boosted loot collection in the late game. Defeating powerful bosses meant a 20% chance for extra loot. Based on what Kin Fong remembered from his past life, there was someone in the God Slayer Guild whose combat power was mediocre. But simply because he had this talent, he became one of the most sought-after actors. He even had a private bodyguard who went everywhere with him. Kin Feng's eyes went wide with shock. He realized that even with an activation rate of just 20%, if combined with the infinite evolution talent, he could increase both the drop rate and the loot amount forever. The next day, the students were going to school. Zorian's friend asked if she'd call Kin, and wasn't she going to apologize? He reminded them of when they skipped the exam to secretly back up Song Ye. Kin Feng was certain she was absolutely furious with him. Shea refused because he did nothing wrong. Plus, they almost missed the entry time because of him. According to her, the person who should apologize is Kim Fengdi. His friend tried to convince him. Because King Fong treated her so well, and he also asked what happened to her face. Xiaoyu didn't change her mind. Because all Kin Fong did was poke his nose into his business and made up an excuse, saying he tripped and cut his face. When they entered the school, they saw many students gathered in front of a classroom. His best friend got curious, pushed through the crowd, and burst into the classroom. There, he saw Zhang Wei's body becoming translucent. One of his rich friends said he wasn't so sure. But he said he was gonna nap, and by the time they turned around, the kid was already like this. This wasn't an isolated incident. The internet was literally blowing up. People all over the world were experiencing the same eerie phenomenon, and some so-called experts said if anyone fell asleep, they'd turn into a ghostly, translucent form, and nobody knew why. Her friend went into panic mode and decided to call and warn her family, telling Xiaoyu to call her brother just in case, but she refused. Because he'd rather see him dead than contact him. Meanwhile, Kim Fong evolved his new talent, Greed. They upgraded their quality from bronze to gold. Now, the chance of getting extra loot from an enemy jumped from 20% to 70%, allowing our guy to learn greed and bag 2 points. Qin Feng clenched his fist and triggered the ability. He earned 2 evolution points and 46 days of tradable lifespan. He was more than satisfied with what he got. He had 2 evolution points and knew he needed 3 to raise greed to level 3, which would soon give him a 100% chance of extra loot. He knew that world governments must have figured it out by now and that more and more people would flock to the game. So he had to speed up his progress and equip items he could use. Qin Feng equipped the bronze-grade abrasive dagger. Gained 35 attack points and 4 agility points. He activated stealth mode to avoid drawing the monster's attention. Because he knew it wouldn't take long for people to realize that the skills and equipment in this game could be exported to the real world, and when that happened, the world was going to be in deep trouble. There were 2 conditions for moving skills and equipment outside. First is to reach level 10. The second is to have enough exchangeable lifespan. Killing the small monsters took too long. So he decided to find tougher bosses. Wandering nearby, he heard a fight breaking out. At the cliff, he saw players battling a level 2 swift predator. And its bronze class. Qin Feng was already planning to find stronger bosses, and now a swift predator had appeared before him. The timing was literally perfect. The monster attacked, but the player with the shield and mace blocked it effortlessly. Galen Wengdi. Qin Feng never expected to run into him here. Turns out the rumors going around were true. Word has it that when Wang first dove into the cursed game, he gathered a team entirely made of hidden class players. All 6 members of his team were secret class users. Wang instantly summoned a holy barrier and formed a golden jar to trap the beast. He belonged to a secret class called the Holy Shield Warrior. He had double the base stats of a normal warrior, and as if that wasn't enough, he also had a ridiculous innate invincibility skill. The moment the monster was distracted, the team's mage summoned a fireball and slammed it right into the creature's arm. The girl had a hidden mage class called Oracle. This gave him double the magic damage of a normal mage, plus the prophetic fireball ability included in the package. The team's archer held a secret class, the sharp-eyed sniper profession. This gave the user double the stats of a normal archer and a free rapid-fire skill. The priest had a prophet, a priestly class. He had twice the healing power of a normal priest and a group healing ability too. Archer and mage dove in together, but the monster dodged attacks like the Matrix, lunged at Wingme, and forced him into a retreat. The archer panicked. Seeing his ranged attacks miss, he thought this boss was incredibly fast. Priest Wangme used a life stone and decided the best way to beat this boss was to keep attacking while the healers focused on healing. Seeing his plan to wear down the monster, Qin Feng thought Wang Meng was being far too idealistic, but he knew there was something he was missing. The most important thing was this was the wild, and if a fight dragged on, other monsters would join the party. Right then, 2 creatures appeared behind Wingming. Qin Feng identified them as corruptors. They were ordinary level 2 monsters covered in dark brown dung. Their specialty was sniping from a distance. The team's swordsman charged at the monsters and attacked one. Ours had a secret class he hadn't seen before. The attack dealt 33 damage, and the swordsman soon realized these monsters' defense was like concrete. The corruptor basically vomited mud all over the swordsman. This was a binding spell, and now the guy's movement speed was slowed down. The other corruptor began chasing the sorceress, forcing her to flee in tears. But right at that moment, Qin Feng burst onto the stage. In the blink of an eye, he took off the monster's head. Dealing 441 damage, he saved the mage and blew everyone's minds. Ours attack is so OP that he one-shot the corruptor. The magical girl was confused and didn't know who did this, or if someone helped them. Leaning on his blade, the swordsman stood up. He was stunned by what he saw. They saw someone take out a level 2 corrupt in one hit, while they had to team up just to defeat a level 1 corrupt. The corrupt tried to attack for 10 seconds, but Qin Feng moved like lightning again and blew the monster's head off. The swordsman began to tremble with fear, and Lizzie asked if he had seen who did it. The girl panicked and said she didn't see it. Wang stood up and asked them to stay focused. Deep down, he hoped King Feng would be on their side. Only the attack predator remained, and our boy was watching it all from a branch as a reward for killing 2 level 2 corrupteds. He gained 40 experience points, 1 evolution point, a commentator skill book called Poison Dart, and 8 days of tradable lifespan. Xin Feng didn't waste a second and developed the Poison Dart, because it was a perfect mid-range poison damage ability. When upgraded, this skill reached level 2 and rose from common to silver quality. It allowed the user to fire a lethal poison dart with a 14-meter range, dealing attack damage and poisoning enemies, with a 5-second cooldown. The poison dealt 50% damage per second for 5 seconds and didn't stack. The monster attacked again. Wang managed to block the attack with his shield. But at that moment, the creature plunged its sharp limb into his stomach. Wangmin dropped his shield and mace, and the monster seized the moment to stab him with another limb, inflicting terrible pain. The archer started to tremble with fear. The priest panicked. He knew this was no good, because he couldn't heal fast enough in a desperate effort. Wang Ming told them to run away. Qin Feng fired a dart into the predator's head, dealing 845 damage. The mage and archer were stunned to see the attack take half the boss's health. Both the monster and Wang began to writhe in pain, and poison started oozing from the beast's wound, until his body collapsed to the ground. During this time, it took 324 damage multiple times. Since Qi Feng dealt over 90% of the damage, the loot belonged to him, and killing the attack predator earned him 600 EXP, reaching level 3. Obtained 2 evolution points and 55 days of tradable lifespan. Zihin didn't expect the damage caused by time to be this bad. It boosts the dart class passive. With stealth, he stays invisible and can basically fire darts forever. And now, nothing could stop him in the early or mid-game. Loot started bursting out of the monster's corpse. Wang's brain fried seeing the monster's damage, and a few seconds later, the loot vanished. Wang was grateful to King Feng for standing up and saving them. But ours clearly stated that you can't easily trust people in these foreign lands. She left everyone stunned. Wan thanked ours for the advice, and they decided not to bother him while he checked the loot. And he added that she could find him if she needed anything. Kin Feng gathered the loot. Wang Ni noticed that it appeared reliable. Plus, he had the backing of the well-resourced Daxia government. Ours decided to find a stable sales channel to sell off unused loot. He used Greedy Hand. He earned 3 evolution points for 55 days of tradable lifespan. Sprint Predator obtained bronze-quality leather knee pads. Our guys equipped the leather greaves. Gained 9 points of physical defense and 5 points to all elemental resistance, along with 15% cooldown speed. That was a great loot. Because he still had many other class items and skill books, and decided to return to town to trade everything for lifespan once his bag was full. His eyes began to shine with confidence. Because this time, his growth was 100 times faster than in his last life. Not far from the area, another group of players was being attacked by even more monsters, and seeing their numbers grow, they decided it was better to bolt. But before they could, an even bigger monster appeared. Just as they tried to run, it attacked with sharp vines, wiping them all out. Players respawned in town and got tilted because monsters always spawn in groups and run away when low on health. Word was players had to reach level 3 to exit the game, but it seemed like an impossible task. Some players felt a 3-person team wasn't enough and they should form groups of 6 or 10. The other player argued it wouldn't work, having seen a 10-man team get surrounded and wiped out. Plus, too many people would pull the boss, and recently a 40-man raid triggered a Curse Master. He destroyed them all. He took out more than 30 in a single strike. Lizzie's team had also arrived in town. If players couldn't reach level 3, they would be trapped inside the game forever. They all fell here after they fell asleep. In other words, only their consciousness was in the game, and if they couldn't get out, their real bodies would starve to death. Lizzie was frustrated because she didn't understand why the game was so hard. His friend panicked because he died 3 times, leaving him with less than 10 years of non-tradable lifespan, and at this rate, they'd die in real life too. Even if she didn't know if it was real, Lizzie knew they couldn't afford to die again. Shadow was a bit confused to see that he's level 3. He realized she must have found a cheat. He knew they needed her to carry them, and to escape this game, they had to reach level 3. Clenching his fist, he ordered his team to spread the news. They had to convince Shadow to help them reach level 3. He was determined to give her 10 million in cash when they returned to reality. The others were in shock, but he knew Shadow couldn't ignore the 10 million. Back in the forest, our boy took down a level 2 polluter. He earned 20 experience points and 1 evolution point. After absorbing the monster's lifespan, Qin Feng felt he had enough evolution points and decided to spend 5 points to evolve the greedy hand. Quality upgraded from platinum to emerald. It increased the chance of extra loot to 160%, and now there was a 20% chance for that loot to be 1 tier higher. Qin Feng was left in awe, knowing the effect was insane. He realized if he keeps evolving, he'll reach 100%, or even 200%. It was raining, and something caught Kim Feng's attention. It was the monster roaming this forest called the Curse Master. This monster was a bronze tier boss, consuming life force to evolve into a silver tier boss. To Kim Feng, it was perfectly normal for this boss to wipe out a 40-man team. For now, our boy's inventory was full. So even if he killed the monster, he couldn't collect the loot. So he decided to mark this place on the map for now. Boss's evolution would have taken some time. So he thought about clearing the inventory. Let him clear his inventory first, then we'll see. By the way, rumor is some rich guy in town dropped 10 million for Shadow. You know that number 1 tryhard on the leaderboard who grinds so fast. People were dropping like flies. Their lives were literally melting away. And the rich kids immediately started looking for an escape plan. Which means we're essentially GG, poor folks like us. While folks were hanging out, Qin Feng suddenly teleported to the city, and everyone was speechless. When he used the system to open store mode, it announced that this player is selling items and skills. The market was only open for 10 minutes, and players glitched out when they saw 2 pieces of the bronze set on the guy. On top of that, he was selling 2 more. They still couldn't wrap their heads around the guy's bronze buskin. A total noob, dude. Why can't we see Kim Feng's face? They asked. Did another smart guy turn on face blurring, bro? So she explained. The character in the game looks exactly like you do in real life. That's why he's acting so mysterious. Then a sorceress approached his stall and asked curiously, how much for this ice spell, bro? They asked. Qin Feng's life is worth 100 days, tradable. He snapped back. This girl's gray rose, ranked 11th in Shelltown. And he hit his face too. A 100-day lifespan for Rose. It was quite something. He asked me if I could do him a favor. Qin Feng explained. Even this simple skill makes leveling up for mages incredibly fast in the beginning. He added, and 100 days is practically free anyway. Does Rose accept real money? They asked. But Qin Feng gave some advice, saying, no way, it doesn't work like that. If you've got the cash, go buy yourself a lifetime first. Then he told me to come swap it. And unless someone made a better offer, she had no intention of selling the skill until she matched her life expectancy. The girl thought for a moment. Then he asked his buddies on the team channel, bro, what do you think of this offer? They asked. Their levels anyway. They had reached 2-0 at lightning speed thanks to his leadership. That's why nobody said a peep. They would even level this skill up to level 3 even faster. The important thing, obviously, was to get out of here first. He asked his buddies to send him their tradable lifespans. He promised to pay them back when he returns. Then she passed the 100-day exchangeable lifespan on to our kid. Seeing the girl's whole team was level 2, Qin Feng realized. They must have killed at least 30 to 40 monsters. So, reptiles then. So their tradable lifespans had to be much longer than 100 days. Qin Feng cast the spell and pocketed it. A 100-day trade life. Now, the swap life has jumped from 268 days to exactly 368 days. Right then Lizzie perked up, happy because she found the shadow. With a smirk, he offered her a deal in exchange for helping her reach level 3. He promised to give her 10 million once they returned to the real world. The other players were in shock. This girl was John Lizzie. And in our boy's past life, this lady was the leader of a criminal organization. Later, the group was destroyed by the state. With a confident smirk, he said his father was the chairman of Dadong Industries, and when he saw ours didn't believe him, he told him to go look him up. Reports say he's using cash to convince people to sell their lifespans. And then he kidnaps them for forced labor. And those who resisted were eliminated. In reality, Kin Fong coldly rejected the offer. Because he knew what he was really like. Lizzie admitted that Shadow is strong in this game. But he said nobody knows how the game works yet. So he advised her to team up with him, and in return, he'd ensure she lived in luxury. Cars, houses, women, and everything he wants. Kin Fong didn't change his mind at all and told him not to interfere with his work. He knew better than anyone that cash was worthless, and soon the only universal currency would be tradable life. Lizzie got really arrogant and made it clear that if this were the real world, she'd put her in her place. Qinfeng's murderous look made it clear he'd kill him if he said one more word. Until their life drops to zero. Lizzie and her squad felt the heat and bolted without wasting a second. A few minutes later, our guy sold the last item on his stall. The bronze-level shining robe. Now he had a total of 546 days of trade life. Now that he's sold everything, he's decided it's time to deal with the Curse Master. No one knew it was invisible yet, but tradable lifespans could bring abilities to life, and soon this damn game would plunge the real world into chaos. Along with the real-world histories people once took pride in, soon only personal power would matter. Lizzie and her team left the area. They were out of breath from running and Lizzie, in the shadow. Not only did he brush her off. And even worse, he gave me the look. And the girl swore. As soon as she returns to the real world, she'll find him and pull the plug. While he was setting these up, a guy named Mao Lijun, also known as Lao Mao, approached him. Lao Mao bet that he was on the second level. He said there are some fancy tactics to level up in the game. He took the 10 million offer Shadow rejected and offered to bring Lizzie and her team to level 3. Getting suspicious, Lizzie asked what Lao Mao meant by that tactical remark. Lao Mao also told it. He told Lizzie he usually keeps these tricks to himself, but he'd do her a solid. He said in this case, to level up, you need to dump all your stat points into agility immediately. Doing this will make your running speed faster than the monsters. So it's supposed to help you win without taking a single scratch. Lizzie was shell-shocked because she dumped all her points into strength. She accepted Leo's offer. He accepted Mao's offer but said he'd only pay him 5 million because he's not as much of a boss as Shadow. Lao Mao agreed, noting that Shadow is strong. It was super weird of him to turn down that much money. Meanwhile, Kin Fong had reached that eerie spot he marked on the map earlier. While still in ambush, he noticed the monster had reached silver rank, and the crisis around it showed it was still evolving into something even more disgusting. Poison arrow ability activated. He knew the beast evolution to the gold rank would take 7 or 8 hours. Not intending to wait that long, he fired a poison arrow. His stealth strike dealt 659 damage to the monster. And the poison continued to melt the monster at 219 points per second. He quickly leaped onto the monster. Using Shadow Seep, he knew the silver boss's HP was 2 or 3 times higher than a bronze monster's. For someone at level 1. Suddenly, the monster began to gather a massive amount of magic in its hands, and it kept swelling. Kin Fong thought that hitting the monster 2 or 3 more times with his poison arrow skill would be enough. But suddenly, the monster launched a powerful attack that shook the area. It leveled the surrounding area. This explains that the monster is a magical boss with wide-range area damage abilities. After launching the poison arrow, he quickly retreated and narrowly escaped the attack range while still invisible. With his current HP and defense, he realized one hit from the beast would finish him in a single bite. As the war raged on, the monster began gathering strength for another massive attack. The massive figure turned toward him, but he stayed calm and moved forward carefully. On the battlefield, he was biting his nails while waiting for his ability to cool down. That secret shadow gizmo wasn't ready yet. So he had to wait for a moment of stupidity from the beast. His plan was simple. Wait for the right time, strike a lethal blow, and vanish before the monster even knows what hit it. Seconds later, the creature stumbled. He was badly distracted. This was the chance. Without a second's delay, he dashed forward with that toxic ability. The attack hit the bullseye. It dealt 659 damage. Almost instantly, the poison took effect, draining 219 of the monster's HP per second. The monster, sensing danger, tried to flee, but Qin Feng had no intention of letting it go. Eyes fixed on the prey, he followed with determination. The monster's battery was about to die. The escape attempt was a total disaster. It was pathetic. With a sudden move, Qin Feng vanished and reappeared on the creature's head, pinning it to the ground. The system confirmed your victory instantly. Bless him. They'd already finished off the silver-level boss. Notifications started flowing down like a waterfall. He earned a total of 1,800 experience points, and instantly jumped from level 3 to 5. He also gained 4 evolution points and a ridiculous 124 days of exchangeable lifespan. He gave a wicked grin. He noticed how a single gray slash made him jump 2 levels and showered extra evolution points as the monster's corpse turned into loot. The upgraded ability destroyed the greedy hand. As the air shimmered, a system screen confirmed the loot had been devoured. The rewards were even more legendary than expected. On top of that, I got 4 evolution points and an extra 124 days of tradable lifespan. So his earnings had doubled. These sweet rewards put a sneaky smile on your face. Getting 2 extra bonuses instantly was really not bad. He realized the silver grade boss dropped a total of 12 evolution points and 372 days of tradable lifespan. Just as he was enjoying the rewards, another system alert popped up, showing he'd hit an unexpected jackpot. The side effect of the greedy hand had kicked in. He upgraded one of the items he collected from silver to gold rarity. He looked at the notification with interest. Holy cow, a gold tier item. Now it clicked why greedy hand was considered a jade level talent. He could literally push the loot beyond its original quality. Then his eyes caught the loot on the ground. There were 78 items scattered around, but there were only 10 damn slots left in the backpack. He let out a deep sigh. She realized what a huge waste of time it would be to run back every time she finished a cut. He knew that something like a storage ring would fit perfectly to solve this problem. It was exactly the kind of thing Qin Feng was looking for. As Pam was about to scan that specific item in the loot, the scene suddenly cut back to Shell Town. There, the mage from Wingmin's team appeared in a burst of light. He had a look of deep relief on his face. He was finally back, entirely thanks to Wing. As the rest of the team followed, they thanked her, saying, "Raris, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't be level 3, let alone have made it out safe." But Wang brushed off the praise, saying, "This is our collective success." But the magical girl couldn't escape a gnawing sense of regret. With a sigh, he lamented in the forest about failing to add Qin Feng to his friend list. He thought maybe it was because he was covered in mud at the time. With a smirk, her teammate comforted her, saying she looked great in her new outfit and that the mysterious player definitely wouldn't snub her again. Right in the middle of this talk, a system announcement rang through the town. The leaderboard has been updated. Shadow had reached level 5. This news hit the town's players hard. Someone couldn't believe how the Shadow teleported from level 3 to 5 so quickly. The only explanation was that it wasted a beast of a boss. Another player said they saw a Shadow just 10 minutes ago, casually selling items in the town square. Another type suggested using his sister who just turned 18, saying if Shadow Girl likes her, the whole family will strike it rich. Because the Shadow's leveling boost would have literally changed the fate of the game. His friends quickly debunked this absurd idea, reminding him that Shadow didn't even care about 10 million in cash. That's why he wouldn't be interested in a matchmaking offer like this at all. Back at Wingmeng's camp, a seed of doubt had been planted within the team. They were just celebrating reaching level 3 when they learned the Shadow had already pulled far ahead. But Wingmeng stayed calm. He told them to set aside these delusions for now. They had to leave the game and return to real life to warn their families and friends about this dangerous game. As their bodies slowly turned transparent, their system logouts were confirmed. Wang Ming's final words were actually quite serious. If the world was heading toward chaos, he had to prepare his loved ones. This time, the scene returns to the real world. When Wang opened his eyes, a voice immediately called out to his captain. He wasn't just any player. Wang was a police officer. His teammates gathered around him in a panic. They were scared to death. Someone mumbled that they're spooked because their body's starting to turn into a ghost. While he was unconscious, that chilling truth was etched into their minds. If a player says GG or loses all their lives, they don't just leave the game. They were literally being erased from real life. But they didn't have the luxury to dwell on this horror. Wang shot up like an arrow and gathered everyone. Because something bad had happened. Someone asked what was in the Wind's report. Wang said they formed a party, and every member has a hidden class that gives them a huge advantage in the game. Still, they almost got wiped because of a single monster. They were rescued at the last minute by an unknown player named Shadow. Confirmed that the Wangmeng report was accurate to the letter. Then he started telling us about Shadow's incredible growth. When Shadow helped them, he was level 3, but by the time Wing and his crew got there, Shadow had already flown to level 5. A massive jump of exactly 2 levels. This news blew the officers' minds. One of them asked that question, stating the obvious. So you're saying this Shadow guy is like the most hardcore gamer in the world now? How did this guy level up so fast? Theories began to fly, and Wayne suggested that Shadow might have taken down a high-level boss or achieved a feat of that caliber. Another officer obsessed with details noticed something strange. According to Wang, Shadow was already level 3 when he saved them. If that's true, why didn't he log out of the game like the others? Or did this Shadow have no family or friends waiting for him in the real world? A female officer came up with a daring idea. Shadow thinks she might be a transmigrator. He's one of those guys popping up now, acting like power was written just for him. He said these transmigrators are usually orphans, which might explain why Shadow hasn't returned yet. His words brought an icy silence to the room, and he turned beet red with shame when he realized how big a blunder he made. An unimpressed senior officer told him to stop playing the fool in this serious meeting, calling him a newbie. He tossed her idea straight into the trash. She said her brain was fried from reading too many novels. Then, returning to the main issue, the officer dropped a critical piece of information. Secret reports from the top brass revealed that researchers were tracking a disturbing pattern. A lot of elderly people were mysteriously passing away in their sleep. When researchers compared this data with those returning from the forgotten game of the gods, they noticed something extremely disturbing. Turns out the couch potatoes are the same ones getting deleted over and over in the game. This brings us face to face with that terrible truth. If your health bar hits 0 in the game, you don't just die there. In real life, your plug gets pulled too. One of the cops flinches, saying this godforsaken game is an anomaly. It's something that way exceeds their capacity to understand. The chief inspector says, "Exactly, bro," whispering that we might be facing an invasion of unknown beings from higher dimensions. A deathly silence fills the room as everyone tries to digest this heavy information. The chief inspector dives straight into the urgent matters without missing a beat. He says people at the top, likely the government, are raining down emergency orders. All officers must form vanguard squads based on their positions, dive into the gods' forgotten game, and grind as much info as they can. This is no longer a simple police matter. The government is forming a special unit to handle this unprecedented crisis. It emphasizes that the event is global. Every country is basically speedrunning to figure out this new reality, and falling behind means a loss. For national security, they must get that info at any cost. The chief inspector then drops his decision. Anu will be the captain of the first team. She accepts the role without any hesitation. Juan is appointed as his right-hand man, the vice captain, and they're given the authority to form their own squad. Wang nods, realizing how base the mission is. The chief inspector then turns his attention to Shadow, the mysterious player Wang Ming encountered. Based on what Wangman said, Shadow doesn't seem like a malicious troll. So the chief commands on you and Wang Mensch to go and become buddies with him. Their goal is to figure out who this Shadow guy is and form an alliance with him. It explains why Anu is in charge of this. His vast knowledge of the game and lore makes him the perfect choice to investigate someone like Shadow. Because the guy's skills and moves are straight out of a legend. Chief Inspector Anu hopes to turn Wanjin's Shadow into an ally, a character that can represent them in the game. If they succeed, they'll gain access to lethal intel that will grant them a strategic buff. Other police officers are tasked with stalling the public. to maintain order and prevent a mass panic. However, as the sun sunsets, casting a golden glow over the city, officers prepare for the challenges ahead. The next day, the scene shifts to the main character's high school. His little sister sat at her desk, lost in deep thought. Students around are excitedly chatting about the latest news. A small group nearby is talking about a shocking discovery. Chang Wei, a student whose body is slowly fading, has reached level 3 in the game and logged out safely. One of the girls is changing. Sharing that wine is announcing something very important. If several people from the same area fall asleep at once, they all end up in the same starting village. This news creates both excitement and concern among the students. Another girl anxiously and insistently says this.
If you're curious about what happens next in the story, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. You can support me by liking the video and leaving a comment. See you in the next episode.
Another girl panics and claims this isn't going to work. He feels he needs to involve his family in this game. They have zero gaming experience, and he's scared something will happen if they jump in unprepared. But another student objects to this. He says they shouldn't rush to get their families involved right away. They must first become strong themselves so they can protect their families when needed. Meanwhile, the main character's younger sister looks at her phone, lost in deep thought. There's a frustrating feeling growing inside you. Why hadn't her brother reached her yet? With an event as massive as the God's Forgotten game breaking out, she had expected at least a message from him. But there was nothing. He hadn't asked how she was, or apologized for hitting her before. That wasn't like him at all. Back then, whenever they argued or she annoyed him, he'd find a way to make up. But today, there was only a deep silence. No apology, no effort to fix the situation. Even though her parents never laid a hand on her, her own brother, had hit her. He's still angrily trying to justify what he did. All they did was skip class to see Songfei's concert. Was this really such a big deal? Frowning, she decides she'll never forgive him unless her brother calls and apologizes at least 1,000 times. His anger instantly turns into excitement when he starts talking about Songfei. Looking back, she was glad she went to see him yesterday. When the forgotten game of the gods took control, he might not have much chance to attend their concerts. A dreamy look appears on her face as she remembers how close she was to him last night. During the concert, Songfei visualized it on stage and couldn't help but feel how amazing it was. Then he noticed something. If everyone enters the game world while asleep, that meant Songfei would enter too. His face turned bright red, imagining meeting her in the game. Could this have been his chance? Was fate finally bringing them together? With this thought, her heart began to race. Just as he was getting ready for bed, something suddenly came to mind. Songfei reached the 3rd level very quickly. This meant he was probably an expert already. If he wanted to succeed in the game, he needed some good advice. So without hesitation, he messaged Songfei to ask if he had anything useful. Right before entering the game world. At that time, when Songfei received the message, he was with his classmates. He's looking at his phone and smirking nastily. Stunned by the situation, who could have ever imagined it? Starring his annoying sister, who'd ask him for advice or something. He literally thinks this opportunity fell right out of the sky. This was his moment. Whatever that means anyway. Songfei snaps back with an answer immediately. He says he's met his match. He gives her the game's biggest secret. Turns out he should have dumped all his initial points into agility. Otherwise, he wouldn't be fast enough to escape the creatures and would just keep falling down. The girl is asking if this is actually true. Even if he chooses the mage class. Songfei is gassing him up. He says agility is essential among mages. Because it says this boosts your casting speed to the heavens. Turns out this was very important in the beginning too. Still, the suspicious girl asks, so what if I still can't kill bosses after maxing out agility? Songfei casually told him not to worry. As soon as one of their villages reaches level 5, the teleportation device will activate and link all the novice villages together. When that happens, she can just join a random party to level up, and she'll come find her once the teleport gate opens. When she hears this, she's over the moon. He lies back in bed, grinning at how useful suckers like Songfei can be. Just like that, he had found a sucker to help him out. Just as he's about to pass out, he thinks of one more move, that's it. He'll dive into the game before his brother, level up at rocket speed, and become a beast. When that notorious guy's brother finally joins the game, he's going to make his gaming life a living hell. No aid, no abetting.
başının çaresine baksın.
Let him figure it out on his own now. He drifts off in excitement for the adventure that will begin by relishing his devilish plan. The stage is returning to the game. Right where the protagonist stands among the fallen loot of a defeated boss, amidst all those treasures, a glowing sphere catches his eye. The moment he picks it up, a notification pops up from the system saying he's obtained the cursed ring. A gold tier item. The system then lists the features. Anyone can wear the ring, and it gives an 8-point boost to all stats. It also boosts dark resistance by 26 points, and makes weak point attacks 1.5 times more lethal. But you must be at least level 4 to equip this. Scanning the perks, the league calculates the total buff to be 32 points. It's like I just jumped 3 levels at once. Plus, the ring's dark resistance will be very effective against many foul enemies. The weak point attack buff is officially the icing on the cake. Realizing this, he understands how valuable this cursed ring is for the journey. Before he can think more about his new toy, another system notification pops up, saying he's learned a new skill. It's called Instant Shadow Cut, a silver-level assassin skill. The system is starting to spill what it actually does. When used, the ability sends out multiple slashes extending up to 15 meters in one direction. It also grants temporary immunity for 5 seconds and strikes all enemies in a 2.1 meter path 3 times. Each hit deals 100 damage and counts as a backstab, but doesn't hit weak spots. The talent has a 12-second cooldown. Seeing how useful this talent is, our hero realizes how powerful this area attack is with the temporary invisibility bonus. He picks up the skill with instantly. His few remaining evolution points, he decides to upgrade one of his key abilities. Greedy Hand. The system pockets 8 evolution points and upgrades the talent from Jade to Diamond level. The effects of the Greedy Hand are running wild. Extra loot chance from killed monsters jumps from 160% to 220%, and the chance for this loot to upgrade a tier also increases. It's up to %20 from %40. Our hero, considering this upgrade, realizes that with this improvement, he'll now get 2 pieces of loot per enemy, meaning each kill will be 3 times more profitable. He doesn't want to waste the remaining evolution points, either. Increases Instant Shadow Slash to level 3. The system takes 3 more evolution points, leaving only 1 point. The talent evolves instantly, jumping from silver to gold, and then straight to platinum rank. The skill's range has increased from 15 to 21 meters, allowing it to reach further. Invisibility now lasts 7 seconds, giving her a bit more time to stay safe. The number of slashes increased from 3 to 5, cutting down all enemies on the wider 3.1 meter path. Cooldown slightly shorter, down from 12 seconds to 10.43 seconds. This makes it a bit more efficient, but you still need to use it carefully. Each hit now deals 200 damage, doubling its previous power. Every attack counts as a backstab and triggers the backstab ability's effect. Even if he can't hit weak spots, seeing these updates, despite the cooldown not dropping much, he realizes that keeping his ability off the radar longer can give a huge edge in fights. Scanning the rest of the loot, he quickly realizes most of the stuff is worthless. But one item catches her eye. A silver-level warrior skill book, Battle Cry. He knows selling this will earn him more tradable lifespan. Just as he finishes examining the loot, he notices something moving. He turns around, and what do you know? 3 massive creatures are coming right at you. Right away, he realizes they are level 4 Lom creepers, those ugly and dangerous monsters. Instead of being afraid, he sees this as a great opportunity to test his improved skills. Quickly activates Burst Shadow Strike. He suddenly turns into a ghost and unleashes a series of rapid sword strikes that easily tear the creatures apart. The long reptiles are being torn to shreds before they can even react. As the dust settles, a system notification appears to confirm their defeat. The system records his victory and grants him 80 experience points. And as a reward, an extra 5 days of tradable lifespan. Standing amidst the destruction, A dark, eerie aura surrounds the hero. Calmly considering his new power, he realizes his ability to defeat enemies has greatly increased. He's mulling over a strategy. He reckons that by combining Venomous Arrow with Sudden Shadow Strike, he can end battles before they even begin. Checking his tradable lifespan, he sees that it's 618 days. But he needs at least 900 days, or about 2.5 years, to bring his game skills and items into the real world. With this goal in mind, he's planning his next steps. First, they'll sell all the valuables in their inventory. If things go well, they can reach the required lifespan sooner. When he reaches level 10, he can finally link the virtual and real worlds. Returning to our protagonist, he sneaks back to the starting town invisible, thanks to his hidden avatar ability. Moving silently, he hears a nearby conversation. A man congratulates a woman for reaching level 3 and reminds her of a promise he made. As he watches them, he realizes they are Lizzie and Leo Mio. Their conversations reveal a deal they made before. Leo Mio agreed to help Lizzie reach level 3 so he could quit the game. Now that the lady achieved her goal for 5 million in cash, Leo Mio wants his cut too, of course.
istiyor tabii.
Lizzie calms him down and snaps, asking if he really thought a company like his father's, Doing Industries, couldn't afford this pocket change. He says he's getting off the game to handle the bank transfer in the real world. And before leaving, Leo hands Mio his phone number. She said to call when you're out. Then he drops another bombshell offer. He wants to buy all the exchangeable lifespan. He's offering 10k cash for each day. Smelling the money, Leo Mio's eyes light up, and he instantly agrees. With a nasty smirk, he says King Feng is a sucker for rejecting Lizzie's offer, and adds they'll discuss the deal's details when they meet. But in truth, without them even noticing, King Feng glides among them like a ghost, right before their eyes yet invisible. Unaware of King Feng's presence, Lao Mio doesn't care about his lifespan in the game, thinking there's no need to grind. After all, he thinks he can just farm lifespan as easily as game currency.
Yeah.
To him, turning game achievements into real money is the smartest strategy. And he thinks he's a total genius for coming up with this brilliant idea. The scene suddenly returns to the starting town. Right where King Finjan stands before the teleportation gate, he extends his hand, and the gate begins to glow with bright blue energy. And as the light strengthens, a system window appears on the screen. Congratulate him on activating the teleportation array in Shell Town, and reward him with 1 reputation point. The system explains that the teleportation gate is free once a day, but any further use costs exchangeable lifespan. But you see, since no other teleporters are active in the game yet, this feature is currently useless. Tragicomic. King Feng thinks about the teleportation system, knowing it's a two-way thing. Just opening one side won't do a damn thing. A player in another starting town needs to reach level 5 and activate their own gate for the system to work.
Geçmiş yaşamında Song
He remembers Song Fei was in Firefly Town in his past life. It seems human memory is not afflicted with forgetfulness. To stay ahead, he's setting up an altar that alerts him as soon as someone activates the Firefly Town gate. It's not just waiting, it's literally lying in ambush. The moment the gate is active, Song Fei will be ready to face him as he moves deeper into the city. Things are about to get real messy. His mind is completely locked on his target. While other losers think intercity teleportation is a big deal, he knows the real chaos hasn't even started yet. His true goal is to reach level 10, infiltrate the God-forsaken land, and finally detonate his authority there. That's when the real spectacle of this God-forsaken game begins. Soon he sets up his stall, and a system notification pops up, telling all players nearby that equipment and skills are for sale, but only for 10 seconds. Seriously, it's a first-come, first-served kind of opportunity.
anında geliyor.
The reactions are instant. Players are going crazy shouting, "Master," as they rush toward him. Some say they've lived just for this moment and are trading their lifespans for it. One player proudly boasts of having 150 days of savings, while another recalls selling Gray an icicle spell that helped when Kraufeng last opened his shop. So, it allowed the receiver to climb into second place in the rankings. Another excited player discovers a silver-level skill book called Battle Cry, an ability exclusive to warriors, and he decides to buy it instantly without a second thought. A system notification pops up, confirming the Battle Cry skill book has been sold in exchange for a massive 300-day tradable lifespan. Players nearby are left speechless. One wonders if a single skill book could really be worth that much. Another player shuts him down, telling him to stop talking nonsense, and explains what War Cry is all about. That it badly boosts a warrior's monster grinding capacity. With this talent, he says 300 days of tradable lifespan can be recovered in less than 2 days, making it a very smart trade. Realizing the value of Kralfing's offerings, the remaining players rush forward, attacking desperately to grab something before everything is gone. Everything sells out in just a few seconds. Looking at the system window, Kralfing checks his earnings. In just 1 minute, he collected 650 days of tradable lifespan, bringing the total to 2,174 days, but he's still not satisfied. He needs many more lifetimes to bring his qualities, talents, and equipment into the real world. Meanwhile, some players are whining, complaining they never got a chance to buy anything. They're asking if he'll set up his stall here again, and he confirms he will. Suddenly, a female player calls out to him, saying she has a treasure and asking if he's interested in making a deal.
Şöyle bir dönüp bakın.
He looks back and recognizes the girl immediately. This lady is one of Wang Ming's teammates. The system identifies the treasure at lightning speed. A space ring with 12 inventory slots. It also adds that the ring doesn't occupy King Feng's bag or equipment slot. King Feng glitches for a second. He knows the space ring's true value. One that takes up neither a ring nor a bag slot. This is a storage item that's hard to find. Since players can only carry up to 3 storage bags, an item like this is truly priceless. He understands that cosmic rings can theoretically drop from any monster, but he's also aware that the odds are practically zero. It's unbelievable that this money-grubbing girl found one so early in the game. His luck is literally glitched. Without wasting time, he asks the price of the ring he has already valued in his mind. In his previous life, a 12-slot space ring like this went for a jaw-dropping 3,600 days of tradable lifespan. But instead of asking for a longer life, the girl stuns him with her offer. The girl doesn't care about her lifespan or anything. Instead, he asks to add him as a friend and join the party to defeat a boss monster. King Feng accepts instantly, and a system notification pops up, confirmed that the player Coca Eric accepted the friend request. Leaving Shell Town, King Feng asks about the boss monster Eric needs help with. Eric explains it's a gold-level boss, but he couldn't see its name clearly because it's too far away. He says he's on the shabby old boat in the swamp. King Feng is in shock. Is this a Golden Ghost ship? He knows the ship is a rare special boss that can appear at any level. The spawn rate is incredibly low, but when it appeared in the past, the higher gear it dropped set the big clans against each other. Just seeing this monster could have started a massive war. But according to Eric, this version of the Golden Ghost ship is probably around level 5. So, it's the easiest target. Still, he wonders how Eric found such a rare boss so close to the starting town. His brain fries while trying to solve it. The space ring, the connection to Wang Ming's team, a gold-level boss appearing by chance. It's like a bolt of lightning hitting his head. Or could this girl be that legendary koi fish from her past life? People used to whisper that someone from Wang Ming's team was insanely lucky. He's been just wandering around, tracking down rare bosses, treasure chests, hidden palaces, and ancient shrines. He used to think this was just a myth, to hide his true identity, but now seeing Pluma, he realized the rumors were absolutely true, and there was the legend right in front of him. Lost in thought, he stared blankly at the girl, trying to figure out what all this meant. Plum noticed his odd stare, turned beet red, and asked why he was looking at her like that.
Sordu.
Coming to his senses, King Feng said it was nothing and focused back on their path. As they passed the main gate of the starting town, they didn't notice a figure lying in ambush nearby. A bald player hid behind a tree, scanning their every move. The scene suddenly cut to a group of tough-looking players, a long-haired man standing in front of many bald guys. To bald gamers. He spoke of past victories with an authoritative voice, just like when he led his team to conquer the Sand City's warlord. With confidence, he told the baldies that if they followed him, he would lead them to success in the game. Before they could speak further, the ball player following King Feng ran back and reported that the target had left town with a girl. The boss gave a wicked smirk. Laughing at the news, he thought King Feng was just another youngster, the type who's easily fooled by a pretty face. He ordered them to gather their group and act without wasting any time.
etti. Hamle
It was time to make a move. Meanwhile, as they continued their journey outside the town, King Feng mentioned the conditions for helping Plum's group. If equipment or skill books drop, Plum gets what she can use, but he gets the rest. Plum thought for a moment and then asked what other group members, like Wang Ming, would gain from this deal. King Feng explained that since the group had different roles, there was no guarantee gear for an assassin would drop. If this happens, he would have fought in vain, which wouldn't be fair at all. Understanding his logic, Plum accepted the terms, but had one small request. He asked if any gear drops for the captain or other group members, would they sell it to him at a discount? King Feng accepted. Now that the terms are set, Plum said that once Wang Ming and the others log back in, they'll head to the boss room. But after walking for a while,
sonra
he
nereye
realized he didn't know where they were going. Until King Feng. He finally lets their route slip. Now she realizes they're going to beat down a gold-tier boss monster. Plum is in shock. The idea is pure madness. King Feng is an assassin, and he's just a mage. He might evaporate, but it's only a matter of time before he gets one-shot by such a powerful enemy, taking on a gold-tier boss this early? With just the two of them, it's a death trap, but King Feng is acting way too calm and confident. He's not planning for the girl to fight or anything. The plan is to watch from a safe distance while taking down the boss alone. Despite her confidence, Plum just can't wrap her head around it. He knows he's strong, but soloing a gold-tier boss is unheard of. Just as he prepares to question him further, King Feng stops suddenly, as if sensing something. He triggers his hidden shadow ability without saying a single word. And poof, he just disappears. Plum stays there,
şekilde
frozen in
kalıyor.
place. He's looking around, trying to figure out what's going on. He was right here seconds ago, now he's long gone. His head is spinning, he's calling out to her, but there's no answer, only an eerie silence. Meanwhile, a group of bald players perched behind a tree keep watching King Feng and Plum from a distance. Their leader smirks, sure they have the upper hand, but then one of the players notices something strange. King Feng has vanished without a trace. They're confused, looking at their boss without knowing what to do. He's just shooting in the dark, thinking King Feng tricked Plum and left her all alone. With a nasty smirk, he orders his men to attack. First, he plans to pack up Plum and have some fun before anything else. As they dash forward, they recall the promise their boss made to them. Anyone who gets with her is set for life. Now he claims that even girls approach him, but just as they get close, a shadowy silhouette appears in front of them.
Lider
Leader Duraxio's smirk freezes on his face as he looks at the vortex-like dark aura before him. A moment of daze appears in their eyes. What on earth is this? Before he can even react, King Feng uses instant shadow strike, and it's over in the blink of an eye. A cold flash cuts through the air, and the group collapses lifelessly. Their bodies are scattered on the ground, torn to pieces. Before they even realize what's happening, King Feng vanishes without a trace, as if stepping back into the shadows. A system notification confirmed you downed 5 players and earned 12 days of tradable lifespan in return. He glanced at the bodies, but didn't really care. The loot was worthless, not even worth mentioning. For him, killing them was like slaying 2 low-level monsters without leaving a single trace of what happened. Kraofang reappeared beside Pylam with a reckless air. Still unaware of what happened, Pylam immediately asked the reason for the sudden disappearance.
hemen sordu.
Kraofang shrugged, said a few people were after them, and he sent them back to the city. Even though Pylam seemed satisfied at first, her curiosity piqued and she started asking questions. He jokingly said he thought she went to the bathroom, thinking how useful his invisibility was for this. He joked about being able to get it done without being seen. Kraofang cut him off, clearly disliking the strange turn the conversation had taken. He told him to focus and hurry, so they arrive at the gold-level boss monster in Shell Town at the same time. The floor started glowing, and right at that moment, Kraofeng's sister appeared in the game as a healer. His eyes widened in amazement when he saw a magical wand. He took the wand and realized it was all real. It was so real she could even feel things. The players' attention turned to him as they realized he was also a new rookie. With this class, he was absolutely certain he'd catch Songfei's attention. He was wondering where Songfei was right now, and if he knew the secret of their starting point. His eyes began to gleam with rage as he thought about where Kraofeng might have gone. He was following her all day long, but at the most critical moment, he turned out to be completely unreliable. He decided to stop thinking about it. Because he now had a hidden class, and Songfei had promised to help him level up. From now on, Kraofeng had to fend for himself. Because he wouldn't worry about her. His attention was caught by the leaderboard, and he was shocked to see Shadow in first place at level 6. Songfei was furious that someone only at the 3rd level dared to boast about their power. When he realized the real pro was Shadow, he thought about sticking close to him. He could level up much faster than Songfei. But one question stuck in his mind. Where did he have to go to find that expert? Not too far away, a group of players was chatting. They were worried because they couldn't reach Swain, the group's healer. This was Venkman's team. He knew they didn't have time to wait for him. So he asked if anyone had any ideas. One of them explained with some concern that they couldn't slay the creatures without a healer. The other player argued they weren't experts and suggested finding another healer like Shadow, who can level up solo, to join the party. While they were trying to find a solution, someone greeted them, and when they turned around, they saw Kraofeng's sister. For him, this opportunity was perfect. With a smile, she asked if they needed a healer and revealed her secret class, Life Sacrifice.
Bu sırada
Meanwhile, in the forest, Kraofeng and Plum were atop a cliff overlooking a swamp and spotted the Golden Ghost ship lying in wait there. Using Shadow's sneak, Kraofeng vanished in midair, telling Plum to hide and watch out for the mists while he went to handle the oboes. Plum nodded, looking a bit confused, but asked her to be careful. Our boy went down to the swamp, and a system window appeared. It reported that the ghost ship's influence turned this area into a violent one. The lifespan loss rate was 100 times higher. Doing a quick calculation, Kraofeng realized that staying here for 15 minutes, at 100 times the speed of time, was equivalent to consuming a day of life. For him, this kind of extreme, temporal field didn't have much of an effect. The system identified the gold-tier ghost ship as a level 5 boss, and then something unexpected happened. A timer for 45 minutes and 25 seconds appeared. Kraofeng was surprised to see a time limit for defeating special bosses like these, but he felt lucky. Since there were still 45 minutes left, it was more than enough time to kill him. Using instantaneous Shadow Strike, Kraofeng moved like thunder, hitting the boss with powerful blows for a total of 150 damage. While the boss tried to understand what was happening, Kraofeng disabled the Shadow Sneak and launched a poison arrow. This hit the ship's bell directly, activating both a critical hit and a stealth-breaking attack. And the poison was dealing constant damage. Kraofeng got so far away from the boss just to climb the Golden Ghost ship, you wouldn't believe, but some scumbags were involved. First, most didn't know where its weak point was, and thought it was the skeletal body. A total fiasco. Or they jumped straight to the ship part, but the real point was that Ghost Fire Bell on the prow. Struck in his weak spot, the boss went wild and started controlling the water around him. The boss has prepared a massive area attack. The boss launched a massive area attack with bursting water pillars, while Kraofeng glided toward the boss, dodging the strikes. The water column's damage was abnormally high, and rookie warriors in silver glaze sets were getting one-shot. The Shadow class's agility was maxed out, so he was fine, otherwise he never would have escaped. Just then, hands appeared from the swamp. Rotting zombies known as ghosts have started to surface. He remembered that after Kraofeng's AoE attack, the boss would summon 12 rotting water specters. Each of them had silver-level talent. Thanks to Shadow's sneak, the ghosts didn't sense Kraofeng's presence one bit, because he was standing right in the middle of them. 12 decaying water ghosts were about to attack viciously, and most groups would be losing their minds right then. As if that wasn't enough, the Golden Ghost ship was about to summon another rotter. The water ghost every 3 minutes.
dakikada bir.
If you weren't fast enough in dealing with them, their numbers would keep growing. And that would result in a cute little party. But they wouldn't notice him since he had been invisible from the start. He just needed to find the perfect angle. He started moving fast using the instant shadow blade and wiped out all the ghosts at once. While our boy was dealing with the monsters, Chubby was watching him from the cliff. The number 1 expert trembled in terror, realizing this was the power of the shadow. To her, this man was too powerful. He appeared and vanished without a trace, taking it in the blink of an eye, taking out over half the boss's HP without giving them a chance to counter. But then, something surprised him. King Feng messaged him in the chat as Little Black, saying he was about to die. He shocked the girl. With a confident look, King Feng said there was nothing to worry about, and all he had to do was wait for his resurrection. Fatsy panicked, thinking ours had the advantage, and asked who Little Black was. King Tooth calmly asked, "Aren't you Little Black?" The girl explained her nickname is Big Plum, not Little Black, which sounds like a dog's name. Something shook the ground. This was the guy our boy cleared before. This time he'd brought his whole crew and was fuming over his own carelessness. Back in his glory days, he'd take down legend after legend, but now he's being schooled by some bratty girl. One of his men came running with good news. He had found the girl at the cliff. He revealed Shadow's bastard was challenging the boss alone at the bottom of the abyss. The leader was seeing red, and he thought they could take him down this time since he brought his whole team. The boss went crazy in the swamp, and the ship's bell was shining. King Feng was in the 4th stage and the hardest to deal with. The boss raised the paddle and created powerful waves. When its HP dropped to half, it launched a massive AoE soul wave. As waves rippled through the swamp, Tumish's eyes widened in sheer terror. The spirit wave disabled our invisibility, and something started coming out from under his feet. The next second, a powerful giant pillar trapped his body, dealing 1059 points of damage. System confirmed death. Ours lost 326 years of non-tradable life and 1,087 days of tradable life. The leader on the cliff felt amused, thinking King 2 started to get full of himself after being called an expert a few times. To him, ours was just a fool who believed he could stand up to a gold boss all by himself. When King 2 saw his life's work lying on the ground, he and his men began rushing there like mad. They didn't know the shadow was so rich, realizing such a large orb of light must contain at least 100 days of life. They decided to cut the boss, believing they could take its life while healing ours at the same time. But with just one more step, they found themselves in the sky. The leader just stood there staring like an idiot, not knowing what hit him. He and his men teleported back to Shell Town. They had a breakdown, not knowing why this boss was so strong, and how the player called Shadow attacked and cut its health in half. Some had already lost their minds as soon as they entered the swamp. The boss wiped them all out instantly with that water column, even though the swamp was already crawling with bratty mobs. There was no way for them to fight this. Even if their leader gritted his teeth, he couldn't accept this reality. They'd taken quite a loss, so he fired up his men to follow him because he was going to try again. Just then, someone jumped out. Boo was stunned as he saw the surroundings and Jean Fingy, who had already turned into a swamp. Seeing all those life points scattered on the ground, Little Black in chat reported that he's already back. And she asked why there were so many life light orbs. Small black one, that's it. He was surprised she returned so soon. He explained that the survival points belonged to a group of rookies. These guys dove into the foam, then got wiped off the map by a water column. Kim Phone couldn't help but smirk when he heard how arrogant they were, but then remembered all the trouble he'd caused in his own past. The ghost ship had taken a heavy toll on both him and his time. The boss was still hanging around out there. Kim Phone began to size him up. He knew that the Golden Ghost ship would only use that anchoring ability once. I mean, the rest of your health was like a snack. When health drops to half, it had a chance to disappear upon taking damage. And by reappearing in a distant place, he made it extremely hard for ordinary players to take him down. Not wasting a single second, Kim Fong fired a poison dart that scored a direct hit on the ship's bell. The boss has officially lost it and started preparing a new attack. Seeing this, Kim Fong instantly vanished using Shadow Sneak. After carefully observing the boss's movements, Kim Fong struck quickly with an instant shadow blow. Because he had already memorized his entire movement pattern, the leader and his men had reached the edge of the cliff again. One of them reported to the boss that Kim Fong was fighting with the boss again. Hearing this, the leader decided to look for an opportunity to eliminate them both. When Little Black saw this herd of idiots looking for trouble again, he flipped. Shadow was about to take down the boss. He wasn't going to let those jerks get away with what they did. He gripped his wand tight, focused, and literally summoned the thunder. Lightning bolts from the archmage struck the men, charring their bodies and leaving the others in shock. Their boss, slightly rattled, asked them who had attacked them. One of his men started pointing his finger and snitching on Little Black. He pointed his finger and ratted him out. He grabbed his axe from the ground and ordered his men to pack up the girl. Seeing this, Little Black's eyes filled with fear. He started to bolt and scream for help. The boss and his men came after him, swearing they'd kill him. Hiding behind a tree not far from the area, a guy began to peep at them. He wasn't alone. There was another guy behind him. When they noticed the little one, Black, and the others approaching, they cowered behind the tree again. Back to the swamp, King Fong moved away from the boss. Staring fixedly at him, she realized he was almost dead. But it was exactly as she expected. Even though it was only a level 5 boss, taking down the Golden Ghost ship alone was tough. He knew his damage was trash. The war had dragged on too long, drawing a huge crowd of onlookers. When he noticed the figures on the cliff, he realized they were the ones who had just died. Additionally, he noticed a group by the swamp waiting for the boss to be killed. And then, they were going to kill him and seize his loot. The poison is starting to affect the boss. His eyes gleamed, and soon his body began to disappear. The system announced the destruction of the Gold-class Gold Ghost ship. King Finge granted 48 experience points as a reward. Leveled up to 8. Gained 7 evolution points, and 216 days of tradable lifespan. Our guy activated the shadow infiltration. It was a beautiful dream, but his calculation error was a disaster. A world system announcement rang out everywhere, revealing that player Shadow from Shell Town was the first on the server to kill a gold-class boss, earning 3 reputation points. It caught the attention of every player in the area. No one knew who Shadow was or why he was such a tough guy. The others were going wild. Because the first person to kill a gold-class boss had to come from Hunt City and Vingman in Shell Town. It hadn't been long since Shadow alone thrashed the bronze boss, yet he stared at the system notification in utter shock. It had only been seconds, and the guy had already taken down a gold boss all by himself. He couldn't figure out the reason for this mind-boggling difference between him and Shadow. And why was there such a gap between the others? The Kingtooth girl's eyes suddenly flashed with determination. It seems he finally realized Shadow is truly the GOAT. She thought that as Shadow helped her level up, she could see her brother Songfei. The boss's corpse just went poof and vanished. It dropped health points and a pile of loot. The gang leader perched behind the tree couldn't stop a wicked grin when he saw the boss drop so much loot. Shadow noticed he went invisible and vanished without taking the loot. Apparently he figured they were chicken. Guanga popped his ability and sent the signal to find Shadow. The king was gonna pack the chick up, and they'd raid the golden boss's loot. Guang nodded. Then he pulled a string. He used an ability called Ghost Horned Eagle and sent a projectile toward the swamp. The arrow suddenly turned into an eagle ghost. The eagle soared until it exploded, raining its feathers down on the swamp like snow. Kingtooth began to cut them carefully. He didn't expect the hunter to pick up this anti-invisibility trick so quickly. Their brazen confidence in taking him down and looting his gear didn't surprise him, but the stinging part was that it gave his assassin class invisibility an extra point. Guang's talent was only level 1, so it was impossible for him to decipher his talent. Confident, Guang turned to the boss and said Shadow
Kesin
had
tüydüğünü
definitely
söyle.
fleeced them. Seeing this many people, he thought you fled in fear. The boss and his men first moved slowly toward Lut to protect the loot. He told his men not to slack off and to be ready for a fight at any moment. Ownership of the bosun's loot lasted 5 minutes. Once time ran out, everything would belong to them. Smug smiles appeared on their faces. But at that moment, as shadows slowly emerged, their eyes widened in terror. Before they could even react, King Fong moved like lightning and struck them all down. When things finally settled down, King Tu's attention turned to the loot, but then a strange question crossed his mind. Where did the little black one go? He decided to ditch the girl for now. He'd find it later. Besides, I already had enough evolution points to satisfy my greedy hand. So he decided to max out his skill before taking the loot. The greedy hand jumped from diamond quality to epic. It could be used on monster carcasses.
Kullanılabiliyordu.
It dropped extra loot with a 220% to 300% probability. Extra loot drops were 100% guaranteed to be 1 tier higher. Ours just gathered the loot right away. So he was determined to use that 1% chance to gather all the light and compress it. The greedy hand began to suck the loot in. This caused a wicked smirk to form on King Feng's face. A bright light shot from the forest, and after using greedy hand, he obtained 21 evolution points, 648 days of tradable lifespan, and 2 special items called Ghost Fire Bells. When King Feng saw that he had won 2 Ghost Fire Bells, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. It was a special item. After equipping it, King Feng wouldn't lose any lifespan when he died. The waiting time was 1,560 seconds. It had 2 skills, 1 passive and 1 active. The Spirit Covenant was passive. The lifespan dropped when slaying monsters increased by 20%, and having 2 Ghost Fire Bells at once doubled this effect. Soul Shock was an active ability. He could ring the bell and pin all the enemies in place, over a 100-meter area for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 512 seconds. Ghost Fire Bell wasn't even considered equipment. It was an object. 2 equipment slots weren't filled, and 2 Ghost Fire Bells only took up 1 spot in the inventory. And that made it incredibly useful. While he was lost in thought, the little black chat reached him. She wanted him to come and save her. King Feng suddenly came to his senses and asked where he was with a worried look. He was a little spooked. All he heard from the voice chat were the girl's screams. He was begging them not to get close. The little black one was terrified because the leader and his men had already cornered him. They praised how strong your resistance was. But they also noted that he has nowhere to run.
Belirttiler sakince.
They'd tell him to come quietly, and then show him such a good time he'd totally lose his mind. The girl clenched her fist and looked back to see she was on the edge of a cliff. Determined not to leave his corpse to these scumbags, he threw himself off the cliff without a moment's hesitation. Leaving the leader and the others stunned, his body began to drop rapidly and slammed hard into the ground. It caused him terrible pain and turned the place into a bloodbath. His body slowly faded away and began turning into lifespan. The leader glanced down the cliff, and seeing that the girl actually jumped, his brain fried a bit. He thought you were so reckless or something. Little Black told ours he didn't need to save the girl anymore, since she had already died and returned to the city. He felt relieved. After all, Captain Wang Meng held all of the party's tradable lifespans. Krao Fong took a puff and told Little Black to wait for him there, since she was going to pass the items to him.
Kız da mutlu oldu.
The girl was happy and praised our boy for working so hard. He pocketed the entire lifespan of the region. He hit the jackpot big time this time. Exchangeable lifespan had reached 3,115 days. It even had 21 evolution points. He decided to use the points to improve the hand in greed. A system window appeared, announcing that the greed hand skill has already reached epic level. It required 10 times more evolution points to keep developing. The system asked if you'd like to spend 210 evolution points to upgrade this ability. King Fong wasn't surprised at all. For him, this was already expected. It wasn't that simple. The higher the talent level, the more points it consumed for evolution. He decided to ignore this and upgraded his attack skills first. because the higher the damage, the stronger the boss they can take on. And this way, he could get better loot. Focus on an instant shadow cut.
Bu yetenek doğrudan
This talent went straight from platinum to diamond. The ability's range increased from 21 to 27 meters, and the invisibility duration from 7 to 9 seconds. Now, he could slash all enemies along the way 7 times instead of 5. In a total of 10 seconds. The length of the cut increased from 3.1 meters to 4.1 meters. And now each hit dealt 300 damage instead of 200. He used 10 evolution points and had only 3 points left. Starting skill backstab upgrade skip bronze and silver, jumping straight from normal to gold. Backstab damage would increase by 30% instead of 15%. King Feng was delighted after upgrading instant shadow cut twice. Even outside of stealth, his damage instantly doubled. And it could deal 3,000 damage without breaking stealth. Especially if stealth is broken and it stabs you in the back, that's the total damage of 7 hits. It hit between 6,000 and 7,000. It was literally killing it. Hours opened the system window and started cutting off their skills. He remembered that normally a level 1 gold boss drops 2 to 4 silver items, and if you're lucky, 1 gold item. But now, thanks to Greed's effect, it dropped 11 gold equipment and skill books, 2 platinum equipment, and 1 platinum skill book. This loot wasn't half bad, because 3 of them were exactly the type for assassins. Among the equipment was a ghost ship. Those platinum dual blades were a true assassin's toy, with 136 damage, 22 agility, and 24% attack speed. It had 17 points of armor penetration. You needed to be level 5 to use this toy. That weird effect of the weapon is normal too. It doubled the shooting damage. The Tooth King has equipped both daggers. This effect actually wasn't anything special because the kid was already spamming his skills for damage, but the weapon's base attack was pretty high.
2 çeviklik puanı da cap.
Plus, the 22 agility points would boost casting speed and reduce cooldowns. So as you can see, it wasn't total junk. The armor penetration was already smooth as butter. It would get the job done. Then he put on his gold tier Ghost Fire leather armor. It gave 25 physical defense, 50 fire resistance, 14 damage block, and a full 419 health. It's like a joke. You also had to be level 5 to wear this equipment. The kid was totally stunned, because his health didn't increase even after leveling up. His current HP was 350. And this armor is 419 on its own. He used a health boost. With this on, most players couldn't even dent its defense anymore. He decided to hide his defensive gear via the system, and use the assassin class's weak starting look. This way, others wouldn't be able to see his insane items, forcing them to open the game interface to inspect him.
Ama
But wait, there's more. Checking the inventory, he noticed there was one last piece left. He saw that it was a talent book. It's called Gold Level Ghost Shadow Blur. He's got full assassin skills and even a passive. It gives a 15% evasion rate. And when evasion was active, I became immune to all damage. King Feng was over the moon to finally find an assassin survival skill. But then he remembered how trash this ability was. Because building up the evasion rate in this game was incredibly hard. And if you spent all your effort boosting your evasion rate, your other stats would hit rock bottom. If you didn't dodge, you'd be GG. It was extremely dangerous. Our guy's body started glowing. Since Malin was different from the others, he could evolve his abilities forever. He wouldn't sacrifice his other stats while increasing his evasion rate. So this whole thing only benefited him.
King Feng bölgeden uzaklaştı.
King Feng started to leave the area and decided it was time to head back. The remaining loot was for the warrior, priest, and archer classes. He could sell these to Wang Ming at a 10% discount. And even though they couldn't afford it now, he was sure Wang Ming would sell it on credit, knowing his character. This legendary upgrade was all thanks to the little black one. If it weren't for this koi fish, he wouldn't have found a level 5 ghost ship to attack. So he decided to thank her. As King Feng passed a tree, the furious leader and his men appeared at that very moment. King Feng noticed them, and they noticed him. Their faces turned pale, and their eyes filled with terror. They started running for it the moment they saw the shadow. As expected, King Feng wouldn't let them escape. So he popped Shadow Hide and took a hit as the skill activated. Before they could even take a step, King Feng moved like lightning and wiped out all their aces.
dedi. Bunu
Seeing this, the leader panicked and ran with all his might, but King Feng wouldn't allow it. Ours appeared right in front of him and turned off the invisibility skill. The leader's face almost touched King Fengkind, eyes filled with tears and terror. He admitted he was wrong and swore never to do it again. She begged him to leave it, since he had less than a year to live anyway. With a cold stare, King Feng asked if he ever considered his own end while attacking others. He attacked with a toxic dart without a shred of remorse, and as the leader writhed in pain, the guy just turned and walked away. After all, he had already wasted too many players. He received a status layer called Killer. At the current first tier of Killer status, he would lose 75% of his current lifespan. At the moment of death, King Feng was calm because he had the Ghost Fire Bell. If he were to die by mistake once, he wouldn't lose any lifespan at all.
King Feng şer kasaba
King Feng returned to the evil town, and everyone's eyes locked onto him. People began to whisper among themselves. Everyone was in shock because he killed a gold-level boss. Seeing him with no equipment, some thought he definitely used a glitch to defeat the boss. While Ours was wandering around, a man approached and asked them to wait. King Feng turned around curiously. Adam smiled and showed a skill book, explaining they bought this assassin's book by mistake and asking her to please accept it. The system recognized the skill book as if nothing had happened between them. It was an ordinary skill called Stake. It was a single target ability. It added 20 attack points and stun for 2 seconds on hit. With a 22-second cooldown, King Feng took the skill book, his eyes widening in total shock. Since this is a control ability, he continued on his way after taking the book. The men and the others went their own ways. One of the guys,
neden kuduran adamlar
absolutely fuming with rage, said that Zhao Xiaoya caused them to be killed by King Feng. Having to give him a skill book was a total coward's move. The other man nodded. No one could treat them like that. The other guy decided to gather men by using everyone's own connections. If everyone rolled up their sleeves and just spat once, they could drown King Feng. So there was no reason to be scared of him. Zhao Xiao noted with a serious look that Shadow had grown too fast while leveling up alone, so he must have a major secret. He wanted to find her in real life and kidnap her. Because that way, they'd not only learn his secret, but could even turn him into a slave to harvest life for them. Adam showered Zhao Xiaoya with praise for this brilliant plan. Young Master Zhao decided to send a woman from the family to try and leak information from King Feng. When you heard Shadow's voice just now, it sounded so unfamiliar. He knew he wasn't of their caliber, that he was a total disgrace. So they went ahead and decided to find a professional disaster. Because they were sure King Feng would take the bait. So King Feng went and met with our little Blackie and asked him to accept the trade, because he's going to fire something at him. When she heard this, her eyes widened in shock. But she set the record straight by saying her name wasn't Little Berry, but Big Plum. King Feng gifted the girl a necklace with a fatherly talent. And as soon as she used them, flames began to burst from her magic wand. The girl is in a better mood now. Because with this talent and necklace, his damage had increased many times over. On top of that, mana regeneration had more than doubled. She thanked the boy from the bottom of her heart. Our guy brushed it off, saying it wasn't necessary, and he was just following their deal, then asked him to hand over the space ring. The girl grinned, pulled the space ring from her inventory, and said it could be his. Turning red as a beet as he fled the woods, he blurted out that he'd found a cave underground. He said it looks like the entrance to some ruins and asked if you're interested. King Feng was stunned for a moment. Because first the Golden Ghost ship appeared, and now the entrance to a ruin. This girl realized that being just friends is actually quite profitable. The sincerity was mutual, of course. If the girl hadn't given him those 2 gold pieces of equipment, he'd probably only see this information in his dreams. With this space ring, his inventory finally reached 27 slots. King Feng asked where Wang Meng was and promised to head to the ruins he mentioned after selling the goods. To grab a Coke. The girl reached out her hand. They explained that the captain and the others went to level up the new priest. So, it didn't seem like they were coming back anytime soon. Using the map, he marked the ruins entrance, saying there's a stone slab on the ground, behind the bushes.
Kenara çekip kaçarken
He pulled the sign aside to hide, but just a few steps in, he heard screams coming from inside. He dashed out as soon as he got scared, otherwise those guys could never have caught him. King Feng teleported instantly and decided to head to the ruins right away. He could deal with Wang Ming later. When he came back, Little Black's brain totally fried. Didn't our guys and Led dash into the forest from Shelltown at the start? He was looking for a place to grind to level 10. But since a ruin came right to you, why bother pushing yourself? In starter towns, usually 3 types of ruins would pop up, bro. Tombs, cursed ruins, and temples of faith. No matter the type of ruin, the trash mobs inside were all bronze level. Some monsters could even reach silver level at times. To him, these creatures were an ocean of life and evolution points. It was a honey treat. Following the spot marked by Little Black on the map, King Feng reached the
benim
entrance of the
girişime
ruins.
ulaştı.
Ours dove right in without wasting any time. Remember, 3 types of ruins usually appear in a novice town. Tombs, cursed ruins, and temples of faith. There wasn't much to say about the graves. They were full of monsters, and clearing them all out was pretty tough. And at the end, a golden blast almost always went off. There was no escape. The monsters in the cursed ruins were all cursed by ancient and evil gods. They might have been human once, but some went mad, and others turned into ghosts when they died. The monsters in the temple were all disciples of ancient and evil gods. Plus, the temple's layout was incredibly complex. The walls were covered in ancient murals. If you managed to beat the last 2, you get a special item or a skill book. Examining the paintings on the walls, our friend realized this was a temple of faith. He began examining the pictures closely because they looked hauntingly
Ona
familiar to
fena
him.
halde tanı.
Just then, roars broke out, and ours started waddling down the hallway. It clicked when he realized this was the temple of the ancient god of justice, sharing the same origin as his own eye of judgment. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Wang Ming and his team were battling a monster. Wang Ming raised his shield to block the beast's attacks, but then the monster jumped right on him. Before he could react, the monster struck with its ruthless claw, sending Wang Ming flying and dealing massive damage. Seeing the captain hurt, the team's archer panicked and barked orders at the healer to fix him. King Feng's sister froze in fear, not knowing what to do. With tears in her eyes, she gripped her magic wand and asked,
How is this done?
While they were distracted like this, the monster jumped and prepared to attack. Seeing this, the team swordsman drew his blade and hyped up King Feng's sister with a skill
İsteğe
boost,
gaz verdi.
but instead of obeying, she knelt down and started chanting. He threw his magic wand and started crying in fear. The monster dove back in, and Wang Ming's crew is GG. And Hope found themselves in Shell Town. Wang Ming and his men were fuming with rage. The little black one hanging around there greeted them and asked with a smirk why they popped so early, adding that the Master Shadow wasn't back yet, so they couldn't get any gear for now. Fuming with rage, the archer began tearing into King Feng's sister with his finger, and said he'd never seen anyone as stupid as him in his life. The girl couldn't dodge the monster attacks or use her skills. Xiaoyu started sobbing uncontrollably, not knowing what to do. The little black one jumped right in front of him. With an expression like, "Be Wabulutef," he asked why he was so snappy with the archer, explaining that the girl was just a rookie. And it was his first time playing, so it's totally normal that he died once. I mean,
Normalde
what's
ne
the
var?
big deal? The archer with fire in his eyes told Little Black to get lost, because he would scold the girl into her grave. The swordsman explained the situation to Little Black. He said they didn't die once, but passed away exactly 3 times in less than an hour. When he heard this, Little Black's eyes bugged out in surprise. With a smirk, he began to show off the necklace King Feng had given
Vermeye
him.
başladı.
He decided to hang out with them, and revealed he just got 2 Uber items from the master. He believed he was OP now, and that they wouldn't die as long as he was with them. Wank Mank stepped forward and ordered everyone to stop fighting. To her, Little Black's suggestion wasn't bad. With him joining this time, things were going to work out.
The story begins in a quiet room in the city of Shanghai. Mei, the green-haired woman Zhang Wangshan, nurses her newborn son and tells baby Qinchin with a smile how lucky he is to just eat and sleep. Yet she spends sleepless nights, thinking it's worth it if he grows up healthy. What he doesn't know is that this baby is no ordinary one. He reincarnated with memories of his past life. She notices while breastfeeding that his brain isn't fully developed. A blue game-style status screen appears before his eyes, identifying him as Lin Zichen. Day 33 biological level, ordinary first tier. He realizes he possesses a superior talent for cheating. At 3 months old, Lin Zichen is lying in his crib while his parents, Zhang Wangshan and Lin Yangshan, watch over him. His father says the baby is physically gifted, predicting he'll be a powerful gene fuser or at least a cyberhuman. Lin Zichen kicks. The system announces he's kicked 10,000 times, and grants him the ability to use and upgrade biological traits. With this talent, he can train any part of his body to gain infinite strength within carbon-based limits. He feels his power increasing and imagines superheroes, thinking his father meant gene fusers and cyberhumans. At 4 months old, Lin Zichen learned to sit and crawl. Not to scare his family with his rapid growth, he only practices at night crawling. It earns you points from the system every time. A month later, at 5 months old, he learns to walk. By 6 months, he can sit and crawl in front of his parents. It doesn't look weird. While watching TV, the news reports abnormal monsters. It tells how gen fusers and cyborgs joined forces to destroy them. Lin Zichen understands for the first time that this world is very different from before. This planet has mutated, giving rise to abnormal monsters, terrifying creatures. Humanity 2.0 against this threat. He found a way. First is mechanical ascension. Here, people swap their bodies for technology to become powerful cyberhumans. Second is gene modification. They fuse genes from abnormal monsters into themselves to become gene fusers. To fight monsters with their own power. Aware of the danger, Lin Zichen is determined to grow safely using the system, improve his skills, and survive quietly. One day, they hear the doorbell ring. Zhang Wangxin opens the door and sees the woman in the blue dress, Su Ming, their new neighbor. Su Ming introduces her family. Her husband Xing Jianya and little daughter Xing Qinghan holding her hand. Lin Zichen looks at the little purple-haired girl, accepting Xing Qinghan as his first friend in this new world. They feel their fates will one day be tightly bound. Time passes, and Lin Zichen devotes himself to training. Used from 7 months, its developmental features help them run, jump, and learn basic language by talking to themselves. He earns stat points for every move. By 8 months, he was already doing push-ups and sit-ups in his crib. He is careful to practice when his parents are away. But one day, his mother Zhang Wang goes out to the balcony and is shocked to see her 8-month-old son doing sit-ups. He rubs his eyes in disbelief. But being a web novelist, he thinks it's just a stress-induced hallucination. Lin Zichen immediately pretends to sleep, relaxes, and decides he must be more cautious from now on. A few days later, while giving a bath, Zhang Wangxin makes a shocking discovery. She calls her husband Lin Yensing. And he comes in a hurry. She points out that their 8-month-old son has visible abs. Lin Yensing is stunned, excitedly saying their son could be a 1-in-a-million talent, a powerful gene fuser, or a cyberhuman. And hearing his story, Lin Zichen is relieved that his secret is safe. She realizes the luck of having parents who are both web novel writers. He thinks he's not the only genius in this mutated world. They watch a news report about a 2-year-old from a martial arts family who can lift a 20 kilograms dumbbell with his mother. Zhang Wangxin proudly pulls his son close, saying his own chin is just as great. Lin Zichen is impressed by his mother's confidence and wonders curiously. A genius with a bright future. Either as a powerful gene splicer or a cyborg. Hearing this genius's story, Lin Zichen is sincerely relieved that his secret is safe. Lin Zichen thinks how lucky it is to have 2 web novelist parents, and realizes he's not the only genius in this complex world. They're watching a news report about a 2-year-old from a martial arts family who can lift a 20-kilogram dumbbell with one hand alongside his mother. Zhang Wang proudly hugs his son, saying Chen-Si is just as wonderful. Lin Zichen is touched by his mother's confidence and falls into thought. I wonder if he'll be able to lift 20 kilos by the time he's 2. Lin Zichen's training paid off by the time he turned 2. It stored power in secret. No one noticed. He's flipping 20 kilos with one hand in the storage room. He cuts his workout short when his mother calls out, hearing that Han, or Shen King Han, has come to see us. Flinching, he puts the weight down and opens the door. Now, 2-year-old Shen King Han has brought a sweet tart to him. Lin Zichen. He's thinking to himself. Since their mental ages differ, their games aren't typical kid stuff. Han is a typical baby, but he tries to get stronger at every opportunity. He's found a rather unique way to spend time with her. Because Han loves to stick around, it's perfect for him. It's like a weighted vest. But there's one problem. When Han pees on himself again, he starts crying as soon as he feels the warmth. And just like that, the nightmare is back. Another year goes by. At age 3, Lin Zichen's power explodes. He can lift 40 kilos with one hand while watching TV. There's a 4-year-old genius on the screen. They're making it news just because he lifts 30-kilo dumbbells. Lin Zichen happily thinks that his own power is greater. Despite his progress, the system still shows him as an ordinary level 1 biological. He wonders what's needed for the second level. With these questions, she's heading out for the first time. It's incredible out there. A futuristic cityscape filled with beast men and cybernetic creatures. He thinks they must be gene fusions and cyborgs. His mother and neighbors are heading to the library, accompanied by Shumang and Shin Han. Because his parents had forbidden him from using electronic devices. Books are his greatest source of knowledge. The librarian guides him to children's books, but Lin Zichen heads toward the advanced encyclopedias. Anxious Shen Ixian Han follows him. Mothers watch in astonishment. Xiaoming asks why you like books like these. Zhang Wangshen guesses that this isn't even genetic. Lin Zichen was buried in books while Shen Ixing Han offered a cookie. He learns that life is divided into 6 biological levels: ordinary, advanced, rare, epic, legendary, and mythic, each further split into 9 stages. He realizes ordinary people like his parents are at the very bottom, just level 1s, whose lives aren't worth as much as an ant next to higher beings. This information fires Lin Zichen up. He must speed up his training but keep his secret. The system is notifying him of a new task. Read 100 million characters in exchange for the root of celestial wisdom. It accepts with joy for both mind and body. For a year, Lin Zichen splits his time between training and voracious reading. Therefore, starting preschool with Shen Yixing Han. Hand in hand with their teacher, Ms. Jiang Mei. His efforts pay off, and he quickly reaches ordinary Tier 2 power. Physical performance is massive. He lifts 80 kilos with one hand, leaps 1.2 meters high, and runs 100 meters in under 11 seconds. An extraordinary stat even for adults, and legendary for kindergartners. One day, the children surround the crying Shen Ixing, mocking him for wetting his pants. Seeing his friends suffering, he steps in immediately. He jumps at the bullies dramatically, making a terrifying threat. If anyone ever bullies Han Hana again, I'll pee in their bed every single day. The childish but eerie threat is working. Bullies break into tears and vow never to return to preschool. Shen Ixing gazes at the protector of Han in admiration. This move wins him the title of Kindergarten King and unlocks new missions. He's so glad he can handle multiple tasks at the same time. 6 months later, he completes his reading task, having read 100 million characters. The root of celestial wisdom gains, granting perfect memory and superhuman learning ability. Time flies. As they approach age 7, they're taking their kindergarten graduation photos. He doesn't stay idle even on vacation. He's now strong enough to work with a 200 kilograms barbell. His skills reach new heights during the holidays. It can jump 2 meters high, breaks the 8-second barrier for 100 meters, and runs it in 7.98 seconds. His mind sharpened by his new superpower. He's already finished most of the elementary school curriculum. His new life began at Guns Elementary because he memorized advanced subjects on his own. Academic competitions were so basic, it was like child's play. In the National Primary School Academic Competition, he aced it to unlock the first-place title as fast as possible. When he had spare time, he'd give Shen Shihan private lessons. She wasn't talented, but she was a hard worker. Thanks to him, her grades soared. After 1 semester, he was second in class, though Lin Zixuan naturally took first. To speed up his mission, he also joined the school's sports competitions and shattered every record. Just as he was happy that school life was so ordinary and predictable, a transfer student appeared, and the teacher introduced the newcomer. The girl named Bai Shuai with long, silver-blue hair. Lin Zixuan realized at once, this was not normal. Standing by the door, he caught a strange, non-human aura. While Bai Shuai looked for a seat, the other students watched curiously. Chen Qinghan approached him. He whispered to Lin Zixuan, whom he called Xiaoqin. Bai Shuai's hair is as beautiful as winter snowflakes. But Lin Zixuan wasn't interested in such aesthetic Madoka. When Bai Shuai sat down, he couldn't stop thinking about that strange, inhuman aura. He wondered if it was the gene fuser or one of their descendants. Days passed, and Bai Shuai remained mysterious. He didn't talk to anyone. As soon as class ended, he'd put his head on the desk and wouldn't move. He wouldn't even go to the bathroom. At first everyone was curious. They even took photos of him while he slept. But it didn't work out. When his behavior didn't change, the class went back to its old routine. That peace was shattered a month later, and the scandal began. Bai Shuai started secreting a strange, sticky white liquid. The stuff smells bad. It's dripping on your clothes and legs. The other students had a breakdown and cursed the disgusting smell. Some punk said something disgusting, and then she poured a water bottle over his head. She gave me attitude because I was washing her. Ashamed and soaking wet, Bai Shuai slammed his fist on the table, tears streaming down his face as silent sobs shook his shoulders. The bullies burst out laughing, slipping and collapsing on their butts. Xin Qihan looked at Lin Xichen anxiously, asking if they could at least help Bai Shuai. Lin Xichen was confused. Bai Shu suspected it was dangerous. He didn't understand why she was crying. He agreed to help. Getting closer to the bullies, he changed his mind a bit. He still didn't understand, but realized they weren't a threat for now. She was just a weak, oppressed girl. He had to step in. Lin Xichen grabbed the lead bully by the collar, hailing him as Guan Chun. With a mean look, the man ordered the girl to wipe the spilled water off the table. Guan Chun was speechless with fear, muttering that he would clean it up right away. The other bully realized it too, but it's too late now. Lin Xichen was a school legend, a king in both academics and fighting. Even sixth graders wouldn't struggle with that. They stopped talking and started wiping blindly. After clearing the table, Lin Xichen glanced around and ordered everyone to apologize immediately. The sweating bullies slipped, lined up at once, bowed their heads and promised with regret that they won't mess with Bai Shuai again. After the bullies left, Bai Shuai looked up with eyes still filled with tears. He sincerely thanked Lin Xichen and Xin Khan. Xin Khan touched his shoulder to comfort him. She said classmates help each other. From that day on, Xin Khan set out to befriend the silent white-haired girl, dragging Lin Xichen along with him. The three of them started hanging out in their free time. Xin Khan is very kind, always sharing the tastiest snacks with Bai Shuai. The first time Xin Khan offered him food, Bai Shuai hesitated. He looked at them and asked, "Aren't you disgusted because I smell?" He said he'd been excluded by everyone since he was a child. When someone's nice, it feels unreal, like he's wondering if it's a dream. When Bai Shuai looks up in surprise, Xin Khan tells him in a firm voice, "This is not a dream." Xin Khan smiles slightly and says, "I know what you've been through, so I could never be disgusted by you." If Bai Shuai is willing, he declares they will be friends forever. A bit weary, he includes Lin Xichen in this remark. Overcome with emotion, Bai Shuai hugs Xin Khan tightly. With tears of gratitude streaming down her cheeks, she thanks them for their kindness. After coming to her senses, she says she wants to give them a gift. He holds out a necklace with a pair of monster fangs, explaining it was a birthday gift from his mother. She gives them the necklace, hoping it will be a symbol of their friendship. Xin Khan eagerly agrees, and the three children gather in the schoolyard at sunset, joyfully declaring they'll be friends forever. But before their newly formed friendship could strengthen, something unexpected happens. One day, Xin Khan is shocked to find out Bai Shuai has left school. Lin Zichen confirms this, because he saw him filling out his discharge papers. It takes back to the moment he watches from the principal's door. Bai saw Shuai with a manager and a big, scary guy with cybernetic arms. The manager assured the man that Bai Shuai's documents were complete and his information would be kept confidential. This encounter reinforced Lin Zichen's suspicion that Bai Shuai's identity was not simple. Since that day, Bai Shuai has never seen him again and keeps wondering about him, but what really catches his attention is what happens next. After a while, Lin Zichen is giving his mother, Zhang Wangxian, a shoulder massage at home. Her mother sighs with relief, saying the massage is perfect after a long day of writing. Lin Zichen is amazed as he recalls the professional massage techniques he learned through the wisdom route. He realizes it's useful. Quiet evenings are interrupted by big news. The news tells the unforgettable success of Kyoto Great God. Despite being only 10 years old, he has successfully fused with aberrant monster genes. And now, he can lift a 500-kilogram rock with just one hand. Lin Zichen recognizes the boy and realizes his opponent has already begun gene fusion. His father, Lin Yensing, complains that Kyoto Daisy is always on TV. They ask if people are trying to make them a social media star. Their parents talk. Lin Yensing says the boy is from a 1,000-year-old martial family with advanced gene fusion technology. Zhang Wangxian argues it's wrong to use a child as a lab rat. Her husband says family interests come first in such a family, and gets a sarcastic, "You know everything," response from his wife. While his parents argue, Lin Zichen is lost in thought. He remembers the genius could lift 100 kilograms before integrating. Now it can lift 500 kilograms, a five-fold increase. In contrast, when Lin Zichen was only 8 years old, he could lift 300 kilograms with one hand without gene fusion. As a result, he asserts with a confident fist that his potential is much greater. His self-confidence is through the roof, but this feeling won't last long. The next piece of news will teach him the meaning of fear. The live broadcast shows a city in a neighboring country completely destroyed by a massive explosion. The news says the attack was carried out by giant aberrant rats. On screen, horrific monster rats swarm over ruins as they grab a screaming woman with giant jaws and savage her. The news continues, stating the heretics are responsible for the aberrant rat attack, acting as instigators from the shadows. An official from disaster-stricken Sakura requests international aid at a press conference, revealing the deviants are a mysterious cult manipulating animals. Watchin learns the cult is a traitorous anti-human group working for aberrant monsters. She feels lucky to be born in a strong, stable country, giving her a safe place to grow stronger. While waiting in silence, shocking sounds from outside interrupt her thoughts. He runs to the window, pulls back the curtain, and sees a massive fleet of armed cyborgs flying through the night sky. He wonders why so many were assigned and hopes nothing is wrong. The next morning everything seems to be normal. Lin Zichen waits for Shen Xinghan, who apologized for being late. When he gets close, he notices something is wrong. The monster tooth necklace Bai Shuai gave her is now on Shen Xinghan's neck, glowing a stupid blue. He realizes the tooth belongs to an abnormal creature and that the inhuman aura he just felt came from it. The glow fades instantly, and they don't really care. But between the cyborgs and DNS response, Lin Zichen feels something is coming close. On the way to school, a tall redhead in a black dress leans against a lamppost, watching them. He teases them about how sweet they are, then walks right up to them and asks, "Are you guys brothers?" Shen Xinghan proudly corrects him, saying they're childhood friends. The woman smiles with a sigh. They say they wish they had a childhood friend too, but then their facial expression suddenly darkens. He leans in, eyes glowing, and asks, "Why are you going to school alone? Where are your parents?" As Shen Xinghan begins to reply, Lindsay takes his hand and cuts him off. He pulls her along, saying they'll be late, and she's left behind. Once they're away, Lindsay snaps at Shen Xinghan. "It says don't talk to strangers." Shen nods in agreement. After school, Lin Zichen leads them through a deserted alleyway. Shen Xinghan is terrified, saying, "What is this? This is so creepy." Lin Zichen reporting, "This is a demolition zone, everyone's already moved out." That noise happens while moving. They run into that red-haired woman from this morning. He greets me saying, "So school's finally over, huh?" There's a big guy with her name Shin, and she's calling out to him because the kids are here. Lin Zichen is on edge. She took a different path, but the woman followed them. The woman is trying to lure them in with a soft, cute voice, offering treats and stuff. But Assistant Chin is bored. He says stop talking, just knock them out quietly and get this over with. Shin rushes at them, cloth in hand, shouting that he's in a hurry to go and sell the children for money. Lin Zichin pulls Shin Changhan aside and shields him with her own body. He clenches his fist and throws a giant punch with all his might. It blows up in Shang's face. The giant suddenly stops. With massive force, Shang flies backward and screams in pain. She's in shock, looking at me like, "Is an elementary school kid seriously gonna beat me?" Shang lies there spitting blood, dazed. Lin Zichin confronts the woman. Before the woman can react, he lands a punch to her stomach. Then he lands a powerful uppercut, knocking the woman out. Villains on the floor above them, ice-cold looks on their faces. He picks up the brick on the ground next to him. His intentions aren't good. No cameras in the empty alleyway, he has to finish it. If they survive, their superpowers will emerge and his plan will go to waste. Just as he's about to strike the final blow, the ground shakes violently. Everything's breaking loose like an earthquake. Then, a hand with giant claws comes through the wall. Out of the dust and smoke, a huge, nasty rat emerges. It's like a car on top of them, children. He leans toward the unconscious woman. But it's not eating, it's scratching its face with its claw. The rat takes the severed head. Shang King Han screams in fear, sensing the danger. Lin Zichin hugs the frightened King Han. "This is a giant, nasty rat," says Head to safety. They're grabbing them and running away. A red and gold light flashes in the sky as they flee. A blonde woman with rabbit ears on her helmet dives into Cyborg Street. Super fast, it streaks past the rat like a momentary blur. Xiang Xinhan looks at Lin Zikuin's shoulder, thinking, no way, that's fast. Cyborg gracefully lands behind the beast. It's watching the rat and preparing to strike. His glove glows, he charges his weapon, and shouts. Anesthetic smoke exploded, bullets rained on the monster, and huge blasts hit the back alley. Lin Zichin protected Shang-Xi from the blood explosion. The strange rat was trapped in the flames, roaring in pain, dazed by the anesthetic smoke. Seizing the moment, our cybernetic friend lunged forward, finishing the weakened creature with a flurry of punches. Later, Lin Zichin watched the news about the incident at home. He analyzed the fight. The cybernetic girl's power level isn't very high, he thought. He realized he couldn't win without weakening the rat first, and it still takes 7 minutes. He thought of the danger of the giant deviant rats, knowing they were level 5 normal power creatures, over 10 meters long. Luckily, they made it out safe. This incident reminded him once again of the world's dangers. He decided to step up his training to protect himself. Then he's seen squatting with a heavy barbell in the training area, the system giving him points. The threat of deviant rats persisted, but life went on. Before long, he and Xinqing celebrated their 9th birthdays with their families around a big cake. After making wishes, the gift exchange began. With Lin Zichin's natural wisdom, he devoted himself to wood carving overnight and made an intricate hairpin for Xinqi Ken. Xinqing Yuan loved it, put it in her hair, and shouted how much she liked it. Time flew by before long. Lin Zichin and Xinqing graduated from elementary school and started middle school. When he exited, the system notified him that he had completed the mandatory 9 years of education and unlocked the titles Kindergarten King and Elementary School Bully. He couldn't wait to unlock the ocean of middle school legends, which will grant him the strongest trait. He continued his intense training on vacation. His training included doing 1,000 push-ups with a huge rock on his back. And that gave him massive stat boosts. Before school started, their hard work paid off. After a 10 kilometers run, it announced that his biological level dropped from level 3 to a normal level. Their physical abilities have greatly increased. Now he could lift 700 kilos with one hand, jump 4 meters vertically, and run 100 meters in 6 seconds. As his power grew, the Kyoto genius wondered what level he was at. By a strange coincidence, a new news report aired on TV that night before school started. The news stated the 14-year-old genius fused with giant ant genes and could lift a 2,000 kilograms alloyed block with one hand. Lindsay calculated that since giant ant genes increased strength by 4 to 8 times, the genius's actual lifting power was only around 500 kilos without the genes. This meant that Linz was still fundamentally stronger. He smiled, thinking about how strong he would become with gene fusion in the future. Middle school started the next day. As the city's top student, all the best schools raced to recruit him. He accepted the invitation from Shanghai High School. But on one condition, Xin Han had to be in his class. The principal and classroom teacher gave them a warm welcome during registration, telling them how much they trusted him. After a little small talk, he made an excuse and left there with Xin Han. The main reason was that Shanghai High School had super sports facilities. They had planned to face off in badminton before official classes started. Excited on court, Xin Han called out, "Brother, so let's get started." He made a majestic serve and sent a ball as nimble as a fairy. For Linz, she caught that tiny ball midair with her racket easily, but their game was interrupted. A group of upperclassmen walked up, and their leader with the backwards cap snatched the ball from the fluffheads, saying they'd reserve the spot. His friends mockingly suggested that Xin Han join them for a game. Xin Han resisted to the end, saying rules must be followed and they were there first. As for Linz, seeing them get too close to Xin Han, he cut in with a stern look. He told them to stay away and reminded them of the first-come, first-served rule. The leader arrogantly challenged them, saying, "I'm closing this down, without budging an inch." Leader, first come, first served. The leader won't be told, arrogantly declaring he has the right to take over the court. Leader holds the ball and throws it up, but moves for Linz before serving. He reports immediately that from now on, only his rules will apply. With a burst of power, he leaps and strikes the shuttlecock with incredible force. The ball clears the court like a rocket. Like white lightning, it's so fast the leader doesn't even have time to react. The impact breaks his racket and sends his hat flying. The upper classes are in shock, sweating and trembling. They suspect Linz is either human or a gene mixer. One adds fearfully that if the head had been slightly different, their boss's head would have been blown off. The completely intimidated upper classes are bowing with a deep apology. They're signaling that they understand the rules for Linz and will withdraw immediately. Then they just start off. Maybe because word got out, no one dared mess with Linz or Shinking again. The new school was just bigger and better equipped, but academic life was pretty much the same. It was way too early for Linz. He had already finished the middle school curriculum anyway. Just out of boredom in class. He was reading fun books. At night after sports, it really sharpens the mind. He was learning new skills online. He's into fast cooking, photography, driving, swimming, and various sports. Thus, he aimed to unlock the middle school sovereignty title. They're not just ranking first in every subject. He was also representing his school in national competitions. A mountain of trophies was piled up on top. He was careful not to win every competition to avoid drawing attention. Some time passed, but the title still hadn't opened. But his performances brought him many female followers. There was a stack of love letters on his desk. He didn't care. Besides tutoring Xin, she focused on the upcoming school sports festival. He believed if it exploded there, the title would definitely be unlocked. It entered the festival in only 3 categories: shot put, high jump, and sprinting. To be the champion of power, leap, and speed. In shot put, he made an incredible 21-meter throw. He held back a bit to avoid looking superhuman, but still easily won every competition. As he and Xin admired the gold medal, he felt a new wave of power surge through his body. The system notification announced your achievements far surpassed other students, unlocking the title ruler of middle school. Thus, the entire 9 years of compulsory education, in 2-year segments, has been finalized. It also gained a new biological trait, survival of the fittest. As power surged through his body, he felt a pleasant sensation and realized the title was finally unlocked. As Li Zichen and Xin Xian left school, they saw this survival of the fittest as a power that lets a predator evolve by swallowing the life essence of others. While wondering what life essence was, Schenkingen called out for him to wait. Back to reality, and an idea popped into his head. He asked Xin if he could borrow the monster Fang necklace. He said okay and gave it. When his finger touched the gear, a system notification popped up. The deep abyss swallowed a trace of the giant butterfly's life essence, and the new guidebook progressed by 1%. A massive dark butterfly hologram appeared around it, with eyes on its wings. He was stunned after realizing her teeth were actually butterfly teeth. That night, He searched online for more info on the giant deep abyss butterfly. To their surprise, the search yielded no results. He realized he had to study this strange monster on his own. Remembering the pair of tusks Mr. Shuai gave them, he rummaged through his bag and found the second one. He grabbed the second bite plate and drained its power again. The system confirmed you absorbed a second life essence trace. But the progress in the guidebook only went up to 2%. He looked at the gear in disappointment. It was clear there wasn't much life essence left in it. Darren concluded he had to find another way to unlock the giant butterfly's full power. The next day after school, to speed up his training and ensure a quick escape from any weird monsters, Linziken started biking Schenkingen to and from school every day. A man is calling out to her. Second stands there in his tracksuit. He introduces himself as Gu, the school's fight team coach. Actually, he's kind of a cool but slightly obsessive big brother type. Coach Gu is praising Linziken's highest octane sports achievement in school history. Their eyes are shining from the hype. Go on, he's officially inviting you to the team. It stays between us. He claims his athletic talent is far superior to his grades. He says that while saying yes, you might have to buy dollars. But first, get to know the team, then decide. He speaks so fast and with such passion that before Linziken can even say no, the coach waves and just leaves. He took the reins and just left. Coach says the fight team is in gym room C. He's expecting you tomorrow if you're available. As the sun sets, Linziken, ready to test his new talent in his room, snaps his fingers and crushes a cockroach and a mosquito he found. But he opens up dead bugs to study them. No power surge. He realizes that killing those tiny, ordinary creatures doesn't trigger the skill. Only powerful or interesting creatures carry enough life energy. It needs to eat this so it can evolve. To test his theory, Shin decides to go to the supermarket selling monster meat with Shinkan. They're riding bikes toward the city from behind. They quickly arrive at a massive multi-story supermarket. Walking through the aisles, Linziken sees plenty of monster meat, but it's all packaged. He knows you can't test meat without touching it. Just as he's about to get angry, he hears an ad for freshly butchered monster meat. At a stall labeled fresh monster meat, unpackaged and safe to eat, a butcher carves up large slabs of meat. Before the confused Shin could tell Zinkana to wait, he runs off, saying he'll check the meat, trying to prove his theory with a storm of emotions. He touches the freshly cut meat with his hand. Upon contact, a powerful surge of purple energy fills you. Just as he thought, meat is full of life energy. Clenching their fist with excitement, they give a huge grin. Shinsenken looks on in confusion, wondering why he only gets happy when he touches the meat. He comes to you and asks anxiously, "How does the meat feel?" Linziken plays it cool, says he's feeling fresh, and jokes if you'd like to reach out and touch. Shinsenken waves his hands frantically in denial. She reacts saying, "You've touched me enough, there's nothing left." After confirming his theory, he decides to take some monster meat to try it at home. Shinsenken is in shock, but of course, this reaction isn't unexpected. Because monster meat is pricey, even the cheapest, ghost shadow squid, is nearly 1,000 yen per pound. He picks the calamari. Shinsenken panics at the price and tells him to talk to his mom. Lindsay smiles, pats his head, and tells him not to worry, making up a story that his mom told me to buy plenty so she could spoil us. In a flashback, his mother John Wongson happily enters the kitchen, agreeing to prepare a feast. Even if he says yes to sharing deep down, his real trick is drawing life energy from there. Afraid of direct energy absorption failure, he'll test taking it through digestion instead. At the register, they're buying all three packs of Ghost Shadow Squid, for a total of 2,994 yen. He thanks the female cashier. He thinks about the fortune he spends going out, and wonders when he'll be able to afford it again. When shopping ends and it's after 9, the city gets wild, so they head straight home for safety. He struggles to stop thinking about the Linziken experiment all the way, secretly placing his hand on the packaged meat. He immediately feels the familiar purple energy flicker as the system confirms the life energy trace of the Ghost Shadow Squid is absorbed. A new creature manual opens, but progress is only 0.1%. A ghostly image of a creepy, multi-eyed squid appears over its head. Cycling through quiet streets, he's doing the math, spinning plans in his head. He eats a tiny piece of meat and realizes he can only unlock a fraction of his power. He's doing the math, thinking he needs to eat exactly 87 types. To reach 100% of the guidebook, which costs a fortune of 100,000 yen, he considers the octopus's ability to turn into water and vanish, saying this powerful skill is definitely worth the money. He's made his decision. He won't ask his family for that kind of money. He has to earn a massive amount. Then he remembers the other reason. The second reason for buying the meat was to test if absorbing life essence would spoil it. Checking the package. It's been a long time, but the meat still looks shiny and fresh. With a fake smile, he's glad picking a scab didn't ruin the meat. As it continues to drain the power, the octopus's progress bar reaches 3%. His concentration is broken by Shinishing's shout. He slams on the brakes, tires screeching, stopping just inches from a couple on the bike path, and apologizes. He's mad at himself for not looking at the path he didn't take, then wonders why the road is so crowded. Shinixingen points ahead. It's a tense standoff. A muscular man with bright red hair is holding a woman hostage at knife point. Shinixingen realizes with horror that his captor is his teacher, Chow Mei. The man is shouting threats at the crowd. Police have the area surrounded, trying to calm the situation over the megaphone. The police captain's holding Ah Bing back from shooting. The captain is explaining. The target is too close to the hostage and is using them as a shield, so a clean shot is impossible. Ah Bing suggests knockout gas. But the captain refuses. He's afraid the suspect will act before it takes effect. While police hesitate, Lin's Eisen takes action. He quietly picks up a small stone and throws it with incredible speed and precision. The stone hits Ah Bing's gun, causing it to misfire. The stray bullet hits the hostage-taker's hand, making him scream, drop the knife, and release teacher Chow Mei. Not missing the chance, the police captain yells at his team to move out. Officers rush forward and apprehend the unarmed suspect. The policewoman consoles the frightened but steady teacher Chow Mei. With the situation under control, Lin's Eisen quietly gets on his bike. Shin Chingon looks surprised and asks if you threw the stone. He quickly hushes her, says let's go and we'll talk later, and they start pedaling. As they are escaping, a voice commands them to stop. The police captain's calling out, asking if Lin's Eisen is the one throwing stones. Realizing she's caught, Lin's Eisen panics and denies everything with a nervous smile. The captain watches them pull away, wondering why he won't admit he did a good job. He's mocking the idea of a stale award. The promise of a reward catches Lin's Eisen's attention. He hit the brakes, skidded to a stop, and is running toward the captain because he needs money. Sheepishly, he takes back his lie, admits he threw the stone, and explains that the money is very important to him. The captain tells him to give a statement at the station and promises to help him with the reward application. After informing their families, Lin Jiqing and Shin Shingen prepare to head to the police station. They think everything's going well, but things go south when the police take the handcuffed suspect away. The suspect's face is hideously deforming. The police realize with horror, the man is a heretic and turns into a giant, warped rat. Right next to them, the monster snaps the cuffs and wildly swings its giant claws at the cops. The police captain orders all units over the radio to open fire, but the officers fire to protect civilians. The bullets aren't doing anything. Panic-stricken reports state the infidel merged with Rat King genes, urgently calling for reinforcements. Realizing the danger, Lin's Eisen apologizes, grabs them, and begs them to flee quickly. He feels relieved inside. The monster didn't follow them, but he knows they must get away fast. As they escape, someone new descends rapidly from the sky with a purple aura. She's a stylish and futuristic armored female cyborg. He lands a massive punch on the giant rat. The poor guy staggers and gets knocked back. The floating cyborg girl with short purple hair begins to charge a laser cannon in her chest. With the command, "Fire!" he launches a purple energy blast from his chest, obliterating the mutant rat instantly in a magnificent surge of power. The monster screams in pain, completely evaporating and leaving only scorched ash behind. Lin Zichen stands frozen, marveling at the cyborg's power. Once the danger passes, teacher Chow Mei and Shin Shingon sigh with relief. Lin Zichen, meanwhile, is working on his bike. Luckily that blast missed his monster engine, because that scene would have been a financial disaster. Just as the tension eases, it suddenly hits him. He looks in the basket, and the expensive ghost shadow squid meat is spoiled, smelling terrible. The theory he built initially was right. When the essence of life is drained, the flesh rots, but with a delay. Holding a limp tentacle, he realizes he needs an excuse and says the fight was over a dead heretic. He sets up a whole dramatic scene and throws the broken tentacle on the floor. He shouts, accusing the heretic and the cyborg's attack of burning flesh. Teacher Chow Mei calms her down, saying the important thing is that everyone is safe. Despite planning to head home at the captain's request, they're going to the station with the security team. They're surprised to find the remains of the movement in the same minibus. After the laser blast, only a pile of burning flesh was left, and I swear, the smell was a total disaster. Sitting in that cursed minibus, something bothers Lin Zichen again. The life essence in Mr. Shuai's monster teeth remain even after his death. He thinks he's found a new possibility. I wonder if this corpse has any life essence too? Did he actually eat that giant rat queen's genes or what? In the police van, Lin Zichen wonders how much Rod King DNA she can scavenge from the charred corpse. He decides to try and calmly moves his hand toward the ruins. A red energy wave hits him in the Kima arena. The system reports he drank a trace of the giant mutant rat's life essence and advanced his guidebook by 500. He's surprised by how much he swallowed. It realizes that the freshness of the source is directly proportional to a higher chance of taking the life essence. The guard next to her notices Ah Pink moving and tells her to sit down immediately. Lin Zichen quickly lies, saying she was just stretching. The public security office knows Ah Pink is easily fooled, but the captain is smarter. The captain tells him he's getting a bravery award but then asks more serious questions. The middle schooler wonders how Hirten hit the knife hand so clearly from this distance in poor light. Lin Zichen is being vague, saying it's because she overworks her right hand. That strange response leaves the captain bewildered. Right then, Shinsengan shouts. Auntie has arrived, and Lin Zichen is surprised because her family is rushing to the station. Panic-stricken, his mother runs and calls out his name. She clings to him with fearful eyes, as if about to die. He's trying to calm her down, saying he's okay, and that he even got a bravery award. Hugging him, she makes him promise that he'll hide first at any sign of danger. With tears in her eyes, she says her only wish is for him to grow up safe and sound. Lin Zichen, on the surface, is touched by her mother's heartfelt concern. He always reassures his mother he'll keep himself safe whenever they go out. The police captain watches them, reflecting on the young man's strange abilities. As they leave, Lin Zichen hears two female officers talking about the case. One says perverts have become utterly shameless, while another explains he's a literature student at Hirten Guangyuan University, brainwashed by the rat god cult. One cop curses the cult, while the other says they need to root out the real problem. The name of the self-appointed Mouse King immediately catches Lindsay Cunan's interest on the car ride home. He starts researching the cult of the mouse god on his phone. He's amazed, tons of information appear before him. Then high, and most of its members are outcasts. He finds info like crazy. The Rat King is trying to evolve into a higher life form, and forces his followers to collect evolution materials. And this brings a terrible question to mind. I wonder if the Rat King is a perverse creature that gained its own consciousness? His thoughts are interrupted by a glance at the window. He sees a giant, cat-sized rat on the sidewalk. For a moment, he wonders if this is connected to the Mouse King. But he immediately dismisses this idea. In the South, cat-sized rats are pretty normal, he says to himself. After shaking that thought off, he notices how quiet Xing Jiangan is. He looks beside him, restless, his knees held tightly together, realizing instantly what's going on. She remembers that since he was little, he couldn't hold his urine when he was nervous or scared. Even if this source of shame haunted him, Lin Zichen always sensed a hidden power within this strange reaction. When they arrive home, Lin Zichen's mother, Zhong Wangxin, is shocked that nearly 3,000 yen worth of animal meat is gone. Lin Zichen quickly makes up an excuse. He says she must have dropped it while running away in a panic. His mother prioritizes his safety, saying the meat doesn't matter, and the most important thing is that he's safe and sound. Lin Zichen breathes a deep sigh of relief, glad he fooled his mother. But his father Lin Yensing is more stubborn, announcing he'll go back to search for the expensive meat. He brags about being a former minimum wage worker, shouting that he's a tough guy. Lin Zichen's trying to stop it, saying it's dangerous and the meat's already spoiled. His father's suspicious, asking how he knows it's broken. Drenched in sweat, Lin Zichen says he guessed it quickly. Meanwhile, In the currently empty public safety office, the police chief lights a cigarette while reflecting on the weird events of the night. The question of how an ordinary middle schooler could throw stones with such power and accuracy keeps racing through his mind. Suddenly she hears a strange sound from the corner. His eyes widen as he sees a massive rat on top of the filing cabinets, much larger than a normal one. Before they can even act, the giant rat jumps down. The police chief draws his gun and fires. The fight ends in a quick, bloody mess. The next day in class, Lin Zichen sighs deeply at his desk, reflecting on the previous night, and realizing he is still too weak against the powerful, perverted female cyborg. He decides to make money fast to get more meat, like Phantom Shadow Squid, to fill the handbook's progress bar. He thinks about becoming an influencer or selling his lecture notes, but he rejects the plan, thinking it's too flashy and he'll stand out too much. Suddenly, a bright idea comes to your mind. In this world, martial arts and gene fusion are more important than academics. He says it's time to take action, then goes to the gym in Building B where the martial arts team practices and finds Coach Goyu. He grabs the thermos and waves while taking a drink. Surprise Coach Go. He's asking if you want to join the team or just get some information. Lin Zichen doesn't answer. She leans in and asks privately. If I join the team, is there a chance to compete in city tournaments? Is the prize money high? The coach answers with a smile. There's a chance to win prizes worth tens of thousands. After addressing the coach's primary concern, Lin Zichen shakes his hand and announces he's joining the team today. Coach Gua is happy to welcome him. Coach gathers the team and announces the new member. Introducing Lin Zichen, reminding everyone he won the championship at the sports event. Other team members Zhang Kai, Huang Tianqin or Asen, Li Shutong, and Han Yigui introduce themselves. Lin Zichen is finally introducing himself. Because Lin Zichen has no formal martial arts training. Coach Gui shows the basic punching and kicking techniques. The master says the moves look simple but mastering them is a real pain. The team's fastest learner Li Shutong took a week to perfect these, then encouraged Lin Zichen to try. Lin Zichen takes his stance, thanks to his divine root of martial wisdom. This root of celestial wisdom grants him combat insights inherent to his nature. He has memorized and understood every detail shown just by watching. As he tries punch techniques, the system gives him points for vitality, strength, agility, and mastery. It performs hand and punch movements with flawless speed and precision. With a fluid transition, he moves into kicking techniques, striking with power and flow. Another system notification, points awarded for leg muscles, agility, and mastery. The coach and team are watching silently, frozen in place. The teacher's jaw dropped. He almost spilled his thermos. He literally couldn't believe it. He wonders how she mastered such a complex form with just one look. As he gazes at the flawless performance, a single thought emerges in his mind. This is definitely a once-in-a-million-year martial arts genius. That evening in Shanghai, Lin Zichen's mother, Jiang Wangxin, calls him for dinner. Spoon in hand, he jumps up excitedly and asks what she's doing. And as requested, it arrives with a magnificent grand plate, like a ghost shadow squid. It smells amazing, and he tells his mom the scent is just flying away. His mother insists that he dress warmly. He takes a bite, admitting her cooking skills are like a world champion's. He happily tells her about all the food. Because he reveals he bought her 3 full gins. The system notifies while the meal continues. Ghost Shadow Squid's life essence swallowed, guidebook progress at 3%. He gets angry at himself, wishing he hadn't touched the meat and ruined it. Eating meat has the same effect. If he understood, the first batch wouldn't have been ruined. While eating, a news report catches their attention. She's introduced as a 14-year-old genius and the youngest cyborg in history. Fusing with the energy core, his power exceeds human limits. It lifts a 5,000-kilogram SUV with one hand, hits 100 meters in 3 seconds, and jumps 8 meters high. Hearing this news, Lin Feiqin compares the power of the gene fusion masters back in Kyoto with this cybernetic girl. I wonder which path is stronger? Their thoughts are interrupted by another piece of breaking news. The security captain is reported dead in He Chun-chan's office. Security footage shows a giant mutant rat sneaking into the station and eating him. Medics are taking the body to the ambulance. Lin Feiqin is terrified. He's thinking about the big rat he saw last night, and if there's a connection. He imagines a giant rat invading and destroying the city. The captain's death is a harbinger of a maddening danger. Without blinking, Lin Fei-chin instantly decides to ramp up the training. After the police captain's death, Lin Fei-chin throws himself into brutal training. After intensive work, it can sprint 100 meters in 4.61 seconds. His physical strength peaked. It jumps 5.3 meters high. It displays horrific strength, like lifting 12 kilos with one hand. In addition to individual training, he continues sparring with the school team. He aims to gain strength quickly for the upcoming tournament. The next morning at school, he goes to the gym. The curious Shinkingen follows him too. On the way, a pink-haired girl warmly offers him fresh milk. He politely thanks them and declines. Shun and Kinganla continue walking. The girl freezes there in shock. Watching this scene from afar is his humorous companion, John Kai. He clenches his fist in anger. He's secretly upset that the guy who beat him in the sports event rejected the girl's gift. When she can't take it anymore, she runs and cuts them off. He's snapping at Linzikin. He's being scolded for his bad manners and what he did to the girl. Even though Linzikin calmly says she has a milk allergy, John Kai doesn't believe her and mocks her for lying. Hidonip points at Linzikin, challenging him to a duel. Here are the conditions. If he loses, he'll leave Linzikini alone for good. But if Linzikin loses, he scolds her for her bad attitude and for hurting the girl's feelings. When Linzikin calmly explains her milk allergy, John Kai refuses to believe it and labels her a liar. Losing his mind, John Kai wags his finger at Linzikin and challenges him to a fight. Sets the conditions. If he loses, he'll leave Linzikini alone for good. But if Linzikin loses, that guy's drinking the whole bottle of milk. The challenge was just issued and a notification popped up. A new achievement mission has been cleared. Beat 1,000 different opponents in official matches, and just apply the genetic rules of survival. A sly grin instantly spread across Linzik's face. This is the exact opportunity he's been waiting for. With a scary purple aura dancing around his head, he accepts the challenge, the fire of anticipation burning in his eyes, saying yes to the showdown. News of the duel spread quickly across the school. 2 students already decided to run over and watch with excitement.
If you're curious about what happens next in the story, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. You can support me by liking the video and leaving a comment. See you in the next episode.
2 students are rushing over, excited to watch the popular freshman Lin Zikin pick a fight with a senior. 2 students are rushing over, excited to watch the popular freshman Lin Zikin pick a fight with a senior. By the time they're ready, the gym is packed, with a huge circle around the sparring area. The crowd seems to be on Lin Zixin's side, especially the fangirls. They're cheering, telling him to teach his opponent a lesson, even that pink-haired girl is taking out her phone. John Kai scoffs, annoyed that everyone thinks they can beat him. He accepts it deep down. Lin Zixin has improved incredibly this past month. He sees this duel as his last chance to teach the rising genius a lesson. He wants to show his own power. Unlike his opponent's tension, Lin Z looks relaxed. He's perfectly calm, says he has to go to dinner, and asks if they can finish the fight quickly. John Kai takes it as an insult and accepts with a devious smile. Coach Gu steps in, starts the match, and reminds them of the rules, but before it begins, John Kai shouts for them to wait, offering Lin Zikin an advantage with a mocking smile. He says he's been training for 2 years, while Lin Zikin is just a 1-month rookie. To be fair, he announces he will let Lin Zikin have the first 3 moves. Lin Zikin just accepts it. Right then, Lin Zikin suddenly moves. It's closing in fast. Zonkai is stunned. Before his opponent can even raise his guard, Lin Zikin lands a single fatal punch. The hit is so hard that blood gushes from John Kai's nose. Suddenly, he passes out and collapses on the gym floor. The whole room is in shock. Silence has fallen. Coach Gu's jaw drops. He's in disbelief, shouting that the match ended with just 1 punch. The other team and the crowd are in shock, whispering about how they can't believe it ended so fast. The sound of a celebration breaks the silence. Shinzaiken raises his fist, cheering wildly for Lin Zike's victory. The other girls, including the pink-haired one, are shouting about how amazing he is. Standing over his defeated opponent, Lin Zikin receives a system notification. The notification says, by defeating his rival and winking at the opposite sex, he's earned priority mating rights. More importantly, the new mission progress is fully synchronized. He thinks he has a long way to go to unlock the natural selection feature. To speed things up, he gives the remaining terrified fighters a friendly but eerie smile. It suggests they should order as well. The crew watches in horror, faces pale. They immediately start making pathetic excuses. One has crammed school, the other's mom is making dinner. Some are faking being sick. Before escaping, John Kai is forced to his knees. Kaylee's denies having lost. Lin accuses Zykan of cheating and vows to crush him in a rematch. Coach Gu steps in. John Kai says to lose like a man. Then he wonders, was that punch just luck? Someone else decides to test the theory on Shalai's. When he hears his name, the boy with spiky hair freezes in fear. He takes a fighting stance, but he's scared. Lin begs Zykan for mercy, pleading with him not to strike her face. The results will be clear in 10 minutes. Several fight team members are lying unconscious on the gym floor. Lin Zykan stands over them, noting he didn't hit hard, and they only exchanged a few punches. But when he checks the system, he's disappointed. Except for the first victory, the other spars didn't count toward his successes. The number of opponents is still 1,000. Apparently, a friendly spar wasn't enough. He needs to beat his rivals in an official competition. While thinking about this, a hand brushed his shoulder. Coach Gua smirks, declaring that Lin Zyke is a true genius. In just over a month, it's clear the newcomer has become the star of the team. With newfound confidence, the coach claims that, led by Lin Zyken, they will crush their rivals and finish first in this year's regional martial arts tournament. While Coach Gua leaps with joy, a light bulb goes off in Lin Zyken's head. He realizes the man is right. This upcoming tournament is the perfect chance to settle scores with multiple official enemies at once. He firmly understood that by beating them in official matches, every victory would count toward his progress. Lost in his thoughts, the defeated Zonkai calls out. He shakes himself off, stands up, points at Lin Zyken, and makes a bizarre, overly detailed confession of surrender. With those strange sentences he spoke, everyone, even Shinjing Wang, Coach Gua, and Lin Zyken, is left in shock and terror. When the fight ends, the crowd starts running, leaving Zonkai stunned in the back, whining that he couldn't finish his speech. In this world, high schoolers choose either martial arts or academics. Given the world's cruelty, the fighter class is naturally the best choice. Not wanting to fall behind, Shin Chinkin decides to join the martial arts class and starts training like a beast alongside Lin Zyken. Their daily pace is insane. Open with a 3,000-meter run, then an hour-long punch and kick session. After that, they power up their muscles like crazy with sit-ups and push-ups. At the end of the workout, Lin Zyken rewards Shin Chinkan's muscular body with a massage. Of course, Lin Zyken isn't letting up. He pushes his limits every day. The urge to win the tournament and grab that natural selection ability is spinning wildly in his mind. In a month, all those grueling efforts will be tested. The day of the regional martial arts tournament has arrived. Lin Zyken is ready on stage, armed like a sword. A massive crowd in the huge city gym waits with anticipation at the center ring. In the waiting area, tension is practically colliding in the air. Coach Gua glares at the roster, says their school is Shanghai High. The strongest team is Shanghai Team 1. It matched with his high school. One of the teammates adds to it, their morale is crushed because the opponent has this crazy guy who runs 100 meters in under 9 seconds. Lin Zyken senses the team's low morale, calmly raises his hand, and offers to take the first fight. Coach Gua is worried, but lets him show his card. As Lin Zyken steps into the arena, Shin Qinghan cheers heartily from the sidelines. Coach Gua, on the other hand, knows no bounds as he offers support through the megaphone. Lin Zyken is getting ready to fight. The opponent is Shanghai 1. A big, muscular young man from his high school steps forward. While Lin Zyken is praised for making the tournament as a freshman, he quickly changes his vibe and plays up his small stature. He's making a mocking face as if to say the scene is too much for a dwarf, who couldn't even reach 5'7". Flexing his biceps, he claims he'll show Lin Zyken the real power gap. The referee signals for the duel to begin. The giant opponent lunges at you fast. He's swinging punches like a storm. But Lin Zyken surprises. It doesn't slide back at all. He easily slips to the side and lands a quick punch to the chest. The impact is so terrifying that the huge student flies across the arena. Mind meld or fainting, they're definitely blacking out. The announcer freezes up. Then he starts to stutter, announcing Lin Zyken's victory. On the sidelines, Shin Kingen jumps with all 4 hooves in the air. He shouts that Xiaochen was great. The Shanghai High School team celebrates wildly, piling on top of their coach. Lin yells that Ziken is crazy. They're declaring their opponent's muscles dead. On the other side, Shanghai won. High school coach is absolutely losing it while scolding his defeated student. He shouts that you attack blindly, without watching your step. Lin Ziken receives a notification from the system. Eliminated another opponent and climbed the rankings. The number of opponents eliminated has reached 2,000. Clenching his fist, he's happy knowing these matches are exactly what's needed to move forward. The opposing coach is determined. He's calling out his next fighter to stop this hole. A boy named Shen Fong. He orders her to crush the first grade quickly. Shen Fong calmly accepts it. There's a boy named Shen Fong. They're telling him to crush first grade as fast as possible. Shen Fong calmly accepts it. As if there's no stress in your life at all. The moment she hits the stage, she strikes a perfect pose. He looks much calmer compared to the previous fighter. The announcer signals the start of the second duel. Shen Fong immediately shows off his superior technique. Moving at the speed of light, raining down attacks. Lin Seichen calmly handles the attack. He's blocking a giant boat with one hand. But when blocked, Shen Fong flips in the air and lands hard on the arena. He absolutely loves it. Medical teams rush out with a stretcher. They're leading Shen Fong away, saying they need to scan his head. The audience is stunned. They're whispering, calling it a disgrace. Rumors are going around that the neurotic student from Shanghai High is just lucky. Some angry folks are shouting that the tournament is rigged. They want a refund, but the Shanghai High School #1 coach knows how this works. With his head in his hands, he realizes in horror that this was not a matter of luck. This first-class Shanghainese is a real monster. The coach's new plan is ready in the waiting area, calling the next fighter, the spiky-haired boy Gove. He strictly instructs him to focus only on defense. He says he can't afford to lose. But Goffy is full of confidence. He calms his coach down and says, "Don't worry, I'm going to win." As he walks to his face, he wipes Lin's victories from his mind. He thinks his opponent isn't strong, whether by cheating or otherwise. With superhuman speed running 100 meters under 9 seconds and vast experience, he thinks losing is impossible. The crowd is being rowdy. The crowd's talking about Goffy, amazed by his speed. Someone says her father is a gene fusion user. That's how the source of your talents is explained. Everyone thinks Lindsay's bright journey is ending, yet they still respect her potential. The announcer declares the start of the duel. Ignoring the coach's instructions, Goffy goes on the attack. Lindsay delivers a powerful kick. Then he makes quick strikes. His special technique, water stream rock smashing fist, is unleashed, watching the coach with rage and shouting loudly for his disobedience. Goffy underestimates the defense. Even he is in this unnecessary trouble. Lindsay dodges the blows as if dancing, finds the technique interesting, and decides to learn it immediately. Goffy is getting more frustrated. He can't land a single hit. Out of breath, he asks how she could dodge Lindsay's attacks. Lindsay is joking about whether there's a spare number. Furious and desperate, he unleashes a flurry of punches. Seeing the same cliché moves, he decides Lindsay's observation period is over. Okay, he thinks, let's finish this. Barely dodging the last punch, he lands a powerful kick to Goffy's stomach and ends the match instantly. The crowd falls back into a frozen, stunned silence. The silence is broken by the thunderous cheers of the Shanghai High School supporters. Coach Guo and Shin Chi-nan are cheering like crazy, shouting that Xiaochen is a beast. They celebrate their third victory. The rest of the tournament proceeds with the same ease. The next opponents are even weaker. He takes down each of them effortlessly. Before long, he wipes out all 5 fighters on the opposing team by himself. The situation stays the same for the next 2 days. Maintaining his dominant performance, he takes down 2 more schools all by himself. With that amazing performance, he leads Shanghai High School to victory. He and his team pose proudly with their medals and the trophy. But when you look at the system, it shows only 16,001 competitors. He realizes with disappointment that at this rate, it will take years to unlock the natural selection feature. Even though it's moving slowly, there's a small bright side. Coach didn't expect Guo to be this generous, but he's taking the grand prize, a full 20,000 yuan. With what he won from academic competitions, he now has about 30,000 yuan. This money won't last long. He goes to the butcher right away and buys a massive pack of ghost shadow squid meat. For weeks, He's been devouring that expensive meat at every meal. After eating 30 jin, the Phantom Shadow Squid's Codex unlock rate rises to 33%. No, his intense training and monster meat feasts are finally paying off. When he reached his second year of middle school, he leveled up. It just moved from 3rd to 4th level. Their physical strength has reached a whole new level. Now he can lift 1890 kilos with one hand. It has a 5.65 meter vertical jump and runs 100 meters in just 4.49 seconds. Time flies by, and soon, she and Shang Xinghan graduate from Shanghai Middle School. But it looks like their paths will suddenly diverge once the high school entrance exam results are out. Heartbroken Shang Xinghan sits in her room, sobbing uncontrollably. Lin asks Hannah why they couldn't go to the same high school despite trying so hard. That explains it. He came first in both literature and martial arts. Shin's academic grades are great too, but his combat score. It wasn't enough for the elite class at Shanghai High School. While complaining, Shang Xinghan asks what will happen now. Lin Han says the principal of Shanghai High School will visit their home, probably to pick him up. And he asks if he wants to come? Desperately and in tears, she answers me saying that for sure, the manager will only pick her. Lin takes Han's hand, pulls him up, and drags him out of the room. He comforts her, saying, "Forget your worries, I have a plan." He says there's only one condition for staying at Shanghai High. Shang Xinghan must be his classmate. Just as he promised, the manager is coming to their house. He and Shang Xinghan spent hours talking with his mother about Lin Zhan's future. The principal says repeatedly how much he wants her to stay at school. When the meeting ends, the manager stands up to leave and, as a final offer, says he'll give her anything she wants if she agrees to stay. Not missing the chance, Mr. Lin states his only condition. Shang Xinghan will be in the same class as her. Principal Shang looks at Xinghan and approves his name without hesitation, accepting with a smile. He tells them both to enroll together at Shanghai High School for the new school year. Overjoyed, Lin Han and Shang Xinghan say thank you. With high school already secured, Lin Han enters his final middle school tournament. As expected, his overwhelming power carries the team and wins them the championship. He finally decides to spend the prize money to unlock the Ghost Shadow Ink Squid Codex. It only had a % gap, and the new prize money was enough to fill the progress bar. Not knowing what will happen, he heads to a secluded forest outside Shanghai for safety. Without wasting time, he begins to eat the essence of the last squid meat. A strong blue energy appears around you, and the system notification confirms you've received plenty of essence. His eyes widen, he feels a final surge of power, and the Codex progress bar hits exactly 1. New notification. The Ghost Shadow Squid Codex has been unlocked, and a new biological trait, Fluid Adaptation Grace, has been gained. This ability increases harmony with water, allowing free movement and even invisibility in aquatic environments. But when the power settles, holding the faint squid arms in that quiet forest, she thinks her new ability isn't very bright. Still frustrated, Linza tests her new talent at a nearby pond. Turns out the grace of liquid compatibility has some useful advantages. Their skin doesn't wrinkle after long periods in water, and swimming is much easier with reduced water resistance, but there's no other noticeable effect. Sitting in the water and thinking logically, it's normal that the skill isn't great since the Ghost Shadow Squid is a low-level creature. He decides he must either collect high-quality monster meat or become strong enough to hunt powerful wild mutants alone to get better traits. The chilling memory of giant mutant rats gives him power. He clenches his fist, swearing to become even stronger. Right before school starts, Lin Zichen's mother and Shin Xingan's family decide to go on vacation to better examine his new fluid harmony blessing. Lin Zichen suggests going to the beach. Standing in the ocean, Shin Chenghen shivers, complaining about the cold seawater. Lin Zichen feels right at home. He tells her to warm up slowly, then dives into the water and starts swimming at an incredible speed. As he moves, the system awards him stat points for swimming and diving. Shin Sinan yells from the shore, "Hey, teach me how to swim!" Lin Zichen pops his head out of the water, suddenly remembering his childhood friend still doesn't know how to swim. Patiently starts explaining the basics. He has average athletic ability, but Shin Sinan catches him off guard.
Swimming with excitement is so easy. I already got it,
he shouts, diving in effortlessly. He swims gracefully and freezes in surprise when he hits the surface, even though he thinks they didn't teach him to dive. Lin Zichen watches in amazement in the meantime. A strange blue aqueous aura seems to be radiating from him. Shin Kingen excitedly describes his feelings as he surfaces. While people say opening your eyes underwater usually hurts, she says it doesn't bother her at all. On the contrary, it's very cool and pleasant. Lin Zichen is confused. Watching him swim away, it feels pretty strange. He has natural talent, but picking up all these skills this fast isn't normal. It doesn't make sense. Suddenly, he notices something. He remembers having bedwetting problems whenever he's been tense for a long time. He wonders if this weakness might actually be a sign of a strong, pre-existing connection to water. This idea excites him. He now believes Shin Chi-nan may possess a special cultivation body. It's like characters from the family Seongsia novels. They keep diving to try this. Shin Kinga's performance surprises him even more. They hold their breath for over 10 minutes while exploring the underwater world. Incredible for a start. While swimming, Shin Kingen's expression suddenly changes. A strange whirling sound begins to spread through the water. Both of them are looking up, trying to find the source. They suddenly surface and call out in fear to the glowing blue water surrounding Shin Kingen. Walking on the beach that night, Lin Zichen asks what happened. Shivering, he tells of the terrifying, strange sounds he kept hearing underwater. It comforts her and asks what those sounds are. He says he doesn't understand, but it's a constantly echoing female voice. Lin Zichen takes Quark and Shin Kingen back to the hotel to calm him down. Then he searches online for the strange woman's voice, but finds no results. Restless, can't sleep, pours his energy into training. He feels a sudden burst of power while doing weighted sit-ups. A notification pops up in the system. It says their hard work paid off. Now it's become a common level 5. Surprised, but pleased. He's thinking about his new power. At level 5, he's strong enough to fight a fully evolved giant mutant rat. With a determined glint in his eyes, he clenches his fist, thinking it's not impossible to tear those creatures apart with his bare hands. He goes to the deserted beach at night to test his new limits. The stat increases are insane. The 100-meter time dropped to 3.64 seconds, and the vertical jump reached an astonishing 6.98 meters. He heads to a nearby car to test his strength and discovers he can lift the 1.6-ton vehicle with one hand. With this development, his life moves forward. Vacation's over, and Shang-Qin and Han are starting high school together at Shanghai High School. They show up early on the first day of class to be on duty. 2 new female classmates recognize him instantly, excitedly whispering about how handsome he is and how lucky it is to be on duty with him. He's surprised his classmates recognize him, but then something even stranger happens. Just being on guard triggers a new mission in the system. The mission requires completing 1,000 collaboration tasks for a new biological trait. Social animal. While cleaning the classroom with King Hanla, Sun wonders what this new feature does. With the school year just beginning, he decides to stop by Mammoth Supermarket after class. Now that Ghost Shadow has accessed the Squid Codex, it's time to set a new target for the ability. While browsing the expensive monster meat aisle, his eyes fixate on a new product in the fridge. The Wild Giant Eagle's packaged head is priced at 1,998 yuan per kilo. With a confident smirk, he takes the package and makes his decision. This will be his new target. The Wild Giant Eagle is a much higher level anomaly than the Ghost Shadow squid. Their vision is so powerful, it's 30 times better than a human's, making them a lethal predator that hits even the fastest prey with total precision. Lin Zai is examining the eagle meat in his room. He thinks opening the guidebook is a worthy goal, because this sharp vision provides an unbreakable combat advantage. The price of the meat is 1,998. It's a reasonable and suitable option for every Jin. When the hand touches the flesh, a blue energy surrounds it. The system confirms he swallowed a piece of the Wild Giant Eagle's life essence. This uncovers 1% of the guidebook. After a few calculations, he notices that 1 caddy of meat only grants 1% progress. So he'll need to spend over 200,000 yuan to fully unlock the guidebook. He realizes that tournament prizes in high school are much bigger than in middle school. He must work harder in competitions to unlock the Wild Giant Eagle's Codex before steadily entering his second year. As soon as summer break ends, Lin Zio's adventure at Shanghai High School begins. On the first day, the teachers introduce themselves. Martial arts and classroom teacher, mechanical modification instructor, gene fusion teacher, and wilderness survival coach. After the introductions, the students take turns introducing themselves. The first to speak is long purple-haired Chu Yutong, who says she specializes in art. Next, the energetic, pink-haired Zhong Yijia talks about her love for anime, cosplay, and sports. Next is Pang Huangguang, who says he loves playing video games at home. Then it's Shinsinga's turn. Being the center of attention makes him extremely nervous. Blushing, she only says her name, mentions she likes drawing, and asks everyone for support. Finally, it's Lin Zichen's turn. He gives the shortest and most concise intro. Stands up, says the name, and expects everyone's support. Introductions end, time flies by. A new girl with brown hair enters the class and approaches Shin Sinan. The girl is surprised. The new girl asks Shin Xing about her test score. Shin Chenghan nervously announces his score of 709, and then the new girl Chu Rui asks about her own score. Chu Rui is surprised. Shin Cheng realizes Han's score is over 10 points higher than his own 698. Then he'll ask about the P grade. He admits he only got a 95 out of 100. This question makes Shin Chenghan extremely uncomfortable. The Chekals say their score is not good. Panic rises within. With a score of 79, he thinks he barely missed the elite class and is too ashamed to say it out loud. Failing to get a hint, the persistent Chu Rui continues to guess whether he got a 94 or a 93. Shin Chenghan looks away in shame and whispers that it's even lower. Chu Rui continues to predict the lower limit scores of the 90s. Shin Chenghan becomes completely stunned. Suddenly, a hand slams the table, breaking the silence and startling Chu Rui. Or Lin Zichen's. He leans uncomfortably and asks the excited girl if he can add her WeChat. Surprised and delighted by the handsome man's interest, the girl happily accepts. Shin Chenghan takes a deep breath. She's grateful to Lin Zichen for saving her from that awkward conversation. Lin Zichen then asks the other male classmate for his contact info. Shinsen adds them and creates a group chat for 4 people. The system instantly confirms it's successful. Complete another collaboration task to reach 2,000 social animal achievement points. He thinks this task is surprisingly easy. After the group chat is set up, for new friends start getting to know each other. So, he says you're from Nanyuan, come from a prestigious martial arts family, and run a dojo. He even proudly mentions placing 8th in the Nanyuan Youth Martial Arts Competition. Chu Rui mentions that her family owns a chain of clothing stores, and that they are wealthy. Once Lin Zichen and Shin Singgun share their backstories, the 4 friends suddenly become a very tight-knit team. Just as they're getting friendly, Yu asks the others to guess who's the strongest student in their class. Chu Rui instantly points his finger at Lin Zichen, because he passed the regional entrance exam with the highest score. Turns out he didn't know his new friend was so cool. But Lin Zichen, in his modest way, says something like this: coming in first in the exam might not mean you're the strongest. And then, they drop a surprising detail. Word is the principal spent a fortune recruiting 2 powerhouse students from Nanyang for his class. Yu immediately points to those 2 kids. The first kid, blonde Wen Shiji, ranks 3rd in Nanyang and nails the 100 meters in 7.98 seconds. The second one is the big muscular guy, Lu Gang. With natural strength, he easily lifts a 300-kilogram barbell with one hand. Shin Singganla's consciousness gets affected, and they're getting a bit scared, while Lin Zichen stays as calm as a Zen master. Deep down, he's mocking their success, because he's been on top of those records since elementary school. Then the bell rings again. Next is the distribution of textbooks. There are 4 main courses this term: martial arts, gene fusion, mechanical modification, and wilderness survival. Lin Zichen already learned it all on his own. In his spare time, he decides to find a hidden spot and get to work. He thinks about major threats even while training. It reminds him that the dangerous Ragdod cult is still running wild. The police only caught the low-level cultists, but their leader, the powerful Mouse King, is still at large and running wild. This dark situation fuels his ambition. He clenches his fist, deciding to boost his power as fast as possible and reach at least level 6. Because he thinks not even the Mouse King here can stand against him. The first practical lesson is survival in nature. Master Shurchombai gathers the students in a wooded area and asks if they can start a fire by rubbing wood together. He dismisses this as a useless talent. But to everyone's surprise, they see Wang Shuji and Lu Gang step forward to make fire using primitive methods. The teacher is surprised and asks how he learned it. Lu Gang said it at summer camp. Wang Shuji is self-taught by watching videos on the internet. When they are done, Lin Zichen quickly teaches his own group, and they pick up the skill immediately. Then in martial arts class, teacher Yao Yuanfang announces he'll teach a special breathing and cultivation technique. Once again, Wang Shuji and Lu Gang are shouting what they've learned, showing off in class. Their performances are a bit clumsy, but they get the job done. Since Lin Zichen already knows, he chooses to stay quiet and indifferent. That way, he keeps a low profile. A month passes without a hitch. One day in mechanical modification class, teacher Kai Yuanfei announces a test, offering cash prizes to the top 3. 888 yuan for first place, 666 for second, and 333 yuan for third. Lin Zichen's eyes light up at the reward, as the top prize equals nearly half the cost of that expensive wild giant eagle meat. Everyone gets motivated, and the exam begins. Hypocritically, Gene Fusion teacher Lu Duran drops the same prize-winning pop quiz. After 2 tough exams, the students are exhausted. Heiyu slaps the table, groaning over and over. Other students are also complaining about how hard the questions are. A girl says she dreams of getting a 90, but can only pass with a 60. While others complain, Wang Shuji and Lu Gang start showing off with a relaxed attitude. Lu Gang asks Secretary Wang how he did it. Secretary Wang is confident. He's worried about the last part of the final question, but thinks he'll get a 95. Lu Gang is joining in much more relaxed, saying he expects the same score. Listening to their arrogant chatter, Heiyu narrows his eyes and clenches his fists, imagining himself shutting them up for good. The teacher is announcing the mechanical modification test results. First, it says Gui Weling got 52 points, while Shen Sinan passed with 61. Shen Sinan joyfully tells Lin Zichen she passed, and he congratulates her on her perseverance. He was thinking about how much he wanted to punch them and smash their faces in. The teacher's reading the mechanical power test results, calling out Gui Yueling's scores. Says you got 52 points, while Shen Singa passed with 61. Shen Sinan excitedly tells Lin Zichen he passed, congratulating him on his hard work. The teacher chimed in again. I was gonna shout 90 for you, but you really shined with an 88. His friends cheered, and he kept it humble.
I just got lucky, man, that's all,
he said. He promised to take them out for a meal with a 333 yuan third-place prize. Then the teacher said Lu Gang and Wang Shuoji got exactly 95, just like you said. Just one question. He praised them for working a miracle. Wang Shuoji is confident. If they'd given him 10 more minutes, he would have nailed this final question. Lu Gang also agreed, just like a bro. Hearing these empty words, he was a bit upset but comforted himself. I didn't get first, but third place is mine. Hope it stays that way. But the teacher dropped a total bombshell on us. Even though the exam was hard, Lin Zichen got a perfect 100. Wang Shuoji and Lu Gang were shocked, yelling,
What kind of result is this? It's nonsense!
The rest of the class erupted in joy. Even he played it smart and joined the applause. Everyone said Lin Zichen was on another level. Shen, Qing Han, and Shuri celebrated him as the hero of Shanghai. But Lin Zichen didn't care about their praise. He always kept his eyes on the prize. He raised his hand and asked, Teacher Kai, when will the 888 yuan prize for first place be handed out? The teacher said she'd send it later.
Wow,
he thought,
the guy's obsession with money is really weird.
An hour later, the Gene Fusion exam results were released. Teacher Kai Yuanfei read the grades one by one. This time, the Nan Yuan team didn't do a good job. Lu Gang got 81, Wang Shuoji got 83. Still not bad, but they looked disappointed. As for Shen, Qing Han is doing fine. He got a 78 and made the top 5. He celebrated with Shuri by his side. But the weird thing is, Lin Zichen aced it again and snagged another massive reward. This second blow crushed the confidence of Yu, Wang Shuoji, and Lu Gang. They were all laid out on the floor. Wang Shuoji and Lu Gang, unable to digest their defeat.
How did you get a perfect score on such a hard test?
The guy definitely knew beforehand. And started stirring up trouble. Teacher Kai Yuanfei shut down that absurd accusation instantly. No way, I prepared all the questions myself. The answers aren't on the internet. There's no way they could cheat like that, he said. Wang Shuoji and Lu Gang fell silent. But being in a class is different. Yu and Shuriya giggled. They teased Wang Shuoji and Lu Gang for acting salty after losing. Yu declared them the disgrace of Nanyuan City. When it comes to flaws, the rough and crude types cause the most trouble. They added. The wilderness survival test started in the afternoon. Master Chung Bai said the awards are the same and include prize money. The exam has 3 parts: climbing, swimming, and making fire by friction. Because they failed their academic exams, Wang Shuoji basically told Lu Gang.
I-5.
Lu Gang confirmed. The two of them gave Lin Zichen a dirty look. We eat it and erase our shame. The exam started with climbing. Speed determines the winner. As expected, Lin Zichen climbed with incredible agility and speed. He left the others in the dust and took first. The tree climbing ended the same way. Lin Zichen is first again, and Wang Shuoji said he can't even see his shadow ahead. Lin Zichen was awesome, but his real target was Shan Kingen. In Lin Zichen's case, he knew he would finish it at the end. But he didn't give up. Because Shan Kinga's talent was in the water, he was sure he would recover during the swimming part. Next up was starting a fire. Lin Zichen would pick up the pace the moment he caught a whiff of money. It started with focus. He lit the fire and blew it up in 58 seconds. Wang Shuoji and Lu Gang were frozen in shock. Is this man always this quick with everything? How many hands do I have, I wonder? They went crazy. The last part of the exam was swimming. This time, Shan Kingen takes the stage. With his connection to water, he swam at super speed. As we crushed the Nanyuan duo, their confidence hit rock bottom once again. Wang Shuoji has completely lost his mind. Bu Shang wondered how Kingen could break the water so suddenly. He said she must be hallucinating. They defeated Wang Shuoji and Lu Gang after the exam. For a long time, they didn't really get intimate. But this silence lasted all through lunch. The martial arts final exam began in the afternoon. Teacher. Yao Yuanfang said it's time to test your skills in battle. The top 3 will win prizes. And that really got the class hyped. Shuoji Wang rekindled this flame for Lu Gang. They built up motivation and beat their heads against stones to reclaim their honor. They said this is a martial arts school. What really matters here are conditioning and fighting techniques. If Lin's could not fight, the other notes were worthless. Before sparring, the teacher had everyone do a physical test as a warm-up. The 100-meter dash, one-handed snatch, and vertical jump were measured. Lin stayed back a bit to avoid showing off, but he still put on an incredible performance. He ran 100 meters in 7.708 seconds. He lifted a 330-kilo barbell with one hand. His vertical jump was 2.18 meters. He came in first in all of them, and even passing the Nanyuan duo just slightly. Minds just went blank right then. They were literally shocked. How could Wang Shuzi not realize that Lin Zichen was faster? Lu Gang was stunned that someone who didn't even look like he was trying could be so powerful. To boost morale, Wang Shuzi told Lu Gang that failing a physical test doesn't mean losing the sparring match. Skill is also essential in a real fight. They fooled themselves into thinking their superior technique gave them a chance. After the test, everyone moved to the sparring area. Lin Zichen is eager to complete the survival achievement. He stepped into the ring for the first time. But seeing his overwhelming power, no one dared to challenge him. Even Wang Shuzi and Lu Gang observed first. Noticing the lull, the teacher stepped in. They called a student named Lu Wei. Lin told her to spar with Zichen. The two met, but the match ended before it even started. To save time, Lin Zichen finished the match instantly, blowing Lu Wei away with a single devastating punch. Then he quickly attacked his other rivals. He took down the whole class with the same ruthlessness. Watching this, Wang Shuzi and Lu Gang were pulled into a vortex of despair. Wang Shuzi realized with horror that Lin Zichen was far more powerful than they had imagined. Maybe he didn't go full throttle on the physical test. He wondered how anyone could compete against such a monster. With their spirits down, he suddenly leaped into the ring and shouted Liu Gang's name. He pointed at Liu Gang, declaring he was warmed up and at his peak, challenging him to a fight. Liu Gang, eager to vent his rage, agreed immediately. He said to himself that even if Lin's Eisen lacked confidence, he would still win and crush him in 30 seconds. With a battle cry, he attacked, clashing with quick punches. But the power gap was clear. Liu Gang easily caught He Yunan's kick, used his superior strength to spin her, and tossed her out of the ring. He Yu slammed to the ground, vomiting from the defeat. In a victory pose, Liu Gang looked smugly at his defeated friend. He grudgingly admitted that Yunan's physical technique was the best in the class. But he proudly stated he was still better after the victory. When Liu Gang turned around, he saw Princess Lin's approaching. Lin's calmly initiated an internal sparring challenge. He saw this as an opportunity to progress in the achievement quest. Filled with the thrill of victory and self-confidence, Liu Gang smirked and agreed. He declared he wasn't afraid. Liu Gang immediately attacked with a powerful punch, but the skill gap was obvious. Lin's itching moved in the blink of an eye. He parried the attack easily and left afterimages behind before Liu Gang even knew what happened. Lin's responded with a quick kick. The heavy blow landed right on Liu Gang's back, sent him flying out of the ring. He was defeated with a single punch. The Nanyuan duo were completely defeated. The other students started picking on the last one left,